After 3 years behind bars, he walked out of prison only to discover that his sworn brother was hanging by a thread. His name was Yang Lin, known across the streets as the White Qilin. A life that should have sunk into quiet obscurity was completely overturned because he knew all too well what the future would bring. To save his life-and-death brother, he would lead his men into a bloody battle in Simsha Sui. He would recruit fighters, amass soldiers, and expand his power. He would unify Mong Kok and rise to rule the underworld from the shadows. When everyone still thought he was nothing more than a street punk, he had already begun to lay out a grand plan for the entire harbor city. Underworld Syndicate's real estate capital, an underground imperial legend belonging to the White Qilin, was just beginning. In the 1990s, the harbor city was a chaotic place where fish and dragons mingled, blades flashed, and shadows danced. In the old streets of Wanchai, aging Tong Lao tenements clustered together, filthy alleys hid all manner of vice, and countless gangs rooted their open and covert venues here, one of the fiercest killing grounds in the entire Jianghu. The main hall of Hong Lu was concealed inside an inconspicuous old Tong Lao in Wanchai. Its outer walls were mottled and peeling, doors and windows old and decayed, no different from the surrounding residential blocks. Any passerby would take it for an ordinary apartment building, never imagining that within it lay the nerve center that controlled the life and death of thousands of Hong Lu brothers, the very core of the syndicate's power. At this moment in the conference room on the third floor of the Tong Lao, the air was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Frozen killing intent and heavy confrontation filled every inch of space. Overhead, an old iron-bladed ceiling fan, long in service, its metal blades yellowed and rusted. Creak, creak. Its slow, heavy dragging rotation produced a dull, monotonous sound that echoed again and again within the sealed room. The room was choked with dense cigar smoke and the lingering scent of aged sandalwood mixed with the faint sweat of men who had sat here for years and the gunpowder reek of the streets. Stirred slowly by the fan blades, it was trapped inside, roiling, yet never dispersing. One deep breath through the nose, and the acrid sting clogged everyone's chests, leaving their hearts weighed down. Even their breathing unconsciously grew lighter. In the very center of the room stood a heavy, long redwood conference table stretching from the doorway all the way to the main seat at the very front. Its surface had been polished and wiped for years until it gleamed, the smooth grain of the wood clearly visible. It reflected with startling clarity the taut faces and gloomy expressions of the men seated along its edge. On either side of the long table sat two groups of men. Each one was a true top figure of Hong Lu, a boss whose single word could stir up wind and clouds in Wanchai. On the left side sat the four founding elders of the syndicate, De Shu Biao, Shu Jian Shu, and Hai Shu. All of them had close-cropped hair gone mostly white, wore impeccably tailored black suits, and let heavy gold chains and rings hang from their wrists and fingers, exuding a deep and steady aura. They were the old warriors who had followed the previous generation of Hong Li's boss to carve out their territory. Anchors of the syndicate with unshakable roots and towering prestige. Yet now not one of the four elders spoke. Each clutched an old pipe or a half-burned cigar, brows tightly knotted, faces dark as ink. Their eyes were filled with conflict and helplessness, their silence unbroken from beginning to end. On the right side of the long table sat the top backbone, who had risen in recent years, an entire row of fierce men in their prime. There was the gentlemanly Sheng, who had climbed up on brains and finessed the brutal and ruthless Shi, and Xie Sheng and Sunny, the two protectors who served at the side of Hong Li's dragon head. All four kept their auras tightly leashed back, straight as spears, sitting with rigid proper posture. The fierce killing intent honed through years in the Jianghu was hidden rather than flaunted. But at this moment no one dared relax. Every edge was sheathed, every gaze heavy, all eyes fixed straight ahead. The tension in the air had been drawn to its absolute limit. This highest-level internal meeting of Hong Lu opened with no formalities, no polite greetings. From the instant everyone sat down, the room had sunk into a deathly silence that was almost suffocating. Every gaze in the room, cautious and tinged with unease and dread, quietly converged on the figure seated at the very head of the long table. No one even dared to breathe loudly. Seated in the main position was the current dragon head of Hong Lu, Piao Ge. Past 50, the hair at his temples had long turned frost white, and the wrinkles on his forehead and cheeks were deep as chiseled stone, carved with the vicissitudes of decades in the Jianghu. Normally, Piao Ge always carried a hint of genial smile when dealing with others, steady and smooth in his conduct, sleeves wide and accommodating. Whether facing elders or lowly foot soldiers, he treated them with exceptional generosity, making him seem reliable and approachable, a universally acknowledged good boss. Today, however, he was utterly changed. His lined face was so dark and gloomy, it was terrifying, eyelids drooping, eyes half open and half closed. The usual kindness about him had completely vanished, leaving only endless exhaustion, inner struggle, and painful indecision. Between his fingers he held an expensive Cuban cigar, its tip already more than half burned away. A long pale cylinder of ash clung to its end, trembling as if about to fall. Yet he remained motionless, never lifting his hand to tap it off, simply letting the ash hang there quietly. The spacious conference room was eerily silent. Only the dull turning of the ceiling fan and the deliberately suppressed, almost inaudible breathing of more than a dozen men remained. Everyone knew with brutal clarity that this emergency meeting concerned the survival of Hung Lu itself. A single matter enough to ignite a gang war across all of Wan Chai and drag Hung Lu into a disaster of annihilation lay before them. In the midst of this deadlocked silence, a calm, yet icy male voice laced with overwhelming edge and ferocity suddenly cleaved through the stillness. "Piaoge, you've almost finished that cigar. Isn't it time you gave me an answer?" The voice was not loud, neither a shout nor a roar, yet it was bone-chillingly cold like a sharp ice all driven hard into the stagnant air, shattering the stalemate in an instant. Every boss and backbone present jolted as one heart's lurching downward. Instinctively, they all turned in unison to look toward the very end of the long table. There sat a man young to the point of excess, yet his presence crushed that of everyone else in the room. His figure was tall and straight back, erect like a green pine. Even sitting quietly, he radiated a fierce, domineering pressure born of long years of slaughter and command, a kingly aura forged in countless seas of blades and blood. His hair, cut in a neat half-and-half parting, fell to his shoulders in stark white strands, wild and sharp, untouched by any other color. Under the dim indoor lights, it gleamed with a cold porcelain sheen. It set off his already handsome and cutting features, making their angles even more pronounced. His brows and eyes were sharp and austere, with not a trace of warmth in their depths, only piercing chill and unbending resolve. He wore a black casual suit of fine fabric tailored snugly to his frame, wrapping cleanly around a lean, upright body. Broad shoulders and a solid chest were outlined to perfection, nothing bloated, nothing ostentatious. Every line spoke of the power of a man hardened by years of real combat. The sleeves of his jacket were casually rolled to his forearms, exposing taut muscles along his arms. On the bone of his left wrist, a scar, nearly a foot long, slashed across his skin, jagged and glaring, shocking to behold. 3 years ago, when Piaoge was ambushed by enemies and dozens, even over 100 knife-wielding killers swarmed in for the kill, he had been at death's door. It was this man who had thrown himself forward without hesitation, using his own wrist and arm to block the fatal blade aimed at Piaoge. The force of that strike had been tremendous, nearly severing his entire arm. Had the attacker's hand not faltered at the last instant, this limb would already be useless. The scar that remained never to fade was a stroke of fortune amid disaster. This man was known in the Jianghu as the White Qilin. His real name was Yang Lin. He was Hong Li's man in charge of Mong Kok, a formally established 426 Red Pole, the syndicate's most formidable fighter, the most high-profile and popular, and also the youngest of its top bosses in the past decade. Today was the first day he had stepped out through the gates of Stanley Prison after enduring a 3-year sentence. Whenever a major Jianghu boss came out of prison, his brothers would always prepare a banquet well in advance, with fine wine and lavish dishes waiting to celebrate their leader's return. Anyone else, the first thing they would do after release would certainly be to return to their own turf, accept the blessings of their brothers, and relax and recuperate. Yang Lin was different. The moment he walked out of Stanley Prison, he declined every welcome from his men. He touched no wine, met no one, sought no relaxation or pleasure. Instead, he rushed straight to the Wan Chai main hall, without pause, and barged into this highest-level Dragonhead meeting. Everyone present knew perfectly well why he had come. All for one man, his life-and-death brother Fei Quan. Fei Quan was the non-blood brother who had worn the same pair of pants with him since childhood, gone hungry with him, and grown up at his side. Not long ago, Fei Quan's close brother Pang Zi was hacked to death in public on the street by Sergio, the rising 426 Red Pole of the Chang'e Society. To avenge his brutally slain brother, Fei Quan went alone to seek revenge and hacked Sergio to death in a frenzy of blades. Only, Sergio was anything but an ordinary street thug. He was the most valued confidant of Pan Zue, the dragon head of Chang'e, a trusted lieutenant personally trained and brought up by him, groomed as the next successor of the society. His status was lofty, his power immense. With his beloved right-hand man slain, Pan De Lao flew into a towering rage. He directly united with the other 5 old-line syndicates of the harbor city, forming an alliance to collectively pressure Hung Lu, advancing step by step with an uncompromising stance. Years ago, the 7 old-line societies, including Hung Lu, had banded together in alliance for self-preservation in order to avoid being swallowed up by super gangs like Hong Xing and Dong Xing. They swore a pact to breathe as one, to share honor and disgrace, to prosper and suffer together. Now 6 of those societies spoke with a single voice, delivering a death order to Hung Lu. They must hand over Fei Quan the killer and deal with him publicly, life for life, to give both Chang'e and the allied syndicates an explanation. If Hung Lu refused to hand him over, the 6 societies would strike in unison, launching a full-scale assault on all Hung Lu territories and manpower, fighting to the death without end. With only a few thousand brothers and a few dozen venues of varying size, Hung Lu could never withstand the combined crushing force of 6 syndicates. As dragon head of Hung Lu, Piaoge watched his syndicate teeter on the brink of annihilation and saw the lives and fortunes of thousands of brothers hanging by a thread. Driven to despair with nowhere else to turn, he could only grit his teeth and agree to sacrifice Fei Quan in order to preserve the syndicate as a whole. This decision had spread across the entire Jianghu of the harbor city even before Yang Lin left prison. Everyone knew it by now. Everyone also knew that Yang Lin would never accept it. He could never simply stand by and watch the brother who had grown up with him since childhood, whose mother had shown him boundless kindness, be treated as a disposable pawn, pushed out to die as a sacrifice in a game of underworld power. Every elder and backbone present knew Yang Lin's background and sense of loyalty. His father had been a famed enforcer of Hong Lu in his day, a gold medal fighter whose hard skills were unmatched in the Jianghu, a man of deep feeling and unwavering loyalty. In a brutal large-scale gang clash years ago in order to cover Piaogu, then trapped deep behind enemy lines, Yang's father stayed behind alone holding the rear. He withstood more than a dozen knife wounds, finally spilling his blood across the street and dying on the spot, his remains so mangled they could not even be kept whole. Grateful for the life-saving sacrifice, Piaogu gave the Yang family a generous sum as compensation. But no amount of money could buy back a life or soothe the grief of an orphaned wife and child. After her husband's tragic death, Yang's mother could not withstand the crushing blow of widowhood. She wept day and night, grief festering into illness. Not long after, she fell gravely sick and passed away. Yang Lin, orphaned of both parents, was only a child of 5 or 6 at the time, lonely and utterly. Worse still, the relatives who had once been close seized upon the compensation money, stripping the Yang family of every last cent. Fearing retribution from the syndicate, they even fled the harbor city overnight, vanishing without a trace. The police searched for years and never found a single clue. Overnight, Yang Lin's family was destroyed, and he was left with nothing. As a child, he could only wander the streets and beg for food, several times nearly freezing or starving to death at the mouth of an alley. It was his next-door neighbor, Fei Quan's mother, soft-hearted and kind, who took pity on his lonely, miserable state. Day after day, she shared what little she had, caring for him in every way, raising him as half a son of her own. In the heart of the helpless Yang Lin, Fei Quan's mother was his second parent, half a mother reborn to him. And Fei Quan was like his own blood brother, someone to whom he could entrust his very life. This kindness of upbringing and the bond of brotherhood weighed as heavy as Mount Tai, utterly incomparable to so-called rules of the underworld or the grand interests of any syndicate. Beyond all this, Yang Lin also hid a heaven-shaking secret deep within his heart. He was a man of... In his previous life, he had been an ordinary wage earner in a modern city, living a flat, uneventful life without bloody feuds or underworld struggles, without killing or being killed. Yet that life of a beast of burden was bitter beyond words, and in the end he died suddenly in his rented room. When he opened his eyes again, he had been reborn into this Hong Kong crime world where police and triads colluded, darkness and chaos reigned, syndicates ran rampant, and human life was as cheap as grass. At the moment of his rebirth, he should have had a peaceful home and both parents alive. But he was too young then. Even with an adult's memories from his previous life, he was powerless to change fate. He could only watch with his eyes wide open as his father died a tragic death, his mother succumbed to illness, their savings were swept away, and he himself was cast onto the streets. That deep sense of helplessness nearly drove the young boy insane. Having tasted the utmost bitterness of the human world and seen the darkest depths of the underworld and the malice in people's hearts from the day he truly found his footing, Yang Lin swore a blood oath. In this life, he would rely on neither heaven nor earth, only on himself. Whoever dared to touch those by his side, he would kill. Whoever wanted someone he cared for to die, he would overturn their schemes entirely and grind all obstacles beneath his feet. Driven by this obsession, the young Yang Lin searched everywhere for famous teachers and in the end became a disciple of Chun Buguang, the king of weapons in Hong Kong. Training in the harshest depths of winter and the hottest days of summer, day after day, year after year, he cultivated relentlessly. By sheer will, he forged himself into a top-tier martial expert. His skills, courage, and ruthlessness far surpassed the rank-and-file street fighters of the underworld. When his martial arts finally reached great completion, he was not yet 20. His master Chun Buguang cherished his talent and could not bear to see him step into the perilous underworld. He urged him instead to follow senior brother Hong Yi into the film industry to act and make a living, openly walking a bright path and spending his life in peace. But Yang Lin, who had tasted the warmth and coldness of the world and seen through the dangers of the underworld, had long since hardened his heart. He politely declined his master's good intentions and resolutely plunged headfirst into the treacherous, ever-shifting vat of the Jianghu. Relying on the favor his father had once earned and on his own overwhelming strength, he successfully joined Hong Lu. Brother Piao, grateful for Yang Lin's father having once saved his life, broke precedent to take him in as a personal protege, giving him money, men, territory, and resources, nurturing him with all his might. Yang Lin never betrayed this trust and favor. In his very first battle after entering the life, he charged alone into an enemy stronghold, seeking out the gang boss who had indirectly caused his father's death. With a single decisive strike, he ended it all personally, slaying his foe in an act that made his name resound throughout Wan Chai. Over the following year, he fought without rest, forcing Hong Lee's banner into Mong Kok through sheer violence. Time and again, he triumphed with few against many, destroying 7 core venues of Hong E in succession, hacking their men so mercilessly that the enemy trembled at the mere sound of his name and dared not show their faces. He devoured territory, with mad momentum rising from the very bottom as a lowly street soldier, fighting through seas of blood step by step, until he finally secured the seat of a red pole for 26. He became the youngest, most formidable, and most battle-hardened enforcer Hong Lu had ever seen. And those 3 years he spent behind bars were not the result of wanton crimes or accumulated evil. It was likewise because of that incident 3 years ago. At the time, he was accompanying Brother Piao for morning tea at a cha-chan tong when they were ambushed by nearly 100 knife-wielding men hired at great cost by their enemy Sang Biao. Nearly 100 watermelon knives came raining down every strike, meant to kill, all aimed straight at Brother Piao. At that critical moment, Yang Lin did not even think. He threw himself in front of Brother Piao with bare hands, seizing steel with flesh, fighting to the death in a blood-soaked frenzy. He slew more than 10 men on the spot and wounded dozens until the entire cha-chan tongue ran with rivers of blood in a scene of unimaginable carnage. Afterward, the police launched an investigation. It was clearly a case of legitimate self-defense, protecting his boss and saving a life, yet the death toll was too high and the impact far too severe. Even though Brother Piao exhausted his wealth and connections to pull strings in every direction, in the end it was only ruled manslaughter, and Yang Lin was sentenced to 3 years in Stanley Prison. Through 3 full years of life behind iron bars, he never once resented Brother Piao, nor did he resent the syndicate. Every hidden scheme, every grievance, every shard of suffering, he bore them all alone. What he shouldered was not merely a 3-year sentence, but loyalty to the Dragon Head and righteousness toward the syndicate. Those 3 years in prison he accepted without regret. Yet now the very first thing he heard upon stepping out of prison was that the Dragon Head he had risked his life to protect intended to abandon his only brother in exchange for stability for the syndicate. This was something he could not swallow. This was a matter on which he could never compromise. Because of his father's past sacrifice in protecting his boss, his own 3 years of prison time, served in place of the Dragon Head, and the real resounding war merits he had earned, he now had every reason to sit in Hong Lee's highest council hall, facing the Dragon Head. Brother Piao Hedon, confronting him publicly, questioning him step by step. The deathly silence was broken again as Brother Piao finally could no longer pretend to be mute. He slowly lifted his eyelids, heavy with exhaustion. Those eyes that usually held warmth, smiles, and gentleness were now laced with dense bloodshot veins. Fatigue, struggle, guilt, and helplessness, layer upon layer of complex emotion, were all written clearly across his aged face. He fixed his gaze on Yang Lin for a few seconds, emotions churning in his heart, then let out a long, turbid sigh. Reaching out, he gently pushed forward a bulging brown paper envelope on the table in front of him, its corners strained white from being overstuffed. "Alin, you just got out of prison. All that murderous anger inside has nowhere to go. Go find a few pretty girls, blow off some steam, relax a bit. As for Fei Quan, just leave it alone." His voice was hoarse and dry, carrying barely concealed guilt and a forced note of consolation. As his words fell, Brother Piao lowered his gaze again, avoiding Yang Lin's icy eyes. He did not dare meet the gaze of the capable subordinate who had gone to prison for 3 years for the syndicate and for him. He could not face those eyes full of disappointment and stubborn resolve, as if the very topic were a branding iron too scalding to even touch. Yang Lin's cold eyes locked firmly onto the brown paper envelope before him. He knew all too well what lay inside. Judging by its swollen thickness, there had to be at least 500,000 Hong Kong dollars in it. In this era, 500,000 was a fortune a common worker could not save in a lifetime, enough to guarantee an ordinary man a worry-free, comfortable old age. Brother Piao wanted to use this sum to soothe his post-prison anger. He wanted to use this sum to silence him. He wanted to use this sum to buy off his obsession, to buy off the brotherhood between him and Fei Quan. How laughable. All that remained in Yang Lin's heart was an icy sneer. He had no need for money. With multiple businesses in Mong Kok under his name, netting at least 600,000 to 700,000 in profit every month, he was already wealthy and felt nothing for this mere 500,000. Those 3 years in Stanley, enduring every hardship of prison and weathering every storm, he had never been guarding money. He had been guarding loyalty, righteousness, human ties, and the favor of being recognized and trusted. And now the Dragon Head he had protected with his life wanted to use money to purchase his brother's life. Yang Lin slowly lifted his long, strong hand, the distinct joints of his fingers closing gently around the edge of the envelope. His grip was not heavy, yet it carried a resolve that brooked no negotiation and could not be shaken. Raising his hand, he steadily pushed the brown paper envelope back the way it had come. The thick envelope glided slowly along the smooth redwood tabletop and finally came to a halt before Brother Piao, lightly striking the glass ashtray at the edge of the desk with a dull thud that sounded especially clear. "Brother Piao, you know, I don't lack money." His voice was colder than before, utterly devoid of fluctuation. Each word was clear, heavy, and resounded like a hammer on stone. "Right now, I just want to know one thing. Are you truly going to abandon Fei Quan? In his words, there was stubbornness, finality, and not an inch of retreat, like cold iron nails driven hard into the hearts of every elder and core member present. The four elders seated at the table grew even more grave, quietly exchanging glances and sighing inwardly. In all of Honglu, who did not know the relationship between Yang Lin and Fei Quan. The two had no blood relation, yet they were closer than real brothers. Fei Quan had caused great trouble. It was inevitable that Yang Lin would fight to the death to protect his younger brother. But in the swirling currents of the underworld, no one was truly free to choose. On one side stood the combined pressure of 6 major syndicates and the survival of thousands of Honglu brothers. On the other stood the life of a subordinate and the brotherly bond of their own ace enforcer. Anyone who sat in Brother Piao's seat would find it an unsolvable dead end. Just then the ash at the tip of his cigar, which had been hanging on for a long time, finally fell away. The faint ash fell onto his dark suit trousers with a soft patter, instantly burning a small charred mark. That slight sting completely shattered the last of Brother Piao's facade. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air that had been pent up for far too long and slumped back heavily into his chair. Raising a hand, he rubbed his throbbing brow in exhaustion, his tones softening, laden with earnest pleading and helplessness. "Sigh, don't be in such a rush. Let me finish what I have to say, all right." Yang Lin pressed his lips into a tight line, his jaw set straight and hard like cast iron, the murderous aura around him growing ever thicker. He fell silent for a few seconds, cold light surging in his eyes, and finally spat out 3 hard, clipped words. "Fine. Speak." Brother Piao slowly opened his eyes and looked at the junior he had watched grow up, the one he valued most and cared for the deepest. His gaze was full of frustration at unfulfilled hopes, but also deep appreciation for his talent and helpless affection. "That kid Fei Quan is a stubborn mule, a mule no one can pull back once it starts running. What did I tell him before? Fatty was killed by 19. This blood debt, I remember it, and the syndicate remembers it too. But we had to endure, had to wait for the right opportunity to quietly take him out, to make sure he was dead beyond. And what did he do?" At this point, the frustration in Brother Piao's chest finally boiled over. He suddenly raised his hand and slammed his palm down onto the redwood tabletop. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the entire table shuddered violently. Teacups and ashtrays jumped together, clattering in a discordant chorus that shattered the deathly stillness of the conference room in an instant. Single-minded to a fault. Can't think around a corner. He insisted on striking immediately, and in front of so many people hacked 19 to death on the spot. And now look, he's completely offended the big boss beyond repair. And who is 19? He is Chang Yi's red pole, the big boss's #1 favorite, the little brother he has watched grow up since childhood, no different from his own son. Faced with a situation like this, how am I supposed to clean up the mess? You tell me, how should I possibly clean this up? After his outburst, Brother Piao's voice suddenly sank into desolate quiet, filled with resentment, suffocation, and a deep, crushing helplessness. Do you think it doesn't hurt to abandon him? Do you think I don't feel pain? I'm helpless, Lin. Your big brother is truly helpless. Helpless. Yang Lin suddenly leaned forward, his upper body shooting out, as his razor-sharp gaze locked onto Brother Piao like a drawn blade. The corner of his mouth curled into a chilling, knife-edged smile, cold enough to seep into the bone. "Brother Piao, it was you who taught us back then. Internally, we must stand united as one. Externally, we must strike with all our might." Fei Quan merely killed an enemy, avenging his own brother. A blood debt repaid in blood. That is only natural and just. What fault is there in that? Now you wave it away with one word: abandon. And yes, the conflict among the 7 major syndicates is temporarily suppressed. But once this matter spreads, what will the Underworld say about Hong Lo? His voice suddenly surged in volume, each word ringing with steel, every sentence like a blade hacking at the hearts of all present, leaving their spirits quaking. They will say that Hong Lu cannot even protect a lowly brother who avenges one of their own. That to curry favor with others, we can casually sacrifice our own men. When that day comes, who will still dare to risk their lives for Hong Lu? Who will still dare to follow us wholeheartedly in carving out a world? His words struck at the very foundation of Hong Lu, leaving the entire hall in dead silence, no one able to answer. The suffocating, murderous aura and unyielding confrontation completely dragged Hong Li's main hall into an inescapable deadlock of the underworld. With a resounding declaration, the atmosphere in the previously silent conference room instantly shifted as the expressions of all the elders and core members changed dramatically, their eyes swirling with complex emotions, and no one dared to utter a word. Everyone in their hearts was as clear as a mirror. Hong Lo had rooted itself in Wanchai for decades, able to stand firm in a city filled with ruthless individuals and numerous gangs, surviving countless battles and mergers, not relying on abundant money or the sheer number of its followers. The true foundation of Hong Le's existence boiled down to 2 simple words: loyalty and righteousness. In the society, righteousness takes precedence. The younger brothers fight and bleed outside, seizing territory and profits for the society, relying on the belief that the society will provide a safety net in times of trouble and that their mistakes will be supported by their superiors. When a brother is in distress, the society will protect him with all its might, When a younger brother seeks revenge for his comrade, the society will provide strong support. This has been the rule of Hung Lu for decades and the backbone for all the grassroots brothers who willingly serve the society. But today, if it truly comes to sacrificing a loyal younger brother, one who seeks revenge for his comrades in order to appease external enemies and maintain a facade of stability for the society, then that would be unforgivable. It may seem to quell the anger of the 6 major gangs and preserve Hong Le's temporary peace, but it would ultimately chill the hearts of the thousands of brothers within the society. When people's hearts disperse, the society will truly collapse. At the head of the table, Piao Ge slowly closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling violently as he let out a long, muffled sigh. He did not harbor any blame towards Yang Lin in his heart, for every word Yang Lin spoke was grounded in undeniable truth, striking at the core and leaving no room for criticism. But he was the leader of Hong Lu, the helmsman of the entire society. Yang Lin could speak only of loyalty and righteousness, disregarding everything for his brothers. But he could not. He sat in this highest position, shouldering not just the hollow title of leader, but also the lives and fortunes of thousands of brothers in Hong Lu, along with the families that depended on them. He could not make decisions based solely on personal loyalty or gamble with his emotions. In the world of Jianghu, one wrong move could affect the whole body. One misstep could mean not just his own death, but the complete destruction of Hong Lu, leaving thousands of brothers homeless and even dead in the streets. Different positions lead to different perspectives, responsibilities, and consequently, a vastly different understanding of the situation and its trade-offs. The enclosed conference room fell silent once more, the ceiling fan still turning leisurely, the creaking sound monotonous and oppressive, tormenting the nerves of everyone present. After a long while, Piao Ge slowly opened his bloodshot eyes filled with endless fatigue, struggle, and helplessness, his voice hoarse and suppressed as he broke through the heavy silence. You know very well how much greater the power of Chang'e is than ours. The other 5 gangs, except for Hua Ji, who chose neutrality, have all voted unanimously to take out Fei Quan, or else they will crush us. What can I do? You come to my position and tell me, what can I do? This shout exhausted all of Piao Ge's strength, expressing the helplessness of being a leader. The powerlessness of a ruler was vividly displayed at this moment. Yang Lin furrowed his brows tightly, his strong facial features taut, his throat rolling up and down. He understood the depth of Chang'e's background, the terrifying pressure of the alliance of the 6 major gangs, and Piao Ge's concerns. But principles are principles and loyalty is loyalty. He would never abandon his bottom line due to the pressures of reality. He lowered his voice, his tone resolute, showing no signs of retreat. Can't we send him away? In the golden triangle, the foot basin, and the raised bend. After so many years of relationships that Hong Lu has built outside, is there really no way for him to escape? I am the leader of Hong Lu. I cannot just consider one person's gains and losses. I have to be responsible for the thousands of people in the entire society. The boss has already made it clear. If Hong Lu does not hand over the person, he will unite with the other 5 gangs and launch a full-scale war, wiping out all of Hong Li's establishments in one shot. By then, if we lose our territory and our money, how will the thousands of brothers survive? Who will support their wives and children? Can I gamble the life and death of Hong Lu for one Fei Quan? This statement lacked any flowery embellishments, presenting only the cruelest and most realistic survival rules of the Jianghu. It was like a bucket of icy water poured down on everyone's heads, chilling them to the bone. The entire venue fell utterly silent, with the sound of a pin drop audible. Everyone present clearly understood that Piao Ge was not wrong. The society was not a child's game. Jianghu conflicts never discussed emotions or loyalty, only strength and outcomes. A moment's loyalty, if it results in total loss and annihilation, would be the most foolish choice. All accepted this unsolvable deadlock except for Yang Lin, who remained steadfast and uncompromising. Facing the gazes of everyone in the room under the immense pressure of the society's destruction, he looked directly at Piao Ge at the head of the table. His cold, sharp eyes were hard and fiery like red-hot forged iron, unyielding with not an ounce of fear. Piao Ge, you are fair-minded and just in your actions. I, Yang Lin, have followed you for 5 years, never flinching even in the face of danger. Whatever you tell me to do, I will do. Wherever you tell me to go, I will go. But this matter. He spoke slowly, each word ringing out with a resolute determination, as if declaring a do-or-die stance. I absolutely refuse to comply. Fei Quan is like a brother raised from the same womb. Anyone who wishes to harm him must first step over my dead body. As soon as the words fell, the temperature in the conference room seemed to plummet to freezing point, the chilling hostility sweeping across the venue. The creaking of the ceiling fan became particularly jarring, amplifying the oppressive silence. The elders and core members on both sides held their breaths, not daring to make a sound, their eyes fixed on the two in confrontation, their hearts suspended in midair. Piao Ge stared fixedly at Yang Lin, his gaze lingering without moving away. 1 second, 10 seconds, several tens of seconds. The prolonged silence weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. He watched the fearless, unyielding, fierce spirit in Yang Lin's eyes, the pure and profound brotherly loyalty, and the young yet resolute face before him. In a daze, he seemed to see the scene from 3 years ago. In a tea house ambush with hundreds of people, blades flashing and murderous intent all around, this young man had recklessly leaped in front of him. He had blocked deadly blades with his bare hands, fighting fiercely to carve out a path to survival, ultimately bearing all the blame alone and sitting in jail for 3 years. That stubbornness, that courage, that absolute loyalty. Among the thousands in Hong Lu, only Yang Lin possessed. The inner struggle within Piao Gu was violently torn and collided with guilt, reluctance, helplessness, and emotion intertwining, repeatedly tugging at his heart. After a long time following an extreme internal battle, this veteran leader of Hong Lu finally relented. His voice was extremely weary, carrying the weight of years, yet hiding a trace of subtle concession and compromise. Then tell me, what should we do? These 5 short words broke the established deadlock, giving Yang Lin his only opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin, who had been tense with frosty eyes, suddenly brightened. Like a blazing fire igniting in an endless abyss, he radiated life and sharpness. He became resolute, standing up from his seat. The hem of his black suit jacket gently lifted with his movement, his posture straight, like a pine tree, exuding an awe-inspiring and fearless aura. He stepped forward, his stride steady and powerful, walking step by step towards Piao Gu at the head of the table. With each step, the weight echoed as if precisely stepping on the hearts of everyone present, causing them to tremble and stare. Upon reaching Piao Gu, Yang Lin stood tall, his gaze sharp as a knife, his tone resolute and confident as he declared, "Boss Pan has always wanted to invade Sim Sha Sui, right? I will go. The territory I seize, I won't take a single share, I will give it all to him." "Are you crazy?" Piao Gu suddenly jolted, sitting upright, his expression changing drastically, his voice trembling with shock and urgency. "What kind of place is Sim Sha Sui? It is the most precious, dangerous, and chaotic area in all of Hong Kong. Firmly held by the 4 major gangs Xin and I family, Zhong, Xin and Shaozi. Every boss, there is a ruthless character who would kill without a second thought. To seize territory in Sim Sha Sui is akin to pulling teeth from a tiger. If it goes wrong, you might lose your life there." He stared intensely at Yang Lin, both anxious and angry, fearing that this capable younger brother might act impulsively and throw away his life. "Just with the few people under you? Or with just your fists? How will you fight?" Facing Piao Gu's stern questioning, Yang Lin remained calm, his eyes filled with overwhelming confidence as he spoke steadily. "Piao Gu, trust me once. Don't worry about how I will fight or what methods I will use. Please help me contact Boss Pan and convey my conditions to him. Within 10 days I will definitely invade Sim Sha Sui." Piao Gu stared into Yang Lin's eyes, filled with an unyielding spirit of defiance against fate and a willingness to face death, remaining silent for a full half-minute. He looked at this young man who was risking his life for his brother and breaking the deadlock for the society, recalling his bloody achievements and the loyalty that made him serve 3 years in prison, the last trace of doubt in his heart dissipating completely. After a while, Piao Gu pounded his thigh decisively, gritting his teeth and making up his mind. "All right, for your loyalty, I will help you make this call." The heavy stone pressing on his heart finally fell at this moment, and Yang Lin's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. He bowed deeply to Piao Gu, his posture respectful and his attitude sincere. "Thank you, Piao Gu." This bow had nothing to do with hierarchy or the leader's authority. It was gratitude for Piao Gu's willingness to set aside interests and for this rare trust and loyalty. Piao Gu gently waved his hand, saying no more as he took out an old black Nokia phone from his inner pocket. His fingers trembled slightly as he pressed the buttons, stirred by the surge of emotions. The screen lit up, the cold white light reflecting on his weathered face, flickering and making his expression hard to read. A phone call that would determine Fei Quan's fate, the direction of Hong Lu and Yang Lin's destiny, was about to be dialed. Piao Gu showed no signs of concealment, directly pressing the speakerphone button, allowing everyone in the room to hear this crucial negotiation clearly. The phone rang 3 times before being instantly connected. A rough, hoarse, and domineering voice carrying a high-handed arrogance erupted through the phone's speaker, filling the entire conference room. "Second, what brings you to find me at this time? You're not planning to tell me you've captured Fei Quan and are ready to deliver." On the other end of the line was the leader of the Chang'e Society, the tyrant of Wan Chai, Boss Pan. He was also the mastermind behind the alliance's pressure, insisting that Fei Quan pay with his life. Piao Gu took a deep breath, suppressing the tension and anxiety within, forcing a polite, yet unyielding smile as he slowly began to speak. "Boss, I have something I would like to discuss with you." The tone of Boss Pan immediately turned cold, filled with strong. "Discuss. Is it about Fei Quan?" "Let me tell you, second, this is the unanimous decision of all the brothers. If you Hong Lu dare to protect him, you are opposing the entire alliance." The blatant threat hit Piao Gu hard, leaving him momentarily speechless. But looking at Yang Lin's unwavering back in front of him, he gritted his teeth and continued under pressure. "I know this is how it was decided in the meeting. But in life, one cannot be too rigid. There's always room for negotiation, isn't there? I have a proposal, boss. Please listen to it before deciding whether to accept it." A brief silence fell on the other end of the line. Clearly Boss Pan was quickly weighing the pros and cons, trying to gauge Hung Lok's trump card. After several seconds, a contemptuous laugh came through the receiver, dripping with arrogance. Fine, I'll give you this courtesy. You speak. I want to hear what proposal could be more important than the life of my subordinate number 19, or more important than my face in Chang'e. The cold voice, wrapped in disdain, echoed in the silent conference room, marking the formal beginning of a Jianghu transaction where lives were gambled and territory exchanged for lives. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense to the extreme, with all eyes fixed firmly on Piao Gu and Yang Lin, even their breathing cautious. Piao Gu turned his head, his gaze heavy as he looked at Yang Lin beside him, worry, expectation, and a hint of anxiety hidden in his eyes. The stakes of this gamble were too high, wagering the lives of brothers, the face of Hong Lu and Yang Lin's very existence. Yang Lin met Piao Gu's gaze and nodded slightly. No unnecessary words were exchanged, just a simple action, yet his eyes burned with determination, exuding an unyielding resolve that he would not back down until he achieved his goal. Seeing this, Piao Gu took a deep breath, suppressing all the chaotic emotions within him, and slowly spoke into the phone's microphone. Boss, you know my subordinate A Lin, right? The big boss on the other end of the line, Pan, was clearly taken aback for a moment. After a brief hesitation, he immediately reacted, his tone laced with amusement and disdain. A Lin, the white Qilin, that little brother of yours who could fight the best. The one who killed over 10 people 3 years ago to save you, and ended up in Qizhou. Exactly. He was released today, Piao Gu replied gravely. So what if he's out? The disdain in Pan's voice was palpable, completely disregarding the freshly released Yang Lin. What can a freshly released rookie do? Pan's arrogance came through the cold receiver, clearly heard by the elders and key members of Hong Lu in the meeting room, causing their expressions to darken. Piao Gu also felt a surge of anger, quite displeased with the other party's condescending and mocking attitude. But at this moment, Hong Lu needed something from others. To protect Fei Quan and support Yang Lin, he could only forcibly suppress his anger and patiently negotiate. Boss, once a person is dead, they cannot be brought back to life. Piao Gu's tone was steady, each word pragmatic. 19 is gone, and no matter how much we stir things up, he won't come back. But those who are alive still hold value, don't you agree? There was a brief moment of silence on the line, and Pan's tone grew colder, precisely grasping the key point. He wants to protect Fei Quan. Exactly. Piao Gu stopped beating around the bush, straightforwardly laying his cards on the table, breaking all pretenses. He is willing to trade the territory of Tsim Sha Sui for Fei Quan's life. Ha ha. The next second, an uncontrollable, boisterous laughter erupted from the receiver. Pan's laughter was filled with contempt, as if he had heard the most absurd and laughable joke of his life, causing the phone receiver to buzz and crackle with his derisive tone. Second brother, have you gone senile? What territory does Hong Lu have in Tsim Sha Sui? Do you even have a single time? Damn. I was already furious, and now you throw empty words at me. In the face of the other party's rage and mockery, Piao Gu remained calm, his tone steady, yet each word striking like thunder, filled with confidence. Not now, but in 10 days we will. Everyone in the room heard this, and even though they had just heard Yang Lin say it once, hearing it again still stirred emotions in their hearts. Others might not believe it, but those who had followed Piao Gu for a while knew Yang Lin well. This young man always acted on his words. He never talked big or engaged in empty promises. If he dared to make a promise, he would undoubtedly deliver. Are you ready to fight now? Pan's laughter grew even louder, the sarcasm thickening his tone, dripping with mockery. Has the white Qilin gone stupid from being in prison? Is Tsim Sha Sui a market for you guys in Wan Chai? Do you think you can just take the territory? Just as Pan's mockery reached its peak, the upright figure of Yang Lin stepped forward. He raised his hand and made a simple gesture towards Piao Gu, indicating that he would take over the conversation from here. Steady and composed, neither servile nor overbearing. Piao Gu understood immediately. Without hesitation, he handed the black phone in his hand to Yang Lin. Yang Lin tightened his grip, firmly holding the phone. His voice was cold and steady, devoid of any hostility, yet it concealed sharpness and provocation, clearly resonating through the radio waves, every word powerful and striking in Pan's ears. Boss Pan Yerlong, he has coveted Tsim Sha Sui for so many years, but hasn't even secured a single foothold. Are you truly content with this? This statement struck precisely at the long-hidden obsession and pain in Pan's heart. Whether I am content or not is none of your business. Pan instantly lost his composure, cursing loudly, his tone furious and agitated, filled with resentment at being exposed. Yang Lin paid no mind to the other party's attitude. His tone remained flat, but each word precisely targeted Pan's ambitions and greed. Let me make you a deal. Give me 10 days, and I will secure the territory of Tsim Sha Sui for you. After the deed is done, the territory will be yours, and Fei Quan's life will be mine. How does that sound? As soon as this was said, the voice on the other end of the line suddenly fell silent. The receiver was instantly enveloped in an eerie silence, terrifying in its stillness. After a few seconds, one could faintly hear Pan's heavy, uneven breathing, enough to indicate the violent turmoil within him. A full 10 seconds of silence followed. Only then did Pan's voice gradually rise, stripped of its previous mockery and sarcasm, leaving behind a deep scrutiny and a hint of extreme greed that was fully awakened. You think I would change my face for a couple of broken places? Yang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp brilliance, and he spoke decisively. How much do you want? At least half a street. Pan's voice was tyrannical and arrogant, carrying an air that brooked no negotiation. As long as you can secure half a street's territory in Tsim Sha Tsui within 10 days, I will publicly announce in front of all 7 major gangs, Fei, Quan will be freed, and past grievances will be forgiven. Half a street. Everyone in the meeting room felt a jolt in their hearts, and Piao Ge couldn't help but gasp, his expression changing drastically. Those present seasoned in the underworld knew that Tsim Sha Tsui was a place where every inch was priceless, the most prosperous, profitable, and simultaneously the most dangerous and chaotic golden territory in Hong Kong. Those who could establish a foothold in Tsim Sha Tsui were all top-tier gangs, such as Nu Ji and I family, and Zhong Xi and Yi, with deep roots and fierce individuals throughout. Half a street was no simple matter of a few small establishments. It meant the right to oversee at least dozens of venues, bars, entertainment clubs, mahjong parlors, and finance companies, all raking in vast profits. Once secured long, it would completely break free from the limitations of a small local gang in Wan Chai, directly stepping into the second-tier forces of Yao, Sim Mong, its strength multiplying several times. However, correspondingly, the difficulty was sky-high. In 10 days, entering the game alone forcibly, seizing half a street's territory from the jaws of the 4 top gangs was no longer just hard, it was a near-impossible death mission. Everyone felt that Yang Lin was being reckless and utterly insane. But under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yang Lin didn't even blink his face, showing no hint of hesitation or fear. His tone was calm, yet every word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, landing with clarity. All right, it's a deal. The big boss Pan on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback for a moment, seemingly not expecting that Yang Lin would actually dare to accept this nearly suicidal gamble. The next second, he burst out laughing, his laughter missing the previous contempt, now infused with genuine admiration and respect. Good for you, White Qilin. You've got guts. I admire you. If you really can pull it off, I'll make sure you get double flowers. Double flowers. Those in the know among the elders present immediately grew serious. This was a highly prestigious title in the entire Hong Kong underworld. It wasn't a title conferred by a single gang, it required the recognition of 2 or more gang leaders to be valid and renowned throughout Hong Kong. Once he earned the double flowers, Yang Lin would no longer just be an ordinary red stick in Hung Lok. Instead, he would be recognized as a top-tier enforcer in the alliance of 7 major gangs, his status, prestige, and face in the underworld elevating him dramatically above all peers in Wan Chai. Yang Lin wasn't particularly keen on this honor. His true intention was just to save his brother's life. But he certainly wouldn't turn down the favor and status that Boss Pan voluntarily offered. He spoke with calmness, neither arrogant nor anxious. Thank you, Boss Pan. Let's talk about it after you accomplish it. With that, there was a crisp sound, and Boss Pan hung up the phone directly. All that remained in the phone receiver was the cold, monotonous, busy tone gently echoing in the silent meeting room. At that moment, the entire meeting room fell into complete silence. Again, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes were focused on Yang Lin, filled with shock, admiration, worry, and disbelief. Piao Ge stared at the white-haired youth before him, his lips quivering slightly, a flood of words swirling in his heart, but he was momentarily at a loss for how to express them. Shock, heartache, relief, and apprehension intertwined and tangled. Yang Lin raised his hand and gently placed the phone back on the mahogany table, his actions steady and composed. He turned around to face the high-ranking members of the gang, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve and determination, his voice resonant and powerful. Piao Ge, trust me. Within 10 days I will definitely make it into Tsim Sha Tsui. Piao Ge fixed his gaze on him, not averting his eyes for a long time. After a long while, he slowly exhaled a long breath, his emotions complex and hard to decipher. There was concern about the dangers ahead, appreciation for his brother's courage, and deep admiration from the bottom of his heart. He softened his tone, his voice warm and heavy. You have followed me for 5 years. I know better than anyone your skills, your intellect, and your courage. If you need people, guns, or funds, just say the word. Hung Lu will support you fully. Faced with the highest level of support from the gang, Yang Lin simply shook his head, lightly, a confident smile gracing his lips. Piao Ge, this time consider it a debt of gratitude from me to Hung Lu. Once Fei Quan's matter is resolved, I will repay the gang double. Repay. Piao Ge chuckled softly, his voice filled with emotion and expectation. Lin, without you back in the day, Hung Lu wouldn't have been able to establish a foothold in Mong Kok. Among so many little brothers, the one the boss has always favored is you. His gaze suddenly shone brightly, and in front of all the elders and key members present, he spoke decisively, promising publicly. In the future, this position of mine will inevitably be yours. This statement was tantamount to an official announcement establishing Yang Lin's identity as the next leader of Hung Lok. Everyone present, seasoned veterans of the underworld, understood the implications immediately. No one spoke, all heads bowed silently, their expressions varied. Some were convinced, some begrudged, and some indifferent. But not a single person dared to question or voice opposition. At this moment Hong Lu had Yang Lin, who had achieved great military feats, unparalleled loyalty, extraordinary courage, and was even designated as the successor by the leader. Anyone daring to stir trouble at this critical juncture would undoubtedly be seeking their own demise, directly challenging Piao Ge's authority and Yang Lin's sharpness. Yang Lin felt a slight tremor in his heart, fully aware of the principle of standing out in a crowd. He maintained a low profile, bowing slightly, and replied calmly, "Piao Ge, you are still young and can sit for another 20 or 30 years. Huh? Piao Ge suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his boisterous laughter dispelling the oppressive gloom that had hung over the meeting room in recent days, filled with a sense of relief and joy. "You little rascal, just know how to say nice things to cheer your big brother up." After laughing, his expression suddenly turned serious, and he solemnly reminded Yang Lin, "Breaking into Tsim Sha Sui is no joke. It's like licking blood on the edge of a knife and fighting for survival. Do you really not need me to send a few hundred brothers to help you? No need, Piao Ge." Yang Lin shook his head decisively, a glint of sharp, cold light flashing in his eyes, his confidence evident. "My people are enough." My people referred to a group of loyal elites he had quietly gathered and personally trained over several years before his imprisonment. These individuals were all exceptionally skilled, fearless, and loyal, usually remaining low-key, never showing off, hidden at the bottom of various establishments. 3 years in prison, while others believed he had suffered a significant loss of strength and influence, they did not know that these elites had remained quietly hidden, waiting for an opportunity. Now was precisely the time to unsheath their swords after 3 years of silence. Piao Ge looked at him, deeply nodding in understanding, and refrained from further persuasion. He understood Yang Lin's character too well. He always planned before acting, and whenever he spoke he had complete. After a moment, Piao Ge seemed to suddenly recall something critically important and quickly said, "By the way, I have already announced externally that the people of Fei Quan have been expelled from Hong Lu, severing the gang's ties to stabilize the attention of the major gangs for the time being. Since the big boss is willing to give you 10 days, you should go and re-recruit them under your banner." He added earnestly, "Although that kid Fei Quan is impulsive and reckless, he's very skilled, loyal, and has dozens of devoted little brothers beneath him. This time's disaster, although caused by impulsiveness, is rare in its bloodiness and might help you greatly." Upon hearing this, a glint of light instantly sparked in Yang Lin's eyes, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. With Fei Quan and his brother's assistance, his chances of breaking into Tsim Sha Sui and seizing territory increased. He deeply bowed again to Piao Ge, his attitude sincere and his tone exceedingly earnest. "Thank you, Piao Ge." Thus the life-and-death gamble of storming Tsim Sha Sui and trading territory for lives was officially final. "Go forth." And Brother Piao raised his hand slightly, a serene smile gracing his lips. Yet beneath his gaze lingered a weighty blend of hope and quiet apprehension. "And take utmost care in all things. Hongla's future rests upon your shoulders." And Yang Lin uttered not another word of courtesy. He shifted his posture ever so slightly, bowing his head with quiet reverence toward Brother Piao seated at the head of the table, and toward the venerable elders and senior leaders gathered along its edges, his demeanor composed, dignified, and flawlessly courteous. Having completed this gesture, he stepped forward and strode decisively toward the conference room's exit, his back straight and unwavering in its tailored black suit, like a lone pine standing defiant against the world. The dim amber light from above spilled down, stretching his shadow long across the polished rosewood table, a silhouette radiating solitary courage, unflinching resolve, and an aura of fierce, unyielding determination. The heavy wooden door swung open with a soft creak. In that instant, the ceaseless neon glow of Wan Chai flooded inward, vibrant kaleidoscopic beams piercing the threshold, illuminating the hushed corridor, and casting light upon Yang Lin's path ahead. Inside the conference room, the vintage ceiling fan continued its slow, rhythmic rotation, creaking softly, persistently, while the thick, acrid tension of suppressed conflict still hung heavily in the air. Brother Piao gazed silently at the doorway long after Yang Lin's figure had vanished entirely, lost in quiet contemplation. Slowly he lifted his hand and picked up the brown paper bag resting before him, the one containing 500,000 Hong Kong dollars once offered to soothe Yang Lin. His fingertips traced the coarse grain of the craft paper, his expression inscrutable, layered with sorrow, pride, doubt, and quiet awe. 10 days. Na Lin, and I stake Hongla's honor, and every ounce of trust one hold, upon you. And do not, under any circumstance, disappoint me. Outside the Tang Building, the headquarters of Hongla. The summer night breeze of Wan Chai swept over them, carrying the briny tang of the nearby sea, mingling with the sizzling aroma of street-side dai, pai dongs, the sharp scent of tobacco and liquor, hot, raw, and undeniably real, the quintessential pulse of Hong Kong's urban heart. A broad-shouldered, powerfully built man stood waiting patiently by the roadside, his features plain and unassuming, devoid of overt menace, yet his posture upright, his spine taut, his entire bearing emanating quiet strength and unwavering reliability. This was An Yo, Yang Lin's most loyal and steadfast confidant. Unwavering in principle, single-minded in devotion, he understood neither the crooked paths of the underworld nor the art of opportunism, nor would he ever betray his master for personal gain. In loyalty, diligence, and dependability, none among Hung Le's younger generation could rival him. 3 years earlier, just before Yang Lin's imprisonment, he had deliberately left On Yo in Brother Piao's service, to safeguard him and to ensure his continued growth. First, because he trusted On Yo's integrity implicitly, to protect Brother Piao in his absence. And second, to allow him to learn discipline, wisdom, and decorum under Brother Piao's seasoned guidance. After Fei Quan's crisis erupted, Brother Piao, knowing the deep bond between Yang Lin and Fei Quan, understood that Fei Quan required steady, trustworthy hands. He thus assigned On Yo to stand by Fei Quan's side, not only as guardian, but as stabilizer. As Yang Lin emerged from the Tang building's entrance, On Yo's face lit with unrestrained elation. Brother Lin. He hurried forward, eyes locked on his leader, voice urgent and breathless. How did the meeting go? What did Brother Piao decide? Did Senior Brother Pan finally relent? And though 3 years had passed since their last meeting, and though 1,000 words burned within him, the life or death of Fei Quan remained his sole burning concern. Yang Lin walked steadily, gaze fixed ahead, his chiseled, shadowed face impassive beneath the night sky, his tone calm, yet imbued with unshakable authority. It's settled. Take me to Fei Quan. And those 5 words alone dissolved On Yo's weeks of gnawing anxiety and dread. A radiant, unrestrained grin broke across his face. He nodded fiercely and immediately stepped aside, bowing low to usher his leader forward. Yes, Brother Lin. This way, please. And hidden in the alley's gloom, a meticulously maintained minivan waited, unobtrusive, discreet, prepared in advance by On Yo himself. They climbed swiftly into the vehicle. Its engine purred low and silent as it merged seamlessly into Wan Chai's nocturnal traffic flow. It sped westward along the brilliantly lit Wan Chai Road, passing bustling markets, steaming Dai Pai dongs, and neon-drenched bars, before surging toward the public housing estates of Aberdeen. Aberdeen was one of Wan Chai's oldest districts. Its dense clusters of aging public housing blocks stacked tightly together, tier upon tier, like vast crumbling honeycombs, crowded, weathered, and worn by time. Here there was no glittering affluence. Only the unvarnished truth of the city's underbelly, narrow, dim stairwells, damp, peeling walls, the ever-present mustiness of mildew, mingling with the warm sense of home-cooked meals and kitchen fumes. A place where disparate lives converged, crowded, chaotic, and teeming with humanity, serving both as sanctuary for the working poor and as the most discreet, resilient hideout for those navigating the shadows of the underworld. The minivan came to a smooth halt beneath the housing block. Yang Lin and On Yo stepped out and entered this aged residential enclave. They ascended the steep, twisting concrete staircase, step by deliberate step, heading upward, ever upward, toward the rooftop terrace. After his downfall, Fei Quan, refusing to endanger his brothers or implicate the Triad, had secluded himself entirely upon this forgotten rooftop, unseen and untouched by the world below. Halfway up, rounding the final landing, they met a middle-aged man descending. Dressed in a navy blue suit, long hair falling past his shoulders, his sharp, shrewd eyes betraying a lifetime of worldly calculation. The moment he caught sight of Yang Lin at the foot of the stairs, his eyes flared with genuine delight, and without hesitation, he rushed forward, arms wide, pulling Yang Lin into a firm, heartfelt embrace. His voice was warm, familiar, and deeply moved. Lin, you're out. And this was Shun Deng, the veteran elder of Hung Le's established branch, deeply rooted in Wan Chai and Aberdeen for decades. With extensive connections, boundless resourcefulness, and a profound mastery of human nature, he embodied the very essence of Jianghu wisdom. In the early days of Yang Lin's ascent within Hung Le, Shun Deng had mentored him tirelessly, offering protection, opening doors, extending trust. Among Yang Lin's few revered seniors, Shun Deng held a place of singular respect. Brother Deng, long time no see. And Yang Lin inclined his head slightly, his expression gentle, his manners impeccable, his composure as grounded and humble as ever. Good to have you back, truly good. And Shun Deng clapped Yang Lin heartily on the shoulder, his joy palpable, and extended a warm invitation. Come, let's head to my place for a drink. A proper welcome home. Yang Lin shook his head, gently apologetic, then gestured upward toward the rooftop. Another time, Brother Deng. First I must see Fei Quan. At the mention of Fei Quan, Shun Deng's smile faded instantly. He sighed heavily, his eyes clouded with sorrow and resignation. Very well. Go up and speak with him carefully. That boy has burrowed deep into his own despair, stubborn as a mule, deaf to reason, refusing counsel from anyone. He shut himself away on that roof, neither eating nor speaking, his spirit collapsing beneath its own weight. Understood. Yang Lin responded quietly, gravely. Shun Deng gave his arm a reassuring pat, then said nothing more. Knowing the depth of brotherhood, he knew words were unnecessary. Turning slowly, he descended the stairs, leaving the rooftop to the brothers alone. Yang Lin stepped forward and pushed open the rust-pitted metal door to the rooftop with a firm hand. Clang, and the heavy iron door slammed against the wall with a dull, grating echo. A sudden gale surged across the open expanse, howling fiercely, whipping Yang Lin's suit jacket into violent motion. In a desolate corner of the barren rooftop, 3 hunched hollow-eyed figures jerked their heads around at the sound. Fei Quan, Jose, and Tuonio, their spirits eroded by days of flight fear and crushing guilt, their former bravado utterly spent. Fei Quan's hair was wild, his face shadowed with stubble, his eyes bloodshot, his entire being reduced to utter disarray and exhaustion. When they saw the white-haired figure silhouetted in the doorway, they froze, eyes widening in disbelief, voices trembling as they cried out in unison. Brother Lin. In relief, trepidation, shame, and wounded pride surged through them all at once. Yang Lin advanced calmly onto the rooftop, his black leather shoes striking the cold, rough concrete with clear, measured steps, each footfall cutting cleanly through the roar of the wind. His gaze settled unflinchingly upon Fei Quan, slumped, broken, and defeated, and in his eyes flickered a flash of bitter disappointment. His voice dropped, sharpened with stern reprimand. Fei Quan, you acted with reckless impulsiveness this time, and that single sentence shattered every brittle facade he had erected. Fei Quan bowed his head lower, still fists clenched so tightly his knuckles blanched white, his nails biting deep into his palms, his whole body rigid with suppressed torment. His voice emerged hoarse and cracked, thick with injustice and anguish. Brother Lin, I simply cannot understand. I killed only the man who murdered my brother. Was that wrong? Why did Brother Piao abandon me? Why cast me aside to die? In watching Fei Quan cling so stubbornly to his conviction, Yang Lin spoke with icy clarity, cutting directly to the core. Your motive was not flawed. In what failed you was timing, method, and your ignorance of Jianghu protocol. And you could have struck 19 at any other moment, but not now. Brother Piao had just reached an understanding with Senior Brother Pan, both sides agreeing to a temporary truce. And you in turn severed the life of his most trusted lieutenant. And that was no mere act of vengeance. It was a public humiliation of Senior Brother Pan and a devastating blow to Brother Piao standing before the 6 major triads. In such a situation, even if your cause was just, you become the one who bears the blame. And these were not abstractions. They were the unadorned, immutable laws of the underworld. Yet Fei Quan, choked with resentment, could not let go. He jerked his head up, eyes blazing red, jaw set in desperate defiance, as he ground out, this was my doing alone. I'll bear it myself. Kill me, imprison me. I accept it all. Just spare the others. Yang Lin's voice cracked like thunder. You bear it. Ni's tone turned scalding with frustration and grief. Can you truly bear it? If you die, yes. You escape cleanly, painlessly. And but what of your mother? And she raised you with her own hands, skimping on food, sacrificing everything, just to clothe you, feed you, nurture you. Is this how you repay her? To make her watch her son buried before her? And those words struck Fei Quan like lightning. His entire frame convulsed, locking him rigid in place. All his defiance, his bitterness, his death wish, shattered instantly. Ni's mouth opened, but his throat seized, tight, acid, bitter, utterly voiceless. Only remorse, regret, and helplessness remained in his eyes. In watching his collapse, Yang Lin softened his tone, calm, seasoned, resonant with hard-won wisdom, as he delivered his solemn admonition. No words left. NIV told you again and again, the Jianghu is never merely about violence. It is about human relationships, about understanding people. And learn to be a man first, then learn to act. Brother Deng has surely taught you this as well. I need not repeat it. And from this day forward, reign in your recklessness. Observe, listen, think, let go of blind impulse. Jose, watching his brother's devastation, could no longer contain his anguish. His eyes welled with tears as he rushed forward, voice breaking with desperate plea. Brother Lin, we grew up together. We are brothers. You must save Fei Quan. Yang Lin reached into his pocket, withdrew a pack of cigarettes, and lit one with practiced ease. Pale blue smoke curled upward, softening the rooftop's suffocating tension. He offered a cigarette to each of the 4. Fei Quan, Jose, Tuonio, and Anyo. His voice steady, resolute. Since I'm here, negotiations with Senior Brother Pan are concluded. And you are safe, for now. I knew it. Brother Lin always finds a way. And Jose's pent-up terror evaporated. Euphoria surged, nearly lifting him off his feet, the storm clouds vanishing from his face. But before the trio could fully exhale, Yang Lin shook his head. Cool, sobering, grave. Don't rejoice too soon. And the terms are severe. Their joy froze midair. In Fei Quan snapped his head up, bloodshot eyes blazing with urgency, as he demanded, voice ragged and raw. What terms? Tell me, Brother Lin. I'll accept anything. As long as my brothers walk free, I'll pay any price. Yang Lin held the cigarette between his fingers, smoke drifting lazily as his gaze swept slowly across the 3 men, the boys who trailed behind him since childhood, wide-eyed and fearless. He exhaled softly, then delivered the agreement with chilling simplicity. We move in. Into Tsim Sha Sui. What a... In 5 words, dropping like boulders into still water. Fei Quan, Jose, and Tuonio recoiled as one, their faces bleaching bone white, their limbs turning icy, their bodies locking in stunned paralysis. Tsim Sha Sui. In the most dazzling and deadliest district in all of Hong Kong, a glittering battleground where triads clashed relentlessly, where legends were forged and shattered, where even the most seasoned elders dared tread with caution. For a breathless moment, the rooftop fell utterly silent, save for the wind's relentless hollow howl. On the rooftop of the public housing in Hong Kong, the evening breeze was salty and biting, carrying the sea breeze from Victoria Harbor sweeping fiercely across the entire terrace. Beneath there were dense old-style Tong Lao buildings with streets crisscrossing and fragmented lights. In the distance, the neon lights of the core area of Hong Kong Island dazzled brilliantly. And that most dazzling, prosperous core area of the city was the ultimate battlefield that all practitioners loved and feared, Tsim Sha Tsui. In the entire port city, no one was unaware of the significance of Tsim Sha Tsui. This was the most precious territory in Hong Kong, with bars, nightclubs, gambling dens, and restaurants everywhere. The cash flow was terrifying and profits were immense. The monthly income of just one venue could equal the annual earnings of small gangs in other districts. But behind the prosperity lay extreme chaos and danger. This was never a place for small players. It was a dragon's lair and a tiger's den, where the top bosses of Hong Kong congregated with various forces intertwined, and the fighting never ceased. The four top gangs, Sun Ki, the Ni family, Chung Sing Yat, and Xiao Zi, were firmly rooted here, engaging in a constant struggle for dominance, with every inch of street and every venue fought for with real weapons. Here, even a street-level gang leader would have blood on their hands and have fought hard battles, and their skills in unknown combat would surpass those of the big brothers of second-rate gangs in Wan Chai or Yao Ma Ti. Even the renowned Hung Hing, with its vast manpower and numerous venues, did not dare to recklessly expand in Tsim Sha Tsui, having fought fiercely for years without securing much territory. Even the fiercest warrior of Hung Hing, known for his peak combat prowess, faced few opponents in unknown fights, his notorious reputation echoing throughout Hong Kong. Yet even after years of hard work in Tsim Sha Tsui, fighting desperately, he could only hold onto a small territory of less than one street, barely establishing a foothold, utterly unable to expand. It is easy to imagine how deep and frightening Tsim Sha Tsui's waters are, and how chaotic they can be. Because of this, the lower-level subordinates like Fei Quan and Jose, who were just trying to survive in Hong Kong, were instantly filled with boundless fear upon hearing about the plan to invade Tsim Sha Tsui. In their eyes, going to Tsim Sha Tsui for a bite was no different from voluntarily seeking death. On the rooftop, with the evening wind howling, Jose stood at the front of the crowd, tense all over his hands and feet, slightly trembling, his face filled with fear and panic, his voice noticeably shaking. "Lin Gu, can we really do this? After all, it's Tsim Sha Tsui." The crowd lowered their heads and silenced, their eyes filled with confusion and dread. They were few in number and weak in foundation, having only dared to engage in minor skirmishes in Hong Kong, let alone contend with the top bosses of Tsim Sha Tsui. They might not even be able to take on a regular small team from the other side. Just as the morale of the crowd was low and anxiety gripped their hearts, Yang Lin's aura suddenly changed. The originally relaxed and casual atmosphere instantly tightened, his eyes darkened, and a fierce and domineering aura erupted, overwhelming the entire rooftop. He stood tall in the evening wind, his gaze as cold as frost, looking down upon all living beings with an air of absolute control, speaking with a firm and resonant voice. "What's impossible? If I say it's possible, then it definitely is." As his authoritative words fell, the chaotic atmosphere on the rooftop instantly froze, and everyone instinctively looked up at him, their inner turmoil forcibly suppressed. Jose quickly waved his hands, hurriedly explaining, "I didn't mean that, I just..." "Enough." Yang Lin raised his hand to interrupt his defense, unwilling to waste more breath or time, and spoke decisively with an undeniable authority. "Time is short. From now on, the three of you, along with everyone under your command, will rejoin my ranks. We will start anew. Any objections?" This statement was like a calming pill, instantly filling Jose with joy. He had long hoped to follow Yang Lin, but Yang Lin had always refused to take them in before. With the opportunity before him, he dared not hesitate even a moment, eagerly shaking his head with a face full of sincerity and excitement, speaking rapidly. "No, of course not. We've wanted to follow you, Lin Gu, for a long time. It was you who didn't want to take us in before." Yang Lin turned his head slightly, giving him a casual glance, a hint of mockery passing through his eyes as he said, "So as soon as I went to prison, you turned to Shuai Niu." His words instantly struck at the awkward past of several people. Jose's face instantly stiffened, his smile frozen. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, feeling embarrassed, and could only awkwardly smile and explain. "You wouldn't take us, so we had no choice. We had to make a living somehow." Seeing the awkward and guilty expressions on their faces, Yang Lin couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head lightly. "You guys not studying well, just coming out to mess around in society. This debt will settle it when we have time." His tone seemed relaxed, but it concealed a measure of seriousness. He had kept track of all past matters, yet faced with the imminent enemy, he had no time to dwell on them. Fei Quan stood silently by, watching Yang Lin step forward and insist on helping him, feeling a mix of emotion, guilt, gratitude, embarrassment, and self-blame. Countless emotions intertwined tightly in his chest, making his throat feel tight and swollen, and his voice slightly choked with deep self-reproach. "Lin Gu, you don't need to take on this deadlock for me. It's not worth it. Everyone knew that advancing into Tsim Sha Sui was a life-and-death gamble, a dangerous place that countless bosses dared not touch lightly. Yang Lin had just been released from prison, and his foundation was unstable. He should have been steadily gathering strength and developing cautiously, yet he was forcing himself into this dragon's lair for his sake. This kindness was something he felt he could not bear. Seeing this, Yang Lin stepped forward, raising his hand and firmly patting Fei Quan's shoulder. The force was steady and heavy, neither too strong nor too weak, yet it carried an extreme sense of certainty and reassurance, instantly calming Fei Quan's shaky spirit. He spoke openly and frankly without a hint of forced sentimentality, every word filled with sincerity. "What nonsense are you talking about? Your mother treated me like a son, caring for me in every way. You are my brother and also my younger brother. It is only right for me to save my own brother. What's wrong with that?" This simple statement instantly shattered all of Fei Quan's psychological defenses. All the long-suppressed grievances, the unwillingness to be out in the world, the despair of being trapped in a dead end, and the days of depression all disappeared in that moment. What replaced them was the burning, boiling combat spirit igniting within his chest. His eyes turned red instantly, his nose tinged with acidity, fighting back the hot tears that threatened to fall. He clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing to follow Yang Lin for life and never betray him. Yang Lin stopped speaking, slowly turning around, leaning against the cold, rusty iron railing of the rooftop. The night wind swirled around him, and he raised his gaze toward the most prosperous area of the city, Tsim Sha Sui. There the neon lights sparkled every night, and the music never ceased. It was a place of fame and fortune, a den of wealth, but also a hell of blades and continuous slaughter. That was the new battlefield he would personally tread upon and conquer in the next 10 days. On the rooftop, the wind howled. Yang Lin's gaze was resolute as he slowly spoke. His voice was light, not shouting to rally the troops, yet every word was heavy as 1,000 pounds, striking hard at the hearts of everyone present, shaking their spirits. 10 days. We will take 10 days to carve out a piece of territory for ourselves in Tsim Sha Sui. Not only to give Boss Pan an explanation, but also to give ourselves an explanation. 10 days to establish roots, 10 days to bravely storm Tsim Sha Sui. This determination and ambition stirred the hearts of those present, their blood boiling. Jose rubbed his hands together, excitement and nervousness in his eyes, unable to suppress the restlessness in his heart, eagerly asking, "But Lin Go, where should we start?" Tsim Sha Sui was filled with experts, with bosses everywhere. We are few in number. We can't just rush in and fight them, Heaton, can we? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Lin's lips slowly curved into a cold, confident smile. He held a lit cigarette between his fingers, lightly raised his hand, flicking it, and the fine ash floated away with the salty evening wind. His sharp and deep gaze accurately locked onto the entire power landscape of Tsim Sha Sui, seeing through all its strengths and weaknesses, precisely identifying the most vulnerable, chaotic, and easily breachable positions. The evening wind passed through the gaps in the rooftop buildings, the flickering neon lights casting shadows on Yang Lin's face, alternating between light and dark, making him look extremely calm, his eyes insightful and profound. He gently tapped the cold iron railing with his fingertips, the rhythm steady and unhurried. Like a top strategist who had already laid out the entire chess game, he calmly dissected the complex power dynamics of Tsim Sha Sui, clearly outlining the situation with every word. This area is very deep. I know exactly who can touch it, and who cannot, who is strong and who is weak. Those small-time gangs with only 1 or 2 small gambling dens or bars are hardly worth mentioning. Even if we were to fortuitously take them down, the territory is too small and the profits too meager, making it meaningless to establish a foothold. The true strongholds that can provide a firm foundation and substantial gains are only a few towering giants. He paused slightly, his tone becoming more steady and powerful as he counted the strengths and weaknesses of each top force one by one. The most powerful and deeply rooted force is undoubtedly the Ni family. They have been entrenched in Tsim Sha Sui for generations, with a strong background, extensive connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles, ample manpower, and solid foundations. With our current meager resources, recklessly confronting them is akin to hitting a stone with an egg. We absolutely cannot act against them. Next are Chung Sing Yat and Sun Qi. Chung Sing Yat's Lin Hao Long is ruthless and steady, with a meticulous mind. No matter how big or small the character on the streets, who wouldn't give him some face? He has fierce generals under him, each one battle-tested and unafraid to fight, and we cannot possibly go. Sun Qi is even an established top gang in the port city, standing strong for decades with territories spread throughout the city, countless personnel, and overwhelming power. Just mobilizing a batch of people could directly crush us, so we must not provoke them lightly. And then there's Hung Hing, which we definitely cannot touch. You all understand the implications involved, so I won't elaborate. This precise and thorough analysis completely dispelled the crowd's blind and impulsive thoughts, allowing everyone to see the true, dangerous landscape of Tsim Sha Sui. Yang Lin's gaze suddenly swept over Fei Quan, Jose, and the ostrich, his eyes sharp as knives, striking directly at their hearts. After careful evaluation, currently the only two opponents we can dare to target and have a chance to take down while still meeting our standards are Wang Bao from Xiao Zi and Duan Kun from He Hing. You should have an idea of who to strike and who to avoid, right? After hearing all the analysis, the ostrich's face instantly turned bitter, his brows furrowed tightly, looking troubled, and he reluctantly spoke up. Lin Guang Bao is definitely not an easy opponent. He is ruthless and merciless, using all means necessary. In the Xiao Zi gang, he holds a high status and is well respected with many loyal subordinates, making him hard to deal with. In contrast, Duan Kun's strength is slightly weaker, making it barely possible to fight back. Yang Lin's lips curled up slightly as he decisively made the call, his target crystal clear, without a hint of hesitation. In these 10 days, we will focus on taking down Duan Kun, tearing open the first crack in Simsha Sui. Even though the target is already the weakest among the bosses, the ostrich still felt a deep sense of unease, his confidence severely lacking, his voice wavering with thick fear. Lin Duan Kun's force is not small at all. He has a large number of professional thugs under him, each one fierce and capable. And the most critical point is, they have real weapons with guns. They are not just ordinary gangsters wielding knives. This is no joke. Yang Lin glanced at him sideways, his eyes holding a hint of mockery, his tone seemingly relaxed, yet hard as steel, with a resolute attitude. What? Are you scared? If you lack confidence, it's not too late to change your mind and go after Wang Bao instead. The ostrich instantly stiffened, quickly retracting his neck, shaking his head like a rattle, his face awkwardly smiling. No, let's stick with Duan Kun. I'll follow your arrangement, Lin Gu. Jose immediately pushed the ostrich aside, his face full of defiance and his eyes blazing with fearlessness. He had an almost blind, absolute faith in Yang Lin since childhood. No matter how strong the opponent or how precarious the situation, as long as Yang Lin led, he felt no fear. At this moment, he was the first to step forward to fully support, shouting loudly, "What are we scared of? With Lin Gu leading us, a mere Duan Kun is nothing. Is he impressive for having a gun? Can't we get our hands on one too?" The ostrich rolled his eyes dramatically, unceremoniously firing back. Easier said than done. Where do we get one? Do you know anyone in the arms trade? Anyone can talk big. Although Jose got rebutted, he appeared pleased, immediately puffing up his chest, looking confident, as he happened to hit the nail on the head, and quickly said, "You underestimated me. Lin Gu, I recently met someone named Chi while hanging out at a bar. His boss is I heard they've been secretly dealing in arms recently, hoarding a bunch of submachine guns and AKs. Those that go bang, bang, bang. Should we go find them to get a few to bolster our presence?" Hearing this outlandish idea, Yang Lin couldn't help but laugh at the naive kid, feeling both helpless and speechless, rolling his eyes and coldly scolding. "Get AKs? Do you want to be the infamous bandit Yi Guowan? If we really dare to carry AKs on the streets and engage in gunfights for territory, we wouldn't even need Duan Kun to deal with us. The police's Flying Tiger unit and anti-terrorist forces would swoop in, surrounding us in minutes, wiping us out completely. Possessing and using firearms in Hong Kong is a serious crime, leading to decades in prison if caught, and even life sentences for the most severe cases. Do you even have a clue about this?" Jose instantly wilted, scratching the back of his head, looking pitifully wronged, murmuring softly, "Then we can't just go at them with watermelon knives against their real guns. That's pure suicide. You don't need to worry about weapons, and definitely don't go around looking for trouble outside." Yang Lin's expression turned serious, his tone steady and confident, his presence suppressing the whole scene and providing immense reassurance. "I will have He Ziqiu handle everything. If we need to buy, we will find reputable and stable channels within the industry, low-key and safe, without leaving any traces. As for your tasks, they are simple and direct. From now on, everyone will disperse and thoroughly scout all of Duan Kun's territories. I want a clear understanding of every bar, gambling den, and entertainment venue. He has memorizing the number of guards at each place, the rotation times, and the daily operational patterns, precisely identifying the weakest defenses, the most relaxed security, and the most easily exploitable vulnerabilities. Remember my rules: observe without acting, scout without provoking, and note without causing a ruckus. Anyone who dares to act rashly or provoke the opponent and ruins my overall plan, I will be the first to deal with them without mercy." After hearing this, the three of them instantly wore serious expressions, putting away all their playful and careless attitudes, replying in unison with solemnity, "Got it, Lin Gu." As the night wind howled on the rooftop, the spirit of battle quietly surged. The hard-fought campaign to conquer Simsha Sui over the next 10 days officially commenced. Yang Lin turned his gaze towards Fei Quan beside him, his expression completely serious, replaced by a look of... They were heading to Simsha Sui to scout the situation, and the journey was fraught with unknown dangers. As the leader, Fei Quan needed to be warned in advance, his words filled with heavy trust and concern. "Fei Quan, you will lead this time. Your temperament is hasty and your temper fiery. You are the one I am most worried about. Remember, we are here to gather intelligence, not to start a fight. Do not engage in conflicts or take action recklessly. We only have 10 days. We cannot afford to waste time." Fei Quan listened to this admonition, his expression particular. After experiencing consecutive setbacks and hardships, the reckless spirit he once had significantly diminished, replaced by a newfound steadiness born from worldly experiences. He nodded heavily, his gaze resolute, his tone firm. Don't worry, Lin Go. I learned from my mistakes. I won't act foolishly again, nor will I cause you any trouble. Very good. Yang Lin, satisfied with this, reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a stack of neatly bundled Hong Kong dollars. With a slight lift of his arm, the thick stack landed solidly in Jose's embrace with a crisp sound. The cash was heavy in hand, and its substantial amount was immediately apparent. Here are 100,000. This will serve as the activity funds for the next 2 days, covering meals, transportation, and other expenses. Be sharp and don't make mistakes. Jose, caught off guard by the large stack of cash, froze momentarily, his eyes wide and mouth agape. After a long pause, he regained his composure, his voice trembling with excitement. Wow, Lin Gu, you are too generous. It's just to gather some information, and you give so much. You talk to Yang Lin scolded him jokingly, then suddenly his expression turned serious, carrying a hint of intimidation. If you come back without any useful information, just having fun, you'll see how I deal with you. Jose immediately straightened his posture, standing tall with his chest puffed out and energetically assured, putting on a determined look. I guarantee to complete the mission. Fei Quan watched this unfold, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. The entire situation had stemmed from his impulsive actions, and now his brothers were accompanying him on a risky venture while spending Yang Lin's money. He felt guilty and quickly stepped forward, his eyes slightly reddened, his tone full of remorse. Lin Gu, this whole matter is my fault. It was my impulsiveness that caused this trouble. How can we accept your money? I still have some savings here, enough for us to use. Yang Lin raised an eyebrow, his tone unyieldingly firm, directly exposing the harsh reality, leaving no room for leniency. How much do you have? Your girlfriend is still lying in the hospital, needing medication, injections, and hospitalization, all of which cost money. How long have you been the boss? How much can you earn? Don't let pride make you suffer. His straightforward words left Fei Quan speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. He slowly lowered his head, feeling a mix of bitterness and warmth, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within. He understood that Yang Lin spoke the absolute truth. He was currently strapped for cash and could not afford the expenses for so many people to operate outside. All right, stop whining like a woman. Yang Lin waved his hand briskly, his tone softening slightly. Consider me your brother and accept it. Among brothers, we don't keep score. This simple phrase completely shattered Fei Quan's last psychological defense. His eyes suddenly became warm with tears welling up, his voice choked with emotion, nearly breaking into tears. Lin Gu, your kindness and grace, Fei Quan will never be able to repay in this lifetime. Cut it out with that nonsense. Yang Lin chuckled lightly, giving him a gentle kick, urging him in a relaxed tone. Time waits for no one. We only have 10 days. Hurry up and get to work. The later we are, the more variables we face. All right, Lin Gu, we're off then. Get out of here, you're being an eyesore. Fei Quan, Jose, and the ostrich said no more, gathered the funds, and quickly walked towards the rooftop stairs, their figures soon disappearing into the depths of the corridor. After the noise subsided, the rooftop returned to silence, with only the evening breeze weaving through and howling. A sturdy figure, Nyo, had been standing by waiting. Seeing everyone else had set off, he quickly dashed over to Yang Lin. He was a burly man with facial features somewhat resembling a seasoned underworld boss. Usually straightforward, his face now bore an undeniable excitement, his hands rubbing together as he impatiently asked, Lin Gu, what about me? What should I do? You can't just leave me idle, right? Yang Lin patted his solid shoulder, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes, subtly revealing intense battle intent. Come with me to Mong Kok, gather all the brothers, and arrange defenses. We need to get around 10 to 20 spare Glocks. When the time comes, we'll deal with them. Upon hearing they would be getting serious, Nyo's eyes widened, his whole body trembling with excitement, breaking into a hearty laugh. Playing with guns. This is going to be fun. With Lin Gu, it's always thrilling. Make sure you can handle it, don't end up scared and wet yourself unable to hold the gun steady. Yang Lin teased. Rest assured, I guarantee I won't let you down. Nyo patted his chest confidently, full of assurance. The night deepened, but the prosperity of the harbor city showed no signs of waning. In the Yaomati area, particularly in Temple Street, the entire block was brightly lit and bustling with people. Various neon signs flashed intermittently, illuminating the night like day. On both sides of the street, the calls of street vendors, the honking of passing cars, and the pulsating music from nearby bars blended together in a never-ending clamor. Here all kinds of people gathered, making it the most vibrant and chaotic place in the harbor city, a hotspot for countless underworld grievances. An inconspicuous white van slowly entered the main road of Temple Street, avoiding the crowd, and came to a steady stop in front of a grand entertainment club. The entrance of the entertainment club was bright and bustling with patrons coming and going, creating a lively scene. Above the entrance, 5 gilded characters shone brightly under the neon lights. Chilan Entertainment Club. This was the core territory of Yang Lin and Mong Kok, which he had established through countless street fights with just his fists and a machete. The club was clearly divided into sections featuring various arcade games and gambling machines with pool tables on one side and snacks and drinks for sale. From day to night, the flow of customers never ceased, making it one of the most popular venues in Temple Street. In addition to Chilean Entertainment Club, Yang Lin owned two other significant businesses in Mong Kok. One was a finance company on Lady Street, primarily dealing in loans and debt collection with a stable clientele and considerable cash flow. The Chidong Bar on Tong Choi Street was also somewhat famous with exquisite decor and a diverse clientele, serving as a key stronghold for the Hong Liang Society in Mong Kok. On the surface, Yang Lin was the appointed leader of the Mong Kok branch of the Hong Liang Society. However, in the precious territory of Yao Ma Ti, where various factions were tightly interwoven, he could only fully control these three establishments. In many other shops and venues, he was only responsible for arranging people to oversee them and collecting a fixed protection fee without any actual control. Even so, relying solely on these three establishments, he could generate over $1 million in cash flow each month, plus another $200,000 to $300,000 from the oversight fees. After paying the required dues according to society rules, the pure profit that fell into Yang Lin's hands could still reach $600,000 to $700,000, making him one of the top earners among second-tier gang leaders. Having navigated the underworld for years, Yang Lin had a bottom line that he would never cross. His decades of experience had embedded a deep-seated aversion to drugs, things that harm others and oneself, destroying families. Therefore, no matter how eager he was to climb higher or make more money, all his establishments strictly prohibited drug dealings. This rule was one that none of his underlings dared to defy. The van came to a halt and Yang Lin stepped out. The younger brother stationed at the entrance for valet parking immediately recognized him, first stunned, then his face lit up with joy as he hastily jogged over his tone, a mix of surprise and excitement. This young brother was small but wiry with a sharp face and large eyes and mouth. He was the trusted aide known as Hippo under Heizai. Usually he was ruthless when out on missions or fighting in the streets, never holding back. However, upon seeing his long-lost boss, his fierce demeanor vanished completely. In his excitement, he forgot to lower his voice, immediately shouting towards the interior of the entertainment club, "Everyone come out. Lin Gu is back. Lin Gu is really back." Yang Lin quickly reached out to press his shoulder, lowering his voice to remind him. "Hippo, why are you shouting so loudly? Keep it low, we just got out. I don't want to draw too much attention." Oh, sorry Lin Gu, I was just too excited and couldn't control myself." Hippo scratched his head and grinned, sheepishly, looking quite innocuous. However, his shout had a powerful resonance, quickly spreading throughout the entire entertainment club. The once busy crowd immediately stirred as brothers watching over the gaming hall, patrolling the corridors, bartenders behind the bar, and key members waiting in the lounge all surged out in a wave, gathering at the entrance. All eyes focused on Yang Lin, their faces filled with joy and excitement, a chorus of greetings erupting. Lin Gu, you finally returned. We've been waiting for you for so long." Yang Lin had established himself in Mong Kok for many years, and he was always loyal and affectionate toward his brothers. He never kept all the profits for himself, always sharing according to contributions. When trouble arose or grievances were formed, he never sold out his underlings or shirked responsibility, taking on everything himself. Over time, all the brothers in the Mong Kok area had become completely devoted to him, loyal to the core. Since his imprisonment, this group of brothers had felt lost without their leader, acting hesitantly and cautiously, just trying to get by, while fearing other gangs would take advantage to bully and swallow them. Now seeing their boss return safely, the emotions that had been suppressed for so long erupted, and everyone felt. Yang Lin raised his arm and gently pressed down, a calm aura radiating from him, immediately quieting the noise. He spoke calmly, advising, "All right, everyone, don't crowd here, but it's not good for the guests to see. Those on watch should keep watching, and those who need to work should get back to it. Everything should go on as usual." The crowd, though reluctant, understood and gradually turned back to their respective posts. Yet many couldn't help but glance back repeatedly as they walked, their eyes filled with loyalty and respect. Yang Lin had no time for exchanging pleasantries with the juniors below or for idle chatter. He had just come out of the Hong Lok headquarters, shouldering the grim responsibility of securing the newly taken territory. Every second now was precious. There was no luxury to waste. Among all matters, only one thing was find Heizai Chiu, make sure his weapons and equipment are in place, and prepare flawlessly for the forthcoming action. His thoughts raced. He reached out, hauled Hima in front of him, shed every trace of ease, and spoke in a blunt, direct tone with no hint of delay. "Hima, stop joking. Where's Chiu?" Hima's previously bright, ecstatic smile froze on his face. The joy at seeing their boss return vanished in an instant. His gaze flitted away from Yang Lin's eyes. He stood helplessly, stammering and evasive, carrying the look of someone deliberately hiding something. Brother Lin. Brother Chiu, he just took the brothers out. Took them out." Yang Lin's brow shot up and a cold, murderous light flashed across his eyes. This was the dead of night in Mong Kok, at its busiest hour, the moment when the place most needed men to hold it. Heizai Chiu, Yang Lin's most trusted lieutenant, should have been holding the Chilean Entertainment Club to steady the situation. That he had taken his team out without permission meant something serious had occurred. His voice deepened, tamping down his impatience as he asked, "At this hour, he isn't at the club to watch things. Where did he take his men?" A knot of anxiety tightened in Hima's chest. He recalled how Brother Chiu had specially told them before leaving that today Brother Lin had just been released and needed rest, and that Chiu would handle the trouble entirely without disturbing him. Having followed Brother Lin for so long, Hima knew better than anyone the measures and depths of their leader. Yang Lin was both clever and decisive. He despised subordinates who concealed matters or covered things up. This incident was too great to keep under wraps. If Yang Lin discovered the truth himself, Hima, who knew but did not report, would surely be severely punished and meet a miserable end. He swallowed hard, cast a swift look around to make sure no strangers were nearby, then lowered his voice and confessed, "Brother Chiu went to Chitong Bar to negotiate." Negotiate? Yang Lin's face went completely dark, the temperature around him dropped, and his gaze sharpened like a blade suffused with oppressive force. What sort of negotiation? Tell me exactly what happened. Not a single word omitted. Hima dared not hide anything further and immediately laid out the whole sequence of events without reservation. It was a dong who caused it. Tonight a dong at Chitong Bar smashed Xing's Prince Jiang Zhengang, Jiang Zhangong, the Xing prince. Yang Lin faltered for a moment as the name flashed through his mind and familiar scenes rushed in. The person and the conflict felt painfully familiar. In an instant he realized this was the classic sequence from the Hong Kong film Jiaji, the night that sealed a dong's bond with his wife. Only there was a slight divergence from the film and the movie. It was a Xiang who threw the blow by a twist of fate. It had been the hot-headed, impulsive A dong this time. Thoughts flickered and passed as Yang Lin listened, his face growing ever more solemn. Hima nodded repeatedly, his voice urgent and furious, filled with righteous indignation. Tonight the prince came to our bar and set his sights on a female guest. He was arrogant and lecherous. When rebuffed, he secretly drugged her, intending to render her unconscious and abduct her for his own debauched intentions. We've followed you a long time, Brother Lin, so every brother knows you loathe those low, despicable tactics, drugging and abducting women. A dong couldn't stand to watch. He stepped in to intervene with gentle words, telling the prince to stop and behave while on. But that wretched prince, accustomed to arrogance, scorned every code of the streets, humiliated a dong publicly, and demanded degrading submission and humiliation from him. Hima grew more heated as he spoke, his speech speeding up and his eyes burning with anger. A dong snapped on the spot. Unable to bear it, he grabbed a beer bottle from the table and smashed it down on the prince's head with a sickening crack, splitting his skull and spilling blood everywhere. That action had stirred a hornet's nest. Axing immediately went mad with fury. Xiao Yanan's Wadun, the local strongman, received the news and without hesitation mustered over 100 Xing men and swept to Tonkai Street, encircling Chitong Bar 3 layers deep with no gap and leaving no route of escape. Xiao Yan spat threats, vowing to flatten Chitong Bar, storm and drag a dong out and beat him to death. Brother Chiu, upon catching wind of this, did not dare delay. He immediately gathered over 100 brothers and rushed to the bar to reinforce it, fearing that the young hotheads, a Ting, a Xiang, and a Dong, might be outnumbered and suffer greatly. Having finished recounting the whole incident, Hima watched Yang Lin's face darken further and panicked. He quickly tried to soften the mood and reassure him. "But Brother Lin, don't worry. The cops are watching every district closely these days and cracking down on street. Both sides will at most come to posture, shout, and face off. Maybe a scuffle and some threats, but they won't dare a full-scale armed clash. You speak as if it's trivial." Yang Lin felt his temples throb, his mind was heavy with helplessness. His men were brave, loyal, and ready to fight, but sometimes too naive to see the depths of the underworld. He spoke in a low, stern voice and rebuked them. "You smashed the Xing prince's head in public, and you still think the other side only came to posture. Do you know who Jiang Zhangong is? He is the boss-owned son at Xing, a prince born of privilege and very likely to inherit a leading position there. Raised, spoiled, and worshipped from childhood, he is used to arrogance. He has never suffered such disgrace. Today on our Hong Lu turf, our men split his head open in public, shattering his face and dignity. Do you think he will simply let that pass?" Hima froze, bewildered. "No, he wouldn't. We're all out here in the same life. Scuffles and bumps happen, aren't common." Yang Lin's tone hardened, his gaze cold enough to chill. "Use your head. If you were the prince, publicly humiliated and having your head split, would you swallow that grudge and let it go?" Hima shrank back under Yang Lin's fierce presence, head lowered, and after a long hesitation timidly asked, "Then, Brother Lin, should we summon more men to go reinforce? Bring weapons, just in case." "No need." Yang Lin waved his hand decisively, his brow knitted, thinking with icy clarity. "Brother Chiu has already brought over 100 brothers. Both sides are evenly matched. If we escalate by moving large numbers and weapons, their Tonkai Street will explode and the commotion will be too loud. If we stir up a large-scale mobilization and bring arms, the noise will draw too much attention. The police are currently cracking down hard on gangs. If a large armed brawl erupts, the main police units will surely come out to take control. Then both the Hong Lu and Xing banners will be torn down by the police, and everyone will end up behind bars. The price would be far greater than the gain. He turned to Anyo, who had been rubbing his hands in impatience, and ordered in a deep voice. Anyo, drive. Don't bring extra men, just the two of us. Oh, yes, Brother Lin. Anyo straightened, instantly alert and ready. Yang Lin then faced Hima with solemn gravity and entrusted him with command. Hima, you stay and hold the Qilin Entertainment Club. You are fully in charge here. No matter how things turn out at Qitong Bar, this place must not fall into chaos or suffer any mishap. Understand? Understood. Brother Lin, rest assured. As long as the men are here, the place stands. Nothing will go wrong. Hima straightened, chest proud, and answered loudly and resolutely. Night pressed down. Qitong Bar on Tonkai Street had long since been completely sealed off by Xing. Every entrance to the bar, main doors, side doors, fire exits, had been blocked so tightly that it was airtight. Not even a fly could get through. At the bar's doorway, two forces faced each other at a distance, the atmosphere so oppressive it felt suffocating. The heavy scent of gunpowder mingled with the sweat, smoke, and liquor of more than 100 men hanging thickly over the alley. The air was as taut as a steel string pulled to its limit, ready to snap. A single spark could instantaneously ignite a large-scale slaughter. At the front of the crowd stood Xing's Prince, Jiang Zhangong, looking wretched. A thick white bandage wrapped his smooth forehead. Dark red blood had already seeped into its edges, staining it with a shocking hue. His once neat hair was a tangle, and the collar of his expensive shirt gaped. His appearance was disheveled. His face contorted, veins bulging, eyes bloodshot. He was full of raging lunatic fury, like a maddened dog on the brink of losing control, glaring at the Hung Lok men and howling curses at the top of his lungs. You bastards. All of you get out of the way. Standing beside Jiang Zhangong was the man known as Xiao Yin, the enforcer of Xing on Zhuodun Road. In his 30s, he wore a fitted black and white checked suit. His frame was taut and upright, carrying the hard, ruthless manner of a seasoned underworld figure. His long hair was slicked back into a precise pompadour, and a pair of black sunglasses hid whatever emotion lay behind his eyes, leaving only a face full of cutting malice. Merely standing there, he radiated the aura of a veteran who had spent years courting danger and wielding power at the top of the streets, cold, fierce, and menacing. Behind them, a dark, oppressive tide of Xing men stretched on, well over 100, packed shoulder to shoulder and filling the length of the road until it was impassable. Each man gripped a weapon: steel pipes, machetes, cleavers, baseball bats, cold metal flashing under the streetlights with murderous gleams, the air thick with the sense of imminent bloodshed. Opposing them, Hong Lu was far outnumbered. Only a Ting Axiong and a dozen core brothers stood vigilant. Despite the lopsided numbers and overwhelming disparity of strength, not one Hong Lu man stepped back. They stood tall and resolute, holding the threshold of their turf with unwavering presence. Axiong, the most hot-headed and unafraid of trouble, took the lead at the forefront. He braced his neck, met the pressure of 100 men, and roared back defiant words. We won't move. This is Hongles turf. Since when did Xing get to run wild here? Jiang Zhangong, enraged by the rebuke, trembled violently and screamed in a hoarse, hysterical voice. Fuck you. If you don't hand over the bastard who smashed my head, I'll level this rotten bar. Hand him over. Over 100 Xing men roared in unison, their shouts reverberating like thunder and filling the whole street with their fury. The enormous commotion drew countless onlookers. Sidewalks and shop fronts teemed with gawkers, and balconies and windows of nearby residential blocks were crowded with heads peering down. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the tinderbox before them as the gang war threatened to erupt at any moment. At the street corner of Tonkai Street, both sides were tense with a heavy aura of hostility hanging in the air. Aiding stood beside Axiong, his eyes rapidly scanning the dark mass of the new record gang across from them, his heart sinking, a knot forming in his throat. Including himself and Axiong, there were only 19 brothers on their side, a pitifully thin force. In contrast, the opposing side had over 100 men lined up in formation, wielding knives and clubs, their momentum overwhelming. If they were to completely tear the facade and start fighting, these mere dozen or so men wouldn't last a moment. In just a few minutes, they would be completely swallowed by the enemy's sheer numbers without any chance to fight back. Understanding the vast disparity between the two sides, Aiding knew that a heated confrontation would be tantamount to seeking death. He forcibly suppressed the raging fury within him, concealing all his sharp edges. He forced a smooth, worldly smile onto his face, taking half a step forward, intending to take the initiative to defuse the situation and ease the deadlock in hopes of preventing an immediate outbreak of violence. Brother Prince, we are all just trying to make our way in this world. There's no need to escalate things to such an extreme. Shut your mouth. At that moment, Jiang Zhanggang had already been driven nearly insane by the pain above his head and the overwhelming humiliation. His heart filled with rage, not willing to listen to a single word of persuasion. In a fit of rage, he kicked over a metal trash can beside the road. With a loud crash, the trash can toppled over, scattering leftover food scraps and waste paper everywhere, creating a messy scene that further intensified the chaotic and violent atmosphere on the street. He raised his hand, pointing fiercely at the blood-soaked bandage on his head, his face twisted with rage, his eyes bloodshot, as he screamed hysterically. My head has been smashed. How am I supposed to talk nicely? I give you 10 minutes. If you don't hand over the person, I will let them take action and eliminate you directly. Oh, as his words fell, 100 brothers from New Record answered in unison, their roars shaking the entire street, creating a terrifying momentum. Everyone stepped forward in unison, the heavy footfalls echoing together, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The overwhelming feeling of oppression surged forward, pressing heavily on the hearts of Hung Lok people. At this moment, the situation was already like an arrow on the bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. A deadly conflict involving hundreds of people was imminent, just waiting for the final spark to ignite. In this critical moment, on the chaotic fringes of the crowd, a lazy and calm voice, tinged with nonchalance, slowly rang out. The voice wasn't loud, but it possessed a penetrating quality, firmly cutting through the chaotic shouts of the crowd, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Brother Prince, there's no need to be so angry. In this world, the most important thing is to cultivate good relationships and make a profit. As the voice fell, the crowded standoff seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, instinctively parting to allow a spacious passage. He Zichio, accompanied by 100 brothers from Hong Lu who had arrived, walked steadily into the formation. He stood tall, head held high, his face exuding a rebellious spirit, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, relaxed, yet radiating a powerful aura. Even with the infamous Jiang Zhonggang and the notorious leader Xiao Yan from New Record standing across from him, he maintained his composure, facing them without any sign of inferiority. Hearing this, Jiang Zhonggang's anger only intensified, burning even hotter. In his eyes, He Zichio's words were nothing but empty platitudes, utterly ignoring the immense humiliation he had just suffered. It felt like a dismissive excuse. Fury surged within him, and he gritted his teeth, shouting, "He Zichio, you've come at the right time. I came to your bar to show you respect. Now I've been humiliated inside, and you must give me an explanation for this." He Zichio scoffed at him on the spot, refusing to back down, and retorted, "An explanation? You dare ask me for an explanation? I haven't even mentioned how you harassed my brother's girl, bringing over 100 men to surround Hong Lok territory. Who do you think you're scaring?" In the world of gang rivalries, positions matter more than right or wrong. At this moment, whether the girl who was drugged was indeed Adong's girlfriend had long ceased to be important. On Hong Lok's turf, at a time when their own brothers caused trouble, He Zichio firmly stated that if she said she was, then she was. This was about protecting one's own, and it was the foundation for the gang's existence. Jiang Zhonggang was left speechless by this swift and decisive rebuttal, feeling that Hong Lok people were unreasonable, truly believing that he, as the Jiang family's young master, could be easily bullied. He immediately pointed at He Zichio, arrogantly shouting, "I did harass her, so what? You say she's his girlfriend, so she is. I also say she's my fire extinguisher." Standing beside him, Xiao Yan, eager to seize the opportunity to impress Jiang Zhonggang and solidify his own status, stepped forward immediately. His eyes were cold and ruthless, locking onto He Zichio with a fierce intensity, exuding the aura of a seasoned gangster as he shouted ominously, "He Zichio, hand over the person right now. Otherwise I will turn your Qitong bar into ruins today." Facing Xiao Yan's fierce threat, He Zichio merely cast a sidelong glance at him, showing no interest in responding. He knew full well that Xiao Yan was merely a peripheral leader stationed at New Record, guarding a few small venues, and held no significant standing in their vast system. His strength was mediocre, unable even to contend with the useless Lu Xiao from Liansheng. Such a minor character didn't deserve his attention or a debate. Ignoring Xiao Yan's agitation, He Zichio turned back to the furious Jiang Zhonggang, speaking calmly and steadily. "Look, Brother Prince, I won't beat around the bush. My brother did indeed smash your head, which was wrong. However, you first drugged and bullied a woman, which is where the fault lies. Let's each take a step back and well consider this. Even if you feel your pride is hurt, I can set up a few tables for a banquet to apologize to you. How about it? They'll give you enough face for New Record." With He Zichio's protective nature toward his own, to actively lower his head, set up a banquet, and take a step back was already the greatest concession he could offer. He was well aware that New Record was a top-tier, long-established gang in Hong Kong, with deep foundations and immense power, far from what the currently weak Hong Lu could contend against. If a full-blown war were to break out, Hong Lu would only suffer great losses and incur casualties. Had it not been for the overall interests of the gang and fear of New Record's power with his temperament, he would have already ordered an immediate attack and skirmish. But Jiang Zhonggang, who had just suffered great humiliation in public, proud and used to being arrogant, how could he easily swallow this anger and accept reconciliation? His eyes glinted dangerously, a cold and sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke in a bone-chilling tone, yelling frantically, "A banquet? Go drink it with your mother. I don't want to waste my breath with you. Today the person who smashed my head, whichever hand did it, you will chop that hand off and give it to me. Bring the hand to me, and I'll leave immediately. Otherwise." Jiang Zhonggang raised his arm high and swung it. Behind him, over 100 men from New Record stepped forward in unison, a wave of killing intent surging toward them, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating. Jiang Zhonggang's eyes were wild, his voice sharp and desperate, each word laced with menace. "I will make Qitong Bar completely disappear from Mong Kok. As his words echoed, the entire street fell into a sudden silence. The evening wind ceased, the clamor faded, and the onlookers on the street held their breath as if a pin dropping could be heard. The air seemed to freeze entirely, as if everyone's breath had been cut off by an invisible hand. A street battle involving hundreds of people was on the brink of explosion, with all the fuses, all the conflicts, and all the confrontations taut, just waiting for the final match to ignite chaos and bloodshed. In that most deadly, suffocating, and tense moment, a tall figure slowly stepped out from the end of the crowd. With white hair against the neon lights, he stood tall and straight, walking leisurely, exuding an aura of authority that overshadowed the entire scene. Yang Lin had arrived. From behind layers of people, he spoke from afar, his voice not loud yet calm and composed, carrying a heavy presence that pierced through the silence, resonating through the entire street. I heard someone wants to smash my bar from a great distance. What kind of enmity is this to escalate to such severity? The familiar, authoritative, and awe-inspiring voice rang out. All the brothers from Hung Lok instantly brightened, the pressure that had been weighing down on them lifted. Hei Zichio's tense body relaxed, suddenly both surprised and delighted, exclaiming, "Brother Lin." Following close behind, all the brothers of Hung Lok were instantly invigorated, their morale soaring as they shouted in unison, the sound echoing through the night. "Brother Lin! Brother Lin!" The calls rose and fell, reverberating through the night sky, and the previously suppressed situation was instant. In the opposing formation, Xiao Yan from New Record felt his pupils constrict, suddenly disbelief etched across his face as he blurted out instinctively, "White Qilin, you're out of prison." White Qilin Yang Lin. This name is a well-known presence throughout the Yao Ma Ti and Mong Kok underworld. He rose to fame at a young age, fearless and tenacious, with exceptional intelligence, carving out a significant territory in Mong Kok all by himself, a formidable character that no one dared to provoke lightly. Yang Lin smiled faintly, his gaze calmly sweeping over the opponent, his tone casual yet oppressive. "Oh, it's you, Xiao Yan. You've done well. So many brothers following you." Xiao Yan's expression darkened instantly, deeply wary yet constrained by the face of New Record. He could only force himself to hold on and say, "Since you are here, let's clarify the situation and give our brother Prince an explanation." Explanation? Sure. Yang Lin raised an eyebrow, exuding a calm, composed aura, unhurried. "Let me ask my little brother first. I want to hear the whole story in his words." He turned to look at Aiding and Aseong beside him, instantly retracting his sharp edges, his tone gentle and warm. "What's all this commotion about?" The most impatient and straightforward Aseong couldn't hold back any longer, immediately stepping forward and rapidly recounting the entire situation. "Brother Lin, this is what happened. This Prince Jiang drugged Adong's girl in the bar, and Adong smashed a bottle at him. Now he's come to smash our venue." "Damn, you're talking nonsense." Jiang Zhonggang exploded at once, furious, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Isn't that the truth?" Aseong showed no fear in the face of the 100 men standing tall and confronting Jiang Zhonggang heated. Damn, Jiang Zhonggang's fury reached its peak, and he was about to charge forward to fight. Xiao Yan beside him was terrified, his heart racing as he quickly grabbed him, lowering his voice in urgent persuasion. "Brother Prince, don't be impulsive. White Qilin is not to be trifled with." Everyone knew that while Yang Lin seemed young, he was decisive and ruthless, never playing by the rules. If things escalated, they would undoubtedly be the ones to suffer. But the arrogant Jiang Zhonggang wouldn't heed a word of advice, shaking off Xiao Yan's grip and maintaining his haughty demeanor, his face filled with disdain. "I don't care if he's difficult to deal with. Hung Lok is just a minor gang, why should I avoid him?" Seeing Jiang Zhonggang's reckless arrogance, Yang Lin could no longer be bothered to waste breath. Calmly, he turned to Aiding and instructed, "Call Adong out and bring that girl over as well." "Understood, Brother Lin." Aiding immediately responded and quickly rushed into Chitong Bar. Seeing Yang Lin actively sending someone to fetch Adong, Jiang Zhonggang mistakenly assumed that the other party was intimidated by New Record's power and was willing to compromise. A triumphant expression of superiority instantly appeared on his face, and he scoffed arrogantly, saying, "Not bad, the big brother is indeed different, much more sensible than Hei Zichio." The atmosphere of confrontation on the street had tightened to its utmost, with both sides men holding swords and clubs ready to erupt into a large-scale brawl at the slightest provocation. In the face of Jiang Zhonggang's aggressive pressure, Yang Lin merely shook his head lightly. There was not a trace of panic in his eyes, instead a casual smile appeared, and the previously relaxed atmosphere suddenly became tense, his tone turning forceful and commanding, exuding an undeniable control. "Hey, don't get me wrong. I called my little brother out, but it's not to hand him over to you." This brief statement shattered all prior arrangements. The arrogant expression on Jiang Zhonggang's face instantly froze, his brows furrowing tightly, and a surge of hostility filled his eyes as his tone turned completely cold. What do you mean?" Yang Lin stood tall at the front of the crowd, his expression calm and unfazed, yet each word he spoke fell like iron nails, powerful and resonant. "That's exactly what I mean. Each side has its own reasons. Let's face each other and clarify the matter." This statement ignited the pent-up rage within Jiang Zhonggang that had been building all night. From being openly insulted upon entry to being pressured step by step, while repeatedly ignored by Yang Lin, he had endured and retreated time and again harboring a bellyful of resentment. He thought that Yang Lin had softened and was ready to hand over his little brother to apologize. Little did he know he had been toyed with the entire time like a clown made to dance. His youthful, arrogant temper could no longer be suppressed. Jiang Zhonggang's face twisted with fury as he suddenly turned to his side and shouted orders at the small-eyed man. Fuck them up. The small-eyed man, upon hearing the command, instantly turned pale, his body stiffening, caught between a rock and a hard place, cold sweat soaking his back. How could he dare to truly take action against Bai Qilin? To outsiders, he looked impressive, holding the title of the boss of the new faction, leading a group of over 100 men, and was considered a local big shot. But he knew deep down that he was all show with nothing substantial behind it. Most of the little brothers who had come to support him tonight were just temporary fillers. Usually they could manage to eat and have fun cheering him on, but when it came to life and death struggles, they would all run away faster than anyone else, fearing for their lives. If the opponent were just some small-time thugs, he might dare to rely on his numbers to bully them, aiming to show off in front of Prince Jiang Zhonggang and seize an opportunity for advancement. But standing opposite him was Bai Qilin Yang Lin, the infamous figure who, despite 3 years in Stanley Prison, still retained his fearsome reputation, having single-handedly cut through Mong Kok to protect his territory, slaying dozens. In the entire Hong Kong and Kowloon underworld, who hadn't heard of Bai Qilin's notorious name, who didn't know he was ruthless, never holding back in tough and deadly fights. The situation had completely reversed. The momentum of Hong Le's forces was overwhelming, and they had become the weaker side. If a fight broke out, it would be pure suicide. The small-eyed man stood frozen, his legs weak, hesitating to give the order to attack. What are you doing? Can't you hear me? I told you to attack. Seeing his men standing still, cowering, Jiang Zhonggang was first taken aback, then furious, pointing at the small-eyed man and cursing loudly, his rage boiling over. This. The small-eyed man was speechless, caught in a dilemma, facing the furious Jiang Zhonggang on one side and the formidable Bai Qilin on the other, unable to offend either, feeling so awkward he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Just as the standoff on the street reached an unbearable level, on the brink of completely spiraling out of control. At the end of the street, a steady and understated black Mercedes slowly parted the congested crowd, coming to a smooth stop at the roadside. The car approached silently without honking or drawing attention, yet emanated a heavy aura that suppressed the entire scene. The rear window gradually lowered. A calm and authoritative middle-aged voice, carrying the oppressive weight of a top-tier figure, suddenly rang out sharply, halting the impending explosion of Jiang Zhonggang. A gang. Just those two simple words acted like an anchor, instantly calming the rampaging wild horse. Jiang Zhonggang's body shook violently, his furious form freezing as he turned sharply towards the source of the voice. Upon seeing who was in the car, his arrogant expression changed dramatically. All hostility retracted, leaving only shock and elation in his eyes. The arrival was none other than his father, one of the two heads of the new faction, Jiang Sheng. The new faction had established itself in Hong Kong for decades, its influence spreading from Yao Ma Ti to Mong Kok, with numerous followers and formidable foundations, a top-tier giant suppressing many smaller gangs. Dad, what are you doing here? At the same time, all the little brothers of the new faction, including the small-eyed man caught in the dilemma, immediately bowed deeply, their movements synchronized, their voices filled with sincere respect and awe. Brother Sheng. As the car door opened, Jiang Sheng stepped out. He wasn't particularly tall, dressed in a dark suit, appearing understated and calm, without a trace of flamboyance. However, the moment his feet hit the ground, the entire bustling street fell silent. All the gangsters instinctively, the overwhelming sense of authority that came from holding power over a region, frequently deciding life and death, overshadowed the entire street, pressing down on everyone to the point that they instinctively lightened their breaths. Jiang Sheng's indifferent gaze swept over the crowd, first landing on the blood-soaked bandage on his son Jiang Zhonggang's head. He looked at the glaring bloodstain, his expression turning slightly somber. Then his gaze shifted to the calm and unafraid Yang Lin in front, finally scanning past the imposing and battle-ready Hong Lu forces behind Yang Lin. His brows slightly furrowed, his expression flat, revealing no joy or anger, yet exuding an immense pressure. Then he raised his hand and lightly patted Jiang Zhonggang's shoulder, his voice deep and heavy, carrying a soothing tone, but hiding deeper meaning. You got beaten, how could I not come? With his top-tier leader father backing him, Jiang Zhonggang's confidence surged, his back straightening, the arrogance that had just been suppressed reigniting. He pointed at Yang Lin's nose, brazenly shouting, "Now that my dad is here, let's see how arrogant you can be." In the face of Jiang Zhonggang's provocation, Yang Lin couldn't even be bothered to spare him a glance. He took a step forward, directly facing the top boss Jiang Sheng, wearing a polite smile, maintaining a balanced demeanor that was neither servile nor overbearing. Brother Sheng, it's just a trivial matter on the street, and I didn't mean to trouble you to come personally. I'm truly sorry. Jiang Sheng's gaze remained fixed on Yang Lin, scrutinizing him up and down for several seconds, his eyes filled with both appraisal and inquiry, slowly opening his mouth, his voice calm and powerful. Bai Qilin is indeed Bai Qilin after 3 years in Stanley, you are still so spirited. Upon hearing the compliment, Yang Lin laughed heartily, his eyes reflecting the carefree and unrestrained spirit of a gangster. Huh. For someone like me in the underworld, going to Stanley is akin to going for training. The place is full of talent, and everyone speaks so nicely. Oh, I've learned quite a bit there. This casual and down-to-earth remark instantly broke the heavy atmosphere that had settled with the top-tier boss arrival. Yet Jiang Zhonggang found it extremely grating, unable to suppress a scoff filled with mockery. Damn. If you went to prison, then just say you went. Why make it sound so refined? What are you pretending to be, a scholar? The moment his words fell, the air on the street suddenly froze. The faint smile on Yang Lin's face vanished at a visible pace. His previously calm expression gradually darkened, his warm eyes turning cold and sharp, a glint of menace emerging. He didn't speak, merely casting a cold glance at Jiang Zhonggang. But the chill radiating from that gaze was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Behind him, the core members of Hong Lu, including He Zaiqiu Nyo and Xiang, suddenly turned as dark as ink, their expressions grave. All the little brothers of Hong Lu tightened their grips on their steel pipes, knuckles turning white, veins bulging. The entire crowd was poised to strike, waiting for Yang Lin's command to surge forward and engage in a bloody battle with the new faction. Sensing the escalating murderous intent and the situation about to spiral out of control, Jiang Shang's expression darkened slightly as he immediately called out to his son, "A gang don't interrupt when adults are talking." This simple reprimand, lacking any heavy tone, carried absolute. Jiang Zhonggang, who had just been brimming with arrogance, instantly felt as if his throat had been squeezed, his momentum deflating significantly. All the unwillingness and resentment were tightly bottled up inside him, not daring to say another word, only glaring fiercely at the opposing group, his eyes filled with hostility. After controlling his son, Jiang Shang turned back to Yang Lin, his tense expression easing slightly, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful arc as he slowly spoke. "I didn't expect that 3 years in prison not only failed to dull your temper, but actually sharpened it further." Seeing Jiang Shang taking the initiative to ease the tension and maintain dignity for both sides, Yang Lin also naturally retracted his hostility, responding lightly and calmly. "Brother Xing, you jest. I've always believed in not harming others unless they harm me. Tonight your son came to my territory to stir trouble, and now he's brought so many people here to surround me. Isn't it normal that I spoke a bit harshly?" "Humph." Jiang Shang snorted lightly at Yang Lin's words, his eyes reflecting a hint of displeasure. Yang Lin's calm and reasoned approach made it difficult for him, a new faction leader, to maintain his face, causing his tone to cool down a bit. "Currently it's your people who injured my son, and I haven't lost my temper yet, but you're already feeling uneasy. What's wrong? Is our new faction already so lacking in stature?" The confrontation between the two top-tier forces fell back into a deadlock, the smell of gunpowder becoming increasingly intense. At that moment, the crowd at the bar entrance parted as a Ting and a Dong flanked a young girl, quickly walking out from the venue to stand by Yang Lin. A Dong bowed first, his attitude exceedingly respectful. Lin Go, the young girl beside him, had now fully recovered from the effects of the drugs, though she still looked terrified, her pale face betraying her fear. Having never witnessed such a dangerous scene of hundreds confronting each other with weapons, she trembled slightly. Seeing a Dong bow, she hurriedly lowered her head and timidly echoed Lin. "Lin Go." Yang Lin's expression softened a bit as he turned to a Dong, speaking in a deep voice. "All right. A Dong, please explain what happened so Brother Xing doesn't think I'm being biased." "Okay, here's what happened. I brought my girlfriend to the venue, and during the time I went to the restroom, Jiang Zhonggang drugged her drink and tried to force her to leave with him. If I hadn't returned in time, I really don't know what would have happened." A Dong clearly stated the events in front of everyone. The crowd, unaware of the details, assumed the girl was truly his girlfriend. Only a Dong knew that he had helped the girl completely dispel the effects of the drug in the private room earlier, and after spending time with her, she truly was now his woman. Thus, this statement did not seem exaggerated to him. Yang Lin turned to the girl beside him, his tone gentle and non-threatening, softly confirming. "Is that so?" The girl, terrified, didn't dare to look up and quickly nodded, her voice trembling slightly. "Yes." With the confirmation from the person involved, the truth was now clear. Yang Lin nodded in satisfaction, slowly raising his gaze to scan the gathered crowd, his voice not loud, but penetrating, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Brother Xing, regarding today's incident, I believe it's clear who is right and who is wrong. Your son drugged my brother's girlfriend on my territory with ulterior motives. My brother's actions were a bit excessive, but under circumstances like that, I doubt any man would have been able to hold back, right? With the truth laid bare, it was reasonable and indisputable." Jiang Zhonggang's face turned ashen, directly exploding with rage on the spot, hurriedly rebutting, "Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. That girl isn't." "Shut up." Jiang Shang's expression darkened as he sharply interrupted. Under the overwhelming pressure, all of Jiang Zhonggang's words were instantly choked back, falling silent. Filled with unwillingness, he didn't dare to go against his father, only glaring fiercely at a Dong, his eyes brimming. Jiang Shang took a deep breath, his gaze heavy as he looked at Yang Lin, his tone turning completely cold, carrying the last line and firmness of a top-tier boss. "My son is at fault, though I will teach him when we get home. But he is still my son Jiang Sheng. If he gets injured in Mong Kok, what will that say about me and my new faction? The meaning was as clear as day. He could admit that Jiang Zhanggang was at fault and could handle the family teaching private. However, the new faction is the top gang in Hong Kong, and if the leader's son gets publicly injured, it would ruin their face. If nothing is done about it, the reputation they have built over decades would become a laughingstock. Today, Yang Lin must give him and the new faction a way out. Otherwise, this confrontation would have no possibility of reconciliation and would only end in a fight to the death. Everyone around held their breath. The entire Tung Choi Street was eerily silent as the evening breeze swept the neon lights along the roadside, casting flickers across taut faces. On the side of the new record, over 100 people formed a dark mass, while Hong Les brothers gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes fierce yet tinged with a hint of tension. Everyone knew that the situation tonight had long exceeded the realm of ordinary bickering among small subordinates and street brawls. On one side stood Jiang Sheng of new record, a veteran boss at the pinnacle of the Hong Kong underworld, wielding immense power capable of stirring half the city with a mere word and commanding numerous followers with a wave of his hand. His foundation far beyond what any small to medium-sized gang could compare to. On the other side was the white Kirin Yang Lin, who had just stepped out of Chai Wan after a 3-year absence from the underworld. He was the legitimate leader of Hong Lu in Mong Kok. Even after 3 years in prison and 3 years away from the underworld, Hong Les territory in Mong Kok remained as stable as a mountain, unassailable by anyone. Now that he had returned forcefully, simply standing quietly in front of the crowd bolstered the morale of all Hong Lu members, causing the previously somewhat disadvantaged brothers to straighten their backs and reignite their fighting spirit. Tonight, whether it would end in a handshake and peace or in bloodshed and mutual destruction, all the decision-making power rested between Yang Lin and Jiang Sheng. The core members of Hong Lu, including He Zaiqiu, A Ting A Xiang, and A Dong, stared intently at Yang Lin ahead. Their expressions were tense, remaining utterly still, not daring to take a breath, quietly waiting for their leader's decision. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Lin slowly raised his head. His signature long white hair glistened under the dim streetlights, adorned with a layer of frosty chill, sharp and eye-catching. Like a cold blade drawn from its sheath, glaring fierce and emanating an undeniable edge, it made the hearts of onlookers race. Faced with Jiang Sheng, who had dominated the underworld for decades, Yang Lin displayed no signs of panic or retreat. He met Jiang Sheng's gaze with unwavering confidence, his tone steady and weighty, each word resonating as he held firm to his unshakable bottom line. Boss Sheng, you want an explanation, I understand. However, my Hong Lu brothers are not tools for cutting hands, nor are they to be sacrificed for apologies. As his words landed, they echoed through the silent street. The mood among Hong Les brothers instantly fluctuated. They first quietly sighed in relief, feeling a surge of hot blood within. Indeed, they had not followed the wrong person. Their leader, regardless of the immense pressure or terrifying opponents, would never betray his brothers or sacrifice his subordinates. But in an instant, their hearts were back in their throats. To stand firm against the top dog of new record without leaving any room for compromise was certainly admirable, but the consequences that would follow were entirely unpredictable. One misstep could lead to the annihilation of Hong Lu. Jiang Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. The faint smile that once graced his face vanished, completely replaced by the overwhelming pressure that came from being in a position of power, enveloping the entire scene and pressing down heavily on everyone's hearts, making it hard to breathe. He spoke in a deep, cold voice imbued with the questioning and pressure of a higher authority. So you mean you don't want to save face, nor do you want to give up anyone? Yang Lin shook his head lightly, his demeanor still calm and composed, neither servile nor arrogant, his words clear and audible, presenting the most comprehensive and resolute compromise. I will absolutely not hand over anyone. Of course, your son was indeed injured, and logically speaking, we were too harsh. I acknowledge that. How about this? You name a price for medical and nutritional expenses, and I, Yang Lin, will definitely compensate you fully. Additionally, as Achio just mentioned, I will host several tables of fine dining and drinks to give new record the respect it deserves. This way, everyone has a way out. Think about it. His words were reasonable and measured, upholding the Brotherhood's bottom line, while also providing an avenue for the other party. As his words fell, the brothers of Hong Lu instantly felt a surge of energy, straightening their backs in unison, their previous apprehension dissipating, replaced by fervent excitement and sincere admiration. Not selling out brothers, not shirking responsibility, confronting power directly and voluntarily shouldering all issues. This preserved loyalty while also understanding the rules of the underworld and leaving room for each other. This was the true brother in the underworld who could make his subordinates follow him wholeheartedly. The street fell silent once more. Jiang Sheng fixed his gaze on Yang Lin, remaining silent for several seconds. The surroundings were eerily quiet, the distant sounds of traffic and voices along with the street's hustle and bustle faded into a blur, leaving only a stifling silence. Everyone held their breath, quietly waiting for the final response from this new leader of new record. After a long pause, Jiang Sheng suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, understated, and not fierce, yet it held profound meaning, a mixture of appreciation for the younger generation and a hint of undeniable wariness. Big Brother Lin is indeed Big Brother Lin. You really have guts. No one has dared to speak to me like this for many years. Yang Lin met his scrutinizing gaze. He'd an unflinching facing the sharp edge of Jiang Sheng's demeanor, speaking with unwavering calmness. Although I've just come out, I'm no useless person. Whether to fight or make peace, it's all up to you, Boss Sheng. Jiang Sheng's eyes narrowed, the sharpness within them evident, raw power and threats radiating as he pressed. In a fight you want, beat me. New record might not have much, but there are plenty of us. If it comes down to the wire, it's definitely you, Hong Lu, that will collapse. Facing the blatant threat of violence, Yang Lin smiled indifferently, his tone casual, yet deep down lay an ultimate resolve of determination. This is just a small business of mine, not comparable to Boss Sheng's major dealings. If the door closes, I can reopen it. I'm indifferent about it. Jiang Sheng's expression turned slightly cold, a smirk pulling at the corners of his mouth as he pressed on. In the end, you're still afraid of fighting, just putting on a brave front. But I think it would be much more impressive for New Record if we were to directly crush your entire gang. At that moment, Yang Lin truly smiled. He laughed boldly, without fear and without reservations, completely unafraid of the overwhelming power of New Record. Taking a half step forward, he stood tall like a pine tree, his voice not loud, but with tremendous penetrating power, tightening the hearts of everyone present. All right then, let's fight. I'll gather my brothers, and we'll battle from morning till night, from Tung Choi Street to Flower Garden Street, from dusk till dawn. His eyes suddenly sharpened, each word cutting deep, throwing down the most lethal trump card. Let's fight until the anti-Triad task force intervenes, and both our flags are taken down together. How about that? His words pierced right to the heart of the matter. Jiang Sheng, who had navigated the underworld for years, momentarily faltered, his imposing demeanor suddenly frozen. He never imagined that Yang Lin would dare to push things to such a mutual destruction level. Hong Lu was merely a medium-sized gang, with shallow roots and few ties. If it came down to exhausting manpower and wrecking the territory, Yang Lin could easily withdraw and start anew elsewhere, without any reservations. But New Record was different. With vast resources, establishments scattered throughout the city, intricate business dealings, and extensive connections. Once targeted by law enforcement and heavily suppressed by the anti-Triad task force, the entire colossal organization would suffer devastating damage, leading to severe losses that would be impossible to measure. Weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Sheng's expression shifted rapidly, his demeanor fluctuating, and he fell silent, no longer exuding the previous absolute dominance. Beside him, Xiao Yan was already caught in a battle of thoughts, his mind in disarray. Having rushed to the scene after the prince's incident, he originally intended to perform well in front of Jiang Sheng, aiming for a chance to prove his loyalty and earn a position. He had been entrenched in Jordan for years, constantly suppressed by rivals, unable to rise through the ranks, and was extremely eager to be recognized by Jiang Sheng, to be transferred from a barren territory to a higher position, controlling more lucrative dealings and wielding greater power. As long as he was fierce enough tonight, able to suppress Hong Lu and hold the scene, he would likely ascend in one leap. But looking at Yang Lin's piercing aura, the fierce white Kirin who had emerged from the hell of Chai Wan and the mountain of corpses, the terror within him surged uncontrollably. Yang Lin's fearsome reputation was not merely a product of boasting in the underworld. Before he rose to power, he had dared to confront the entire street's rivals alone, fearless of death, striking ruthlessly, always gambling with his life. If he truly provoked Yang Lin to the limit, he would undoubtedly be the first to be targeted, and at that point he would end up with nobody left. Yet the overwhelming desire for power ultimately outweighed the fear within. Xiao Yan steeled himself, took a step forward, and forced a fierce expression, shouting loudly in an attempt to mask his underlying cowardice, seeking to make his presence felt in front of Jiang Sheng. White Kirin, don't push your luck. Boss Sheng has come personally. Do you still dare to be so arrogant? As soon as these words were spoken, hundreds of eyes in the crowd turned to him in unison. But there was not a trace of admiration or recognition in their eyes, only naked disbelief and mockery, as if watching a fool who was unaware of his own limitations and was humiliating himself. Everyone understood that in this life-and-death confrontation between two top bosses, a mere district leader had no right to interject. Yang Lin's icy aura suddenly erupted, his cold gaze locking onto Xiao Yan. This was not a mere cold disdain, but an extreme chill born of countless life-and-death battles, having witnessed fields of corpses and bearing the bloody storms. An overwhelming presence crashing down on Xiao Yan like an invisible tsunami, rendering him stiff and causing his scalp to tingle. Yang Lin didn't even raise his voice, his tone flat and cold, yet every word struck to the heart. Do you have a Xiao Yan's heart raced wildly, and overwhelming panic and fear swept over him, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Before he could react, Yang Lin's voice continued to ring out, calm, yet precisely, tearing apart all his facades, each sentence striking at his most sensitive spots. You've been fighting for territory with Lu Xiao and Jordan, losing more than winning, chased and beaten. When have you ever gained the upper hand? In this situation, do you have the right to speak? If it weren't for Boss Sheng's old sentiments always protecting you, you would have long been tied to a stone and sunk into Victoria Harbor to feed the fish. Now immediately, Shut up. Each word felt like a resounding slap across Xiao Yan's face. He stood frozen in place, his blood almost congealing, his face shifting between shades of white, red, and black, feeling utterly humiliated, caught between a rock and a hard place, completely losing face. He had planned to perform publicly, seizing an opportunity to elevate his status. Yet unexpectedly, his hasty words led Yang Lin to strip him bare in front of everyone. Having repeatedly failed in Jordan, constantly suppressed by Lu Xiao, lacking any competence, relying solely on Jiang Sheng's protection to stand firm. These hidden truths and shortcomings, which no one dared to mention publicly, were now effortlessly exposed by Yang Lin, heard clearly by hundreds of underworld figures on both sides. In just a few short sentences, he shattered Xiao Yan's dignity and ambitions, reducing him to a complete laughingstock. The smiley man stood frozen in place, his face alternating between blue and red, thoroughly embarrassed. He opened his mouth, a sense of unwillingness swelling within him, and he mustered the courage to retort in front of the crowd, trying to salvage a shred of his pitiful dignity. However, when he lifted his gaze and met Yang Lin's cold, knife-like eyes devoid of any warmth, all the harsh words that had risen to his lips were forcefully choked back down his throat, leaving him utterly speechless. He was afraid. He was truly afraid. The white Qilin before him was a ruthless man who had survived the chaos of the most tumultuous prison in Qizhou, emerging victorious from countless street battles. 3 years in prison had not diminished his hostility, instead it had deepened his ferocity, making it more subdued and unfathomable. The smiley-eyed man was acutely aware of his own weaknesses. Externally strong, but internally weak, often losing more than he won, relying solely on the gang's name to maintain appearances. He feared that if he said another word, he would completely provoke Yang Lin, and tonight his life would truly be forfeited on Tongkai Street in Mong Kok. He was even more afraid of Jiang Sheng's gaze. If this new gang leader saw him as nothing more than a loudmouth incapable of standing firm in crucial moments, he would never regain the gang's trust, and all his paths to advancement would be utterly blocked. At that moment, the smiley-eyed man stood at the center of the gazes of both factions, feeling completely helpless, caught between a rock and a hard place, awkwardly stiff, wishing he could just find a hole in the ground to hide in. The younger brothers of the new gang watched as their boss was publicly crushed and dared not speak back, each of them filled with pent-up frustration. Tonight they had all come prepared and charged with anger, intending to avenge Tai Zi, suppress Hung Lek's arrogance, and elevate the new gang's prestige. But in the end, their big brother was rendered speechless and humiliated by just a few words from the opposing leader, losing all momentum from start to finish. This resentment was unbearable for the younger brothers below. A few hot-headed and fiery young men from the new gang could no longer contain their anger and pointed at the Hung Lok members, unleashing a barrage of insults. "Damn, what are you so arrogant for? You think we're nothing here in New Ji?" This statement instantly ignited a powder keg in the crowd. The brothers of Hung Lok had long been seething with anger. Tonight, they were outnumbered and had endured being cornered by the new gang for a long time, remaining in a passive defensive position. If it weren't for Yang Lin standing alone at the front, firmly holding the crowd's momentum, Hung Lok would have long lost all face. Everyone had been brewing with a desire to find an opportunity for a heating clash to vent their anger. At this moment, being publicly insulted and provoked by the opposing side triggered an explosive reaction. "You damn it. Clean up your mouth. Say that again if you dare. I don't just talk, I dare to act. Do you dare to do anything? Come on. I'll take you down. Do you think we are nobody in Hung Lok? Are you scared? Today I'll cut down this bunch of trash." The insults from both sides surged, echoing throughout the long street in the dead of night. Originally separated by several meters, the two factions lost control of their emotions and rushed forward. People were jostling against each other, arms colliding, chests pressing against chests, standing face-to-face, tension rising. In the chaos, many younger brothers had already raised their steel pipes and gleaming machetes high. The cold blades reflected the harsh white light of the street lamps, glinting ominously and sharp enough to instill fear in anyone who saw them. The situation was on the brink of complete chaos. Everyone knew that as soon as anyone swung the first knife or struck the first blow, the confrontation involving hundreds of people would instantly escalate into a massive street battle that would shock all of Yaomati and Mong Kok. At that point, fists would fly without mercy, blades would fall without compassion, severed limbs and bloodshed would be trivial matters. With a slight misstep, there would be corpses littering the streets, rushed overnight into the morgue. Yet the strangest thing was that amidst the chaos, the two main figures at the forefront remained silent, making no move. Jiang Sheng stood at the front of the new gang, dressed in a dark suit, tall and upright, his expression calm and unyielding, with a hidden cunning in his eyes, showing no signs of movement. He had been the leader of the new gang for over a decade, representing the order of the old-school underworld and the absolute authority that the large gang could not be challenged. His authority was built from years of battles and power plays. Taking even a half step back would mean losing the foundation and face of the entire new gang. Yang Lin stood quietly at the forefront of Hung Lok, his white hair strikingly visible in the night, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade, steady as a rock. He had just returned from Chizhou, exuding sharpness and vigor, embodying the bloodiness and ruthlessness of the new generation of the Underworld. For him, brotherhood would always take precedence over the gang's reputation. He would rather die fighting than take a step back. One stood high and steady, maintaining control of the situation. The other had just been released from prison, fearless and unrestrained. The two powerful presences clashed and tore at each other in the air, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire area, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Both knew that if either of them backed down at this moment, they would lose not only personal dignity, but also the entire gang's voice and standing in Mong Kok, making it impossible to hold their heads high in this neighborhood in the future. Just as the blades were about to taste blood and the collision was about to turn into a deadly struggle, the tense moment was shattered by the sudden shrill sound of police sirens in the distance. Woo woo woo. The sharp sound tore through the silence of Mong Kok at night, approaching rapidly. The red and blue flashing police lights pierced through the buildings and streets, flickering wildly, casting a cold light over Tong Kai Street, emanating an atmosphere of solemn authority. Two police cars roared in their tires, screeching against the pavement, speeding quickly until they came to a halt. They stood firmly between the two confronting factions, forcibly hitting the pause button on the impending explosive chaos. The police car door swung open. Miao Zhishuan, the head of the anti-Triad unit in Mong Kok, stepped out in a sharp suit, his face as hard as iron, his expression serious and unsmiling, accompanied by 7 fully armed plainclothes officers. As he raised his hand to push through the throng of people, he spoke in a deep voice, not loud, yet carrying the absolute authority of a public official, penetrating the cacophony of angry shouts. Stop. Everyone stop. What are the two big brothers preparing to do at such a grand scene? Filming a gangster movie. In the entire Mong Kok underworld, no one was unfamiliar with Miao Zhishuan. This head of the anti-Triad unit was known for his uprightness, strictness, and ruthlessness. He did not show leniency, background, or favoritism, whether you were the head of a top gang or a small-time boss on the street. As long as you violated public order regulations or caused a disturbance, he would investigate thoroughly, without mercy. For years, countless tyrannical gang leaders had to take a detour upon seeing him. No one in the underworld dared to disrespect Miao Zhishuan. Upon seeing Miao Zhishuan personally leading the charge, Jiang Sheng's sharpness instantly diminished, and he replaced it with a polite smile, casually waving his hand to feign a friendly demeanor, intentionally downplaying the tension in the air. Oh, Officer Miao still on duty this late. You must be working hard. We're just chatting and catching up here. That shouldn't be illegal, right? Miao Zhishuan let out a scoff at this. His sharp gaze swept across the scene, taking in the hundreds of fierce-eyed gangsters on both sides. Then looking at the glaring steel pipes and machetes in their hands, his eyes filled with mockery and disbelief. So many people holding steel pipes and machetes, and you say you're just chatting. Do you think I'm as easily deceived as a 3-year-old? Beside him, He Ziqiu reacted swiftly, understanding the ways of the underworld, and immediately put on an innocent face to smooth things over. Officer Miao, we really haven't done anything. We're just taking a stroll and standing here. Is it illegal to just stand on the street now? All right. Miao Zhishuan interrupted impatiently, his expression suddenly turning serious and stern, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. I don't care if you're unwinding or chatting, or disperse your people immediately and return where you came from right now at once. His gaze suddenly sharpened, lowering his voice for a final warning. Otherwise, I'll charge you with illegal assembly, possession of offensive weapons, and disturbing public order. I'll take every single one of you back to the police station. You two are prominent figures. Give me some face so we can all avoid trouble. Jiang Sheng understood completely. Miao Zhishuan was someone who always followed through with his words. If they insisted on confronting and refused to disperse, once everyone was taken back to the police station for investigation, the new gang would be the one to suffer. As a top gang in Hong Kong, if they had to rely on the police to mediate after a street brawl with the mid-level gang Hung Lok, it would be a laughingstock in the underworld. Not only would they fail to suppress Hung Lok, but they would also end up as a joke, seen as bullies who couldn't settle matters, losing all face. Weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Sheng nodded slightly, granting Miao Zhishuan the respect and dignity he deserved. Since Officer Miao has spoken, we must give this face. After saying this, he turned to the awkward and helpless small-eyed man beside him and ordered in a deep voice. Let them disperse. Yang Lin also spoke softly, his tone calm. Chiu. Without needing more words, He Ziqiu immediately understood and turned to shout at the group of Hung Lu brothers behind him. What are you looking at? Disperse. Go back to your posts. At this moment, the small-eyed man felt nothing but immense relief as the burden on his heart finally lifted. He no longer had to be caught in the middle, hastily waving his hands to urge everyone to leave with a cheerful tone. Get lost. Everyone go back. As the two commands were issued, the two factions which had been on the verge of violence gradually retreated like the receipt. In just a few minutes, Tong Kai Street, once crowded and filled with the scent of gunpowder, suddenly became mostly empty. The ground was left with only scattered cigarette butts and debris, along with the lingering, bloodthirsty atmosphere and the smoke of confrontation still hanging in the night breeze. This confrontation, which had nearly caused a sensational uproar in Hong Kong, ultimately came to a hasty end under the suppression of police sirens. The street was empty as the crowd dispersed, leaving only Jiang Sheng and his group along with Yang Lin and a few core brothers standing in place. Jiang Sheng stepped forward slowly, approaching Yang Lin, the distance between them mere inches, with the air still thick with the remnants of their earlier confrontation. The new head of the G group wore a calm expression, having shed the tension of their earlier game, his eyes, which had seen the storms of the martial world, locked onto Yang Lin. He extended his index finger and gently tapped Yang Lin's chest. The motion was slow, but carried a weighty warning that could not be ignored. "Remember what you said today." A brief sentence that concealed sharpness, representing the line drawn by the big boss and foreshadowing future events in the martial world. Yang Lin responded with a calm smile, meeting his gaze squarely, neither humble nor arrogant, accepting the challenge. "Tomorrow at 8 o'clock at the Bone Spirit restaurant on Temple Street, I will have a dong arrange the food and drinks and await the arrival of Brother Sheng." By not evading or shirking responsibility, he not only gave face to the other party, but also maintained his own. Jiang Sheng deeply scrutinized him, a complicated expression flickering in his eyes. There was wariness, admiration, and the calculating nature of an experienced leader. After a moment of silence, he finally spat out a crisp word, "Good." With that, he turned to the visibly frustrated and agitated Jiang Zhanong and commanded in a deep voice, "Let's go." The group turned to head towards the black luxury car. Jiang Zhanong lagged behind, his head snapping back, his eyes red and dark, glaring at Yang Lin with a mix of resentment and bitterness. Tonight he had been publicly humiliated, his dignity shattered. As the prince of the G group, he had never faced such. This grudge would not be forgotten. His eyes were filled with clear and unmistakable malice. This matter was far from over, and he would eventually seek retribution. Beside him, a small-eyed man looked particularly pale, having been thoroughly embarrassed and exposed by Yang Lin in front of Jiang Sheng, losing all opportunity to redeem himself. As the group got into the car, the black convoy slowly drove away from the street corner, ultimately disappearing into the bustling night of Mong Kok. Yang Lin paid no mind to Jiang Zhangang's hatred and threats. His expression was calm and unruffled. He understood all too well the nature of this sheltered prince of the martial underworld. Backed by the power of his forebears, he had never truly faced the dangers and life-or-death struggles of the martial world. Without Jiang Sheng's protection, he was nothing. His hatred was naive and powerless, worth less than a penny. His threats were hollow and empty, failing to rattle Yang Lin even slightly. After the G group had completely exited, the atmosphere on the street fell silent once more. Not far away, Miao Zhishuan, who had been observing the situation, slowly turned around. The leader of the anti-gang unit had a deep and inscrutable gaze, his expression betraying nothing of his emotions as his eyes fixed firmly on Yang Lin, his voice flat and devoid of emotion, yet laden with familiarity. "By Qilin, you've come out." Upon hearing this, Yang Lin wore a relaxed smile, stepping forward casually, as if greeting an old acquaintance. "Miao sir, long time no see. It's been quite a while." Miao Zishan's lips curled into a cold smirk, his eyes revealing unabashed displeasure and reprimand, his tone sharp and direct. "It's a pity that 3 years have passed, and you haven't learned a thing. As soon as you got out of Qizhou, you brought so many people to stir up trouble. What are you doing? Is being a lowly mule that easy? Who are you showing off for? Is it to me? To take revenge for the grudge I held against you back then?" Facing Miao Zishan's barrage of questions, Yang Lin's smile faded slightly, yet his demeanor remained calm and composed, his arguments sound. "Miao sir, while food can be eaten indiscriminately, words should not be spoken carelessly. As we navigate life, we ought to adhere to some principles. This time it was clearly the prince who caused a ruckus in my establishment, using underhanded means to bully my brother's girlfriend. We were merely safeguarding our own interests and defending our territory. Do you really intend to place the blame on me?" Miao Zishan's expression was as hard as iron, unmoved. As the head of the anti-gang unit, he only cared about the results of public safety, not the causes behind the martial disputes. His tone was firm and his attitude resolute. "I don't care what your reasons are. I only want stability and prosperity in my jurisdiction." His gaze bore into Yang Lin, each word deliberate, carrying the strictest official warning. "No more trouble, or else I will come after you." Yang Lin did not continue to argue, calmly avoiding the confrontation, his left hand subtly signaling behind him. Anyo, perceptive and quick-witted, immediately stepped forward, skillfully pulling out a cigarette and handing it to Yang Lin, then, with a snap, ignited a lighter. Yang Lin took the cigarette, leaned down to light it from the flame, inhaling deeply. The faint smoke curled from his mouth and nose, dispersing in the night breeze, alleviating some of the tension. He raised his eyes to Miao Zhishuan, his tone relaxed and unconcerned, showing no fear of the warning. "I understand the rules. There's no need to intimidate me. We are all just trying to make a living in Mong Kok. I will manage my territory, and you keep your order. Let us coexist peacefully." "Okay." Miao Zhishuan regarded Yang Lin's indifferent demeanor, realizing deep down that the Baiqilan before him was not someone who could be cowed by mere verbal warnings. He pointed at Yang Lin, lightly tapping the air a few times, filled with helplessness and wariness, ultimately refraining from further words as he turned to the plainclothes officers behind him and ordered in a low voice, Dismissed. The police car doors closed, and the engine started. Yang Lin continued to hold the cigarette, a casual smile on his lips as he slowly waved goodbye to the departing police car. Safe travels. No need to see you off. The red and blue flashing lights gradually receded, completely vanishing at the end of the alley. The last traces of his relaxed smile slowly faded at that moment. Yang Lin stood quietly in the empty heart of the street, gazing deeply in the direction the police car had vanished, his eyes dark and profound, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Was he reminiscing about the 3 years of seclusion in Chizhou, or contemplating the future path of Hong Lu in the martial world after his release? Or was he pondering tomorrow's peace-offering banquet at Temple Street, whether it would be a facade of reconciliation or... The wind swept through the alley's neon lights, flickering all his thoughts concealed beneath his calm exterior. It was only when the street fell utterly silent and both the G group and the police had exited that Adong lowered his head and walked forward with heavy steps, anxiously approaching. At 1.8 meters tall, his face was marked by guilt, self-reproach, and anxiety, his eyes downcast, looking dispirited and filled with regret. Had he exercised a bit of restraint back, then refraining from smashing the wine bottle over Jiang Zhangang's head, a series of subsequent troubles would not have ensued, nor would it have attracted the attention of the G Group's leader and the anti-gang unit, nearly jeopardizing Hong Le's foundation in Mong Kok. His voice was barely above a whisper, drenched in deep remorse. Lin Guai, I've caused you trouble tonight. Yang Lin observed his expression of guilt and anxiety, knowing that this kid had truly recognized his mistake and was not someone who sought trouble without understanding. He raised his hand and gently patted Adong's shoulder, his tone relaxed and gentle, harboring no blame or anger, fully alleviating his psychological burden. We are brothers, there's no need for unnecessary words. As long as the matter is settled, that's enough. In the martial world, it is all about loyalty. When a brother errs, the leader should take the brunt. But after a moment, Yang Lin slightly withdrew his warmth, adopting a serious demeanor, his tone becoming more earnest. Protecting brothers is loyalty, but blindly covering up and indulging them will only make everyone more reckless and lawless, inevitably leading to greater troubles in the future. He said solemnly, however, I can help you with the medical bills and compensation, but you must cover the cost of tomorrow's peace-offering banquet with the G Group yourself. After a pause, his tone softened slightly, his words carrying a weight of sincerity. People must lose something to learn a lesson. In the future, you cannot rely solely on brute force. Adong, perceptive, instantly grasped Yang Lin's. Firstly, it was about publicly establishing rules, making all brothers in Hong Lu understand that while there is loyalty in the martial world, one must take responsibility for their mistakes, and there are no privileges for reckless behavior. Secondly, it was to preserve his own dignity and accountability, not allowing him to live perpetually under the protection of the leader, becoming a liability who only knew how to cause trouble, and teaching him to bear the consequences of his own impulsiveness. As he understood all the connections, Adong's guilt transformed into gratitude, his gaze instantly firm as he nodded vigorously and replied loudly, of course. It's only right. Don't mention 10 tables, even 20 or 30 tables, I'm willing to cover it. As long as Jiang Zhangong dares to speak up. His candid words instantly dispelled the remaining tension in the atmosphere. Nearby, a Ting A Nyo and a Xiang all smiled, their nerves, which had been tense all night, finally relaxing. At that moment, He Ziqiu hurried back. He had stayed behind to ensure all the Hong Lu brothers present were properly dismissed and arranged the cleanup on the street, quickly jogging over with a straight posture and a respectful demeanor. Lin Ge. Yang Lin nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the core members present, and commanded in a deep voice, let's go talk at the bar. A Ting A Xiang, A Dong, you all come along. All right. They replied in unison and followed him into the reedy bar, which had just experienced a major upheaval. At this moment, the bar was devoid of its usual liveliness. After the chaos of hundreds facing off in a brawl, all the patrons had long since left. The remaining waitstaff, bartenders, and hostesses stood in the corners, all visibly anxious and tense, barely daring to breathe, filled with dread. Only when they saw Yang Lin and his group enter did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief, bowing their heads and respectfully calling out in unison, Lin Ge. Yang Lin's expression was gentle, devoid of any domineering aura, as he softly reassured everyone. You've all worked hard. We're closing early tonight, no business. Everyone go home and rest. Your wages will still be counted. The employees instantly relaxed, expressing their thanks repeatedly as they quickly tidied up and left in a hurry. The bar soon emptied out, quiet enough that a needle could be heard dropping. Yang Lin did not linger and directly ascended the staircase towards the exclusive office on the second floor. The heavy solid wood door gently closed, isolating all sounds from below, and the entire floor fell into an extreme silence. Outside, the bustling neon lights of Mong Kok shone throughout the night with a constant flow of traffic and the vibrant sounds of the street. Separated by a glass door, the tranquility and oppression inside the room contrasted sharply with the lively chaos outside, resembling two completely different worlds. Soft, warm lighting filled the office, illuminating the solemn faces of those present. On the second-floor office of the Red Eye Bar, the doors and windows were tightly shut, isolating it from the hustle and bustle of Mong Kok streets. The atmosphere inside was serene yet heavy, as if even the air had solidified. Haizi Chiu, a Ting, a Xiang, a Dong, and a Nyo stood straight, evenly lined up in front of the desk, their postures erect, and expressions solemn, quietly waiting for Yang Lin's instructions and arrangements. As for the girl at the center of tonight's incident, such a serious occasion for discussing gang matters would naturally not. Dong had already properly placed her in a clean and secluded staff lounge, planning to personally send her home after all matters were finalized tonight, thoroughly concluding the farce. 10 minutes passed silently. Yang Lin lazily settled into the boss chair behind the desk, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, its ember flickering with blue smoke spiraling upwards. He lowered his eyelids, remaining silent with shadows flickering in his eyes, seemingly deep in thought, calculating the intricate dynamics of the underworld, showing no intention of speaking. The five brothers exchanged glances 2 by 2, their eyes filled with anxiety and gravity, none daring to break the silence first. Ultimately, it was Haizi Chiu who had followed Yang Lin the longest, and was the most composed, who could no longer suppress his worries. He took a step forward, brow furrowed, all traces of relaxation vanished from his face, filled with concern, and lowered his voice to ask first. Lin Gu, what about Fei Chuan? The moment the words Fei Chuan hit the ears, the previously stagnant atmosphere in the office suddenly thickened further, an invisible pressure enveloping everyone's hearts. This matter had already been weighing heavily within the upper echelons of Hung Lok for quite some time, like a sword hanging over the entire Mong Kok branch. It involved the complex alliances and balance of power among the 7 major gangs, in Wanchai, intricate and interconnected. Everyone knew that if handled improperly, the consequences would be unthinkable. Let alone the fact that Yang Lin had just been released from prison and his foundation was unstable. Even during Hong Le's most prosperous period, facing the entanglement of the 6 major gangs, a slight misstep could lead to the collapse of his foundation overnight, leaving him utterly ruined, uprooted by other gangs lying in wait. During the time Yang Lin personally went to negotiate at the headquarters to handle this matter, everyone in Mong Kok spent their days in torment. They were deeply concerned, fearing both pressure and accountability from the headquarters, and the possibility of Yang Lin clashing with Piao Gu, causing a split within the gang. What they feared most was that before external enemies arrived, internal strife would erupt, leading to a complete disintegration of morale and foundation within Hung Lok without ever facing external suppression. Fortunately, after Yang Lin returned from the headquarters, his demeanor was not too grim. In fact, he had calmly resolved the chaos caused by the fire at the Red Eye Bar tonight. As the massive stone weighing on everyone's hearts slightly lifted, they finally dared to muster the courage to inquire about the outcome of this crucial matter. Hearing their voices, Yang Lin raised his hand to extinguish the burnt cigarette in the ashtray, his movements steady and decisive. He straightened his back slightly, his signature snow-white hair particularly striking under the soft indoor lighting sharp. His long fingers gently rested on the solid wood table, tapping in a measured, unhurried rhythm. The crisp tapping echoed clearly in the silent office, each sound seemingly hitting the heartbeat of everyone present, intensifying the already heavy atmosphere. Yang Lin's expression remained calm and indifferent, yet his eyes were deep and inscrutable, concealing calculations and plans that others could not fathom. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly, softly, uttering 9 words. It's settled, but there are some complications. This simple statement made the hearts of the 5 present sink in unison, tension gripping them to the extreme. Since it was settled, why mention complications? In an instant, everyone realized that this situation was far more perilous and complex than they had imagined. Yang Lin raised his gaze, his profound eyes slowly sweeping over Haizi Chiu in front of him, his expression instantly becoming solemn and serious as he formally issued orders. Chiu, you and a gang, put aside what you are doing and come help me. The moment the words fell, Haizi Chiu trembled throughout, instinctively straightening his posture, his gaze instantly turning resolute. He had followed Yang Lin for a full 5 years. From the time Yang Lin was merely an ordinary 4th-tier member of Hung Lok to the struggles and bloodshed that earned him the illustrious title of White Qilin and secured his position as the leader in Mong Kok, he had never left his side. After 5 years together, he understood his boss style of handling affairs all too well. In ordinary, trivial matters, Yang Lin would never disrupt everyone's original work layout, nor would he allow anyone to completely set aside their duties to assist him. For Yang Lin to make such an arrangement, it was undoubtedly a matter of life and death for the gang, a major event that could reshape their territory, an essential move that could shake the very foundation of Hung Lok. Haizi Chiu immediately understood. Starting from the conclusion of tonight's turmoil, their relatively stable days were over. True conflicts in the underworld and power struggles had officially begun. Without the slightest hesitation or doubt, he replied resolutely, "Understood. Whatever Lin Gu says." Outside the window, the prosperity of Mong Kok continued unabated. Yet within this small enclosed office, a plan that concerned lives, the reallocation of territory between Mong Kok and Sim Sha Sui, and the future fortunes and misfortunes of Hong Lu over the coming years had quietly commenced. After instructing Haizi Chiu, Yang Lin's gaze subtly shifted to the composed and capable A Xiang, and he spoke softly as Xiang. A Xiang immediately stepped forward, standing with feet together, his posture like a pine tree, his voice bright and clear. Lin Go. The Chilan Entertainment Club will be temporarily under your management. As Yang Lin spoke, his tone suddenly deepened, imbued with a heavy sense of gravity, each word carrying weight. This is a critical time. The entertainment club is the venue with the highest foot traffic, and it is also our flagship in Mong Kok. It absolutely cannot afford any disturbances. The Chilan Entertainment Club was the face of Hong L's Mong Kok branch, a place bustling with people, and also the weakest point most easily targeted by rivals. At this delicate juncture, even the slightest error could lead to disaster. A Xiang's heart trembled heavily, instantly sensing the weighty responsibility on his shoulders. He couldn't help but feel a trace of anxiety, worrying that his abilities were insufficient or his experience lacking, fearing he might fail Yang Lin's trust and expectations. But in an instant, this anxiety was replaced by a surge of passion and determination. Lin Gu entrusting him with the flagship venue at such a crucial moment was the greatest recognition of his loyalty and ability. In times of crisis, one must stand up and take responsibility, never retreating or showing weakness. With clarity of thought, a fierce and determined light ignited in A Xiang's eyes as he nodded emphatically, his tone resolute. Don't worry, Lin Gu. I will definitely manage the venue well. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, I will be the first to take them down. Yang Lin gave a slight nod, his expression calm and unperturbed. A Xiang was brave in battle and unwaveringly loyal, with a meticulous mind, making him the best candidate to guard the core venue. He had never misjudged his brother. Next, Yang Lin's gaze shifted to A Ting, who had remained silent and reserved, exuding a steady demeanor. A Ting immediately responded, his heart racing and his breathing slightly quickening. A strong and clear premonition surged within him. His opportunity had finally arrived. Having been in Hong Lu for many years, he had spent day after day guarding the venue, running errands and charging into fights, just like all the low-level thugs, relying on sheer grit to survive. But he had never been content with mediocrity, nor did he wish to remain a lowly pawn for a lifetime. He had attended university, specializing in finance, proficient in accounting, risk management, and capital operation, well-versed in the business of making money. However, coming from the underbelly of society, he had never been appreciated or valued, and no big boss was willing to entrust a core business of real money to a thug who only knew how to charge and fight. He had hidden his talents and ambitions for many years, waiting anxiously for an opportunity to break out. Today the moment had finally come. Yang Lin gazed at the glimmer of ambition and brilliance hidden in his eyes, his expression revealing unreserved admiration, and without any preamble, he directly entrusted him with the responsibility. You will be in charge of the financial company. Do you have confidence? With a thunderous impact, A Ting's mind erupted, as if struck by lightning, his entire being shaken. The financial company was the most essential, stable, and lucrative lifeblood of Hong L's Mong Kok branch, controlling the salaries of all the brothers, the operations of the venues, and the gang's liquidity. This was not merely a position comparable to watching the venue, it was a core responsibility, wielding real power and control over the lifeblood. Yang Lin's action was not a simple job assignment. It was extreme trust, a significant promotion, handing over his life's work and the entire economic lifeblood of the Mong Kok branch into his hands. The overwhelming excitement surged within him, causing his body to tremble slightly. A Ting forced himself to suppress the rising emotions, stabilizing his voice, his gaze resolute. I majored in finance at university. Lin Gu, your trust in me to manage the financial company will not be in vain. Give me a month, and I will multiply the company's profits. Yang Lin's eyes glimmered with satisfaction and approval as he nodded slightly. Good, ambitious. Then his tone slightly deepened. He made a promise that sent A Ting's blood boiling. If you can deliver results, I will hand over all the business of the branch to you to manage. This was a promise, a hope, and an infinite path ahead for him. A Ting's heart shook violently, nearly rendering him speechless. He clasped his fists and bowed deeply, his voice trembling with uncontainable sincerity. Thank you, Lin Gu. I will definitely not let you down. Absolutely. Finally, Yang Lin's gaze fell on Adong, the young and impetuous one who had caused trouble tonight. Adong instantly tensed, standing straight as an arrow, responding loudly, Lin Gu. After tonight's impulsive trouble, he had been harboring deep guilt and unease. Even though the boss had already taken on all the turmoil, without a single word of reproach, he remained anxious. What he feared most was that he would be seen as nothing more than a burden, a troublemaker in Yang Lin's eyes, leading to marginalization and lack of opportunity. Yang Lin looked at his tense and guilty expression, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, but ultimately, he bore no reproach, only genuine concern, asking softly, Adong, you are the only one watching the Red Eye Bar now. The venue just had an incident. Is the pressure too much? Can you handle it? Without questioning his mistakes or demanding accountability, there was only a single line of heartfelt concern. That short sentence instantly soothed all the guilt, unease, and inferiority within Adong. The boss' tolerance and empathy made his heart warm, filled with endless gratitude and respect. He grinned, revealing a youthful and sincere demeanor, his eyes reignited with fierce determination, his tone resolute and powerful. "No problem. You can count on me, Lin Go. Whoever dares to cause trouble at the bar, I will beat him so badly that he won't even recognize himself. As long as I'm alive, I won't allow anyone to cause trouble in the venue." Yang Lin emitted a soft hum, his gaze sweeping the room and lingering briefly on each brother's face. His eyes were clear and penetrating. He already understood with unerring clarity the abilities, temperaments, strengths, and weaknesses of every man under his command. He Zichou, quick-witted and meticulous, calm and decisive in crises, ruthless in execution and sparing of mercy. During the 3 long years I served in Chizhou, he single-handedly steadied the situation at the Wanjia Hall. He kept every turf intact and consolidated every loyal heart, withstanding countless external assaults and internal upheavals. He was unquestionably the chief steward, the most dependable right hand. Anyo was taciturn, honest, and practical, utterly loyal with no selfish streak. Steady and reliable in all things, he obeyed orders without question, and his execution was unmatched. He had followed me from the bottom, fought alongside me through the grime and blood. He was my most trusted confidant, my personal guardian, and the staunchest arm in battle. Xiang could both fight and negotiate. His connections reached everywhere, and information flowed to him swiftly. Whether holding the line in street fights or navigating ties across both legitimate and illicit circles, he steadied any room with calm assurance. Entrusting him with the Qilin Entertainment Club, the most chaotic venue of mixed elements and crowds, was only fitting. He was the hall's finest face liaison and gatekeeper. A Ting differed from the rank-and-file street thugs. He had attended university and mastered finance. He knew ledgers, risk control, and capital operations. Learned sharp, ambitious, and farsighted. He could not only fight on the streets, but also manage enterprises, mobilize funds, and plan long-term strategies. He was the pivotal figure for my eventual washout transformation into legitimacy and the expansion of our holdings. Adong was young, hot-blooded, and reckless, fearless in charging and fierce in combat. His loyalty to the society and to his brothers was absolute. Whether guarding the turf, striking foes, or leading charges, he was supreme. He was my hardest shield and the sharpest, most reckless blade. Each of the 5 excelled in different ways and had their blind spots. Now that each knew his station and performed his role, they complemented one another perfectly. These 5, together with the Asitunsin Yang gang, constituted the bedrock and the trump cards of my return from prison, the basis upon which I would wage war across the underworld and ascend to the top. The office was deathly quiet, the only sound the steady breathing of a few men. The weighty atmosphere pressed on their chests until their hearts felt tight. Yang Lin held silence for several seconds. When he spoke again, his ordinarily even voice had dropped to a cold baritone laden with unbearable weight. Each syllable landed with the force of a hammer, making every heart in the room involuntarily clench and race. Achio. He Zichou immediately stepped half a pace forward, posture straight, an expression reverent, answering in a low voice, "Brother Lin. Later you and a Ting and a Xiang will first hand over what you have on. Make the transitions clean." Yang Lin paused briefly. The next command that fell from his lips chilled the entire office, and a silent, lethal air spread like frost. After the handover, go get 20 Glocks and send them straight to the training factory. The single word Glock froze the air as if time stopped. He Zichou's pupils contracted violently, the composed confidence on his face shattered into disbelief, and he cried out before he could stop himself. "What? Brother Lin, going this far?" Everyone present understood with chilling clarity what the word Glock, knives and clubs, fists and batons. These were the currency of street grudges, the routine of turf wars. Even when things escalated, there was often room to maneuver, opportunities for settlement. Guns were the forbidden line. Once firearms entered the equation, it ceased to be simple gang rivalry or a turf dispute. It became an upheaval of every underworld rule and a provocation of public order itself. If such matters were exposed, the serious crime and anti-Triad squads would pursue them to the bone and never let go. After years on the road, they had always respected that boundary. At most, they wielded cleavers, machetes, or steel rods. They had never dared casually touch the lethal hard currency of firearms. No one had imagined that having just settled Xine Jiang Lin would immediately move to arm themselves with guns, playing the most dangerous, most absolute dead game. Faced with the stunned silence, Yang Lin remained unruffled from the beginning to the end. His tone was even, yet it carried an uncompromising determination and a blade-like resolve. "There is little time. If we want to save Fei Quan, we must employ hard measures." A Ting's chest tightened, sensing how far more perilous matters were than imagined. His voice trembled as he pressed for the truth. "Brother Lin, what exactly happened? Is Fei Quan's affair still not over?" All eyes converged on Yang Lin, heavy with worry and bewilderment. They only knew Fei Quan had landed in deep trouble, dragged into a power play among 7 major societies, but they had no grasp of the true deadlock beneath it all. Yang Lin's gaze slowly swept over the 4 uninformed brothers. He recited word for word and without omission the secret matters from the High Council meeting, laying bare the explosive truth that could detonate the entire Yujian Wang. This is how it stands. As he spoke, a single name pressed down on everyone in the room: Jianshazi Mad Dog. He was a man the entire Yujianwang underworld both knew and feared: ruthless, deranged, vicious. He had risen by trafficking drugs, his heart black as ink, insatiably greedy, ferocious as a fiend, and utterly unrestrained by any scruple. What made him most terrifying was not merely his numbers or sprawling influence, but the mountain of firearms he had. Rumor had it Duan Kuan even hoarded heavy weaponry such as AKs, utterly unafraid of ordinary street knife fight. People had long given him a wide berth. Such a lawless, rule-shunning man who would even turn on himself when enraged was not someone anyone sought to provoke. The usual stance was respectful distance and non-interference. Yet none had foreseen that the blaze threatening Fei Quan's life and Hong Le's future would ultimately lick at their very... When the entire truth had been told, the room sank into silence, and every face fell to rock bottom. The weight of murderous intent and pressure seemed to cloak them entirely. Seeing their drawn, anxious expressions, Yang Lin could not help but snap a remark to cut through the stillness. Why the long faces? Are you frightened? He Zichio straightened his chest, the instinctive pride of the road rising at once, and he answered with hardened defiance, afraid. He shot back with swagger. Look at you talking like that. Duan Kuan is nothing but an arrogant fool getting cocky on dirty money. On his own, he wouldn't even be worthy of wiping my shoes. Though blunt, he understood the reality. His bravado given way, he returned to sober caution. But he does have a lot of men and many hard pieces. Anyo, irked by the talk, growled in a coarse voice full of reckless bravado. Damn it, spare me the boasting. A whole truck of AKs, so what? Even if he had a warehouse of them, would he dare run wild on the streets? If it came to blows, we'd still be slashing with knives. He Zichio, exasperated by Anyo's one-track mind, hurried to explain with helplessness in his tone. Don't you see? They can do assassinations. They don't have to meet you blade. Anyo, these aren't the old days. People have gone cold and ruthless. There is no longer the same sense of honor or rules in fights. Anyo still stuck out his neck, eyes blazing with ferocity, bluntly replying, why don't we get guns too? Find where he is, storm in and spray him. End it cleanly. You are so one-minded. I want to argue. He Zichio finally abandoned the debate, then turned back to Yang Lin with a face of solemn gravity. Brother Lin, Duan Kuan is extremely cautious. He moves with dozens of men flanked front and rear, never travels alone. Getting him alone is not that easy. Yang Lin gave a faint nod acknowledging the point. Duan Kun's long dominance in Jianshazui had not been accidental, as suspicion and tight security were the roots of his survival. There are ways to make him fall alone, but that is not the core problem. Yang Lin shifted his tone and pointed to the true deadlock, his voice growing more grave. The issue is this: even if we take him out, it will be very difficult to seize the many turfs under his control. Moreover, once we start acting with his deranged temperament, he will surely leap into the desperate and the reckless. He might very well, without regard for anything, strike at our venues. His gaze fixed on a Ting, a Xiong, and a Dong as he warned each with weighty sentences. The entertainment club, the finance company, Chitong Bar, and every venue under our protection, they will all become his targets. So, a Ting, the three of you have a grave task ahead. We will carry the offensive outside, you must hold the rear. If you cannot hold, everything will be for nothing. When the words fell, the most hot-blooded of them, a Dong, erupted. Teeth bared and fierce, his reckless will instantly surging to full. Brother Lin, rest assured. If he dares come ill, make sure he never leaves. If he touches Hong Le's venues, will break his... Seeing his bloodied fervor and blind bravery, Yang Lin replied calmly, pulling them back to reality. They play with guns. A Dong fell silent. In an instant, his towering bravado and murderous edge froze on his face. Blades against blades, rods against rods. He had never feared anyone. Whether Onion 3 or Onion 5, he met fights heated without flinching. But flesh and bone could never stop a cold bullet. If the enemy held guns while he had only sticks, no matter how brave or how fearless, the absolute disparity in firepower rendered courage meaningless. Bullets never show mercy. They never grant a man a chance to charge and claw his way through. A Dong awkwardly scratched his head, a touch aggrieved yet hopeful, and tried in a small voice. Brother Lin, then could you give me one as well? Otherwise, I feel we can't match them. The office, heavy with suppressed ferocity, brightened at the candid, almost comic plea, and a few nearly laughed out loud. The terrifying pressure that had wound tight all night loosened significantly. Yang Lin shook his head in resignation and then addressed He Zichio with a stern tone of command. Achio, once you get the hardware, give those three one apiece. A Ting handles the finances and touches cash and ledgers every day. He is an easy target and must be able to defend himself. A Xiong watches the entertainment club, a place of mixed elements and complicated personnel. He must have hard pieces to hold the venue. A Dong guards Chitong Bar, which suffered an incident tonight, and is the most likely target for revenge. His safety must be assured. He Zichio's expression turned grave, and he responded immediately, understood. After answering, he raised the most pressing and thorny question. So, who do we go to for them? 20 Glocks were not something one could obtain through ordinary channels. In a tightly controlled Hong Kong, bulk firearms were top-tier contraband. Ordinary dealers lacked both the means and the nerve to move such stock. Who could supply them, who could be trusted, who would not betray them, and who could complete the transaction without leaving a trace? These questions formed the first and most critical hurdle. Finding a reliable silent source was the immediate problem and the single most crucial step before any plan could be set in motion. Inside the office, the heavy tone of preparing firearms and facing Duan Kuan had already settled. He Ziqiu knew the danger of this matter all too well and did not dare to take any chances. In a low voice, he carefully analyzed the pros and cons and risks. Linga firearms are not something that can be casually handled. The police are closely monitoring, and if the channel is wrong, we could be caught by the anti-black team as soon as we act. If the source is not clean before we even get to use them, we could be sold out, and if we fail, the whole organization will be. Having been in the underworld for many years, he knew the risks of firearms all too well. In a knife and stick fight, there is still room for maneuvering, but once involved in arms trading, it touches the bottom line of the police and the legal red line. A single mistake could lead to total loss and the destruction of the organization. Channels, connections, safety, none of these can be lacking. A single error could bring about disaster. Yang Lin lowered his gaze, lightly stroking the table's surface, lost in brief contemplation. Quickly sifting through all the secret arms channels in the underground of the harbor city, he ultimately locked onto the most stable and reliable one, slowly reporting a low-key yet weighty name. Let's buy from Uncle Hai. They've been in this business for decades. Professional, discreet channels, clean goods, and the highest safety factor. It's very difficult for the police to trace it back to us. Uncle Hai is a true veteran boss in the underground world of Hong Kong and Kowloon. This person never mingles in street fights, does not participate in turf wars, and does not flaunt or bully others. He has long remained behind the scenes, diligently cultivating arms and private goods channels for decades, recognized in the underground circles as the most stable path. He only does business with familiar people, never takes random orders, conducts himself with strict rules, has a tight mouth, never leaks information, and never engages in black-and-black conflicts. As long as the payment is made, he ensures the quality of the goods, the safety of the transaction, and the cleanliness of the wrap-up, arranging everything flawlessly. Over the years, he has never made a single mistake and is the optimal choice, tacitly acknowledged by countless organizations. Upon hearing the name, Uncle Hai, the heavy weight on He Ziqiu's heart instantly lifted, and he relaxed, the gravity on his face dissipating significantly. Those knowledgeable on the streets understand that Uncle Hai's channel is the most reliable guarantee, completely eliminating worries about undercover operations being sold out by opponents or police crackdowns. He nodded heavily, his gaze resolute, and replied in a deep voice, Got it, Lingu, I'll handle it personally. By taking charge of the details himself, he could minimize all unexpected risks. Yang Lin raised his eyes and glanced at the old circular wall clock on the wall. The hands ticked away and the night had grown deep. He promptly finalized all subsequent actions, clearly outlining and decisively arranging them. All right, after you finish your tasks, head back to rest early and recharge. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, there will be a meeting at the Saigon training warehouse. No one is allowed to be late. After the meeting, we will go to Duan Kun's place to scout out the situation. After finalizing the preparations for everyone, he suddenly recalled something and turned to the impetuous Ah Dong, specifically instructing him. Ah Dong, you don't need to go to the training warehouse. Ah Dong was taken aback, looking shocked, and instinctively replied, tomorrow evening you need to personally arrange the banquet with the new record holder. Yang Lin's gaze was firm, his tone leaving no room for refusal as he said distinctly. The wine bottle that the prince just smashed was thrown by you, and you caused the commotion. If you don't face it, how is that? Upon hearing this, Ah Dong instantly panicked, his expression falling, filled with reluctance and disappointment. He hurriedly stepped forward, his tone urgent. Lin Gu, I also want to go to the training warehouse. I want to join you guys in dealing with Duan Kuan. Can you take me along? He was filled with a deep sense of guilt and bloodlust. In a moment of impulsiveness, he smashed a bottle over the new record Prince Jiang Zhongong, causing a huge uproar that nearly implicated the entire organization, leaving Yang Lin surrounded by enemies. He had been secretly holding back his energy, wanting to make a significant contribution in the upcoming hard battle against Duan Kuan to make amends. Seeing his anxious, remorseful, and stubborn expression, Yang Lin couldn't help but chuckle lightly, his tone tinged with both helplessness and seriousness. What are you going for? You caused this problem, you should bear it yourself. As for the banquet, if it's not handled properly, the new record might turn against us at any moment, and then we will be surrounded from all sides. Can you handle that? On one side, the new record is eyeing us, ready to turn hostile at any time. On the other side, the mad dog Duan Kuan is poised for attack. If a dual front battle breaks out, Hong Lu will inevitably find itself in a predicament with dire consequences. Maintaining stability with the banquet is key to holding our ground and avoiding a two-front war, and it is equally crucial. Ah Dong slammed his thigh hard, filled with regret, sighing and lamenting. Oh no, I shouldn't have been so impulsive back then. If I had known I would miss out on such a big event, I would have held back. Looking at his remorseful and self-reproaching expression, Yang Lin slowly shook his head, his tone softening as he comforted him. Haha, don't wear that gloomy face. There will be plenty for you to do later. Once we truly engage with Duan Kuan, you will have plenty of chances to prove yourself. With the impending battle, there will be countless opportunities for him to earn merit. Upon hearing this, Adong felt a little relieved, but still unwilling, drooping his head and responding sullenly. After arranging all the matters, Yang Lin said no more, slowly standing up, casually tidying his clothes, his posture upright, and his presence calm. He instructed, "You all can disperse now. Anyo, take me home." "All right, Lin, go." Anyo immediately stepped forward, his posture respectful and ready. He Zaichio, A Ting, A Xiang, and Adong all bowed simultaneously, their voices in unison, respectful and powerful. "Lin, good, take care." The night had completely enveloped Mong Kok. Outside, the neon lights shone brightly, and the streets were bustling with traffic and voices. Shops were brightly lit, and diners and tourists were incessantly coming and going. The entire bustling city still maintained its nightly prosperity and unceasing clamor, presenting a scene of peace and stability. No one knew that beneath this calm and flourishing surface, dark currents were surging and hidden dangers lurked. The black sedan smoothly drove out of the bar's back street, gradually weaving through the intersecting streets of Mong Kok, passing through the dazzling city area, and finally coming to a steady stop in front of an old-style building on Shanghai Street. Yang Lin's residence is on the 8th floor, Unit C. It's not high-end or luxurious, but it is an excellent location that offers tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle. The building has an elevator, making it convenient for daily comings and goings, with bustling shops below full of life, while the upper floors are quiet and livable. Inside it is a standard tubdrum, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 2 bathroom layout with a balcony, spacious and well-lit. In this era of the harbor city, it is undoubtedly a middle-class, standard residence. He chose this place not for any utilitarian calculations or for the sake of turf business, but due to a lingering obsession in his heart. It was because on the day he viewed the house, he happened to look up from downstairs and saw the Kowloon ice room, filled with memories. In his past life, his passion for films ran deep. Upon returning to life by a twist of fate, he immediately decided on this apartment. For the entire year before his imprisonment, he had no desire to cook, spending most of his meals at this ice room. The flavors are authentic and the price is reasonable, but most importantly, the owner, Brother Kong, is gentle, humble, and stable, never prying into people's privacy or getting involved in underworld disputes. In the chaotic and ever-changing Mong Kok, it is rare to find an ordinary person who can maintain their principles, conduct business steadily, avoid trouble, and remain untainted. The car came to a steady stop. Anyo turned to look at Yang Lin, who was resting with his eyes closed in the back seat, speaking respectfully and calmly. "Lin Gu, we have arrived. I will head back first, and I will pick you up to go to the training factory tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon." Yang Lin slowly opened his eyes, a hint of fatigue from days of maneuvering hidden beneath his gaze, and gently nodded, reminding him, "Be careful on the road. It hasn't been peaceful lately, so don't let any unnecessary troubles arise." "Got it, Lin Gu." Anyo replied earnestly, quietly, watching Yang Lin get out of the car. Yang Lin walked alone into the old building, the elevator slowly ascending, the numbers lighting up one by one, finally stopping at the 8th floor. As he opened the door, the moment the lights turned on, the warm yellow light filled the entire living room, instantly enveloping him in a gentle and tranquil atmosphere. The familiar and stable environment finally allowed the tense nerves that had been taut for days to relax slightly. He did not rush to sit down and rest, but walked straight to the balcony, standing against the railing as the evening breeze blew in, brushing away his restlessness. Looking out from a height, the bustling Mong Kok lay beneath him. The unending lights, the flowing vehicles, and the bustling crowds, the sounds of the lively human world faintly rising up, sketching the most vivid scene of human life. But only Yang Lin, who was at the center of the underworld chess game, understood that beneath this seemingly peaceful and prosperous scene, countless blades and shadows, schemes and calculations, and life and death battles lay hidden. 3 years of hiding in Stanley, the world had already changed beyond recognition. The brothers who once fought side by side remained sincerely loyal, but the opponents in the underworld had changed over and over. The once noble principles and codes of conduct had long been torn apart by greed and madness. In the harbor and Kowloon underworld, the only unchanging iron law is survival of the fittest. The victor becomes king. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his gaze deep and sharp, looking towards Tsim Sha Sui. With the winds of change approaching, starting tomorrow, the tranquility of the entire Yao Tsim Mong will be complete. The next day, Sunday. The sky was clear, the sun bright, and the pure sunlight bathed every street and alley in Mong Kok, dispelling the gloom of the previous night. At 11 in the morning, Kowloon ice room. The old-fashioned vintage ceiling fan slowly rotated on the ceiling, producing a gentle and prolonged hum. The transparent and clean glass windows allowed the bright sunlight to slant and falling on the yellowed vintage floor tiles, mottled and bright, warm and cozy. Inside the shop, there were very few customers, and the environment was quiet and peaceful. The faint sounds of the coffee machine, the crisp clinking of cups, and the soft sounds of the owner fiddling with the calculator intertwined to create the most healing daily life. There were no disputes of the underworld, no blades and shadows, no murder and plots. Here was a corner where Yang Lin could find peace before the storm arrived. The glass door was gently pushed open, making a delicate creaking sound. Yang Lin walked slowly into the shop. Today he was dressed in a well-tailored gray casual suit, his hair neatly styled. His signature snow-white long hair stood out under the bright sunlight, yet it did not appear flamboyant. Instead, it complemented his cool and sharp temperament, calm and reserved, emanating an oppressive aura of someone in power. With a tall and upright figure, he walked with a composed demeanor devoid of the rough and rogue air typical of street gangsters, instead resembling a young entrepreneur who is low-key and reserved. The sunlight in the Kowloon ice room is just right, and the old ceiling fan lazily spins, dispersing the morning heat. The shop is quiet and peaceful, filled with the gentle ambience of everyday life. Akong behind the counter is focused on balancing the accounts, his fingertips swiftly moving over the figures. Upon hearing a movement in front of him, he instinctively looks up sharply, his gaze landing on the person at the door. Recognizing the familiar face, Akong is initially taken aback, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. In an instant, the tense expression on his face completely melts away, blossoming into a sincere, unblemished smile. He quickly sets down the pen and ledger, striding forward. Hey, Young Lin, you're out. 3 years ago, before Young Lin went to prison, he came to the ice room almost every day. Most of his meals were solved here, and over time he and the honest Akong became as familiar as old friends. After Young Lin's incident and imprisonment, Akong had always kept this familiar customer in mind, occasionally mentioning him when he had some free time. Now seeing an old friend again, he naturally feels both surprised and affectionate. Young Lin wears a relaxed and gentle smile, nodding lightly, his tone casual and indifferent. Yeah, I just got out yesterday. I'll be coming here often for breakfast and dinner again. Welcome. Always welcome. Akong laughs heartily, his brows and eyes filled with sincere joy. His gaze then falls on Young Lin's distinctive snow-white long hair, curiosity shining in his eyes as he casually asks, "By the way, you still haven't changed that hair of yours. Don't you have to shave your head in prison?" Young Lin casually shrugs his hands, his expression calm, and his tone carries a certain streetwise nonchalance. There are rules inside too. If the money is right, some things can naturally be negotiated. Akong immediately understands, nodding with a smile. Having run a shop in Mong Kok for nearly 10 years, he has seen his fair share of people and affairs from the underworld. In a place like Stanley, where the crowd is mixed and the rules are strict, to live comfortably and maintain one's dignity, one must either be tough and formidable enough that no one dares to provoke them, or be wise and sociable, knowing how to navigate relationships. With Young Lin's abilities and temperament, he would never suffer losses no matter where he was. That's true. Akong chuckles and waves his hand, asking smoothly, "What would you like to eat?" "Same old. Soy milk and pork rib rice to eat here." Young Lin replies, casually sticking to his unchanged old favorites after 3 years. "All right, you sit tight. It'll be ready soon." Akong responds and turns his head, shouting loudly towards the kitchen. "Soy milk, pork rib rice for Alan." "Got it." A crisp response quickly comes from the kitchen, followed by the sound of bowls and chopsticks clinking. Young Lin casually turns around and finds a seat by the window. The sunlight streams through the clean glass, warming the table, creating an exceptionally cozy atmosphere. He casually glances around, his gaze gently landing on a figure quietly working not far away. It is a man with long hair draped over his shoulders. His appearance is strikingly handsome and well-defined, with gentle brows and eyes exuding an air of cultured warmth. However, upon closer inspection, one can see the deep-seated weariness and hardships hidden within his eyes, as if he has shed all superficiality and brilliance. He has a slight limp in his left leg, walking slowly and steadily. While he appears ordinary, it seems as if he carries a heavy, unspoken past. Jiao Wenlong. Young Lin silently utters this name in his heart. In his past life, he watched the movie Kowloon Ice Room countless times, each segment of the plot, every frame, every line etched into his memory. He knows better than anyone that this man who willingly hides in the mundane, cleaning tables and living an ordinary life, is far from an ordinary person. Once Jiao Wenlong was a notorious figure in Hong Kong and Kowloon, renowned in the underworld, having fought through a lifetime and basked in splendor. In the end, he saw through the illusions of the underworld, shedding all hostility, seeking only a stable and ordinary life. Unfortunately, fate played a cruel trick, and less than a month after his return, he fell victim to a volcanic betrayal and met his demise. Despite the turmoil in his heart and the understanding of the other's background, Young Lin maintains an unruffled demeanor, preserving the initial strangeness and politeness. He turns to Akong behind the counter, feigning curiosity, and softly asks, "Brother Kong, this is Jiao Wenlong, right?" Akong, taken aback, replies, "You know Along. I've heard of him. He's famous in the underworld, but I've never seen him in person." Young Lin nods slightly, and then takes the initiative to raise his gaze, warmly greeting the long-haired man with a respectful tone. "Brother Long, I've long admired your name." Jiao Wenlong, who was wiping the table, pauses, slowly turning around. A gentle, calm smile rises on his face. His eyes, weathered by storms, are peaceful and untroubled as he lightly waves his hand, shedding all past glory. It's all in the past, not worth mentioning. Just call me Along, and what should I call you?" "You can call me Lin, just..." Young Lin replies amicably. Akong, watching from the side, finds it amusing and interjects, "Introducing Alan is a regular here. Like you, he also spent some time in training over the past 3 years. Jiao Wenlong's eyes flash with a hint of inquiry as he seriously assesses Yang Lin with a couple of glances. The young man in front of him exudes a striking aura, his inner light restrained. He looks youthful, yet carries an unusual composure and pressure that is far beyond that of ordinary peers. He raises an eyebrow slightly and casually asks, "Oh, what did you do?" Yang Lin's expression remains extremely calm, his tone light and breezy. As if discussing something trivial, he nonchalantly states, "Nothing serious, just killed a dozen and injured dozens more. Small scene." The moment these words leave his mouth, the air instantly falls silent. Jiao Wenlong's gentle smile freezes instantly, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief, almost thinking he heard wrong. Having navigated through the underworld for half his life, he has experienced countless fights and brawls. In his day, just wielding a knife to injure someone or gathering a crowd to fight could lead to heavy sentences, let alone involving a dozen lives at once. He is stunned for a moment, instinctively blurting out, "Only a dozen killed, and you got 3 years." Yang Lin's expression remains unchanged as he calmly explains, "It was manslaughter, self-defense. I didn't initiate the conflict, and someone helped smooth things over so the sentence was lighter." Jiao Wenlong finally regains his composure, understanding in his heart. To navigate through a case involving dozens of lives and only receive a 3-year sentence means he had the advantage of reason and solid connections backing him. He looks at Yang Lin, who has shed his brilliance, and sits steadily, as if seeing his younger self. There is a hint of sincere emotion and advice in his eyes as he earnestly says, Now that you're outlive your life well, and don't look back. The path in the underworld is not easy. Having survived half a lifetime of battles and ups and downs, he knows all too well the cruelty and unpredictability of the underworld, where glory can be fleeting and a fall from grace can lead to a hard life, ultimately making a peaceful end hard to come by. Yang Lin smiles faintly, his gaze calm as he looks at him, hinting, "Of course I understand. You too along." A simple sentence makes Jiao Wenlong's heart tremble slightly. They are both people who crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, each carrying numerous grudges, and seeing through the superficial glamour of the underworld. Words are unnecessary, a single exchange of glances conveys their shared past and mindset. A silent understanding quietly blossoms between them. Jiao Wenlong laughs heartily, suppressing his heartfelt emotions. "Haha, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll attend to the other customers. You take your time." Yang Lin nods slightly. Jiao Wenlong turns and continues with his tasks, his expression becoming even more serene, fully blending into the ordinary life around him. Yang Lin casually picks up an old magazine from the corner of the table, slowly flipping through a couple of pages. Just as he settles down, the glass door of the ice room is pushed open once more. A burst of crisp, lively chatter suddenly rushes into the shop, breaking the brief tranquility. For young men and women dressed in school uniforms walk in, their spirits high and full of youthful energy. 1 boy and 3 girls, they are students from a nearby school. Their youthful uniforms cannot hide their youthful spirit. Their actions are casual and bold, carrying a hint of street tough and rebellious attitude, lively and carefree. "Brother Kong, Brother Long, we're here." The leading girl calls out cheerfully, clearly familiar with the place. Akong looks up with a warm smile, "Find a place to sit." "All right." The 4 respond and disperse, choosing a table close to the cash register. A young couple sits down, immediately sticking to each other, hugging and playfully teasing, oblivious to their surroundings, thoroughly engrossed in each other. The other 2 girls sit across from them, one with short hair, fresh and pretty lively and energetic. The other, with a high ponytail and wheat-colored skin, has exquisite features, tall and striking, definitely a beauty. Her brows carry the unique rebelliousness of youth, unyielding and self-confident. The short-haired girl casually glances around the shop, her gaze sweeping through and unintentionally lands on Yang Lin, who is sitting alone by the window. In the next moment, her eyes light up as if discovering a rare treasure, her whole body slightly trembling with uncontrollable excitement. She quickly reaches out, giving a firm push to the arm of the high ponytail girl, whispering excitedly, Hey, look over there. That guy is so handsome." The high ponytail girl, initially uninterested, turns her head reluctantly at her repeated urgings, following the direction she indicated. With just one glance, she is utterly stunned, her mind losing focus in an instant. The warm sunlight spills in through the window, bathing the man in its glow. Dressed in a clean gray casual suit, he sits upright, yet relaxed, quietly flipping through a magazine, his side profile sharp and well-defined. His long snow-white hair stands out under the sunlight, unique, yet not ostentatious. His aura is calm and reserved, exuding a strong sense of distance that makes others hesitant to approach. His handsomeness is not the youthful naivety of a boy or the delicate charm of a pretty boy. It is the matured, sharp, story-rich masculinity that comes from weathered experiences. At first glance, it's clear that this person is far from ordinary. His aura surpasses that of the average person by a significant margin. The high ponytail girl's cheeks flush instantly, her heart racing, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It's true, and he has white hair, even more handsome. His aura is incredible. He doesn't look like a small-time thug at all. He looks like a big shot who keeps a low profile. The nearby couple, still in their affectionate bubble, can't help but turn their heads, genuinely impressed He's really handsome, so charming, and full of presence. Hearing his girlfriend praise another man, the boyfriend's expression darkens, immediately jealousy bubbling up inside him, and he sourly retorts. What? He's so old, how can he be handsome? Can't be as handsome as me. The short-haired girl rolls her eyes at him, without hesitation firing back. Shut up. Go look at yourself in the mirror. That's called mature masculinity, and you're just a childish little brat. There's no comparison. The boy, feeling wronged, mutters, I'm handsome too, okay. No one pays attention to his childish argument. The high ponytail girl's gaze remains firmly fixed on Yang Lin by the window, her heartbeat quickening, a surge of unprecedented impulse rising within her. A man with such looks, aura, and presence is exceedingly rare. If she lets this opportunity slip by, she might never encounter someone like him again in her lifetime. Taking a deep breath, she slams her palm on the table, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes, as she quietly declares, I'm going to ask him for his phone number. A guy this good-looking absolutely cannot be missed. The short-haired girl watched as her best friend gathered the courage to approach, eyes filled with excitement, immediately raising her hand to give a thumbs-up, whispering in support. Go for it. I support you, sister. Go get him. With the encouragement of her companion, the girl with the high ponytail completely let go of her shyness. She casually brushed her bangs aside, tugged at the collar of her neat school uniform, and puffed out her chest, exuding confidence. Then, confidently standing up, she walked briskly to Yang Lin's desk, sitting down directly, without hesitation, showing none of the typical shyness of an ordinary girl. She slammed her trendy pink flip phone on the table with a loud sound, striking a bold pose radiating the unique arrogance of a street-smart girl, and spoke in a familiar tone. Hey, handsome. Leave me your number, let's go dancing sometime. At that moment, Yang Lin was lazily flipping through an old magazine on the table, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility before the storm. The sudden interruption broke his train of thought. He slowly raised his eyes, landing his gaze on the girl in front of him. Her face still bore the innocence of youth, with expressive eyes and an air of youthful arrogance. At such a young age, she spoke with the bravado of someone familiar with the streets, acting casually, as if she belonged to the lower echelons of schoolyard gangs. Thinking too highly of her influence on campus, she felt she had a grasp of the streets, having seen some of the bustling life, yet she was utterly naive, not even touching the edges of the real world. Seeing her naive demeanor, Yang Lin couldn't help but chuckle, his tone gentle, infused with a hint of the patience and advice of an older sibling. Little sister, at your age, you should focus on your studies, not spend all your time thinking about playing around. Mixing in the streets has no future. This seasoned advice instantly struck a nerve with the high ponytail girl. She immediately showed her impatience, rolling her eyes dramatically and disdainfully retorted, Damn. Why is someone so handsome so out of touch? Studying is so boring. Yang Lin's expression remained unchanged, his tone calm, yet serious, each word resonating with the wisdom of the streets. It's not out of touch, it's being clear-headed. Mixing in the streets isn't fun at all, you'll have to pay the price eventually. But the young girl, brimming with youthful defiance, was unable to heed such heartfelt advice. With her chin held high, she wore an air of utter confidence and bravado, stating proudly, What's so unfun about it? It's quite impressive. There are hardly anyone at school who dares to provoke me. Looking at her naive and arrogant demeanor, Yang Lin found it amusing. Too lazy to argue further, he simply shook his head with a smile and returned his gaze to the magazine. His indifferent attitude, instead of discouraging the high ponytail girl, was misinterpreted by her as shyness, and thinking she had intimidated this handsome stranger, her confidence swelled, and she decided to play her strongest card, boldly declaring, Hey, I'm talking to you. How about being my boyfriend? Think about it. I know Ma Jiaohong. If you're my boyfriend, I'll protect you in Mong Kok. No one would dare touch a hair on you. Hearing this, Yang Lin was genuinely amused by her boldness. Ma Jiaohong, whose real name was Pan Yanhong, was known as the woman of the Prince of Lianxing, and indeed had a certain reputation around Yao Ma Ti, with some followers at her command, regarded as a big figure in the eyes of ordinary students and low-level gangsters. However, such a name and influence were utterly insignificant before him, who was about to shake the very foundation. A girl who relied on the backing of her gang's higher-ups, boldly claiming to protect him, was truly naive and childish. Yang Lin raised his gaze towards her, a playful smile curving his lips as he teased her. You protect me. Is that so impressive? Seeing Yang Lin finally pay attention to her, the girl with the high ponytail became even prouder, lifting her head high like a peacock flaunting its feathers, saying triumphantly, Of course. You must have heard of our Hong Jie's name, right? I've heard Ma Jiaohong, right? The woman of the Prince of Lianxing. Yang Lin nodded slightly, his tone unruffled. That's good to know. The girl's confidence surged, seizing the moment to press on. What do you think? Think about it. Following me is a good deal. Yang Lin chuckled and shook his head, his tone serious and straightforward, leaving no room for ambiguity. I'm not a pervert. You clearly still look underage, so don't get involved in these things. This instantly burst the girl's pride, causing her to explode in anger, her expression darkening as she spat out a curse. Damn. I'm underage. What kind of eyesight do you have? I'm almost 18, okay? Just a few months away. Yang Lin's gaze remained calm, his attitude resolute, as he stated earnestly, Not yet, you're still underage. To me, anyone under 18 is still a child. Damn. You look down on me. The girl's cheeks puffed up in frustration, her fists clenched tightly, glaring fiercely at Yang Lin, unleashing a threat that was clearly juvenile. If it weren't for you being so handsome, I would have called someone to beat you up right now. Yang Lin frowned slightly, his tone growing heavier, carrying a hint of correction and guidance. Girls should be more ladylike. Don't use vulgar language, it looks bad, and others will think you lack upbringing. Mind your own business. More nagging than my dad. The girl turned her head away stubbornly, her face filled with defiance, feeling both angry and frustrated, but unwilling to drive away this handsome man. Yang Lin looked at her helplessly, simply letting out a light chuckle. Meanwhile, Ah Kong, who had been keeping track of the bills, but had been watching the entire exchange, was already feeling anxious. He knew all too well Yang Lin's true identity and terrifying methods. The white-haired man who appeared gentle and patient while advising the children was actually the leader of the Hung Lok Mong Kok branch, the feared by Kirin. Just last night, he had confronted Jiang Sheng of the new gang and managed to withdraw unscathed. These few clueless girls flaunting their connections were boldly provoking him. If Yang Lin truly got angry, not just these little girls, even Ma Jiaohong herself would have to bow down and apologize respectfully, calling him Linda. If things escalated, he could easily imagine how these kids would fare and what misfortune they would face. Ah Kong could no longer stand by. Quickly putting down his pen, he stepped forward to mediate, sternly admonishing the irate girl with the high ponytail. Hey. Enough, girl, you're going too far. Do you even know who you're talking to? The short-haired girl nearby suddenly became curious, peeking her head in to ask, What's wrong, Brother Kong? Who is he? Is he really strong? Stronger than Hong Jia? Ah Kong opened his mouth, about to reveal the name, by Qilin of Hong Lu, a name that instilled fear throughout the underground world of Mong Kok, hoping to put these clueless kids in their place. But at that moment, bang! A loud crash echoed as the door was violently pushed open, shattering the peaceful atmosphere of the ice room. The glass door was forcefully thrust open from the outside, and the morning breeze swept in, bringing the noise of 4 or 5 men in black suits wearing sunglasses and exuding fierce and intimidating energy swaggered in, making their presence known. The leading man was tall and robust, with a sharp face, piercing eyes, and an air of aloofness that radiated charisma reminiscent of the dashing Ling who shone from the screen. Yet beneath those eyes lay an unmistakable cruelty, ambition, and condescension, exuding the arrogance of a small man who has achieved success. Once inside, the arrogant gaze swept across the room, ultimately landing precisely on the figure of the long-haired man who was limping and quietly cleaning the tableware. He raised his voice, dripping with unmasked mockery, along. The man named Jiao Wenlong, who was wiping tables and chairs, paused slightly at the sound. He slowly turned around, his long hair cascading down his shoulders, his expression calm and seasoned. A complex, nonchalant smile graced his face as he replied peacefully, Hi Huashan. The newcomer was none other than Huashan from the Lianqing Society. Everyone knew that times had changed. Back in the day when Jiao Wenlong was at his peak, ruling over Hong Kong and Kowloon, Huashan had merely been his subordinate, running errands and bowing to him with no qualification even to dine at the same table. 8 years in prison had worn down Jiao Wenlong's pride, leaving him with a lifelong limp, losing his fortune connections, shattered completely, shedding his heroic persona to live a humble life as an ordinary ice room waiter seeking only a peaceful life. Meanwhile, during those 8 years, Huashan had schemed and climbed up the ranks, stepping on the corpses of many to rise now, with a large following and abundant resources, having gained significant status in the Lianqing Society, becoming one of the big shots in the Yaomati area. Once a subordinate, now he stood high above. Once a big shot, now he was reduced to a humble existence. This stark contrast in status was Huashan's greatest leverage in his current visit. With an air of arrogance, he casually pulled over a chair and sat down, boldly exuding dominance. He took out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, and his subordinate promptly stepped forward to light it, attending to him meticulously. Huashan exhaled a deep puff of smoke, reveling in the superiority that came from his rise to power. He cast a sidelong glance at the downtrodden Jiao Wenlong, his tone dripping with mockery and derision. You came back without saying a word. Good thing I keep myself informed. How's it going? Heard you've got a limp. Faced with such blatant ridicule and a kick while he was down, Jiao Wenlong's smile remained warm and calm, without anger, embarrassment, or resentment. Having seen through the superficiality of the world and the fickleness of human relations, he no longer cared about such secular judgments. Instead of directly addressing the sneer, he simply picked up the notepad and pen beside him, maintaining the demeanor of a host, politely asking, It's nothing. What would you like to drink? Today it's my treat. As soon as he said this, Huashan's expression darkened slightly. His intention for coming today was to publicly witness Jiao Wenlong's humiliation. He wanted to see with his own eyes how the legendary figure who once dominated Hong Kong and Kowloon had fallen to such depths, begging for survival and looking pathetic before him. However, he never expected that Jiao Wenlong would remain calm, composed, and indifferent throughout. Unmoved and unruffled, he treated gains and losses lightly, approaching life with serenity. The more calm and collected Jiao Wenlong appeared, the more Huashan's actions seemed petty and ridiculous, like a clown jumping around. In an instant, the atmosphere in the shop grew tense. Huashan felt a surge of anger as he faced the indifferent demeanor of Juanlong, the mockery on his face, gradually fading away, his voice turning cold and hard as he gazed directly at the other, asking in a deep voice, "With your legs crippled, are you still thinking about coming out to wave the flag and sending my little brother to deal with you? What exactly do you want?" In his eyes, Juanlong, now in a fallen and crippled state, should be keeping a low profile, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance, even having former subordinates secretly keeping an eye on him, which made Huashan increasingly wary and displeased. Juanlong stood tall, his back straight, gently shaking his head, his tone steady and calm, showing no intention of "I have no intention of returning to the Underworld, nor have I contacted your subordinates. My only thought now is to guard this ice chamber and live a quiet, stable life from here on out." Heh. Huashan scoffed, clearly not fully believing this statement, yet he did not pursue it further, his words still laced with disdain. "Fine, if you say there's nothing, then there's nothing. With your legs crippled, just stay put and don't wander around, lest you embarrass yourself and the gang." With that mocking remark, Huashan straightened up, making as if to leave. As his group stepped towards the door, just as they crossed the 1-meter mark, he seemed to suddenly remember something, abruptly stopping and turning back. With a condescending demeanor, as if offering charity, he spoke. "Oh, by the way, the boss specifically instructed that several tables are set up at the Feline restaurant tonight to welcome you. Are you coming or not?" Juanlong didn't think twice before firmly refusing. "No need, you all go ahead. Please tell the boss that I'm completely done with this world. From now on, all matters of the gang have nothing to do with me." This statement ignited the underlying hostility in Huashan, his expression immediately darkening, like it had frozen, with a glint of cold malice flickering in his eyes. What he found most intolerable was Juanlong's attitude, clearly having fallen to the depths, with all his former glory dissipated, yet still holding on to the pride of a past overlord, unwilling to bow to anyone or relent. Unable to suppress his disgust, Huashan stepped forward, his tone growing heavier, unabashedly mocking. "Damn. I really don't understand what you're back for. With your legs crippled, isn't it better to retire peacefully in Taigua? Why come back here to embarrass yourself?" Facing the biting sarcasm, Juanlong's expression remained unperturbed, meeting Huashan's gaze calmly, neither angry nor annoyed, his tone plain, yet each word carrying weight. Why can't I come back? This is the place where I was born and raised, and my roots are here. Moreover, we fought for the gang in the past, never owing it a thing, rather it is the gang that owes us too much. Now I only wish to let go of the past and live a dignified life as an ordinary server." The two locked eyes, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. A few seconds later, Huashan suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily, his laughter sounding strange, yet his eyes concealed a gleam of triumphant calculation. He had followed Juanlong for years and knew his nature all too well. This person was always true to his word. Since he publicly declared a separation from the gang, he would definitely not go back on his word. For Huashan, who was intent on eradicating the old powers and consolidating his own position, this was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. He could use this statement to stir up trouble in the gang's sow discord and set others against each other. With a shift in thought, Huashan immediately concealed the coldness on his face, adopting an exaggeratedly enthusiastic smile, striding forward and heavily patting Juanlong's shoulder, the insincerity palpable. "Hehehe. It's even better that you think this way. I knew you were never one to go back on your word. Honestly, what I admire most about you is this: once you make up your mind, you will never waver. Work hard and strive for progress." After saying this, he no longer lingered, waving his hand. "Ha." A group of people surrounded him, turning to leave. Juanlong watched their departing backs, gently exhaling a breath of turbid air, softly replying, "All right." In this interval, a Zhua from the kitchen hurried out with a tray. He had worked at the Jiulong ice chamber for 4 years, frequently moving through the streets, fully aware of the underworld forces in Yaomati. The name of the white-haired man before him was renowned. A Zhua respectfully placed the steaming soy milk and a plate of fragrant pork rib rice in front of Yang Lin, bowing and saying, "Lin Gu, your soy milk and pork rib rice, please enjoy." Yang Lin nodded slightly, his tone calm and polite. "You're welcome." A Zhua smiled, quickly retreating to the side, not daring to disturb further. This scene happened to be witnessed by Huashan, who was about to step out of the ice chamber. He first paused, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Lin Lauda. What a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here." Yang Lin looked up at the Huashan from the Lianxing society, sharp-minded and pragmatic, willing to use any means to climb the ranks, was a well-known boss in the Yaomati area. The two were not deep acquaintances, but they lived in the same territory and had some impression of each other. He nodded slightly, maintaining the superficial etiquette between underworld people. Huashan, indeed, quite a coincidence. Huashan approached with familiarity, curiously asking, "When did you come out? How come there hasn't been a single rumor? We haven't received any news at all." This type of question had been frequent in the past few days. Yang Lin was already used to it, responding resignedly, Yesterday. Huashan's eyes lit up, carefully examining Yang Lin from head to toe, exclaiming, "Not bad, Lin Lada. 3 whole years in prison didn't diminish your spirit. You still carry yourself with such poise, your charm undiminished from years past. You flatter me. Yang Lin responded with indifference, neither proud nor impatient. Hushin's gaze casually swept around, catching sight of the high ponytail girl still sitting at the table, his expression instantly turning suggestive, raising his eyebrows, appearing to share an unspoken understanding. Lin Lada, not bad. Just regained your freedom, and you already have such a beautiful girl by your side. Truly fortunate. You misunderstand, Yang Lin calmly explained. We don't know each other, as she just came to pick something up. Oh, not acquainted. I understand. Huashan deliberately elongated his tone, wearing a teasing expression, and did not pursue the matter further. He casually pulled a chair over and sat down in the aisle, clearly wanting to stay and chat. Since it's a chance encounter, it's fate. I won't beat around the bush, Lin Lauda. I'm here to discuss a business deal with you today. Yang Lin slightly raised an eyebrow, his expression calm. Oh, what do you have in mind? Huashan leaned forward slightly, deliberately lowering his voice, his eyes glinting with greed, filled with a longing for wealth. Lin Lauda, you've just come out. Your resources must not be ample, right? I have a surefire money-making opportunity here, guaranteed to be risk-free. Do you want to join in? I guarantee you'll make a fortune. Never worry about food and drink for a few lifetimes. Yang Lin's expression remained unchanged, calmly uttering a few words. Tell me more. Seeing the other willing to listen, Hushin's smile deepened, a flicker of pride passing through his eyes as he slowly outlined his plan. I know you have deep roots in Mong Kok with many subordinates, and your venues are scattered everywhere. Your connections are, well, I have a batch of good stuff I plan to distribute and sell at your venues. We can collaborate. I'll handle the goods, you provide the people and venue, and we'll split the profits 50-50. It's only because it's you that I dare to offer such favorable conditions. For others, at most, I'd take 80%, and they'd only get 20. Yang Lin gazed at his eyes filled with greed, his tone still calm, but clearly rejecting. I've never touched such things, you should know that. Huashan paused, thinking Yang Lin was feigning attitude or found the split unappealing, and quickly continued to persuade, painting the benefits vividly. Hey, who in this world would oppose money? The reason you didn't do it before was simply that the returns didn't meet your expectations. Now with me guiding you, you can effortlessly earn a few $100,000 each month, which is 100 times more comfortable than collecting those meager protection fees while guarding a venue. Wow, a few $100,000 is indeed a substantial sum. Yang Lin lightly sighed, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Upon hearing this, Huashan assumed the other was moved, his joy instantly rising as he eagerly asked, of course. Since you find it appealing, shall we finalize this deal? Meanwhile, Zhu Long observed the entire conversation between the two. He saw how Hushin's attitude towards Yang Lin was lowered and courteous, in stark contrast to the ridicule, disdain, and condescension he had faced earlier. His confusion deepened. He simply could not understand what background this seemingly young, composed, white-haired man had that made the ever-rising Huashan so wary and respectful. He quietly moved closer to the counter, lowering his voice, and asked a Kong beside him, Hey brother Kong, what exactly is this young man named Lin? Is Huashan's polite demeanor all an act? A Kong raised his eyes to observe the tall figure sitting quietly by the window eating. The man's long snow-white hair appeared strikingly cool under the sunlight. His posture was as steady as a mountain, exuding an oppressive aura, even while merely dining in silence. Since this topic has been brought up, a Kong had no choice but to unveil the legendary past of the White Kirin to the curious Zhu Long. It's normal that you, having just returned from isolation, are unaware of these matters. As for Lin, he only truly rose to prominence in the Hong Kong and Kowloon underworld 5 years ago, becoming famous in a single battle. He paused and softly inquired, You've definitely heard of the Hong Lok gang, right? Zhu Long slightly nodded, a hint of ancient weariness flashing in his eyes. He had floated in the underworld for half his life, fully aware of the structure of the established gangs. I know. Hong Lok is an established gang rooted in Wan Chai with a stable territory and solid foundation. They have always occupied Wan Chai and never crossed into disputes, correct? So why did they suddenly cross districts to attack Mong Kok? That is the most terrifying aspect of Lin. A Kong sighed heavily, as if returning to the bloody years of the past, his words filled with shock. 4.5 years ago, he had merely around 100 brothers, lacking in manpower, qualifications, and foundation compared to the major established forces. Yet relying solely on his fierce determination and iron-blooded spirit, he led this group of brothers through a bloody battle from Wan Chai to Mong Kok. Street by street, they fought for control, clearing and subduing every venue, fighting every enemy they encountered, and winning every battle. With absolute force and an undying resolve, he swept through all the small and large gangs and local forces in Mong Kok that opposed him, firmly planting the Hong Lok flag in the core territory of Mong Kok. Zhu Long trembled all over, his eyes suddenly filled with intense astonishment, and a storm of emotions surged within him. Having mingled in the Hong Kong and Kowloon underworld for many years, he understood the difficulty of claiming territory across districts better than anyone. The division of gang territories is deeply rooted. Crossing districts to wage war is a provocation to all local forces, signifying endless bloodshed and relentless fighting. A slight misstep could lead to total destruction. Leading 100 men fighting from Wan Chai to Mong Kok, and conquering a vast territory. This kind of courage, decisiveness, and combat prowess is rare throughout the entire Yao Tsim Mong district. He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, so fierce. With just over 100 men, they dared to cross districts to wage war and forcibly claim territory in the densely populated Mong Kok. Indeed, Akong instinctively lowered his voice, his tone increasingly filled with reverence. As for his time in prison, everyone who has mingled in the underworld of Yao Tsim Mong for even a few years knows all about it. 3 years ago, he accompanied the leader of Hung Lok for dim sum in a Cha-Chan Tung in Wanchai as seemingly no one expected that Dong Xing would brazenly disregard the rules of the underworld, directly gathering nearly 100 elite knife wielders to surround the Cha-Chan Tung. It was clearly a plan to annihilate them, burying the Hong Lu leader and him together in the Cha-Chan Tung, completely severing Hong Le's foundation. Nearly 100 people surrounded too. Jiao Wenlong's heart tightened suddenly, his breath momentarily stalling. This was no mere fight. It was a complete dead and a guaranteed death trap. 2 fists could not compete with 4 hands. The 2 men faced dozens of desperate knife wielders with no chance of survival. Akang's voice trembled slightly, filled with deep shock. To protect the leader, A Lin stood alone at the entrance of the Cha-Chan Tung, armed with only a watermelon knife. Charging into the sea of people, he fought his way in and out, drenched in blood. The entire street, stained red, and the knife in his hand, was battered and warped from the relentless strikes. In that battle, 16 elite members of Dongxing were killed, and over 40 were injured. It was also on that day that the name White Kirin was established, echoing throughout the entire Hong Kong and Kowloon underworld, making all major gangs dare not to underestimate him. Jiao Wenlong couldn't help but gasp, his eyes filled with disbelief. One man with one knife, bravely confronting nearly 100 knife wielders, protecting his leader and fighting his way out. This kind of courage, this level of skill, this unwavering loyalty is truly unparalleled in the entire new generation of the underworld. At this moment, he completely understood why the previously arrogant and haughty Huashan, faced with this young man, would retract all his pride and adopt a humble attitude, not daring to show an ounce of arrogance. Akong finally spoke solemnly, his tone laden with heavy emotion. Though he has been imprisoned for 3 years, the territory he established in Mong Kok and the venues he controls have remained as stable as a mountain for 3 years. Countless forces aimed to take advantage of his imprisonment and unstable foundation to seize territory and take ruthless actions, yet all who coveted him ended up either severely injured or dead on the streets. The name White Kirin in Mong Kok is the hardest gold signboard, an iron-blooded banner that will never fall. Jiao Wenlong fell into a long silence, his gaze returning to the quiet figure eating by the window. Before him, Yang Lin appeared gentle and restrained, cultured and composed, devoid of any ferocious or menacing aura, looking like an ordinary young white-collar worker, harmless. Yet who could have imagined that beneath this gentle exterior lay a history drenched in blood, harboring a fearsome reputation that could shake Hong Kong and Kowloon. The gaze shifted back to Yang Lin's table. Faced with the enormous temptations thrown by Huashan, Yang Lin was utterly clear-minded. The so-called lucrative good stuff from the volcano was nothing but a serious business involving countless harmful. Such things have led countless families to ruin, causing separations and leading numerous young men and women astray into a hellish abyss. It is the dirtiest, darkest, and most morally bankrupt means of profit in the underworld. While others lusted after the exorbitant profits from this easy money, Yang Lin, from start to finish, could only feel disdain and contempt. He navigated the underworld fighting to establish himself with his fists, his resolve, and his ambitions. He would never rely on harming ordinary people to amass ill-gotten gains. Even if he were reduced to poverty, sleeping on the streets, he would never touch such filthy money. The faint smile on his face completely faded, his gentle demeanor evaporating, leaving only chilling coldness and resolute determination. His voice was firm and unyielding. I do indeed love money. But money without conscience feels hot to the touch, and I can't sleep at night, and even if I do, I wake up from nightmares. So sorry, but I won't engage in this business. Huashan instantly became anxious, his face filled with confusion and extreme greed, utterly unable to comprehend why someone would refuse the wealth offered to them. No way, Boss Lin. Money delivered right to your door? Stacks upon stacks filling your pockets, and you refuse it. Do you know how big this business is? In Mong Kok, with so many venues, once you open your mouth, the money will come flying to you. Yang Lin furrowed his brow tightly, casting a sidelong glance at the greedy Huashan, his tone icy and mocking. No need to persuade me further. You are not the first to seek me out. For years ago, Hong Hing's Liang Kuan, Dongxing's Smiling Tiger, Lian Ying's Sai Yung, and Lo Feng's Lei Long all came to me. Their intentions were identical to yours, wanting to pull me in to sell goods for profit. The result is, do you see me selling anything? This statement struck Huashan like thunder, exploding in his heart. Liang Kuan, Smiling Tiger, Sai Yung, Lei Long. Each one was a prominent figure, immensely powerful, ruthless, and wealthy. Even with these top bosses teaming up to recruit him, Yang Lin remained completely unmoved and decisively Huashan finally became somewhat clear. He could see that Yang Lin was not pretending to be aloof or waiting for the right price, but rather fundamentally opposed to this dark path. His words concealed an extremely subtle warning. Huashan was quick-witted, well-versed in the survival of the underworld, and did not dare truly offend this Mong Kok, killing god, unwilling to create a deadly feud over a single business deal. He immediately suppressed his unwillingness, letting go of all urgency on his face, replacing it with a smooth and hypocritical smile. He smoothly shifted his tone. All right. Since Boss Lin has said it to this extent, I am not an unreasonable person. Business may fail, but friendship remains, right? We all make a living in Mong Kok, and we see each other frequently. Yang Lin slightly nodded, his expression calm, managing a perfectly timed smile. Of course. Making friends while navigating these waters creates more pathways and fewer enemies, minimizing obstacles. As soon as he finished speaking, his tone abruptly shifted to a chilling and merciless voice, delivering a final warning. However, let me state this clearly from the outset. If I find your goods appearing in any of the venues under my protection, then do not blame me for turning hostile. Boom. A simple sentence made Huashan's entire body tense up, suddenly cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back, and an inexplicable panic surged within him. He had heard of the White Kirin's methods. He was clear-cut in distinguishing friendship and enmity, decisive in his actions. When he turned hostile, there would be no room for mercy. If he were to touch Yang Lin's bottom line, he truly would dare to kill and completely erase his opponent from the Huashan hurriedly bent forward, nodding, his face filled with forced smiles and fear. Understood, understood. Since you, the White Kirin, have spoken, even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to violate your taboo. We are friends, right? Ha ha ha. Yang Lin nodded slightly, his tone returning to calm. That's right. Huashan dared not linger any longer, not wanting to stay a moment more in front of this killing god, hastily rising to bid farewell. All right, Boss Lin, I won't disturb your meal any longer. Next time you must come to my venue for a drink. I will personally host you. Sure, I will definitely go when I have the chance. Yang Lin casually raised his eyes and replied indifferently. Huashan did not dare to delay, swiftly turning around with a group of younger brothers, quickly leaving the Kowloon ice room. As soon as everyone sat in the black sedan, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. In an instant, all the politeness, humility, and smiles on Huashan's face were completely torn away, replaced by a face full of ferocity, resentment, and hostility. His anger flared, and he gritted his teeth, angrily cursing at the younger brothers in the car, his voice fierce and piercing. Damn it. White Kirin, relying on his numerous followers and reputation, didn't give me any face at all. Does he really think I, Huashan, am afraid of him? The younger brother in the passenger seat looked confused and cautiously spoke up. Huh? Big brother, you weren't saying this in the ice room earlier. You even said you wanted to be friends with him. Bang! Huashan, consumed by rage, kicked the back of the passenger seat fiercely, the force so strong it nearly sent the front seat younger brother flying. His eyes reddened, hostility surged, and he scolded harshly. Damn it, are you an idiot? Can't you see it's all just pleasantries? Could I really speak tough in front of him? Are you trying to get me killed and replace my position? The younger brother trembled in fear, quickly lowering his head to admit his mistake, not daring to speak another word. I'm sorry, big brother. I was wrong, big brother. Huashan stared intensely out the window toward the Kowloon ice room, his eyes filled with overwhelming hatred and a chilling malice, gritting his teeth and growling. Damn it, just you wait. The volcano left with his gang, the heavy glass door of the ice room closed, and the oppressive aura that hung over the crowd dissipated in an instant. The once tense and stagnant air suddenly relaxed, the warmth of humanity in the ice room gradually returned, and the previously oppressive atmosphere vanished. The students who had been observing the confrontation were now in a frenzy, lowering their voices to chatter nonstop, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. Was that black-faced sunglasses guy just now the volcano from Lianxing? He looked really fierce. Fierce doesn't even begin to describe it. I've never seen the volcano be so courteous to anyone, bowing and smiling the whole time. I finally know who he is. Bai Qilin, Hong Lin Go, one of the top big shots at the Mong Kok pyramid. A few of them were exclaiming softly, each word reshaping their understanding. They usually mingled around the campus, having only seen street punks and small-time club leaders, never before witnessing a top-tier figure like the volcano show such deference. The girl with the high ponytail, sitting opposite Yang Lin, was completely frozen in place, her whole body stiff, unable to move. The rebellious, defiant spirit of the little sister who had previously looked down on everyone had vanished without a trace, leaving not a single remnant. In its place was a deep-rooted tension, heartfelt reverence, and waves of fear that surged in her heart, with a thin layer of sweat already quietly soaking her back. Only at this moment did she belatedly realize just how ridiculous and bold her previous actions had been. Flirting openly, boasting about protecting the other, and criticizing their outdated views. And the person she had provoked was none other than Bai Qilin, known by all in Mong Kok, a top figure standing at the pinnacle of the Mong Kok underworld. If we talk about the most famous and top-tier big shots in the entire Mong Kok underworld, there are only 5 in total. They are Liang Kuan from Hongxing Situ, Haonan from Dongxing, 12 Xiao from Miao Street, Pu Jun from Lianing, and one more, Bai Qilin from Hong Lo. The rest, like Lianhe Wafuo Xinshi, Hongxing Siyuan, Wang Dongxing Quangren, Hui Haoma Gang Qinshi, Zhongyi Tang Pang, Hai Lao Feng Leilong Fuxing, Lang, Qing Lianxing Sang Kuan, Hexing Yinghua Luguanchong Xiaosa, and Hongxing Yoni along with the recently departed volcano. Between his fingers he held an expensive Cuban cigar, its tip already more than half burned away. A long pale cylinder of ash clung to its end, trembling as if about to fall. As for the small-time punks and campus heads scattered on the streets, they don't even have the qualifications to sit at the table and speak in front of such characters. Thinking back to her earlier ignorant and arrogant actions, the girl with the high ponytail felt her scalp tingle and her breathing became cautious. In contrast, Yang Lin remained completely unperturbed throughout. To him, the volcano's manipulation threats and scheming were merely trivial episodes in the underworld. The youthful recklessness of these underage students was even less worthy of concern. Without any distractions, he picked up the chopsticks on the table and quietly began to eat his pork rice. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, savoring each mouthful calm and composed, so peaceful it was almost frightening. It was as if the perilous confrontation regarding drug business, territorial boundaries, and underworld games had never occurred at all. Until he slowly put down the chopsticks, took out a napkin to wipe his mouth, his expression still serene and relaxed. At this moment, the girl with the high ponytail finally mustered all her courage and with a trembling voice carefully asked, "Are you really Hong Les by Qilin Lin Go?" The respectful manner in which the volcano had addressed him as Linda and by Qilin was deeply etched in her mind, and only now did she fully grasp the magnitude of the figure she had provoked, still feeling utterly dazed. Yang Lin looked up, seeing her nervous, flustered expression, and gently smiled, softly asking, "You seem a bit..." The girl with the high ponytail hurriedly nodded vigorously, burying her head, even lower, her voice as faint as a mosquito's, filled with fear and apology. "To him, sorry Lin Go, I didn't recognize the mountain of respect. I shouldn't have spoken to you carelessly, and I definitely shouldn't have." Looking at her flustered apology, Yang Lin gently raised a hand, directly cutting her off, his tone calm and indifferent. "Am I such a petty person?" The girl hurriedly shook her head like a rattle, afraid that a moment's delay would displease him. No. Lin Go, you are very generous. Very impressive. Not petty at all." Yang Lin smiled faintly, his tone carrying a hint of gentle admonition. "All right, what's past is past. From now on, focus on your studies. It's fine to have fun, but if you really want to dive into the clubs, then don't. The path of the underworld is hard to walk, and even harder to turn back from." He had seen too many youthful spirits mistakenly enter the underworld only to end up maimed, dead, or with their family. The little girl before him was merely rebellious and attention-seeking, not inherently bad. There was no need to be harsh. A word of guidance would suffice, all for the sake of forming a good connection. The girl with the high ponytail nodded earnestly, her attitude respectful to the extreme, completely devoid of the rebellious pride she had moments ago. "I understand, Lin Go. I'll remember." Yang Lin casually waved his hand. "Go back, have fun with your friends." The girl obediently complied, standing up, glancing back 3 times with trepidation and restraint as she returned to her companion's table, not daring to breathe too loudly throughout. Beside them, A Kong watched the entire scene, sincerely nodding in admiration. "Lin, your refusal was right. That kind of money looks easy to earn and comes quickly, but in reality it's a death sentence. Once you get involved, you can't shake it off, not even a little." Yang Lin curled his lips into a cold smirk, his eyes filled with disdain and disgust, his tone straightforward and clear. "How I wouldn't want that kind of filthy money, even if it were handed to me." The silent listener, the 9-pattern dragon, finally spoke, his tone carrying a deep resonance with the weight of life's struggles. "I completely agree with you on this. Selling such things once caught, there's no chance for redemption. It's a lifetime of ruin." Having spent half his life in the underworld, he had witnessed countless people becoming rich overnight through drugs, but he had also seen many families destroyed, imprisonment, and lives thoroughly ruined. This path had always been a dead end. Exactly, it's best to avoid such things altogether. Yang Lin nodded in agreement. As he spoke, he casually pulled out a few crisp new Hong Kong dollars from his pocket and placed them neatly on the table, just enough to cover the meal, no more no less. "Kong Go, I've left the money here. While you have some free time this afternoon, go play a couple of rounds of mahjong nearby to unwind." Akong laughed heartily, responding casually, "All right, have fun." Yang Lin replied, standing up, giving a slight nod to the 9-pattern dragon as he left. "I'm off along." 9-pattern dragon smiled warmly, gently gesturing, "Take care." The nearby students immediately stood up in unison, their eyes filled with admiration, and they chorused, "Take care, Lin Go." "Goodbye, Lin Go." The girl with the high ponytail quickly followed suit, bowing and sweetly calling out, "Take care, Lin Go." As he stepped out of the ice room, the warm afternoon sun bathed his shoulders, bringing a gentle warmth. The streets were bustling with people and traffic, the commercial vibrance of Mong Kok as lively as ever. Yang Lin chose neither to return home to rest nor to immediately call He Zai Chioing Yo or others to pick him up, temporarily setting aside the disputes of the underworld, territorial struggles, and the murderous schemes of Duan Kun. He walked alone, his steps leisurely, as he turned into an old street nearby. Deep within the street lay an old establishment, the Dai Fa Mahjong Hall. This was a long-established mahjong hall in Mong Kok, and also a key scene in the classic Hong Kong film There were no upscale decorations or grand displays here. It was the most authentic and genuine reflection of the grassroots underworld. A mix of people from all walks of life gathered, smoke lingering year-round, and the noise was ever-present. Gamblers, thugs, local snakes, and idle hoodlums came and went, hiding countless street disputes and the warmth or coldness of human relationships. Creak. Yang Lin pushed open the frosted glass door. Instantly, a heavy mix of tobacco and sweat hit him, and the interior was hot and noisy. The crisp sounds of mahjong colliding, the shouts of gamblers, the angry curses and laughter from winning or losing, and the greetings from the staff intertwined, creating a deafening clamor. The thin, wiry owner of the mahjong hall, wearing sunglasses, upon seeing a customer enter, immediately put down his task and quickly approached with a face full of enthusiastic, merchant-like smiles. "Come to play, boss." "Right this way. Find a spot for me," Yang Lin casually replied, his tone relaxed and indifferent. "Sure thing. Coming right up." The owner quickly responded, scanning the room and leading Yang Lin to a mahjong table that had just the right number of players, patting a young assistant by the table on the shoulder. "If we get up, let this boss play." In old mahjong halls, it was always like this. Table space was tight, customers were constant, and when someone was missing, they let the staff fill in, never letting any business slip away. Yang Lin took his seat steadily in the vacant spot. But when he raised his eyes to scan the faces of the three other players, his gaze paused slightly. Three familiar faces appeared before him, all old acquaintances from his past life in films. On his left, a man in a flamboyant floral shirt, hair slicked back with sharp features and an arrogant demeanor, was none other than Tony, who was both boisterous and yet adhered to the code of the underworld. On his right sat a young lackey, expression dull and vacant, yet with keen eyes. He followed Tony closely, not daring to refute him, the very top henchman Afo. And directly opposite him sat a thin man, looking weary and sullen, with an air of unfulfilled aspirations, silent and burdened, exuding an aura of desolation. None other than the leader of the Flies Ahua. All core characters from Mong Kok Carmen. Yang Lin understood it all, his expression remaining calm and Meanwhile, Tony began to scrutinize the white-haired man before him. Seeing Yang Lin dressed in a decent gray suit, exuding a stable aura, not looking like a regular gambler who frequented mahjong halls, he appeared young, refined, and reserved. A flicker of disdain and calculation flashed across Tony's eyes, his tone dripping with unmasked provocation and arrogance. "Hey bro, we play big here, we don't mess around with small change. Are you bringing enough cash?" The Dafar mahjong parlor was thick with smoke. The crisp clicks of shuffling, tapping, and claiming tiles rose and fell amid the gamblers' raucous chatter. In the cramped room, the restless, petty atmosphere of street life and underworld dealings hung heavy. For consecutive rounds had passed, the fifth was already mid-game, and it was Yang Lin's turn to draw. He slid his fingers into the tile wall and casually drew a single tile. His thumb glided across its face. Without needing to look, the texture alone told him what lay in his hand. A faint smile tugged at his mouth. With a light flick of the wrist, he turned the drawn tile face down onto the table, then swept his hand and sent the entire row of tiles tumbling with a clatter. Self-draw, a modest little win. The man to his left, Tony, instantly erupted. He slammed his palm hard on the solid wood edge. The whole table shuddered as tiles skittered and bounced everywhere. Tony's eyes bulged as he stared at Yang Lin's revealed hand, disbelief written across his face. He muttered curses, his frustration boiling with nowhere to go. "Christ, are you kidding me? After losing one, you go and win 3 in a row." Tony had haunted the Dafar parlor for years and was known in that little circle as a seasoned player, loud, brash, and domineering at the table. Fortune usually ran in his favor. He was accustomed to dominating the pot and walking away with other people's money. When had he ever been so utterly trounced, forced to lose several hands in a row? And this white-haired man before him, neatly dressed in a suit, restrained and urbane, hardly looked like one of the seasoned night-owl hustlers that prowled the parlors. Yet his luck was absurdly, almost impossibly precise. Every hand fell into place so perfectly that Tony could not even snatch a sliver of advantage. Yang Lin's lips curved in a faint smile. His tone carried just the right measure of resigned amusement, neither boastful nor flustered, bereft of any gloating. "Sorry, luck is one of those things you cannot stop once it arrives." "Damn, that's uncanny." Tony scratched at his hair in mounting irritation, feeling increasingly aggrieved and unbelieving. "I've played here for years and never seen luck this fierce." Ahua sat silent, head down on his tiles. He spoke little, but he read the moods of everyone at the table with crystalline clarity. He lifted his eyes and shot Tony a measured look, offering a gentle rebuke. "Tony, with you so restless and agitated, it's no wonder you lose. When your mind is scattered, your hands follow. Then the tiles will betray you." Tony snapped back at once, his tone sharp and resentful. "You stay calm. Did you win? You still lost, didn't you?" Ahua smiled wryly and spread his hands in a placating gesture. "I did lose, but not by much. And you? Twice you dealt into someone else's win. Shouldn't you have some awareness of that?" After a brief pause, he continued with patient counsel. Playing requires a settled mind. No haste, no panic. The more you crave something, the farther it slips. The more you fixate on victory, the more likely you are to lose. Bah, I don't buy it. Tony spat on the floor and locked a fierce gaze on Yang Lin, his whole body bristling with competitive anger. Next round, I'll see how he wins then. I refuse to believe he's this lucky every hand. Yang Lin offered no retort. He sat quietly, his gaze sweeping across the quarreling pair. His fingers tapped the table edge in a calm, steady rhythm. There was no hint of excitement from winning or anger from being challenged. He had not come to the parlor to make his fortune. There was still a gap before the 3 o'clock meeting where everyone had to assemble aboard, and with time to kill, he had sought a place to pass the hours. A few hundred, or even 1,000 or 2 on the table meant nothing to him. Mere trifles that he would not fret over. He glanced down at the gleaming Rolex on his wrist. The hands crept toward 2 in the afternoon. Yang Lin raised his gaze, and with a calm sweep of eyes over Tony A Hua and a Feng explained his intention. It's nearly 2. I have matters to attend to later. After this hand, I must leave. The words set Tony off at once. Displeasure warped his face as he lunged forward and planted both palms heavily on the mahjong table, assuming an obstructive, domineering stance and raising his voice. Hey, just because you win, you want to run. Not my rule. In Tony's games, you don't win and then slip away. There's no such easy getaway. In Tony's mind, Yang Lin's streak of wins could only mean he feared a reversal and planned to abscond with his takings. He assumed the man was weak and cowardly and was trying to flee. Yang Lin's expression remained composed and unhurried, his voice neither sharp nor defensive. Mahjong is a game that never truly ends. I do have pressing matters. This ends here. If you feel sore about losing, arrange another time and we'll play again. You say that easily. Tony curled his mouth, suspicion written all over his face. Next time, where in this harbor city am I supposed to find you? Yang Lin smiled faintly, telling the truth without evasiveness. I stay around Shanghai Street, near Jilong Bingshi. When I'm free, I usually eat at the Bingshi every day. If you really want to test me again, have Brother Kong at the Bingshi pass a message, and he'll come. You expect me to take your word? Tony remained distrustful, scanning Yang Lin from head to toe. How do I know you aren't inventing some place to trick me, then disappear? Yang Lin gave a light laugh, just enough disdain to be felt, but not to wound. He pointed to the thick stack of crisp Hong Kong dollars at the table's corner. The stake he had brought was almost untouched, and his winnings were neatly piled beside it. Do I look like someone who needs this 1,800 to run? Winning this small sum isn't going to make me hide. Tony's face went slack for a moment. He was left speechless, unable to mount a retort. The man before him spoke frankly and carried himself with steady authority. Tailored gray suit, conspicuous timepiece, a hefty Qilin gold pendant at his throat. Every gesture bespoke someone used to command. It was inconceivable that he would fabricate an excuse to dodge a squabble over such petty stakes. Tony, prone to bluster though he was still abided by certain streetwise codes, talk was to be kept and debts honored. He thought for a beat, then slammed the table and nodded hard. Fine. I, Tony, keep my word. Since you put it like that, I'll trust you this once. After this hand, win or lose, I'll let you go. No blocking. Yang Lin inclined his head slightly, a faint smile touching his lips. Now that's sensible. Out here, keeping your word matters more than anything. The 4 ceased their bickering and gathered the scattered tiles, reshuffling and rebuilding the walls. 1,000 tiles rubbed and clicked across palms and table, the crisp noises unceasing. Tension tightened once more around the small table. Tony played this hand with utmost focus, not allowing the slightest slack. He watched every tile he drew with hawk-eyed intensity, studying it before he dared discard. His face taut with the hunger to turn the tide and recover his losses. Yang Lin, by contrast, remained composed and relaxed. Drawing, recognizing, and discarding flowed from him like water over rock. Tony's agitation and Ahua's quiet admonition seemed irrelevant to him. His mind stayed uniformly calm. After several turns of draw and discard, Yang Lin casually pulled a tile from the pile and set it gently on the table, his voice even. 10,000. Pong. Tony reacted as if by reflex, lunging to grab the 10,000 and sweeping it to his side, while quickly rearranging his hand. Seeing his own hand clearly, Tony's eyes flared with ecstatic triumph. A brazen grin tore across his face as his spirits lifted. Huh. With that, Pong, I'm already waiting on a winning tile. If I take this hand, I'll win back what I lost in one go. He straightened his back and preened with arrogant confidence, casting triumphant glances at Ahua and Yang Lin as if the victory were already assured. Ahua merely shook his head and with a faint voice to dampen the mood warned, don't get carried away. Anything can happen at the table. If you lose, you'll be the one crying. Tony shot back, annoyed. Hey, Ahua, can't you say something nice? We're brothers. If you want wish me luck, must you keep cursing me? Ahua arched an eyebrow and returned calmly. I'm not cursing you, I'm warning you. Pride leads to downfall. You know that, don't you? Save it. Tony snorted, eyes glued to the tile wall, praying inwardly for the self-drawn win that would seal his comeback. If he self-drew, Tony vowed Ahua would be on the hook. He wouldn't be sentimental about it. Ahua only shook his head and smiled quietly, returning his attention to his own hand. Yang Lin sat aside watching their bickering. His thoughts drifted quietly, turning over other calculations in his mind. He reflected on scenes from stories he had seen in a past life. At this moment, the main narrative of the film Wang Jiao Carmen had not yet unfolded. Ahua and Tony were still brothers scraping a living at the lower rungs of Wang Jiao. They had not yet reached the later schism and flight that the plot would eventually depict. Both men had merits. With a little shaping, recruiting them under his banner would be a fine reinforcement. Exactly what he needed to fill the manpower shortfall in preparations against Duan Kuan. Between the two, Yang Lin inclined more toward Tony. Tony was slick and worldly, adaptable and pragmatic, able to bend or stand firm as needed. He distinguished duty from grievance, treated his subordinates with a kind of loyalty, and was adept at navigating all manner of people. Whether watching a venue, connecting contacts, or managing errands, he would be competent. Ahua, by contrast, could fight and was faithfully steadfast, but his temperament was stubborn and inflexible. He tended to get lost in dead ends of thought and lacked broader vision, fit only as a frontline brawler at the hall. The only thorny problem was Ahua's underling, a lad nicknamed Wu Ying, hot-headed, reckless, heedless of consequences, constantly stirring trouble, a difficult burning ember to handle. Yang Lin weighed these factors quietly and made a decision: find a suitable opportunity to approach the person in charge at Zhongyi Tang and propose recruiting Ahua and Tony into his fold. As for Wu Ying, keep him close for a time, discipline and temper him, teach him rules and restraint. If he proves incorrigible and brings ruin that drags the hall down, then send him away without regret. During the fifth round, when the game was about halfway through, Yang Lin's phone suddenly vibrated lightly. He picked it up to see it was a call from Anyo and pressed the answer button. "Hey brother Lin, I'm downstairs at your place." Anyo's deep and powerful voice came through the receiver. Yang Lin's gaze remained fixed on the mahjong tiles before him, responding in a calm tone. "Oh, just walk ahead to High C Alley Fa Mahjong Hall. I'll finish up here shortly, so please wait for me." "All right, brother Lin. I'm on my way." Once the call ended, Yang Lin casually slipped his phone back into his pocket, appearing calm and collected as if nothing had happened. Tony across from him immediately leaned forward, a serious expression on his face, and reminded him, "Bro, we agreed that we can only leave after this hand. You can't just sneak away." Yang Lin looked up and smiled, responding openly, "Of course, I don't have the habit of giving up halfway. Even if the sky were to fall, I would finish this round. That's quite... I like people like you." Tony slapped his thigh, feeling a growing affinity for Yang Lin, finding him increasing. Yang Lin raised an eyebrow and teased, "You still prefer girls, right? It's not good for your image to like men." Tony was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, waving his hand. "Hey, don't take it that way. We're all men here. It's just about having compatible personalities." As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze suddenly sharpened, locking onto the tile he had just drawn, his eyes lighting up. "Hey, wait, Pong." With that shout, Tony slapped the tile down on the table, looking triumphant, his grin almost reaching his ears. He reached for a tile from the end and rubbed it between his fingers, mumbling under his breath, "Let me draw a good tile and wipe you all out in one go." But as soon as he saw what he had drawn, his expression froze and he cursed aloud. "Damn, what a terrible tile. One bamboo. I'm giving it to you guys," he said, looking displeased as he threw the tile down. "One bamboo." After Afong drew his tile, he followed suit and played a tile as well. "I'm also playing one bamboo." Then it was Ahua's turn to draw. He remained composed, unhurried, flicking his fingers, a slight smile on his lips as he glanced at the impatient Tony and slowly said, "Don't always be so anxious. Playing mahjong is just like surviving out there. If your mindset collapses, everything is over. Look at me, as steady as a mountain." He kept that tile and, like everyone else, played a one bamboo. "Hey, I'm also playing one bamboo." Tony felt his temper rising at his words, but had no way to refute it. He could only stare at the pile of tiles, hands clasped together, muttering softly, "Buddha bless, God of wealth bless, this tile must be the one I need." He shuddered as he drew a tile, opened his eyes, and instantly his face darkened. Damn, a white dragon. As several rounds passed, the atmosphere of the game grew tense. Tony was on edge, his eyes glued to the tiles, as if in the next moment he could draw a big tile and redeem himself. At that moment, an exceptionally striking figure strode through the entrance of the mahjong hall. The man was tall and sturdy, broad-shouldered, wearing a tight black tank top that revealed intimidating tattoos on his arms, clearly someone accustomed to fighting and skilled in battle. He scanned the room and quickly locked onto a striking head of white hair in the corner, striding over. The newcomer was Brother Lin. Anyo stood by the table, slightly bowing, his tone respectful. Yang Lin did not look up, still focused on his tiles, responding casually, "Oh, you're here. Just wait a moment, I'm almost done, just a few minutes." "All right." Anyo stood steadily behind Yang Lin, silent as the most loyal protector. Tony sized Anyo up several times, noticing his fierce aura and the tattoos that made him imposing. He immediately became interested and initiated a conversation. "Wow, this brother looks tough with those tattoos. You also mix in the underworld." Anyo grinned openly. "I'm with Hung Lok. My nickname is Manyo. Everyone calls me Anyo." He looked at Tony and gestured. "What do you go by?" Tony immediately puffed out his chest, full of pride, announcing his name. "Me. Gladly am Tony from the Loyalty Hall. This Fa Mahjong Hall is under my protection." "Not bad, brother. Anyo's eyes brightened as he sincerely praised covering such a large mahjong hall, with business booming. You're doing well. Tony felt proud at the compliment, but pretended to be humble, waving his hand. It's just so a small deal, just making a living here in Mong Kok. It's nothing special. Being humble, being humble. Anyo smiled. The more Tony talked, the more excited he became, speaking with admiration. Speaking of which, Hung Lok has been really fierce in recent years. Especially that white Qilin in Mong Kok. He's really something. Back then he single-handedly took a knife and wiped out dozens from Dongxing. Every time I hear about it, I am in awe. Yang Lin's fingers holding the mahjong slightly paused, and he spoke somewhat helplessly. That's a bit too coarse. Let's be a bit more refined. Tony laughed it off nonchalantly. We're all out here living our lives. That's how we talk. Whoever is ruthless, fierce, and capable is the real deal. Yang Lin shook his head with a smile. All right, as long as you're happy. By the way, brother, which big shot are you with? I'm with Uncle Wu from the Loyalty Hall, so I have a bit of face here. Tony said, pointing to a Feng and a Hua, enthusiastically introducing Anyo. This is my right-hand man, a Feng. He's really capable. This is a Hua. We're of the same generation. Anyo nodded, making a gesture to the two. Uncle Wu, I know him. He's quite well known around here. Nice to meet you, brothers. A Hua nodded lightly. Hello. A Feng also hurriedly followed, saying hello. Tony curiously asked, you haven't said yet, which big shot are you with? Which faction in Hung Lok are you with? Anyo grinned, pointing steadily at Yang Lin sitting at the table, his voice booming clear and distinct. My boss, he's right here. As soon as the words fell, the entire room fell silent. Ahua was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Yang Lin in surprise and asked, Oh, brother, you're also with Hung Lok? Yang Lin raised his eyes, smiling calmly, and admitted yes. Ahua's eye showed a hint of respect as he slightly bowed. May I ask your name? Yang Lin lightly tapped the table with his fingertip, his tone calm, yet carrying an imposing power that captivated everyone, slowly revealing a name that would resonate deeply in Mong Kok. White Qilin. 3 words floated lightly in the air. Yet when they landed in the ears of Tony Ahua and Ah Feng, it sounded like thunder cracking. Tony's smile instantly froze his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Ahua was taken aback, disbelief filling his eyes. Ah Feng was so stunned, he didn't dare to breathe. The 3 of them spoke in unison, uttering a single syllable, huh. In the next moment, Tony reacted the fastest, his face instantly adorned with a flattering smile, quicker than a Sichuan opera mask change, bending down slightly as he spoke with a quavering tone. Boss Lin, I'm sorry for what I said earlier. I spoke too roughly and failed to recognize your greatness. Please don't take it to heart. Yang Lin nodded slightly, his gaze landing on Wang Jiangwo, smiling as he spoke. Jiangwo, I heard you at the door. Yang Lin smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned. It's a small matter, no big deal. In the world of Jianghu, it's normal to speak bluntly. I'm not that petty. Upon hearing this, Tony felt a bit relieved, remembering that Yang Lin had mentioned he was busy, but had been kept here by him. He felt a bit awkward and spoke up. Oh, Boss Lin, didn't you just say you had something to do? If it's urgent, it doesn't matter whether we play or not. We can't delay your important matters. What's a little mahjong to us? Now he dared not obstruct Yang Lin any longer. Even if the game hadn't finished, if Yang Lin said he wanted to leave, he would immediately escort him respectfully. Yang Lin waved his hand and smiled. It's fine anyway, the time hasn't come yet. One must finish what they start before discussing other matters. All right then. Listening to Boss Lin, Tony immediately nodded and bowed, his attitude doing a complete 180, no trace left of his earlier arrogance. Yang Lin looked at the 3 before him, his gaze slowly sweeping over Tony and Ahua, revealing a hint of appreciation as he suddenly spoke. To be honest, I really admire you too. He paused, his tone meaningful. Are you interested in joining me? His words stunned the entire room once again. Tony's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief. Ahua was also taken aback, his face filled with shock. Ah Feng was completely dumbfounded, merely echoing Tony swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he cautiously confirmed this. Boss Lin, are you serious? You're not joking with us, right? Yang Lin glanced at him with indifference, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. Do I look like I'm joking? In Mong Kok, when Bai Qilin extends an invitation to someone, it's a tremendous honor and opportunity that many would fight to obtain. Ahua took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and asked with some confusion. I wonder what Boss Lin sees in us. Tony at least has this mahjong parlor to rely on with a dozen or so underlings who can make a living. I have nothing, no money, no followers, just one useless little brother who barely gets by. Yang Lin smiled faintly, speaking very directly. I find you too pleasing to the eye, decent and reliable, not the kind of backstabbers. What future can you have in a waning gang like the loyal and righteous Hall? Follow me and I guarantee you'll be 10 times more comfortable than now. There's money to be made, shows to watch, and brothers to be with living upright. Tony's heart was already bursting with excitement. Who is Bai Qilin? The boss of Mong Kok, the fiercest warrior of Hong Lu, with countless venues and hundreds of brothers under him. Following him would be like reaching for the stars. But he still had a shred of concern and hesitated to speak. Boss Lin, it's not that I don't want to follow you. But I have so many underlings who depend on me for food. If I leave, their lives won't be easy. Yang Lin smiled faintly, waving his hand dismissively. They can all come with us. Tony was taken aback, really. Even my underlings can come. Of course. Yang Lin spoke with certainty. If you're worried your boss won't agree or has any objections, I can personally go and talk to him, and I believe he will give me this face. As for the transfer fee, I'll cover it every penny so he can save face and reputation. Once these words were spoken, Tony and Ahua were completely moved. Yang Lin said no more, his gaze returning to the mahjong table. With a gentle touch of his fingertip, he picked up a tile, slowly flipped it, and placed it on the table. Self-drawn Tianhu. His voice was calm, but carried an aura that looked down upon the entire room. With this hand, he won decisively and effortlessly. Yang Lin looked at the three, smiling faintly. You don't need to pay for this round to consider it a gesture of friendship. Think it over when you go back and contact me once you've made up your minds. He turned to instruct Anyo behind him. Anyo, leave your number with them. Sure thing, Boss Lin. Anyo stepped forward immediately, giving his phone number to Tony and Ahua, who hurriedly memorized it, not daring to make a single mistake. After memorizing the number, Anyo solemnly spoke to the two, his tone carrying a hint of advice and caution. Brothers, let me say this following Boss Lin will definitely lead to a prosperous future. Who in Mong Kok doesn't know our Boss Lin's name? If you miss this opportunity, there might not be a next time. We will. We'll think it over carefully and get back to Boss Lin as soon as possible. Tony nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at rice, extremely respectful. Yang Lin slowly stood up, straightening his suit, his white hair particularly striking under the dim light of the mahjong parlor. He nodded slightly and said to the three, well, I'll be leaving now. There are matters waiting for me to handle, so I won't keep you. Take care, Boss Lin. Be careful on the way, Boss Lin. Next time I'll definitely treat you to tea, Boss Lin. Tony, Ahua, and Ah Feng all stood up in unison, bowing and bending at the waist, their tone extremely polite, watching as Yang Lin walked out of the big mahjong parlor under Anyo's protection. It was not until that white figure completely disappeared at the door that Tony let out a long sigh, his body softening somewhat, patting his chest, still in shock. My God. The person sitting across from me just now playing cards was actually Hong Li's by Qilin. Ahua also exhaled deeply, his eyes full of complexity, but with a hint of undeniable excitement. We just now seem to have caught hold of the biggest opportunity of our lives. Ah Feng on the side was already speechless, his face filled with admiration and awe. On the other side, Anyo arrived in a black Mercedes, which was Yang Lin's actual ride. Yesterday, Yang Lin had rushed him, and he didn't have time to change. He could only take that transport truck. At this moment, as Yang Lin sat in the car, the window slowly rolled down. Seeing this, Anyo immediately started the car, and while driving couldn't help but speak. Boss Lin, Tony, and Ahua both gave me a good impression. They're worth recruiting. Yang Lin gazed out at the rapidly retreating street scenery, his eyes calm and profound. The waters in Yaotsim Mong are getting murkier. Therefore, I need to keep a few capable and trustworthy people by my side. Since he was out, Yang Lin wouldn't be satisfied with just this. 3 years ago, he had planned to unify Mong Kok, but then unexpected events occurred leading to his imprisonment, and that plan had to be shelved. Now, naturally, he had to recruit soldiers and expand his power. Once he dealt with Duan Kuan, there could only be one person in charge of Mong Kok, and that person could only be him, Yang Lin. Anyo nodded in agreement, then uncertainly said, Boss Lin, you make a valid point, but will they really come? Yang Lin smiled faintly, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. They will come. The car smoothly entered the traffic flow, speeding towards Saigon. At 2:50 p.m. on the outskirts of Saigon, a few neglected old warehouses stood solitary on the wasteland, their outer walls mottled and iron sheets rusted. Even the homeless would not dare approach them. Local villagers whispered that this place was notorious for its eerie sounds at night, famous for being haunted. After dark, not even a stray dog would venture near. But no one would have imagined that within this abandoned warehouse, enveloped in rumor, lay the most ruthless and secretive force of Hung Lok. The iron door was tightly shut, heavy steel plates blocking all sight and sound from outside. The curtains were drawn tightly, allowing not a sliver of light to escape. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, rust, and heavy tobacco, creating a stifling environment. But this was not, rather it was a secret training base that Yang Lin had personally set up before his imprisonment. It was the sharpest blade he had buried beneath the surface, the trump card of Hong Lu in Mong Kok. The interior of the warehouse had long been completely transformed, starkly contrasting with the dilapidation outside. Various fitness equipment was neatly arranged against the walls: squat racks, bench press beds, dumbbells, barbells, boxing pads, leg pads, and heavy sandbags all present. Dozens of muscular men stood bare-chested, their bodies tense with muscles, sweat rolling down their bronze skin, yet not a single one let out an unnecessary gasp. Their movements were rhythmic, breaths steady and powerful, their gazes sharp as eagles. There was none of the frivolity and arrogance typical of ordinary gangsters, nor the loudness of street thugs. Every action, every punch, every set of training exuded a bloody aura, honed from years of battle. These men were not just thugs. They were soldiers. Elite warriors who had once roamed the battlefield and lived to tell the tale. In the center of the warehouse, a long wooden table lay across. Hei Zaichio, a Ting, a Xiang, and a man with a fierce expression, sharp features reminiscent of the Eastern Star's crow, Wang Gang, stood around the table, their eyes fixed on a black mountaineering backpack atop it. The bag was open. Inside lay a row of pristine shiny Glock 17s, quietly resting within their metallic sheen glinting under the dim light. Next to them stood 3 men with particularly imposing auras. The 2 on the left were tall and robust with broad shoulders and strong builds, their demeanor cold and hard as steel. Their eyes concealed a deathly stillness and ruthlessness born from countless life and death experiences, neither smiling nor frowning, yet instilling fear at a mere glance. These were the Wong brothers Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo, renowned bodyguards from Hong Kong films. Years ago, they had crossed over from the north, struggling to survive, without identities, evading capture, until they ended up in a small organization where they worked as assassins. With their formidable skills and ruthless methods, they gained a small reputation in the assassin world. Their organization had accepted a contract to assassinate Yang Lin and had received a hefty sum. Under the lure of heavy rewards, the brothers took action, thinking it would be just another ordinary job. But when the fight commenced, they realized what true domination felt like. Their skills, intellect, and spirit were all completely suppressed by Yang Lin, leaving them with no room to retaliate. After that battle, Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo were thoroughly subdued, severing all ties with their old organization on the spot, vowing to follow Yang Lin for life, never to betray him. Yang Lin had never mistreated his own people. He spent heavily to smooth out their identities and residency issues, providing ample funds, and then assigning them their first mission. That was to return north and recruit a group of truly battle-hardened, trained, blooded, and daring elite soldiers. Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo did not disappoint him. Every individual they brought back was a fierce character capable of fighting and killing, extraordinarily brave. This group constituted the core strength of Yang Lin. Standing on the other side was the third man, lean and unremarkable in appearance, easily overlooked in a crowd. Yet the repressed and steady aura surrounding him was undeniable. His gaze was clean and bright, neither bloodthirsty nor greedy, yet his skills were unfathomable. He was Li Fu, the king of assassins in Hong Kong films. Yang Lin had once encountered him while shopping. Just one look was enough for him to recognize his identity, especially since he bore a striking resemblance to Brother Jie, someone who looked capable of inflicting damage. Though inherently kind and honest, reluctant to kill indiscriminately, his reliability was crucial, making him a suitable bodyguard. Clearing his thoughts, Yang Lin approached to speak. For Li Fu, who was in dire need of money, a slight temptation was enough for him to willingly join. 3 years ago, Yang Lin was preparing to lead this elite force to conquer various territories and unify Mong Kok. Yet, just as the grand plan was about to unfold, the battle at the Wanchai Tea restaurant erupted. Dongxing Sang Biao led dozens of men to surround Piao Go. To protect Piao Guess' escape, Yang Lin single-handedly wielded a knife, staining the long street with blood as he cut through the enemy lines. In the aftermath, he took all the blame upon himself and was imprisoned for 3 years. All plans were forcibly interrupted. Before leaving, Yang Lin left a single order. All of you lay low, don't show your faces, or stir up trouble until he comes out. He then entrusted the affairs of the territory to He Zaiqiu, who was meticulous and steady. He even granted him authority if any tough competitors dared to seize territory while Yang Lin was imprisoned. As long as he could not handle it, he could contact Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo for them to discreetly deal with it. During these 3 years, there were certainly some unruly gangs, some reckless bosses wanting to take advantage. They all thought that with Yang Lin in prison, Hong L's flag in Mong Kok would fall, so they came to cause trouble, thinking it was a free meal. But what was the outcome? Those who dared to tread on their territory either vanished overnight or met a violent end on the streets the next day. Their strikes were exceptionally clean and swift, leaving no evidence behind. Not even the police could intervene. This made everyone on the street understand one thing. White Qilin was in Stanley, but the knife was still in Mong Kok. Anyone who dared to provoke would die. Because of this, the territory of Hong Lu in Mong Kok remained calm and undisturbed for 3 years. At this moment, inside the warehouse, Wang Jiangwo rubbed his hands back and forth, his gaze fixated on the Glock in the bag, his eyes shining and breathing slightly hurried, radiating an undeniable restlessness. Seeing his impatient demeanor, He Zaiqiu couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "What are you so eager for? You look like you're itching to go." Wang Jianjun, standing nearby, although much more restrained than his brother, swallowed hard. Having been on the battlefield and handled real firearms, he hadn't touched a gun in years for the sake of staying low-key. His hands itched and his heart ached. How can I not be anxious? We are men who have touched guns and seen blood. In these years in Hong Kong City, we've been holding back, not even touching our weapons. Who can bear that? He Zaiqiu shook his head, his tone firm. No matter how anxious, we must wait for Lin Gu to arrive. Wang Jianjun suppressed his restlessness and nodded solemnly. All right, when do you think Lin Gu will arrive? Just as his words fell, a light sound of clank was heard. The heavy, cold iron door of the warehouse was gently pushed open from outside. A tall figure stepped in, slowly dressed in a gray casual suit, standing straight, his signature white hair particularly striking under the dim light. His expression was calm, devoid of any hostility, yet the aura he exuded was like a mountain pressing down, instantly enveloping the hearts of everyone in the warehouse. The visitor was Yang Lin, followed by the tall and formidable Niu. Yang Lin's gaze slowly swept across the room, taking in the well-trained, steady-breathing brothers, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. And no need to wait any longer, I have arrived. With those words, the room echoed with calls of Brother Lin. Black Zaiqiu, A Ting, A Xiang, A Gang, Wang Jianjun, Wang Zhengwo, and Li Fu all turned simultaneously, bowing to greet. The dozens of sturdy men who were training also halted their movements, erupting in a loud, synchronized shout, their momentum soaring. Yang Lin nodded slightly, his gaze landing on Wang Zhengwo, smiling as he spoke. Jianguo, I heard you at the door. Are you eager to handle the guns? Wang Zhengwo, caught off guard, scratched his head sheepishly and grinned. Brother Lin, it's been too long since I handled one. My hands are rusty. I need to familiarize myself quickly. All right. Yang Lin nodded briskly, turning to instruct Black Zaiqiu. A Qiu, distribute the weapons to a Ting, a Xiang, and a Dong first. Then give one each to Jianjun, Zhengwo, and Xiao Fu. After saying this, he looked at Wang Jianjun, his tone steady as he ordered, Jianjun, go choose 10 brothers to come over, each to take one. For the upcoming actions they will be needed. Understood. Wang Jianjun's expression was stoic, but his eyes suddenly sharpened, sensing that something significant was about to happen. He nodded firmly and turned to select the men. At this moment, Black Zaiqiu began to arm himself, first pulling out a brand new Glock and handing it to the eagerly waiting Wang Zhengwo. Here. Seeing how eager you are, I'll give it to you first. Take good care of it, don't point it around carelessly. If you accidentally shoot me, you'll be in serious trouble. Damn. Wang Zhengwo grimaced as he took it with both hands. The heavy metallic feel energized him instantly, and he couldn't help but grin widely, while also showing off to Black Zaiqiu. You really don't understand the romance of us veterans. Having this in hand brings peace and comfort. Black Zaiqiu chuckled helplessly. All right, go play somewhere else, don't get in the way here. The others took their guns in turn, checking chambering and ensuring they were ready, moving with practiced ease. Li Fu held his gun, yet felt no excitement. He simply conducted a thorough inspection before carefully stowing it away, stepping forward to quietly ask Yang Lin, Brother Lin, is there a large operation planned with so many guns being brought out? Yang Lin walked to the long table, casually picked up a Glock, and lightly ran his fingers along the cold surface of the gun, speaking calmly. Yes. Tonight we will head to Tsim Sha Sui to scout Duan Kuan's territory. Duan Kuan. Wang Zhengwo's eyes lit up, his voice rising with excitement. Brother Lin, are we going to take him down? Finally, we're making a move. Yang Lin raised his gaze, a smile playing on his lips as he replied, exactly. That's great. Wang Zhengwo clenched his fists, brimming with anticipation. Finally, we can have a big showdown. These 3 years have nearly suffocated us. Indeed, Brother Lin. Wang Zhengwo nodded, repeatedly speaking earnestly. The brothers have trained every day for years using your money, yet... Indeed, Brother Lin. Wang Zhengwo nodded, repeatedly speaking earnestly. The brothers have trained every day for years using your money, yet we haven't accomplished much. We feel really guilty and want to fight hard for you. Yang Lin chuckled lightly, his tone steady and powerful. Raising soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for just 1 moment. I give you money, provide you with status, and take care of your living needs, not to support idlers. Your abilities deserve this, and now it's time for you to show your worth. He scanned the crowd, his voice low yet do well and don't disappoint me. Rest assured, Brother Lin. Wang Zhengwo patted his chest, his tone firm and decisive. Duan Kuan right. Tonight, he'll lead the brothers to charge in and take him out. Yang Lin shook his head, patting his shoulder as he said, not so fast. We are not here for a street fight, nor can we resolve everything by just taking out Duan Kuan. What we want is control over all his territory in Tsim Sha Sui. Got it. Wang Zhengwo nodded earnestly. Well, follow Brother Lin's arrangements. Whatever you say, we will. Yang Lin nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at Li Fu, who had been quietly standing aside. With a smile, he softened his tone to say, Xiao Fu, I know you are kind-hearted, dislike violence, and do not like to kill indiscriminately. Li Fu was slightly taken aback. Brother Lin. Yang Lin smiled lightly, raising a hand to interrupt him. You don't have to join the main group in battle. Starting tomorrow, stay by my side and be my personal bodyguard. He understood people well, knowing each one's character strengths and weaknesses clearly. Li Fu, skilled and steady, not greedy nor ruthless, was the most suitable to stay close, serving as the most Li Fu instantly understood Yang Lin's intention, warmth spreading through his heart as he bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your understanding, Brother Lin. Meanwhile, Wang Jianjun had already brought 10 of the tallest and most formidable men lined up neatly in front of it. Each stood upright, breath steady, eyes sharp as eagles, almost as if the words valiant warriors were etched on their faces. Wang Jianjun spoke in a firm voice, introducing them to Yang Lin. Brother Lin, these 10 are all my old comrades, skilled, loyal, and reliable. Each one is comparable to a king of single combat. Yang Lin's gaze slowly swept over the 10 men, nodding slightly as he asked, good. Brothers, how have you been settling in Hong Kong during this time? If there's anything lacking or needed in life, feel free to speak up. One of the stoutest men with dark skin stepped forward, his voice booming and sincere, carrying a raw, passionate spirit as he spoke. Report to Brother Lin, we've been doing well. There's nothing we're not used to. The big city is indeed different from our place. We eat well, live well, you even give us money, help us get ID cards allowing us to have a few years of stable life. He bowed deeply, his tone unwavering. Brother Lin, we are deeply grateful. From now on, wherever you point, we will strike. Whatever you say, we will do. Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, we won't flinch. The other 9 echoed in unison. Just command us, Brother Lin. The sound resonated slightly throughout the warehouse. Good brothers. Yang Lin felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Such a strong army was in his hands. Duan Kuan, just a roadside dog. Once we deal with his underlings, the rest will surely bow down to him. Thinking this, Yang Lin began to arrange the follow-up actions. You 10 will temporarily stay by my side, the rest will be split between Jianjun and Zhang Wo. Wait for my signal before taking action. All responded, yes, Brother Lin. Yang Lin looked at this group of loyal brothers, then glanced at the familiar faces of Black, Zai Qiu Yang Gang, A Niu, A Ting, A Xiang Wang Jianjun Wang Zhang Wo, and Li Fu, finally laying to rest any lingering doubts in his heart. His men were still there. His guns were in hand. His flag still stood tall in Mong Kok. Yang Lin tightened his grip on the Glock, the cold, hard metal fitting snugly in his palm. As his arm slowly lifted, the gun's muzzle pointed towards the ceiling. In the next moment, his gaze hardened, his voice calm, yet imbued with a power that sent a rush of adrenaline through everyone present. Tonight, A Ting and A Xiang will stay behind to watch the place. A Qiu A Gang, A Niu Jianjun Zhang Wo, and Xiao Fu, you 6 will come with me to Tsim Sha Sui. The others will remain on standby. We are going to give him a proper welcome. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening on Canton Road in Tsim Sha Sui, neon lights surged like waves and car headlights glimmered like dragons, illuminating the entire street as if it were broad daylight. Bars, nightclubs, tea restaurants, and street stalls lined up in a row, filled with the clamor of voices. This is the core area of Tsim Sha Sui, a juicy piece of territory that Duan Kuan had been desperately swallowing over the past few years. 2 black sedans stopped by the roadside, and the doors opened one after another. Yang Lin was the first to step out, dressed in a black casual suit, his white hair faintly visible under the neon lights. He appeared calm, his steps steady, emanating an aura of pressure that made others hesitant to approach. Following him were the cold-eyed He Zai Qiu, the fierce and formidable A Gang, the honest and amiable A Niu, the cold and sharp Wang Jianjun, the eager and bright-eyed Wang Zhang Wo, and the silent, reserved Li Fu. The 6 stood together, and even without their small-time followers, their air of superiority made passing ruffians instinctively take a detour. Their target for the night was singular: Duan Kun's core stronghold on Canton Road, the Kunwang Bar. This bar was lavishly decorated, spacious enough, and had a steady stream of customers, making it one of the most profitable establishments under Duan Kun's command, as well as his regular place for business meetings, meeting subordinates, and entertaining various influential figures. Though a bit intimidated, business had to be done. He put on a bright smile, slightly bowed, and approached them politely, asked, "Do you gentlemen need parking?" He Zai Qiu handed over 2 sets of keys to the valet, then placed his left hand on the valet's shoulder and called, "Take good care of the cars. If they get scratched, or if the cops ticket them, it'll break your legs." Yes, leave it to me, I'll make sure everything is arranged properly." The valet's heart raced as he hurriedly nodded and bowed, fearing that He Zai Qiu would indeed break his legs. He Zai Qiu found the valet's response quite satisfying. He pulled out a $1,000 bill from his pocket and stuffed it into the valet's pocket, then patted his face, smiling with satisfaction. "Thank you, boss." The valet's eyes widened, and he nodded even more vigorously. Normally a good tip for a night would only amount to 100 or 2. Now he had received 1,000, and he was almost grinning from ear to ear. "Qiu, stop playing. We have serious matters to attend to." Before He Zai Qiu could say more to showcase his prowess, Yang Lin's voice came through, prompting him to rein in his expression and respond. All right. He Zai Qiu was good in many ways, strong, loyal, and righteous. But he had a tendency to show off, taking pride in himself, which would one day lead to his downfall. Yang Lin shook his head and walked toward the bar with the other 6 closely following behind. Lin Gu. Before they reached the door, 3 figures jogged over from a nearby tea restaurant, stepping lightly. Leading the way was Fei Quan, with Jose and Ostrich following him. The 3 had already scouted the place, set up surveillance, and bribed insiders, understanding the situation here thoroughly. Fei Quan quickly reached Yang Lin, slightly lowered his head, and spoke in a hushed yet crisp tone. "Lin Gu, the information has been confirmed. Duan Kuan will be here at 10 o'clock tonight to discuss a big deal. The insider said he is very likely to arrive early to oversee the situation." Yang Lin nodded slightly, his voice calm and steady. "I understand." Fei Quan then nodded in acknowledgement to He Zai Qiu, Yang Gang, and In Yo. He shifted his gaze to Wang Jianjun, Wang Zhang Wo, and Li Fu, his eyes narrowing slightly. These 3 had a unique aura, clearly not ordinary thugs. The ferocity and steadiness they exuded could not be feigned. He lowered his voice, curiously asking, "Who are these 3 brothers? I've never seen them before." Yang Lin raised his hand and briefly introduced them to each other. "Jianjun Zhang Wo and Xiao Fu, all are brothers from our side, absolutely reliable." He then turned to Wang Jianjun and the others. These three are Fei Quan, Jose, and Ostrich, who grew up with me since childhood. They are our own people. Brothers from our side, please take care of each other in the future. Fei Quan immediately smiled and cupped his hands, his attitude warm. No problem, no problem. Wang Jianjun nodded with a faint smile, while Wang Zhangwo and Li Fu grinned as well. Just as the few were about to engage in pleasantries, Yang Lin gently raised a hand to interrupt his gaze, shifting to the bar entrance, asking steadily, "Have the tickets been bought?" Fei Quan immediately retracted his smile, replying seriously, "Yes, Lin Gu, everything is ready, we can go straight." "Then let's go." With that, Yang Lin took the lead, and the group walked in like ordinary guests, unremarkably, and slowly entering the Kunwang bar. As the door swung open, a deafening music instantly hit them. The heavy bass thumped against their chests, colorful laser lights swept across the crowd, and on the dance floor men and women swayed closely together. The air was thick with the sense of alcohol, perfume, smoke, and a hint of flirtation. The decor was indeed of high class. Crystal chandeliers, genuine leather sofas, marble bars, and gigantic LED screens, all radiating a nouveau riche sort of luxury. This also indirectly revealed just how much black money Duan Kuan had made in this place. Fei Quan, familiar with the surroundings, led Yang Lin and the others to a booth with an excellent view, secluded yet quiet. From here they could clearly see the bar's main entrance, the bar counter, and the staircase without being easily noticed by outsiders, the perfect spot for observing the entire scene. "Lin Gu, let's sit here." Everyone took their seats in turn, and a bar waiter immediately approached, swiftly pouring drinks, serving snacks, and arranging napkins, all with practiced ease and silence. Once everyone was settled, Yang Lin picked up a chilled beer from the table, lightly tapped the glass with his fingers, and asked, "How long until Duan Kuan arrives?" Fei Quan leaned slightly forward and lowered his voice. "According to the insider we bribed, he has an appointment for, but generally the big brother would arrive early to arrange things, so the likelihood of him arriving by 9:30 is highest." Yang Lin nodded faintly, his gaze casually sweeping across the crowd, his tone steady. "Since the main person hasn't arrived, yet if you want to relax, feel free to go have some fun. There's no need to remain." Upon hearing this, Jose's eyes instantly lit up, and he became animated, raising his voice with excitement. "Really? So brothers who wants to go have some fun? I just scanned the bar, and there are a few girls over there at the bar with great figures looking really appealing." "Where?" Wang Zhangwo, who had been holding back for years, immediately perked up upon hearing about girls, and his head turned right away. He Zaiqiu leaned against the sofa, his eyes surveying the bar's interior decor, unable to help but click his tongue in admiration. "I must say this Kuan Wang bar is larger and more lavishly decorated than our Chi Tong bar. This kid Duan Kuan has really made a lot of money in recent years," Yang Lin said, taking a gentle sip of beer as the cold liquid slid down his throat, his expression indifferent. "Once a person loses their bottom line, disregards morals, and ignores right and wrong, they will find it much easier." He Zaiqiu's expression slightly darkened, his tone laced with disdain. "Although we also live by the sword, fighting and collecting protection fees, we still hold onto some sense of morality and shame, avoiding things that ruin families and lives. Unlike him, Duan Kuan does whatever brings quick money with a heart as black as night." Yang Lin set down his glass, his voice calm, yet tinged with coldness. "He may earn a lot, but he dies just as quickly. People like him, the higher they climb, the harder they fall. They will eventually pay the price." Fei Quan nodded repeatedly, his eyes lighting up as he lowered his voice. "Lin Gu, since Duan Kuan sells those ruinous things, if we come here to take him down and seize his territory, wouldn't that be ridding the world of a menace?" He Zaiqiu was amused by his words, giving him a sidelong glance. "You really know how to flatter yourself." Fei Quan replied confidently, "I've read books too. They say on TV that this is called having a just cause." "Oh please, you haven't even graduated from high school, and you're talking to me about books?" Fei Quan retorted defiantly. "Aren't extracurricular readings still books? Aren't movies and TV shows filled with wisdom?" "Achio, tell me, was what I said brilliant, or did I learn something?" "Ridiculous." He Zaiqiu couldn't be bothered to argue with him. After some banter, Fei Quan's expression turned serious as he looked back at Yang Lin, lifting his glass with sincerity in his voice. "Lin Gu, yesterday, because of my issue, you had to busy yourself at the headquarters, and in the end you didn't even get to enjoy your... Today I raise this glass in your honor." Yang Lin looked at him, a slight smile gracing his face. "That was just a formality. Oh, it's not important. With all the brothers here, as long as we are united, it doesn't matter when we drink." He Zaiqiu immediately chimed in. "Lin Gu is right. When you're out here, all the pomp and circumstance, all the drinking parties are meaningless. What matters most is that the brothers are united and harmonious. That's worth more than anything." Right. Fei Quan quickly nodded, raising his glass. "To our brotherhood, cheers." Yang Lin chuckled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of approval. "Hee, not bad, you've learned well. Cheers. Cheers. Cheers." Yang Gang, Wang Jianjun, Li Fu, and Inyo simultaneously lifted their glasses, the six of them lightly clinking their glasses, the sound ringing clear amidst the noisy music. Everyone tilted their heads back and drank in one go. The moment the alcohol hit their stomachs, the atmosphere was just... Fei Quan set down his glass, his peripheral vision accidentally sweeping over the entrance of the bar. His expression suddenly stiffened, and he immediately lowered his voice, discreetly pointing as he urgently said to Yang Lin. Lin, go over there. That blonde guy in black with the girl in his arms is Duan Kun's right-hand man, nicknamed Bao Jiao. Yang Lin followed his fingers slowly, looking over. He saw a young man with blonde hair and a proud expression, holding a flamboyantly dressed woman, followed by 4 or 5 lackeys plowing through the crowd with an air of arrogance. Yang Lin frowned slightly, searching his memory. It seemed this character didn't exist in the movie. However, he didn't mind. The main storyline of Xiao Du revolves around the conflict between the 8-faced Buddha and the 3 brothers Alwei. Duan Kun is at best a supporting character, a stepping stone with a few underlings and right-hand men that don't appear. That's quite normal. Yang Lin replied blandly. Fei Quan quickly added from the side. Lin Go Bao Jiao usually watches over all the places under Duan Kun's control in Guangdong. He is ruthless, has a dark side, and Duan Kun trusts him immensely. Yang Lin's expression grew slightly serious, his voice calm, yet carrying a hint of authority. This is a good entry point, keep an eye on him, but don't raise any alarms. All right. Fei Quan immediately nodded, his gaze locking onto Bao Jiao. Wait. Yang Lin's attention suddenly paused as he followed Bao Jiao's movements. His eyes fell upon a secluded booth that Bao Jiao had just passed. At that table sat 8 people, 4 men. Just one glance made Yang Lin's heart skip a beat. That face, that gaze, that aura of coldness, ruthlessness, calmness, and madness. Changwei, 12 pads of tan legs. The senior brother, not eating beef. A series of labels flashed through his mind. Upon closer inspection, the lean, cold-faced Tony, the tall, fierce-eyed Ahu, and the shrewd, slick Ha Sheng blending in among them. And seated at the head of the table, smiling broadly, thinking he was getting a great deal, was Ashan. Only one was missing. Oh right, that one wasn't at the booth. Yang Lin's gaze swept back to the dance floor, and sure enough, he spotted Aja leering at a girl swaying with a... In an instant, Yang Lin understood. These people were no others. They were the Vietnam gang trio from Daohua line who engaged in the drug trade, betrayed one another, and ended up amidst a bloody massacre. Right now, they were here discussing a multi-million-dollar deal. Yang Lin's mind was as clear as a mirror. On the surface, Tony offered Ashan a lot of benefits with prices pushed extremely low, making Ashan grin from ear to ear, thinking he had struck a great deal. But in reality, the Tony brothers had no intention of giving Ashan a single cent from the start. What they wanted was a betrayal. The kind where goods, money, and lives are all swallowed together. Ashan thought he was clever, but in reality, he had already stepped 1 foot into the gates of hell. However, Yang Lin felt no sympathy. Ashan himself was also in that line of work, having harmed countless families, his hands stained with blood and tears. Such a person, even if he were to be betrayed and killed by Tony, could only be said to have brought it upon himself. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Yang Lin fell silent for a brief moment, his eyes suddenly narrowing, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, cold, and profoundly meaningful smile. An idea took shape in his heart in an instant. He turned his head, beckoning Fei Quan over, his voice lowered, carrying a hint of sinister mirth. Fei Quan, come here. He lowered his voice and quickly shared his plan with him word by word. Fei Quan initially looked serious, but as he listened, his eyes widened, a hint of excitement, and a sly grin slowly appearing on his face until he couldn't help but nod repeatedly. After hearing it, he immediately lowered his voice, his face filled with admiration. I understand now, Lin Ge. This move of yours is truly brilliant. Yang Lin smiled faintly, lifting his glass again, gazing into the depths of the dance floor and the interplay of lights. Ashan, Tony, Duan Kun, Bao Jiao. Tonight, Simsha Sui is indeed lively. The wolves have gathered. It remains to be seen who will be the hunter and who the prey. He gently swirled the beer in his glass, the foam slowly rising. A grand performance of using a knife to kill someone, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and seizing territory amidst chaos was about to begin. In a secluded booth diagonally across from Yang Lin and his group, Ashan was speaking in a low voice, engaged in a confidential discussion with Tony. On the table lay several bottles of foreign liquor. The atmosphere appeared relaxed, yet undercurrents swirled beneath. Ashan lightly tapped the table with his fingers, his gaze cautious as he slowly began. Tony, I have a large quantity of goods with people working on land, sea, and air. You want to take it all right from the start. He had never collaborated with the 3 brothers from the Vietnam gang, and there was hardly any trust between them. Now Tony wanted to swallow his goods worth 80 million at the outset, an appetite that was frighteningly large. Such a significant amount, if there were even the slightest mistake, not only would he fail to make a profit, but he might also lose everything. Thus Ashan had already resolved to provide only a small portion initially to test the waters. If they proved reliable, then he would discuss long-term cooperation. However, before he could finish speaking, Tony coldly interrupted him. Leaning slightly forward, his gaze was domineering and assertive. Though his tone was polite, there was an indescribable wickedness to it. You said you wanted to work on the Vietnam route, and of course we 3 brothers are the most suitable. We are Vietnamese who knows that side better than we do. Ashan frowned, still insisting. Tony, this is not a small sum, the risks are too great. Enough. Tony interrupted him again, his tone carrying a hint of impatience, yet he made a significant concession. You decide how to divide it. and I won't haggle with you. How about that? Isn't that sincere enough? With those words he cut off all excuses Ashan could have made. Ashan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, raising his glass with a face full of delight. Ha! Great. Since you're so sincere, I won't beat around the bush either. Cheers to our cooperation. Cheers. The two glasses clinked heavily together, and a dark deal that could ruin countless families was casually finalized in that moment. Meanwhile, on the dance floor, the lights were chaotic and the music was booming. Aja was wrapped around a hot-bodied beauty, swaying his head, his face blooming with pride as he enjoyed himself. Suddenly, a small-time thug with dyed yellow hair forcefully squeezed in, directly blocking Aja from behind, leering at the beauty with a lecherous grin. Hey, gorgeous, feeling lonely? Let's be friends. Oh, I'll keep you company tonight. Aja's smile on his face instantly stiffened. How dare someone snatch away a duck that was almost in his mouth? He reached out and patted the yellow-haired thug's shoulder, his tone remaining restrained. Hey kid, that girl was my pick. First, you should find someone else. The yellow-haired thug glanced back at him, seeing Aja dressed plainly and with a friendly demeanor instantly filled with disdain, sneering. Old man, who do you think you are? Go home and eat your own food. Don't cause a nuisance here. Oh, not playing nice, huh? Aja continued to smile, but his eyes had turned cold. Get out of the way. Don't you understand? Scram. Several of the yellow-haired thug's companions surged forward, outnumbering Aja, glaring fiercely and ready to fight. Aja, however, appeared even friendlier, nodding repeatedly like a timid office worker. All right, what a loser. The yellow-haired thug spat, turning back to wrap his arms around the beauty. Forget him, let's keep dancing, gorgeous. Aja turned around with a look of defeat, leisurely walking back to his booth. Upon seeing his expression, Huasheng immediately sensed something was wrong and hurriedly inquired. What's wrong, Jia Ge? Why do you look so grim? Aja grabbed a hefty bottle of Hennessy from the table and took a huge swig, a self-deprecating yet sinister smile curling on his lips. Hell, lost again and my girl was stolen away. Huasheng laughed heartily, immediately pushing the two drinking companions beside him into Aja's embrace. Don't be upset, Jia Ge. There are plenty of girls here. Are you afraid there's no one to have fun with? Come on, let's entertain Jia Ge. Aja waved his hand, his smile unchanged, his tone relaxed, as if he genuinely didn't care. I'm not angry, real. But in the next moment, his smile abruptly turned frenzied. His arm swung violently, the heavy liquor bottle in his hand slicing through the air with a whoosh, smashing towards the yellow-haired thug on the dance floor. Huh, I'll fuck him up. Bang! The bottle struck the yellow-haired thug squarely on the back of the head. The glass shattered instantly, mixing liquor and blood splattering everywhere. Oh! The yellow-haired thug let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head tightly, writhing in pain, his shrill cries drowning out the bar's music. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected that this honest person who had just appeared so friendly and meek would strike so ruthlessly, so viciously, and so madly. The yellow-haired thug's companions exploded with rage. Who threw the bottle? Who the hell dares to make a move? 7 or 8 people scanned the room, their eyes fixed on Aja, then they charged over with a fierce momentum, glaring fiercely as they shouted, Was it you who threw it? You're looking for death, huh? Huasheng, seeing this, immediately stood up, blocking Aja in front of him, his face darkening as he advised, Don't move. Who do you think you are? If you don't want to die, get lost. The yellow-haired thug's companions hurled insults at Huasheng, then pointed at Aja, roaring, Do you know who I am? Dare to smash a bottle at my brother. Do you know who he belongs to? Aja slowly stood up, his face no longer sporting even a hint of friendliness. Instead, what replaced it was a bone-deep arrogance and ferocity, and he spat. Who you are, what does it matter? Go home and ask your mother, ask her how many lovers she had back in the day, and you'll know. What did you say? The other party was utterly enraged, swinging their fists and preparing to charge in. Aja's third brother, who suddenly removed his hat, stepping forward, pressing his nose against the leader of the opposing group, their chests almost touching, his voice low and fierce as he warned, You'd better not act recklessly, or I will kill you. The murderous aura emanating from him made the opposing group instinctively take half a step back. The yellow-haired thug's companions shouted fiercely, What gang are you from? My boss is Duan Kuan from Tsimsha Sui. This Kuan Wong bar is my boss territory. Dare to cause trouble here. Are you looking to not get out alive? With these words, Huasheng's expression changed. Duan Kuan's notorious reputation in Tsimsha Sui was not to be trifled with. He was just a small undercover agent and truly did not want to get involved with the lunatic Duan Kuan over such trivial matters. However, Tony and the others were unafraid. They were 3 brothers from the Vietnam gang, crazier, more ruthless, and more reckless than Duan Kuan. In a real fight, they had a 60% chance of winning with all advantages on their side. The yellow-haired thug lying on the ground was a bot insider deliberately provoking them today, all following Yang Lin's script. The only difference was that the yellow-haired thug originally thought it would be a simple matter of snatching a girl and exchanging a few words, creating some minor friction. Who could have imagined that Aja and his crew wouldn't play by the rules, striking with lethal force, behaving like madmen? In the booth, Tony slowly stood up. He was the true decision-maker among the 3 brothers, the most astute and ruthless. Now in front of Ashan, if he couldn't handle this small matter, how could he establish himself in the underworld in the future? How else would he manage to get those 80 million goods? Tony looked at Ashan, forcing a composed smile. Brother Sean, please sit for a moment. He'll handle a small matter and be back shortly. Ashan crossed his arms, wearing an expression of watching a show, and nodded lightly. Go ahead. Let me see your capabilities. He was also weighing it in his heart. If Tony couldn't even handle a subordinate of Duan Cohen, he would have to reconsider changing partners for this big business. Although apprehensive as the only subordinate here, Hua Sheng could only muster his courage and step forward, arrogantly shouting at the blonde accomplice. Is Duan Cohen really that impressive? My boss is this guy, Vietnam Gang's Jia Go. Have you heard of him? Damn Vietnamese. The opponent was thoroughly provoked. If you come running here, you should go out and beg for food instead. This is Hong Kong City, not a place for you to act wildly, looking for death. Tony was instantly ignited by this statement, his eyes turning red as he let out a roar and kicked the opponent's chest fiercely. Drink. This kick was powerful, sending the opponent flying several meters like a broken sack, crashing heavily into the bar and spitting blood, unable to get up. Oh, ugh, opt. The cries of agony echoed. Ahu also instantly joined the fray, every punch landing with force, every kick piercing through. These three brothers were originally from the bottom, skilled and quick to react. Their cooperation was seamless. The 7 or 8 opponents were like children in front of them. In less than half a minute, they were all knocked to the ground, each with broken limbs, lying on the ground and wailing endlessly. Aja was not yet satisfied and rushed to the still shouting blonde, lifting his shoe and kicking wildly at his head and chest, cursing as he did. Damn. Stealing my girl. He'll make you pay. Stop. A loud shout suddenly came from inside the bar. Explosive Lu rushed out with dozens of men wielding clubs, exuding a fierce aura, his face dark as thunder, his gaze fierce. He was Duan Kun's most trusted horse, overseeing the entire Guangdong territory. Now, with his place being wrecked and his subordinates beaten like this, if he didn't step up, how could he continue to mix in Simsha Sui? Aja looked up and saw so many reinforcements coming from the other side. Instead of feeling afraid, he clapped his hands and exaggeratedly mocked. Wow, so many people. Oh, I'm so scared. You scared me to death. That provocative expression nearly made Explosive Lu explode in anger on the spot. Explosive Lu stared intently at the Vietnamese gang trio. These three had a notorious reputation in Simsha Sui. He had long been aware that they were capable fighters, reckless and dangerous individuals. Ignoring Aja's taunts, he fixed his gaze on the true leader, Tony, and asked in a deep voice, Tony, what does your Vietnamese gang want? Coming into my territory, beating my people, wrecking my place. Coming to the bar, of course, is to drink. Aja interjected from the side, a smug smile on his face. Are you here to have a heart-to-heart talk, to chat about life? Explosive Liu's expression darkened. Drink. Then why are you causing trouble in my place? And you've beaten my people like this. They fell on their own. Aja shrugged, feigning innocence. What does it have to do? If you want to blame someone, blame your slippery floor. You can slip and break your head while walking. The blonde helped up, trembled with anger, pointing at Aja and shouting. That's not how it is. Boss, they smashed a bottle at me first. We went to reason with them, and they started fighting without any reason. All the evidence is right in front of us. There's no denying it. Explosive Liu's gaze turned cold as he looked at Tony and the others. Do you have anything else to say? Aja looked unconcerned. Even surrounded by dozens of people, his expression remained utterly arrogant. What can I do? You let your people finish speaking. What do you expect me to do? I'm helpless too. So you're not admitting it. Explosive Lu gritted his teeth. What's the difference between admitting it or not? Aja tilted his head, his tone flippant, completely disregarding the other party. Explosive Lu could no longer hold back and finally erupted, pointing at Aja and shouting, Aja, don't think just because your two brothers can fight you can act so arrogantly. This is Guangdong territory, my boss Duan Kun's turf. You may not give me face, but you should at least give my boss Duan Kun some face. Tony stepped forward slowly, standing in front of his two brothers, his gaze icy, his tone slow and harsh, each word resonating through the bar. This is how we do things. If you disagree, let's fight. What did you say? The little brothers behind Explosive Lu instantly exploded, brandishing clubs, ready to charge forward, each one filled with rage. Stop. Explosive Lu raised his hand to stop them. He knew very well that Tony and his brothers were truly willing to fight to the death. If it really came to blows, even if they had the numbers, they would suffer heavy casualties. He suppressed his anger and warned coldly, Tony, our Hixing is neither too big nor too small. Our subordinates number at least over 1,000. Are you sure you want to play this to the end? Are you trying to scare us? Aja sneered, just about to speak. Whoosh! Suddenly a bottle flew in from somewhere and smashed hard onto Aja's shoulder. Opt! Aja cried out in pain. Who threw the bottle? Hua Sheng's face changed dramatically. Who dares to touch my brother? Damn! Tony instantly went berserk. Damn it! Explosive Lu was also confused, not knowing who threw the bottle, but with Tony and the others charging in, he couldn't just not retaliate. He could only shout, beat them. Fight to the death. Go for it. Kill them. Dozens of people were instantly in a chaotic brawl, bottles flying, tables and chairs shattering, screams, roars, and the sound of bones cracking all mixed together. The bar had completely turned into a battlefield. Just as this group was fighting fiercely, blood flowing everywhere. Crash! The bar's main door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Blinding police lights shone in from outside, and the sound of police sirens was sharp and piercing. A large group of heavily armed officers rushed in, exuding a formidable presence, sternly shouting, "Police, check IDs. Everyone stay still. Take out your identification." The person leading them was tall, sharp-eyed, with a defiant expression, the infamous Mad Dog of the Serious Crimes Unit, Ma Jun. As soon as he entered, his gaze locked onto Tony, who was fighting the fiercest as he single-handedly chased down 3 or 4 people, striking mercilessly and without restraint. Ma Jun frowned, warning sharply, "Over there. Immediately stop. Put your hands on your head and squat down." But at this moment, Tony, blinded by rage, couldn't hear anything and continued to punch wildly. "Separate them. Hold them all down." With a command from Ma Jun, "Everyone squat down. Hands on your head." Several officers rushed forward, and after tremendous effort, they managed to forcibly pull Tony and Explosive Lou apart. Bao Jiu was firmly pinned to the cold marble floor by 2 burly policemen, his cheeks scraping against the tiles, stained with alcohol and blood, appearing extremely disheveled. His face was swollen and bruised, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and one arm was twisted painfully behind his back, leaving him utterly immobile. Yet even as a captive, the ruthless and arrogant spirit he had cultivated alongside Duan Kuan remained undiminished. He still howled in a hoarse voice, every word laced with deep-seated hatred. "You're finished, Tony. My boss Duan Kuan won't let you off. You dared to touch me in Sim Sha Sui. You Vietnamese are doomed." Tony on the opposite side was also restrained by the policeman, his shirt torn to reveal well-defined muscles. His usually cold and sinister face was now twisted in a grimace, his eyes bloodshot, struggling to break free and pounce, his roar echoing painfully in the ears of those nearby. "Dare to touch my brother. Let's see who ends up finished first. Today you have the police protecting you. I'll consider yourself lucky. I will settle this score with you sooner or later." "Shut up. Both of you shut up." The policemen holding them down barked sharply, raising their batons to strike the floor, producing a dull thud, their eyes fierce and intimidating. "You're all held down, yet you still dare to shout. Do you think our police are mere decorations? Everyone take out your IDs. No one is getting past this." The noisy bar had turned off its music, and the patrons who had been scattering were now huddled in corners, trembling as they pulled out their identification, not daring to utter a single word. Ma Jun slowly stepped through the crowd, his boots crunching on the shards of glass, making a sharp sound. His expression was defiant, his gaze sharp as an eagle, casually sweeping over the group of bruised and battered thugs on the floor. His gaze finally settled on Tony, Aja, Ehu, and Hua Sheng, briefly glancing at the flushed Bao Jiu, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Tony, Aja, Ehu, Hua Sheng from the Vietnamese gang, and Bao Jiu, the top horse under Duan Kun's command. Ma Jun paused, his eyes shifting to the corner where Ashan was trying to shrink away, a broader smile forming. "Hey, isn't this Ashan? Such a big character, yet here you are making a scene. What are you also here to join the fight?" Ashan's expression instantly soured, his entire body stiffening as he hurriedly forced an innocent smile, his hands flailing, shrinking back in a panic to distance himself. "Hey, Officer Ma, don't say such things. By heaven's conscience, I'm just a regular patron here for a drink. Why, I've been sitting in a booth the whole time, not involved in any fighting whatsoever. I'm completely an innocent civilian. This has nothing to do with me." "Innocent?" Ma Jun sneered, his expression suddenly darkening, his gaze sweeping over the chaos and the injured, his tone icy and unyielding. "Others may not know your background, but I do. To say you're innocent, who would believe that?" He stopped, wasting breath, making a decisive wave of his hand, his voice booming and powerful, resonating throughout the bar. "Take everyone, including him, back to the police station. Not a single one gets left behind." "Yes, sir." The group of thugs who had just been arrogant and brawling were now like lost dogs, each one cuffed, their cries, pleas, and curses mingling together in utter disgrace. This farce was quietly observed by Yang Lin from a concealed booth near the window. He remained seated on the sofa, holding a half-full glass of chilled beer. His fingertips gently swayed the glass, watching the liquid swirl, inside, his expression calm and indifferent. It was as if the violence unfolding and the police's arrests were merely inconsequential performances. Only a profound, detached smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. One stone, two birds, using a knife to kill someone, profiting amidst chaos. He moved not a single soldier, merely placing a small chess piece in advance, allowing Duan Kun's right-hand men, the Vietnamese gang's 3 brothers, and the class dealer Ashan, to all be taken into the police station. This scheme from start to finish was executed flawlessly, without a single error. Just then Ma Jun exchanged a few words with 2 policemen, pointing toward Yang Lin's direction. Then 2 policemen responsible for the checks approached Yang Lin's booth quickly, their vigilant eyes scanning the patrons, their tone serious and stern. "You guys show your IDs. Routine inspection." Yang Lin remained unchanged in expression, casually raising his hand. Beside him, He Zichiu, Fei Quan, and others promptly pulled out their IDs and handed them over, their movements calm and unhurried, showing no signs of panic. The policeman checked the photos and information one by one, glancing at the group, who bore no signs of fighting and appeared neatly dressed. Confirming that everything was in order, they turned to regroup with Ma Jun. Officer, these few individuals have been checked. They did not participate in the brawl. Everything is normal. Ma Jun glanced at Yang Lin from a distance, finding this silver-haired man to possess an unusually steady aura, remaining calm amidst such chaos, clearly not an ordinary patron. However, lacking solid evidence, he did not want to stir up trouble, merely nodding heavily, his tone concise. All counted, dismissed the team. With Ma Jun's command, the policeman led the thugs away in a grand procession from Kowloon Bar. The piercing sound of police sirens gradually faded, leaving behind a mingling scent of gunpowder, blood, and alcohol in the bar, with only bewildered patrons and a scene of devastation remaining. A chaotic uproar that felt like a fleeting dream. It was not until the police completely disappeared from the entrance that Jose let out a long sigh of relief, his tensed nerves instantly relaxing. He approached Yang Lin with a face full of admiration and shock, lowering his voice, unable to contain his admiration. Wow. Brother Lin, your maneuver of using a knife to kill from the shadows was utterly brilliant. Without raising a finger, you sent Duan Kuen and the Vietnamese gang to the station. We didn't even have to lift a hand, yet controlled the entire situation. It's truly impressive. I've never seen such a steady layout in my life. Yang Lin set down his glass, giving him a faint glance, his tone light and breezy, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. It's merely a small trick that isn't even worth mentioning. There's no need to make such a fuss. In this world, it's not about fighting and killing, but about brains. He Zichio frowned, his gaze sweeping toward the bar's entrance, his thoughts meticulous, considering the long-term implications, and spoke in a deep voice. Brother Lin, this isn't over yet. Even if Bao Jiao and Tony are caught, it's just for fighting. They'll pay a little bail and be out by tomorrow. With Duan Kun's vengeful temperament, having suffered such a significant loss, he definitely won't let it slide. He will surely seek revenge against the Vietnamese gang, and sooner or later Tsim Sha Sui will witness another grand battle. That's perfect. Fei Quan's eyes brightened, a fierce smile spreading across his face as he clenched his fists. When those two groups have fought each other to a stalemate, we will strike, reaping the benefits and eliminating both groups in one fell swoop. At that time, Duan Kun's territory will belong to Chong Yi, and the territory of the Vietnam gang will belong to us, Hung Lok. A gang who had been silent for a long time, resembling a sinister crow, finally spoke in a calm and deep voice, hitting every key point. There's no need. The Vietnam gang, led by the Tony brothers, has very little fixed territory in Hong Kong and Kowloon. Even if we crush them, we won't gain any real benefits. Instead, we'll have three formidable and insane enemies. It's better to hold back for now, even secretly providing them with some intel as support while we focus on dealing with Duan Kuen. Yang Lin nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes, clearly agreeing with the gang's assessment. He scanned the crowd with a steady and clear tone, establishing the core strategy. Moving forward, a gang is right. Our target this time is solely Duan Kuen. There's no need to complicate things and create more formidable enemies. However, the Tony brothers are ruthless and merciless characters. Partnering with them is akin to courting death, and there's absolutely no need for that. He lightly tapped the table with his fingers, his gaze icy, radiating a decisive aura. When Duan Kuen and Tony are engaged in a full-blown fight to the death, we want need to face them heat in a well strike from the shadows, precisely eliminating all of Duan Kun's key subordinates and vital forces, cutting off his arms and digging at his roots. By the time he realizes what has happened, he will become isolated. At that point, his territory, venues, and business will be ours for the taking. Lingo, leave this to me. Wang Jianjun immediately stood up, his posture erect like a pine tree, his face hard, and his gaze determined, his tone resolute. I will take my brothers to handle it. We'll strike from the shadows, clean and swift, leaving no traces, ensuring that we clear out Duan Kun's men one by one, accomplishing the task perfectly and causing us no trouble at all. Yang Lin looked at him, a faint smile of reassurance on his face, his tone full of trust. This kind of work in the shadows is best left to you, brothers. I can trust you the most. You handle things, and I never need to remind you even once. A gang, seeing this, stepped forward, eagerly, not wanting to miss out on this operation, and asked in a low, serious tone, Lingo, what about us? The brothers in Mong Kok can't just stand by and watch, right? You all certainly have more important tasks. Yang Lin smiled faintly, his tone mysterious. The time is not right yet. When the time comes, I will naturally tell you everything in detail. For now, all we need is to remain still and keep a close watch on Duan Kun's movements. As soon as he finished speaking, Fei Quan, who had been watching the bar's entrance, suddenly changed his expression, his gaze abruptly sharpening. He quickly lowered his voice and leaned into Yang Lin's ear, his tone urgent and tense. Lin Gu, the main person has arrived. Yang Lin, upon hearing this, slowly raised his eyes calmly, directing his gaze towards the entrance of the bar. At the entrance stood a man with striking white hair, a sinister and sharp face, and an expression filled with madness and malice, slowly walking in. It was none other than Duan Kuen, who had been stirring up trouble in Tsim Sha Sui during this period, known for his ruthless methods. Behind him trailed 4 or 5 bodyguards in black, each alert with steady footsteps, hands always tucked into their suit pockets, back straight, exuding an air of danger that warned others to stay away. Wang Jianjun's gaze was sharp. He merely cast a glance before retracting his sight, moving close to Yang Lin, his voice low and icy, making a precise judgment. Lin Ge, the few men behind him, are all bulging at the waist, each armed with at least a short gun, showing extreme caution. Quite prudent indeed. Yang Lin's lips curled into a faint smirk, his tone calm and undisturbed. However, for someone engaged in such ruthless business with too much blood on their hands and enemies spread across both the black and white sides, if one doesn't keep their head on a swivel, they wouldn't have survived to this day. While it seems there are only these few men on the surface, there must be more of his gunmen hidden inside the bar. This is his stronghold. He cannot afford to leave any loose ends. These people earn a living through their heinous acts, causing countless families to be shattered. They fear death more than anyone. A gang sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Ordinary people are not afraid of death because they have nothing to lose. They have made too much dirty money and enjoyed the riches, so they fear death, the most fearing they will go to hell and face retribution, which is why they are so on edge. As he spoke, a man in a suit with impeccably styled hair and a face as pale as paper jogged up to Duan Kun. His expression was frantic as he leaned close to Duan Kun's ear, whispering urgently about the recent chaos, the explosions, and the police raid. Duan Kun, initially showing a hint of nonchalance, grew increasingly serious as he listened, the madness in his eyes intensifying. Without waiting for the manager to finish, he grabbed the man's collar and violently pulled him toward the inner lounge. The force nearly strangled the manager's neck, and the surrounding guests were frightened by the aura of hostility, quickly retreating, no one daring to glance too long. Lin Ge, they've entered the office. That's Duan Kun's private lounge, well soundproofed, where he usually conducts his. Fei Quan reported in a low voice, his expression proud as he pulled out a device the size of a palm, resembling an old-fashioned radio, with a pair of wired headphones attached on top, handing it to Yang Lin. Yang Lin raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with surprise. What is this? A listening device. Fei Quan chuckled, wearing a proud expression. Knowing Lin Ge, you would come to Kowloon Wang Bar tonight to set up, I bought the listening device during the day and had our insiders secretly stick it under the office desk while cleaning. Now we can hear everything going on inside clearly. Yang Lin took the headphones, a clear look of approval in his eyes as he smiled and patted Fei Quan on the shoulder. You lad are getting better at handling things, actually understanding the need to set up listening devices in advance. You've learned well. Of course, following Lin Ge, one must learn from their mistakes. Fei Quan scratched his head, chuckling, his face filled with pride. Yang Lin said no more, slowly putting the headphones on his left ear and gently pressing the switch. In the next moment, Duan Kun's suppressed, irritable, and harsh voice came clearly through the headphones. Even the malice in his tone was evident. Damn it. A bunch of useless trash. Don't you know I have important guests tonight for a major business deal? I repeatedly warned you all to behave, not to complicate things or cause trouble. You all treated it as if it were nothing, bringing the police here and messing up my venue like this, causing explosions and getting arrested. Do you all want to get me killed? Enough. Enough. Don't waste my time with this nonsense. What good is an apology? Can it pull Bao Jiao out of the police station? Can it erase the trouble you've drawn down on us from the authorities? Duan Kun's voice grew increasingly agitated and impatient. Act now. Do 2 things immediately. First, hire the best lawyer available, bring sufficient bail money, and get Bao Jiao released from custody, without a single minute's delay. Second, assemble every capable fighter under your command. The moment Bao Jiao walks free, go straight to the bar and intercept Tony and his Vietnamese thugs. Deal with them decisively, and settle this grudge once and for all. Do you understand? Yes, I'll do it right away. Immediately. The manager stammered in terrified agreement, trembling as if his soul had fled his body. Then get out of my sight. Don't linger where I can see you. Duan Kun barked sharply. Yes, I'm gone right now. Within half a minute, the bar manager bolted out of the lounge, not daring to glance back, sprinting through the bar and racing off in his car toward the police station. At the very instant the manager fled, another group entered the bar through its front door, walking in with deliberate calm. Their entrance instantly seized Yang Lin's full attention. The man at their head wore an impeccably tailored dark suit. Handsome yet unsettling, his face bore an air of brooding restlessness. His sharp, defiant eyes radiated unyielding arrogance. Several imposing subordinates followed closely behind. One sported striking electric blue hair, her expression cold and fierce, her movements razor precise. None other than Luo Tianhong, Zhongxinyi's top enforcer. Beside her stood Guo Ziheng, arrogant, swaggering, his gaze sharp and merciless. The others were elite foot soldiers of Zhongxinyi. Yang Lin's gaze tightened imperceptibly. In that moment, he understood completely. These visitors were none other than Lian Haodong, the younger brother of Lian Haolong, the Triad seated boss, and a notorious figure across Hong Kong's underworld, infamous for reckless debts and ruthless ambition. He had never imagined that Duan Kun's so-called important guest would be affiliated with Zhongxinyi. Before he could dwell further, his earpiece crackled again. The moment Lian Haodong's entourage entered the lounge and closed the door, his voice, impatient laced with arrogant nonchalance, carried clearly. Duan Kun, Speak plainly and get to the point. Why drag me to this foul smoke-choked den? I have little time. Don't waste it on idle chatter. Duan Kowloon instantly transformed, his earlier fury evaporating like mist replaced by a fawning obsequious smile and a tone dripping with exaggerated courtesy. Brother Dong, please no rush, have a seat first. What I'm about to propose is a deal that will line both our pockets handsomely. A big deal, eh? Lien Haodong scoffed, his voice thick with disdain and mockery. What grand venture could you Duan Kowloon possibly offer? Making fishballs? Spare me the theatrics. Brother Dong, you jest. Duan Kowloon chuckled lowly, his tone now secretive and self-satisfied. I summoned you here for precisely such a monumental opportunity, one I wish to pursue in partnership with Zhongxini. Risk-free, profit guaranteed. No need for preamble. Lien Haodong's impatience sharpened. I've double-booked tonight. 2 women waiting. Time is tight. Say what you mean, straightforwardly. No beating around the bush. Excellent. Brother Dong cuts to the heart. So shall I. Duan Kowloon dropped all pretense, lowering his voice with magnetic allure. Word spread across the underworld your shipment was seized at the docks by the police. A devastating loss. I suspect your venues across Hong Kong are already running dry, and you're desperate to restock, aren't you? Lien Haodong's voice chilled, edged with wariness. Our supply shortages are none of your concern, Duan Kowloon. What business is it of yours? Oh, but it is, absolutely. Duan Kowloon burst into hearty laughter brimming with smug confidence. I operate in the same trade. You're short, I am flush. Need stock. I'll deliver it directly, relieving your most urgent crisis. Lien Haodong clearly doubted him, responding with a derisive snort. So, you suddenly have abundant stock. Last I heard you barely kept your own small venues supplied. Yet now you claim to serve Zhongxin Yi's large-scale demands. Even boasting requires a script. But times changed. Duan Kowloon's tone swelled with growing triumph. To be frank, Brother Dong, I've struck extraordinary fortune recently. My inventory is so vast, even I can't absorb it all. I'm actively seeking major buyers. So what do you say? My price will be more than fair. Lien Haodong paused, his tone finally shifting towards how much? As much as you require. Duan Kowloon thumped his chest confidently. What's your price? Lien Haodong cut straight to the core. 20% below market rate, flat. Duan Kowloon declared with flamboyant assurance. So, Brother Dong, does that sound like friendship? Across all Hong Kong, no one else dares offer you such terms. That cheap. Lien Haodong's voice hardened thick with suspicion. Duan Kowloon, you're playing me. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Such a steep discount. What trap are you laying? Brother Dong, please. How dare I play you? Duan Kowloon hastened to explain, his tone earnest. I know Zhongxin Yi's finances are strained. Capital sunk, goods lost, venues grinding to a halt. You need stock, urgently. As for me, I'm overstocked and eager to liquidate. This is mutual benefit. Each side gains exactly what it needs. Lien Haodong fell silent, weighing the proposal carefully before replying with measured composure. This matter is too grave for me to decide alone. I must consult my elder brother Lien Haolong, and only then may I give you a definitive answer. Absolutely, no problem at all. Duan Kowloon agreed readily, his tone breezy and accommodating. No rush, I can wait. Go speak with Brother Long. Just give me your final word by tomorrow evening. That one night, I'll hold. Agreed, let's go. Unwilling to linger, Lien Haodong rose to leave. Brother Dong, allow me to escort you out. Duan Kowloon offered courteously. Brother Dong, please, lead the way. Moments later, the lounge doors swung open once more. Lien Haodong strode out with Luo Tianhong, Guiziheng, and the rest. Faces impassive, strides swift and decisive. They climbed into their vehicle and departed without hesitation, never once glancing toward Yang Lin and his companions, who sat unnoticed in a shadowed corner booth. Watching Lien Haodong vanish beyond the main entrance, He Zaiqiu finally turned back, frowning deeply, curious yet anxious, as he leaned in and whispered to Yang Lin. Brother Lin, what were they discussing in that transmission? Lien Haodong looked like he'd just sealed a massive deal. Nothing consequential, just a black market transaction. Yang Lin removed his earpiece, speaking calmly, his expression utterly unruffled. He Zaiqiu's face paled slightly. He grasped the implication instantly and murmured gravely. Then, if we move against Duan Kowloon, next won't Zhongxin Yi inevitably be drawn in? They're preparing to source goods from him. Taking him down would sever their lifeline. And given Zhongxin Yi's power, they'll respond fiercely. We risk igniting a fire that engulfs us all. Anyo was known for his fierce demeanor and muscular physique, and he couldn't stand timid words. He widened his eyes, his face fierce with veins popping on his neck, his tone filled with disdain and arrogance. What's there to be afraid of? Let them meddle. We're dealing with Duan Kowloon, not his loyal followers. Business is business, does it concern them? If they dare to meddle, we'll take down their loyal followers together. What's there to be scared of? Anyo frowning retorted, that's not how it works. He Zaiqiu immediately rebutted, his brows furrowed in urgency and helplessness. Things in the martial world are never as simple as a fight. Pulling one thread affects the whole fabric. All our efforts must be focused on taking over Duan Kun's territory in Tsimsha Sui. We cannot afford any mistakes or provoke a giant like loyal and trustworthy for no reason. He lowered his voice, each word logical. Who is Lian Haolong? He is ruthless and cunning. His influence spread across Hong Kong, Kowloon, and the new territories with thousands of capable brothers under his command, including top fighters like Luo Tianhong, who would stop at nothing. If we truly create a mortal enemy with them, even if we can take down Duan Kuan, we will be severely weakened, and it won't be worth the cost. Anyo frowned, visibly unconvinced, and countered. What? Are you afraid? Afraid? He Zichio was immediately incensed, thumping his chest, and turning to Yang Lin, his tone frank and resolute, with no trace of insincerity. Brother Lin, you know me best. I, He Zichio, have been in this business for years, always willing to take risks. Even if the King of Heaven comes and stands in our way, I would dare to take a piece out of him. When have I ever been afraid? I just don't want to make enemies for no reason, leading my brothers to needless sacrifices. Then that settles it. Anyo waved his hand, his tone still arrogant, refusing to heed reason. If they dare to interfere and ruin Brother Lin's grand plans, we'll take them down together. With Brother Lin here, what's there to be afraid of? Let's fight. You only know how to fight. Can't you use your brain for planning? He Zichio's face flushed red with anger, about to argue further. Enough, stop arguing. Just as the two were about to quarrel, Yang Lin gently raised a hand, his tone calm, yet authoritative, carrying an undeniable weight. With just a light statement, the two who were previously at odds immediately fell silent, obediently lowering their heads, not daring to utter another word. Yang Lin's gaze slowly swept over everyone present, his expression calm and composed, yet his mind was already clear. He had all the situations under control. His tone steady, each word fell clearly. As for the matters concerning loyal and trustworthy, I have my own arrangements in mind, no need for you to argue here. For now, everyone must remain still and focus on their own tasks. He then solemnly instructed, with clear divisions of responsibility. Fei Quan, you take Jose and the ostrich and continue to monitor Duan Kuan's every move closely. Wherever he goes, whom he meets, and what plans he has, inform me immediately. No detail should be missed. The rest of you are free to move about, but do not provoke trouble, and especially do not engage with other organizations without permission. Having finished his orders, he turned to the two beside him. Anyo Xiaofu, drive me home. Brother Lin, are we leaving already? Fei Quan was astonished, quickly standing up to inquire, his gaze instinctively darting towards the staff lounge. Duan Kuan is still inside and hasn't left. Shouldn't we keep watching for a while longer and gather more information? Yang Lin had already deduced all of Duan Kuan's plans, cards, and subsequent strategies through listening devices, and his understanding of the movie plot, his mind as clear as a mirror. Duan Kuan's intentions were glaringly obvious. A large shipment belonging to Lian Haolong had been seized by the police at the harbor, and the supply to loyal and trustworthy was about to be completely cut off. They were urgently trying to replenish stocks to stabilize their territory. Meanwhile, Duan Kuan had just blackmailed a substantial shipment from the eight-sided Buddha with his hands full of goods he couldn't offload, worrying about finding a reliable big buyer. One was eager to buy, the other eager to sell, perfectly matching each other's needs. Tonight, everything he wanted to see, hear, and understand had already fallen into place. Duan Kuan's weaknesses, escape routes, and helpers were all laid bare. Remaining in this mixed environment of the bar had lost all significance. Yang Lin nodded slightly, his tone resolute and calm, without any hesitation. Yes, there's no need to stay any longer. For the upcoming actions, everyone must wait for my formal orders before taking action. Anyone who dares to act on their own and disrupt the situation will face family discipline. All right, don't worry, Brother Lin. We will keep a close watch, ensuring no detail slips by. Fei Quan immediately nodded seriously. Once everyone acknowledged the orders, Fei Quan turned to the silent brothers Wang Jianjun and Wang Jingwo, his face immediately lighting up with a warm smile as he approached them. Jianjun, Jingwo, don't rush to leave. It's a rare occasion to be at Sim Sha Sui. Brother Lin has said to relax, so stay for a couple of drinks and have fun with your brothers before you go. Wang Jianjun's expression was stern and steady. Upon hearing this, he didn't agree outright, but instinctively turned to Yang Lin, his gaze respectful, quietly awaiting his orders, not daring to act on his own. Yang Lin smiled faintly and waved his hand gently, his tone friendly. Then you can stay. It's not like there's anything urgent today. Everyone has worked hard for so long, it's only right to relax a bit. He paused, turning to the Tensei Nyo and the composed Li Fu beside him, suddenly changing his mind. How about this, Nyo? Give me the car keys. I can drive myself back. You all stay here and have a good time. No need to follow me. Brother Lin, that won't do. Absolutely not. Nyo immediately grew anxious, quickly shaking his head and waving his hands, his tone firm and uncompromising, a look of concern on his face. My duty is to ensure your safety, not to leave your side. How can I leave you alone and stay here to have fun? That's too dangerous. I can't relax. I could take on 10 of you. Do I need you shadowing me all the time for protection? Yang Lin shot him a glance, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. Nyo's face flushed red, instantly scratching the back of his head, yet he still stubbornly refused to back down, his tone earnest and resolute. Well, even though I can't beat you, having one more person around can help fend off trouble. If you drive back alone, I won't sleep well tonight. At this moment, the usually quiet Li Fu stepped forward, his posture upright and demeanor steady, speaking. Brother Lin, you've had a couple of beers tonight. Even if you have good alcohol tolerance, it's best not to drive, it's unsafe. Why not this, Brother Nyo? You stay and have fun with the brothers, and I'll drive Brother Lin back, ensuring he gets home safely. Yang Lin looked at him puzzled and asked, aren't you going to stay and have fun? Li Fu's expression remained calm as he replied honestly, I don't enjoy this noisy and boisterous environment, nor do I like drinking and partying, but it's dull to stay here. Yang Lin nodded slightly, choosing to say no more. All right then, let's do as you suggested. The night was deep and the neon lights flickered on the streets with sparse traffic. The black sedan glided smoothly on the road from Tsim Sha Tsui to Mong Kok as the lights outside raced backward and the cabin was quiet and soothing. During the drive, Yang Lin suddenly spoke, his tone calm as he instructed Xiao Fu, that apartment across from me has been vacant for a while. Tomorrow go rent it. Then pick 5 brothers from our group who are capable and tight-lipped to live with you. From now on, the 6 of you will be responsible for my security, keeping a close watch both openly and secretly. Li Fu firmly gripped the steering wheel, his gaze focused ahead, driving steadily and attentively. Upon hearing this, he nodded seriously, his tone earnest. Understood, Lin Ge. I will handle it well and won't make any mistakes. Yang Lin nodded and added, don't head back to the Sai Kung warehouse tonight, it's too far. Just stay at my place for now. Li Fu was slightly taken aback, his tone somewhat reserved. Isn't that too much trouble? Isn't it inconvenient? Yang Lin chuckled softly, his tone friendly and approachable, lacking any hint of superiority. We are all family brothers who have been through life and death together. Don't be so formal. Li Fu felt warmth in his heart, no longer declining, and respectfully nodded, thank you, Lin Ge. Yang Lin leaned back in his seat, his gaze drifting to the fleeting night scenery outside, casually asking, in these past few years of lurking in the harbor city, busy with training and guarding territory, haven't you gone back to see your family? Li Fu's fingers on the steering wheel paused slightly, his tone growing somber with a hint of unnoticeable melancholy. No, I haven't had the chance, and didn't dare to wander around, afraid it would delay what you assigned me. Once we secure the territory in Tsim Sha Tsui, they'll give you a long break, reimburse all your expenses, and you can go back to see your mother and spend time with your family. Yang Lin's tone was calm, carrying genuine concern. Li Fu trembled slightly, his eyes moistening, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lin Ge. Money is to be made, but family is also very important. Yang Lin's tone was indifferent, yet every word struck home. In this life of fighting and killing, ultimately, it is to provide a better life for those at home. Li Fu nodded earnestly, his tone resolute. I understand, Lin Ge. I will return as soon as possible, not delaying a single day. Yang Lin smiled faintly. There's no rush, of family matters are priority. Stay until you are ready to return. Just as the two were conversing, Li Fu suddenly lightly pressed the brake, and the sedan came to a steady stop by the roadside. He furrowed his brow slightly, turned to Yang Lin, and reported in a low voice, Lin Ge, it seems there's a crowd fighting at the intersection ahead. It's chaotic and blocking the road. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin raised an eyebrow, curiously looking ahead. Oh, who's bold enough to fight on the main road? Li Fu's gaze sharpened. With just a glance at the chaotic crowd, he discerned clearly and spoke in a deep voice, the aggressors should be Old Feng's gang. The ones getting beaten are Fuxing Lanking's little brothers. It seems they're clashing over territory or some venue fee. Yang Lin couldn't help but be a bit surprised, turning to look at him, smiling as he asked, how do you know this so well? Li Fu's expression was earnest, lacking any hint of boasting, and he replied truthfully, in these 3 years, while we were holed up in the warehouse, without any tasks, and unable to show ourselves, we kept ourselves occupied. The brothers organized the identities, leaders, and territories of various gangs in Hong Kong and Kowloon, clearly memorizing each person's appearance and background. We figured that once you, Lin Ge, were released from prison and ready to expand your territory, this information would surely. Yang Lin's eyes revealed clear approval, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Well done, you are thoughtful. Let's stop for now, have a smoke, and wait for them to finish fighting and disperse before we go. Don't get involved in these trivial conflicts. The two sat in the car as Yang Lin lit a cigarette, quietly watching the chaos at the intersection. In the time it took to smoke one cigarette, the battle had already determined a victor. Fuxing Lanking's men were too few, only 4 or 5 people, and they simply couldn't withstand the assault from Old Feng's dozens of men. Soon they were left in disarray, fleeing in panic. Old Feng's men did not pursue to the bitter end, as street thugs typically engage, only to a certain extent, winning by driving off their opponents, regaining face, and claiming territory, without truly seeking to kill or settle scores. After winning, the group stood at the intersection, shouting and boasting, their air of arrogance palpable. Seeing the road clear, Li Fu was about to start the car and leave when his gaze suddenly caught sight of 3 youthful, radiant, and pure-looking girls slowly emerging from the bar entrance. The gang members, just having won a fierce battle and full of adrenaline, were instantly captivated by the beauty of these 3 cleanly dressed girls. A dozen thugs exchanged glances, their faces filled with ill intentions, grinning as they enthusiastically surrounded the 3 girls in the middle. The muscular, burly leader of the gang stepped forward, first cigarette in mouth, leering as he spoke, hey beautiful, let's be friends, they'll take you to some fun places. Among the 3 girls, the leader was a girl with a high ponytail, striking features, and the most courage. She wore a white tank top over a red checkered shirt paired with tight blue jeans and white sneakers, looking pure and lively without a hint of vulgarity. At this moment her face was pale, but she still forced herself to remain calm, sternly scolding, "What do you want? Just leave us alone." The two girls behind her had long hair, one in a white dress and the other in a blue dress. They looked like good girls, having never encountered such a scene before, and were now terrified, their faces pale, as they clung tightly to the ponytailed girl, trembling slightly. Meanwhile, in the car, Yang Lin recognized the ponytailed girl the moment he saw her. This was none other than Jia Wen, the younger sister of the leader of the Zhongxing Society in the movie Betrayal. As for the two girls next to her, although they were beautiful, they were not characters from the film. They were likely Jia Wen's good friends out for the first time and stumbling into this trouble. The burly thug who was now leering at the girl was also familiar to Yang Lin. He was a tough character from an early work of Brother Crow, ruthless in action and one of Old Foam's most arrogant lackeys. Having already been riled up, the thug's face darkened at being scolded publicly by Jia Wen, his lewdness transforming into a sinister glare as he stepped forward menacingly. "Hey, I'm talking to you nicely, and this is the face you show me. You'd better not make me angry or you'll regret it." Though Jia Wen was frightened, she refused to back down, standing tall and invoking her brother for support. "You better step aside. Otherwise my brother won't let you off." "Oh, is your brother very impressive?" The thug scoffed, his face filled with disdain, his gaze growing increasingly lewd. "That's great. After I have my fun with you tonight, you'll slow down and have fun with your brother too, haha." At this critical moment, two figures swiftly dashed around the corner, shouting loudly as they ran. "What are you doing? Let her go." These two were the subordinates dispatched by Zhuotu to protect his sister Jiawen. They were quite skilled and had been following closely behind, rushing over as they saw Jiawen surrounded. Laba glanced at the two, and seeing only two of them became even more arrogant, crossing his arms and sneered. "Just the two of you think you can play the hero and save the beauty? Look at how many brothers I have behind me. Think carefully about whether you have the strength for this. Don't seek death." Among the two subordinates, the young man with a buzz cut was unfazed. Stepping forward with an arrogant expression, he shouted, "We are with Zhuotu. This is Zhuotu, beloved younger sister. You had better behave and let her go immediately, or when Zhuotu arrives you won't be able to escape." Laba frowned, full of doubt. "Zhuotu? Which Zhuotu? I've never heard of him." The buzz-cut young man was filled with pride as he shouted loudly, "Zhongxing's Zhuotu. Have you heard of it? Damn, I thought it was Hongxing." Laba scoffed, his face filled with disdain, his tone incredibly contemptuous. "Zhongxing, just a third-rate gang, and you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Do you really think you are someone important?" The buzz-cut young man's expression darkened as he waved his phone. "Fine, I just called Zhuotu. He will be here soon. If you have the guts, say what you just said again when he arrives." "I'll wait for your mother." Laba was thoroughly enraged, his face hardened as he raised his hand and shouted, "Dare to call for help. Beat them up." Before he could finish, Laba's fist slammed hard into the buzz-cut young man's face. The buzz-cut young man had not anticipated that the opponent would strike without any warning, and with a piercing scream, his nasal bone shattered, blood gushing as he fell heavily backward. The other young man with yellow hair was about to move, but was immediately pinned down by the gangsters rushing in from all sides, beaten to a pulp in just a few seconds, howling in pain. Laba looked at the two on the ground who were constantly howling and begging for mercy, his face filled with excitement and pride, shouting arrogantly to ensure they remembered his name. "What are you? Listen up, I am Laba of Laofeng. Today I will teach you a lesson. Hit them until they smoke. Don't hit them. Stop." Jiawen saw her protectors being beaten like this, panicking and afraid, her eyes reddening as she shouted loudly. Hearing this, Laba slowly turned his head, a sinister smile on his face as he advanced step by step towards Jiawen, his gaze greedy and fierce. "Don't worry about them. You should think about what you should do." Jiawen was pressured back against the cold wall with nowhere to retreat, her two girlfriends trembling in fear. Her face finally revealed an uncontrollable expression of fear, her voice trembling. "What do you want? Don't come any closer." "Huh? What do I want?" Laba laughed wickedly, waving his hand to his subordinates, giving a stern order. "Get all three of them into the car, take them away." The subordinates beating the two on the ground immediately sent 6 people to rush forward. One on each side, they tightly grabbed Jiawen and the two girls' arms, forcibly dragging them towards a van by the roadside. "Stop! Let me go! Let me go!" Jiawen struggled desperately, crying out loudly, but she couldn't break free from the grip of the sturdy men. "Help! Let us go!" The other two girls were also scared, screaming in tears. "Lin Gu, should we?" "Huh, Lin Gu." Inside the van, Li Fu, who was inherently kind-hearted and had a strong sense of justice. Seeing the bullying and abduction of girls before him, he couldn't hold back any longer, his body tensing as he turned to ask Yang Lin for permission to act. But just as he turned around, he froze. The back seat was empty and Yang Lin was nowhere to be seen. Li Fu was momentarily stunned and quickly looked forward, only to see a gray figure charging straight at La Ba and his group. The figure was tall and fast, leaving behind an afterimage. Li Fu instantly reacted, both shocked and anxious. How could the leader rush to the front while he stayed behind? He immediately pushed the car door open without saying a word, quickly followed, ready to assist at any moment. La Ba was still completely unaware of the impending doom, still facing away from the road, arrogantly directing his subordinates. Hurry up, get them in the car, don't dawdle, the night is long and dreams are many. Just as he was about to turn and scold a couple of disobedient subordinates, a terrifying gust of wind suddenly swept from his side. A foot carrying the force of thunder brutally kicked into his chest. The force of this kick was beyond imagination. La Ba felt as if his right rib had been struck by a heavy truck, the sound of bones shattering clear to hear as his entire body flew backward several meters, crashing heavily into the front of the van. Bang! A loud sound echoed as the front of the van caved in significantly, the glass shattering instantly, scattering everywhere. Shut up. Oh. La Ba's scream abruptly ceased, collapsing in front of the van, blood spewing from his mouth, his body convulsing, unable to even crawl. Big brother. Dare to touch our big brother. Kill him. The 6 subordinates who were holding onto the girls were instantly terrified, releasing the 3 girls and charging madly at Yang Lin, their eyes red. Yang Lin's expression was indifferent, his eyes showing no hint of disturbance. Facing the 2 charging at him, he moved slightly, his hands accurately capturing them, and with 2 crisp sounds he dislocated their arms. Then with both fists striking out simultaneously, he hit their faces hard, blood splattering instantly, and the 2 collapsed to the ground unconscious. The remaining 4 rushed forward, but Yang Lin was nimble, not flustered at all. A sharp left whip kick and a quick right side kick took down 2 of them. Then, changing his footwork, he delivered 2 powerful straight kicks, accurately striking the chests of the remaining 2. In just 3 seconds, all 6 of the previously arrogant subordinates who had dragged the girls were neatly taken down by Yang Lin, howling in pain and losing their fighting capacity. On the other side, the 8 gangsters still surrounding with 2 subordinates finally reacted, shouting angrily as they charged at Yang Lin, wanting to help. But just as they charged a couple of steps, a steady figure blocked their way. It was Li Fu. His expression was calm, but his movements were as swift as a ghost, actions clean and efficient without any superfluous moves. The 2 at the front hadn't even seen his moves clearly when they were taken down with a punch and a kick. The others rushed in, yet they couldn't even touch his clothing. In just a few seconds they were all down, rolling on the ground in pain. The entire process was so fast it was dazzling. In less than 20 seconds, all of La Ba's more than a dozen subordinates were taken down, not a single one able to stand. The horn finally caught its breath, clutching its broken rib, and looked up, instantly terrified, its face as pale as... How could he, with over a dozen brothers, be completely defeated in mere seconds by this white-haired man and his assistant? What kind of terrifying skill is this? He trembled uncontrollably, watching Yang Lin approach step by step, and asked with a fierce but weak tone, "Kid you, which way are you from? Do you know I am the Horn of Lao Feng? My big brother is Thunder Dragon. If you dare to touch me, you're finished." Yang Lin approached him slowly, crouched down, his gaze cold as ice, devoid of warmth, his voice low and laced. "Do you know what I hate most in this life? The first kind is the beasts that deal drugs, ruining families. The second kind is scum like you who bully women, rely on force, and use coercion. If you want a woman, go and pursue her openly. If that doesn't work, pay for a prostitute, no one will care about you. Using such despicable means to bully 3 young girls. Has Lao Feng's people sunk to this level, unable to even afford the price for a prostitute? Damn, he'll do whatever I want, you have no say." The horn shouted hoarsely, forcing himself to stand his ground. "My big brother is Thunder Dragon. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my big brother won't let you go." Yang Lin let out a cold laugh, his face filled with disdain, clearly not taking the name Thunder Dragon seriously. He no longer paid attention to the horn lying on the ground, but turned to the stunned Jiuwen and the others, the indifference on his face instantly fading, replaced by a gentle and warm expression as he softly asked, "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Jiuwen came to his senses, looking at this tall, white-haired man with a strong aura, yet gentle eyes, his heart racing as he quickly shook his head, his eyes slightly reddening as he sincerely thanked him. "It's fine, thankfully you stopped it in time. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, we might have been taken away by them. No need to be so polite." Yang Lin smiled lightly, his tone calm. "I have always disliked these kinds of bullies. It was only natural for me to intervene. You 3 young ladies, it's late at night. Try to stay in more, it's not safe. Go home early." Jiuwen looked at him filled with gratitude and affection and quickly invited, "Let me treat you to a late-night snack, just to properly thank you for your righteous intervention. Oh, otherwise we really wouldn't know what would have happened tonight." Yang Lin smiled and gently shook his head, politely declining. "No need, it was just a small effort." He turned to Li Fu behind him and waved, "Let's go." But as the 2 turned around and hadn't taken 2 steps, a sharp screeching sound suddenly echoed. A black sedan along with 3 vans roared in, then suddenly braked, blocking the intersection tightly. Immediately the car doors opened in unison. A man with a bun hairstyle, a fierce and arrogant face resembling the infamous Hong Liang stepped down from the sedan. From the 3 vans, over 30 henchmen wielding iron rods and knives charged out aggressively, instantly surrounding the entire intersection. The leader was none other than Jiuwen's elder brother, the head of the Zhongxing Society, Zhou Tu. As soon as he received the distress call from his subordinates, he hurried over with all his men. Upon seeing the numerous people lying on the ground and his sister's pale face, his expression turned ashen, and he rushed over to Jiawen, examining her closely and anxiously asking, "Jiawen, are you alright? Did you get hurt? Where are those who bullied you?" Seeing her brother Jiawen's courage, which she had been holding on to, instantly crumbled, her eyes reddening as she nearly cried out, "Brother, tell me, who bullied you? Who dares to lay a hand on my Zhuotu sister?" Zhuotu's face became ferocious, his aura erupting as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Tell me their names, and I'll chop them into 8 pieces and feed them to the fish right now." The flathead and yellow-haired henchman, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to get up, pointing at the horn and his group on the ground, and said loudly, "Boss, it's them." The one leaning against the van is Lao Feng's horn. They were harassing Jiawen, and, damn, whoever dares to touch my Zhuotu sister is asking for death. Zhuotu exploded in rage, waving his hand and giving a fierce order. "Break all their hands and feet. Leave none alive." "Yes, boss." Over 30 henchmen behind him responded in unison, brandishing their weapons and preparing to charge. "I am Lao Feng's man. You can't touch me." The horn was terrified, shouting for mercy, trying to invoke his big brother to save himself. Lao Feng, one of Zhuotu's henchmen, one of the twin devils, scoffed, his face fierce. "Touching our boss sister, whether you're Lao Feng or Xian Feng, you'll end up crippled here today." "Get him." Crack. With a sharp sound, the horn's calf was instantly broken by an iron rod, and a piercing scream resonated throughout the intersection. After Zhuotu dealt with the horn's group, he turned his gaze to Yang Lin and Li Fu standing nearby. Seeing the two standing among the fallen henchmen, he mistakenly thought they were part of the horn's group. His expression darkened, and he waved his hand, issuing a stern order. "And these two, take them down together. Anyone who dares to oppose my Zhuotu will be crippled." "Hey, brother, wait a minute." Seeing this, Jiawen's face changed drastically, and she quickly rushed forward, spreading her arms to block Yang Lin, urgently explaining, "Brother, you're mistaken. These two brothers saved us. If it weren't for them taking action and defeating those bad guys, I would have been taken away by them." Zhuotu was taken aback, his fierce expression instantly stiffening. Upon learning that the two in front of him were the saviors of his sister, his complexion changed dramatically. His face instantly broke into a warm and grateful smile as he stepped forward, actively extending his hand and firmly shaking Yang Lin's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Oh, I see. Misunderstanding. It's really just like the floods sweeping through the Dragon King temple. Thank you so much, brothers. Saving my sister is like saving my Zhuotu life. This great kindness I will remember for a lifetime." He spoke generously, pounding his chest in assurance. "My name is Zhuotu. I make my living in the Yaomati area. If you brothers need anything or run into any trouble in Yaomati, feel free to find me at Qinglong nightclub. As long as it's within my capacity, I will certainly help you to the end." Yang Lin felt a bit uncomfortable with his sudden enthusiasm and smiled faintly, responding politely, "No need to be so courteous. It's just a matter of chivalry among fellow travelers." The clamor at the intersection gradually subsided, and amidst the chaos, the gratitude of the leader was evident. He was always a person who valued relationships and loyalty, and since Yang Lin had saved his sister, he felt compelled to repay this kindness. "You are righteous, and I cannot be unreasonable. I must repay this favor," the leader stated, casting a glance behind him without turning his head. One of his henchmen, A Chao, immediately understood and quickly stepped forward, presenting a neatly stacked bundle of cash, the crisp Hong Kong dollars feeling substantial in weight. The leader took the money without a moment's hesitation, forcefully shoving the entire stack into Yang Lin's hands, his tone generous and bold, infused with the unique straightforwardness of the underworld. "Here is 50,000 in cash. You two brothers can use it for expenses, buy cigarettes and alcohol, find somewhere to enjoy yourselves. Consider it a small token of my appreciation, so please don't refuse." Yang Lin did not engage in any unnecessary pleasantries, as one should not be overly formal in the underworld. He casually tucked the money into his suit pocket, his expression calm and unflustered, devoid of any greed, as if he was merely accepting an ordinary item. "All right, I will take the money. Then this matter is settled, and we owe each other nothing. We will take our leave now. Goodbye." With that, he did not linger any longer, turning towards the sedan parked by the roadside, his stature tall and upright, his white hair particularly striking under the neon lights of the night, exuding a calm, yet imposing aura that made it hard to look directly at him. "Wait!" A clear and somewhat shy voice called from behind. Jiawen hurriedly caught up, taking small steps to reach Yang Lin, and gently called out to him. Yang Lin halted, slowly turning around to look down at the girl before him, her cheeks slightly flushed and her eyes sparkling, his tone calm with a hint of confusion. "Is there something else?" Jiawen lifted her head, her clear eyes fixed on Yang Lin, her heart racing uncontrollably. The man before her was strong and composed, unfazed in the face of a dozen thugs, yet gentle and polite when saving others. He was completely different from the arrogant, crude gangsters she usually encountered, like a ray of light that instantly pierced through her heart. She bit her slightly reddened lower lip, gathering all her courage, and softly spoke, her voice carrying a unique sweetness of youth. "My name is Jiawen. I still don't know your name." "Yang Lin." His reply was short and crisp, his tone calm, yet somehow Jiawen took a deep breath and looked up at him again, her eyes filled with uncontainable anticipation and nervousness, fearful of rejection, as she cautiously extended an invitation. 3 days from now, it's my birthday. Could you come to my birthday party? Yang Lin observed the girl's sincere and anxious expression, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. After a moment's thought, he nodded with a smile and readily agreed. Sure. Upon receiving a positive response, Jia Wen's eyes instantly brightened, her entire face lighting up with joy, and fearing he might forget the time and place, she hurriedly reiterated. It's at 8 o'clock in the evening 3 days from now at the Ngao Ma Ti Gung Tong restaurant. You must come. I will wait for you. I will definitely be there. Yang Lin nodded lightly, not saying anything more. He turned and opened the car door, gracefully settling into the sedan. The car window slowly rose, shutting out the surrounding clamor. The leader, watching Yang Lin's car prepare to depart, immediately shouted to his subordinates. Drag all this garbage to the side of the road. Don't block Brother Yang's path. Clean it up properly. Understood. The henchmen responded in unison, immediately getting to work dragging the moaning and disheveled group of thugs to the side of the curb. They politely cleared a wide and unobstructed path for Yang Lin's sedan. The sedan started smoothly, the engine's sound deep and powerful, slowly leaving the intersection and soon merging into the continuous flow of traffic, disappearing into the dazzling depths of neon lights. Jia Wen remained standing in place, her hands intertwined in front of her, her gaze fixed on the direction where the sedan had vanished, not withdrawing her gaze for a long time. The corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted slightly, unaware her face was filled with the shy delight of a girl. The leader stood beside his sister, observing her changing expressions, arms crossed, teasingly remarked, "What's wrong? Have you fallen for him? Have your soul been captured?" Jia Wen snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing bright red. Embarrassed and annoyed, she shot a glare at the leader and retorted, "Brother, what are you talking about? Nonsense. Am I talking nonsense?" The leader chuckled, pointing at her eyes, his tone firm. "Look at your eyes, the car is already out of sight, and you still can't bear to take your eyes away. Who are you trying to fool? If you keep saying this, I really won't talk to you." Jia Wen stamped her foot, her cheeks flushed, turning to leave. All right, I won't say anything more." The leader quickly raised his hands in surrender, then his expression turned serious and he sternly cautioned. "But I must say this up front, I will find someone to investigate his background. If he's a gangster, I absolutely won't allow you to associate with him." All right, stop saying unnecessary things, it's annoying." Jia Wen quickly interrupted him, not wanting to continue the topic, tugging at his arm and urging him. "It's too late, my 2 sisters are scared, I'll take them home first. We can talk about anything later. All right, wrap it up." The leader watched his sister acting spoiled, instantly losing his temper. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the team to gather. A group of henchmen surrounded the leader and Jia Wen, mounting their vehicles in a grand procession as the vehicles started and the headlights gradually receded. No one noticed the thug dragged to the side of the road with a fractured leg and injuries all over, lying on the ground, his eyes fixated on the direction where Yang Lin and the leader's vehicle had disappeared. His gaze was filled with deep resentment and hatred, his face twisted and grimacing, teeth grinding together. The humiliation of today he would repay 100-fold in the future. Yang Lin and the leader, he would not spare either of them. A night without words. Dawn broke. The next morning at 10 o'clock, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains into the bedroom, falling on the soft bed. Yang Lin slowly sat up from the bed, stretching lazily, raising a hand to rub his slightly sleepy eyes, shaking off the remnants of sleep. Then he got out of bed, heading toward the living room. Just as he opened the bedroom door, he saw Li Fu sitting upright on the living room sofa, holding a morning newspaper, his posture straight, his expression focused, always on guard. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he immediately put down the newspaper, quickly stood up, and respectfully greeted Yang Lin, his tone steady. "Good morning, Brother Lin." Yang Lin raised his hand to smooth his tousled hair as he stepped out of the room, looking lazy and casual, his tone indifferent. "Good morning. What does Lin go want to eat? I can go downstairs to buy something or get takeout from the restaurant." Li Fu immediately stepped forward, proactively inquiring about breakfast arrangements with great attention. "No need to trouble yourself." Yang Lin waved his hand casually. "Just wait for me to wash up, and we can go downstairs to the Kowloon ice room to eat. Their pork rib rice is authentic." "All right." Li Fu nodded respectfully, then promptly reported the urgent matter. "By the way, Lin Gus, since I woke up quite early, I went directly to find the landlord of the house across. I have already negotiated the rent and lease term with him, and he has agreed to rent the house to us. The rental contract is in my hands, and we can move in at any time." "Good job." A hint of approval flashed in Yang Lin's eyes as he smiled faintly. "You worked efficiently. After we finish eating, go pick 5 capable, steady, and discreet brothers from our group. Then go buy some furniture and daily necessities, and we can just move in. From now on, the 6 of you will be solely responsible for my security, keeping a close watch both openly and covertly." "Understood, Lin Gu. Don't worry, I will handle it properly, and will not make a single mistake." Li Fu nodded earnestly, keeping the instructions firmly in mind. Half an hour later, both of them, feeling refreshed, arrived at the Kowloon ice room downstairs. As soon as Yang Lin entered, he smiled and raised his hand in greeting. "Kong Gu along." A Kong who was counting money at the counter looked up, smiled, and acknowledged, "Hey Lin, you're here. So, yes, it's the usual. One order of pork rib rice and a cup of hot soy milk." Yang Lin casually replied, then turned to Li Fu beside him, gently asking Xiao Fu, "What do you want? Feel free to order." "Just the same as Lin Go." Yang Lin turned to Along and said, "All right, 2 orders, both the usual way." "Okay, just a moment, ITLL be ready soon." Along nodded and turned to the kitchen to place the order. At that moment, 4 students in school uniforms who looked quite young immediately brightened up upon seeing Yang Lin. They stood up in unison, bowing respectfully to greet him, their voices filled with admiration and awe. "Lin Go." "Good morning, Lin Go." Yang Lin was surprised to see these half-grown kids still lingering in the ice room, even though it was already past 10. He furrowed his brows slightly, his tone carrying a hint of elder-like sternness as he asked, "What are you kids doing here again? Don't you have classes today?" The girl with the ponytail stuck out her tongue and smiled innocently as she explained, "No, Lin Go, it's Saturday, and there's no class at school." "I see." Yang Lin was momentarily speechless, seeing through their little scheme, and said with a hint of reproach, "So you mean to say you skipped class to come out and play yesterday?" The ponytailed girl chuckled, scratching her head, not daring to refute, looking like she acknowledged her mistake. "We won't do this again in the future." Yang Lin's tone softened, carrying a sincere admonition. "Knowledge is wealth. Studying hard now is better than anything else. Don't learn to mess around at such a young age and waste your whole life, understand?" "Got it, Lin Go. We promise not to skip class in the future, and we will study hard." The 4 students quickly replied in unison, their attitudes sincere. Yang Lin nodded in satisfaction, watching the obedient appearance of the kids. His tone relaxed as he smiled and said, "All right, since you all are so well behaved today, I'll treat you. You can order whatever you want to eat and drink, don't be polite." The 4 students instantly looked surprised, their eyes brightening, and they quickly thanked him in unison, their voices filled with joy. "Really? Thank you, Lin Go." Yang Lin chuckled softly, not saying much more, and turned to sit beside them. Before long, Along brought 2 steaming plates of pork rib rice over, gently placing them on the table, his tone friendly, "Here, your meal is ready. Oh, enjoy the soy milk. We'll be here shortly." "Thank you." Yang Lin nodded in appreciation. Just as he and Li Fu picked up their chopsticks and began to enjoy their meal, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated, ringing. Yang Lin put down his chopsticks, took out his phone, and pressed the answer button, his tone flat. "Hello." On the other end, Dong's respectful yet slightly urgent voice immediately came through. "Lin Go, a group of people came to the Chitong bar, saying they had made an appointment with you previously, and they are now waiting." Yang Lin raised an eyebrow, immediately realizing, and asked, "Is it Tony and Ahua?" "Yes, they brought quite a few brothers over and are waiting in the booth." Dong quickly replied, "All right, have them wait there. It'll be there in 20 minutes. Yang Lin calmly instructed before hanging up the phone. He didn't waste any more words, picked up his chopsticks, and quickened his eating pace, finishing the pork rib rice in just a few bites, then downing the soy milk in one go. Seeing this, Li Fu immediately sped up as well, finishing his meal in just a few minutes, not asking any questions, always in sync with Yang Lin's rhythm. Yang Lin got up and left with him, and as they passed the counter, he reminded Akong, "Gu, all the food those students just had today will be on my tab. I'll settle it tomorrow." Akong smiled and gave an okay gesture, responding readily, "Okay, no problem." The 4 students, seeing this, quickly stood up and respectfully waved goodbye. "Lin Go, take care." Yang Lin turned back to glance at them, his tone serious as he admonished, "Be sure to eat well, and after eating go back and study hard. Don't go out and mess around again." "All right, we will remember." The 4 students quickly replied in unison. After exiting the ice room, Yang Lin instructed Li Fu beside him, "Go get the car. We are heading back to the Chitong bar." "Okay, Lin Go, I'm on it right away." Li Fu nodded immediately and quickly walked towards the parking lot. A few minutes later, the black sedan smoothly stopped at the entrance of the Chitong bar. The little brother responsible for lookout at the entrance, upon seeing Yang Lin's car, immediately approached, quickly respectfully opening the car door and bowing in greeting. "Lin Go, good job." Yang Lin stepped out of the car, casually patting his shoulder, responding with a casual nod. His demeanor was calm, radiating an air of stability that made the surrounding atmosphere quiet down a bit. As soon as he walked through the bar's entrance, the slightly noisy hall instantly fell silent. In the hall, 2 groups of people stood distinctly separated, each guarding their side, without disturbing one another, maintaining an orderly manner. Dong was guarding one side with a dozen of his subordinates, while Tony and Ahua sat across from him with their brothers in the booth, quietly waiting without any chaos. Lin Go has arrived." As soon as Yang Lin walked in, more than a dozen of Dong's subordinates stood up in unison, respectfully greeting him. They automatically parted to the sides, creating a clear passageway leading directly to the center of the hall, their attitude extremely respectful. Tony and Ahua's group of brothers also stood up, their expressions tense yet filled with awe. In the crowd, Wu Ying stood at the front row, his eyes filled with curiosity and admiration, staring intently at Yang Lin's figure. Tony and Ahua immediately stood up from their seats and quickly approached. Tony spoke first, his tone respectful and serious, slightly bowing to Yang Lin. "Lin Go, we have come. These are all my subordinates, not a single one missing, all here awaiting your orders." Yang Lin slowly walked up to them, his gaze calm as he scanned the group of brothers behind Tony. Each of these individuals was tall and strong, standing upright with fierce eyes, clearly seasoned fighters accustomed to violence. They exuded vitality far superior to those petty thugs who merely loaf around in society. A look of obvious approval appeared in his eyes as he praised them. Not bad, you all have great physiques and strong spirits. You are all excellent material for enforcers with a solid foundation. Upon hearing this, Tony immediately turned to his subordinates, speaking sternly. What are you all hesitating for? Hurry up and greet Lin Go. Hello, Lin Go. The group of brothers shouted in unison, their voices loud and harmonious, exuding a powerful momentum without any hesitation. Very good, everyone looks spirited. Yang Lin nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting to Ahua. Ahua promptly stepped forward, bringing over the clever-looking Wu Ying, introducing him to Yang Lin respectfully. Lin Go, this is my only subordinate Wu Ying. He is quick-witted and efficient in his tasks. Although his skills are somewhat lacking, he is definitely loyal. Wu Ying immediately stepped forward, standing straight, bowing deeply to Yang Lin, his voice loud and respect. Hello, Lin Go. From now on, my life is yours. Seeing his clever and lively demeanor, Yang Lin smiled and nodded in praise. You're not bad either. You look smart and seem like someone who can get things done. Though he remained skeptical in his heart, he knew he had to express approval. Wu Ying was instantly taken aback, hurriedly expressing, Thank you for the compliment, Lin Go. I will definitely work diligently and ensure I don't cause you any trouble. I will follow your orders. Yang Lin nodded in satisfaction, no longer indulging in pleasantries, fixing his gaze directly on Tony, and Ahua, his tone straightforward as he asked, All right, it seems you two have made up your minds to come over to my side. Tony nodded solemnly, his attitude extremely sincere without a hint of insincerity. Yes, Lin Go. Ahua and I, along with all the brothers, have discussed this together. The Loyalty Hall has long since declined. It is no longer the flourishing organization it once was. Especially for our faction, it's just Ahua and I holding everything together, supporting the entire team. The only place we can operate is the rundown mahjong parlor I run, which barely makes any profit, and the brothers following us can hardly make ends meet. He sighed, his tone filled with helplessness and honesty. So for the future of the brothers, and to ensure there is a way out, Ahua and I have ultimately decided to bring all the brothers over to work under you, Lin Go, and follow you wholeheartedly. Yang Lin nodded lightly, then asked, A wise decision. But what about your old leader, the old ghost rogue of the Loyalty Hall? Have you talked to him? Tony's expression slightly stiffened, awkwardly scratching his head as he replied, honestly. We haven't officially told him yet, as we fear he might disagree and create a scene. So we brought the brothers over first to discuss it with you, Lin Go, before going to talk to him. Yang Lin remained unfazed, instructing steadily. That's fine. Arrange for him. I will personally discuss. Tony immediately turned to Ahua and said, Ahua, you should call him. After all these years, he values you the most and is closest to you. If you speak, he won't make it too difficult for you. Ahua was initially taken aback, his face showing a hint of difficulty as he felt somewhat guilty about leaving behind his leader after so many years. But with no turning back, he bit the bullet, took out his phone, and dialed old Ghost Rogue's number. All right, fine, I'll make the call. The call was quickly connected, and Ahua took a deep breath, mustering his courage to explain to old Ghost Rogue on the other end about his and Tony's decision to bring the brothers over to join Hung Lok. With Yang Lin's keen hearing, he could naturally hear the irate shouts from the other side, and though he couldn't catch the specifics, he understood from Ahua's low and humble explanations that it wasn't anything pleasant. A few minutes later, Ahua hung up the phone and turned to Yang Lin to report. Lin Gu, he agreed to talk. He said to meet us at the Fei GT house in Mong Kok. We should head over now. Yang Lin stood up, straightening his suit jacket, and decisively said, Then let's go. The sooner we talk, the sooner. Everyone stood up to prepare to follow, with Wu Ying trailing behind Ahua, looking at Yang Lin's tall and composed figure, and in a low voice, he exclaimed to a phone beside him. Wow, this is the legendary by Qilin Yang Lin. His aura is so strong, he's handsome, and he works decisively. He's truly impressive. Following such a leader, we will definitely rise to prominence in the future. Ahua turned back and glared at him, then gave him a slap on the back of the head, reprimanding softly. Shut your mouth. Stop chattering, have some decorum. Hurry up and move, don't embarrass us here. Wu Ying rubbed his head and quickly fell silent, obediently following the group without daring to say another word. Yang Lin's departure was extremely simple. When it comes to business and negotiations, it's about confidence and presence. Having too many people can make one appear insecure. He only took 2 people with him. One was his personal bodyguard Li Fu, and the other was a Dong, leaving the rest at the... Tony and the others drove 2 vans which perfectly accommodated their group of more than a dozen people. The 3 vehicles started in succession, smoothly heading towards the Fei GT house. When they arrived at the entrance of the Fei GT house, everyone was stunned. They saw the entrance of the tea house and both sides of the street crowded with fierce-looking gangsters numbering about 50 or 60. They surrounded the entrance of the tea house, tightly creating an imposing scene filled with a murderous aura. It was evident that old Ghost Rogue had deliberately staged this scene to give Yang Lin a warning, attempting to overpower him with sheer presence. Yang Lin pushed open the car door and got out. Just as he was about to step into the tea house, a tall, muscular, bald man standing at 6 feet stepped forward and blocked their way with outstretched arms. Boss Lin, I'm sorry, but we have orders. Apart from Ahua and Tony, you can only bring 2 people inside, no more than that. Hearing this, young Lin not only did not get angry, but instead let out a low chuckle. He had only brought Li Fu and Ah Dong with him, and the others trailing behind were all Tony's subordinates. Old Ghost Rong's little stunt was in vain. What a coincidence. I came here today with just 2 people. I have no one extra. Young Lin spoke nonchalantly. The muscular man glanced around, confirming that only Li Fu and Ah Dong were following Young Lin, and immediately stepped aside, gesturing for them to pass. Boss Lin, please. Young Lin casually put his hand in his pocket and stepped into the tea house. Upon entering, the scene before him made him raise an eyebrow. In the main hall of the tea house, all the originally neatly arranged tables and chairs had been moved to the walls, leaving the entire hall empty. In the center, there was only a square wooden table with 2 chairs simply adorned with a pot of hot tea and 3 white porcelain teacups, simple, yet exuding a chilling aura. One of the chairs was already occupied by an old man over 60 with graying hair, a gaunt face, and a sinister gaze. He was Old Ghost Rong, the leader of Tony and Ahua, and the second marshal of the Loyalty Hall. Behind him stood a dozen sturdy subordinates, each with a fierce expression, staring menacingly at the entrance, creating an imposing atmosphere, clearly intending to intimidate. Yang Lin observed the scene, and instead of showing any sign of fear, he smiled faintly, walking forward slowly and initiating a greeting, his tone calm, yet carrying an innate pressure. Hello, Old Rong. I truly apologize for troubling you to come all this way. Old Ghost Rong raised his eyelids, glanced over Yang Lin, did not stand up, but merely lifted his hand to casually gesture towards the opposite chair, his tone stiff and cold. Boss Lin, please take a seat. Yang Lin slightly nodded and sat down calmly in the chair opposite him. Li Fu and Ah Dong stood confidently behind him, alert and vigilant. Tony and Ahua also followed closely, standing beside Yang Lin, their expressions somewhat awkward. After sitting down, Old Ghost Rong immediately picked up one of the cups of hot tea. Using the elaborate gestures unique to the older generation of the Underworld, he slightly gestured towards Yang Lin. Boss Lin, please have some tea. Yang Lin waved his hand, the smile on his face fading. He did not want to waste time on these formalities and went straight to the point. All right, Old Rong, we are already in a new era, so let's forget these outdated rules and etiquette. We are all here to make a living. Let's be straightforward and get to the crux of the matter, saving each other's time. Old Ghost Rong slowly set down the teacup, his expression instantly darkening, glaring at Yang Lin with dissatisfaction and anger, his tone icy as he questioned. Well, let's be direct then. Boss Lin, you are quite ruthless. You actually pulled a fast one on me, coming to my territory and taking away all my most capable subordinates. Do you still see me an old man of the Loyalty Hall in your eyes? Yang Lin let out a sneer upon hearing this. Maintaining an indifferent expression, he calmly retorted. What you said is not quite right. Old Rong, you've been in the Underworld for decades, and your subordinates only consist of Tony and Ahua. I simply don't believe it. Of course not. But those 2 are the most capable arms I have. If you take them away, who will handle my business and the affairs of the gang? You're trying to sever my limbs. Old Ghost Rong said sternly, his face growing darker. That's not my concern. Yang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he argued back. Moreover, their choice of whom to follow is their own decision and not something I forced upon them. Good birds choose their trees. People strive for higher ground, flowing towards wherever there is profit and prospects. Are you saying that they should follow you and live their lives waiting for handouts? Old Ghost Rong immediately slammed the table, his face turning ashen with rage as he shouted. Who do you think I am? I am the second marshal of the Loyalty Hall, a veteran of the Underworld. How can a junior like you speak? Do you not understand respect and hierarchy? Do you not know the rules? Yang Lin looked at him, hidden disdain in his eyes, yet a faint smile on his face as he asked. I think I have been very polite, and everything I said is the truth. Is there anything wrong with that? Oomph. Old Ghost Rong's face turned pale with anger, his teeth gritting as he said. You are truly disrespectful and insolent. I am making it clear here today, if I do not let those 2 go, they will not be able to go anywhere. Even if you by Qilin is famous, don't think you can take them from me. Hearing this, Yang Lin's smile gradually faded, his eyes turning exceptionally cold, and his tone became heavy. You want to talk about rules, right? Good, then let's settle this matter clearly today. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze sharp as a knife, directly staring at Old Ghost Rong, coldly saying, Let me ask you, how many years has Tony been with you? And how many years has Ahua been with you? These 2 have fought hard for you and the Loyalty Hall, enduring countless battles and taking on numerous responsibilities. In the end, what have they received? Before Old Ghost Rong could retort, Yang Lin continued, each word hitting the mark. Tony has been with you for over a decade, and all he is now is a rundown mahjong parlor, earning just enough to barely support himself and his brothers. And then there's Ahua. He has followed you into danger, yet he remains a poor man. I will state this here, if he can pull out 5,000 in cash from his pocket, I will turn around and leave right now, never mentioning this matter again. Old Ghost Rong was left speechless by his questions, his face shifting between shades of blue and white, opening his mouth, yet unable to utter a single word, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. The facts were right before him, and he had no way to argue back. Can't say anything now. Yang Lin let out a cold laugh, his tone filled with mockery. These two are still your most capable and loyal subordinates, yet they have fallen to such a state. I don't even want to mention how miserable the lives of the others who follow you are. Look into your own conscience and tell me, have they truly had any prospects while following you? If you really care about your brothers, don't block their paths to wealth and don't waste their entire lives. What do you mean by that? Yang Lin's voice was cold as he continued to apply pressure. I have long sent someone to investigate thoroughly. Last time when I helped your loyal and righteous Hall eliminate the witness and take the blame, the compensation you provided was merely 50,000. Damn it, they risked their lives to help you, and you only gave them 50,000, treating them like beggars. In my view, for the lightest charge of manslaughter, I would at least offer 100,000 in compensation. Look for yourself who truly offers a way out and dignity. Old Gui Rong was left red-faced by the retort and shouted in anger. Is money the only thing that matters? In this world, the most important thing is the code of honor. Do you only see money without regard for principles or rules? Only when one has enough to eat can they discuss honor. Yang Lin's expression was indifferent, his tone resolute. Your brothers following you are barely able to fill their stomachs, unable to support their families on the brink of starvation, and you still talk about honor. Can honor be eaten? Can it provide for their families? This is truly unreasonable. There's nothing more to discuss with someone like you, a junior. Old Gui Rong was shaking with rage, slamming the table and sternly declaring, I'm making it clear today, I will not allow those two to cross over. Give up on that idea. Do you still disagree? Yang Lin's gaze turned frigid, the pressure around him dropping sharply, a fierce, killing intent directed at Old Gui Rong. He leaned forward, fixating on Old Gui Rong, his voice low, yet filled with formidable intimidation, each word, I see. Old man, I see you are tired of living. Do you want me to personally pull down your banner, sweep away all your territory, and eliminate your stronghold before you're willing to sit down and talk? Upon hearing this, Old Gui Rong's face instantly turned pale as paper, his body stiffened. He knew better than anyone that with Yang Lin's current power, manpower, and ruthless personality, if he truly decided to move against him, his meager assets simply could not withstand a single round of attacks from Yang Lin. Overnight, his foundation in Mong Kok would be completely wiped out, uprooted. He instantly lost the arrogance he had just displayed, frozen in place, unable to utter a word, cold sweat sliding down his forehead. However, the group of young subordinates behind him, all spirited and inexperienced, couldn't withstand such pressure and exploded in anger. One by one, they pulled out steel pipes from their waists, eyes wide with fury, ready to charge forward. Some even shouted angrily, What did you say? How dare you speak to us like that? Seeking death. What do you want? A dong stepped forward, pointing at the group, preparing to rush, his eyes cold, voice sharp as he shouted. Don't you want to live? Do you not see what kind of situation this is, daring to make a move? Everyone, don't move. Stand still. Old Gui Rong snapped back to reality, his face changing dramatically as he hurriedly raised his hand to stop his subordinates' impulsive actions. He understood well that if a fight broke out here, his entire hall could face annihilation. Yang Lin was truly capable of killing. Though the group of subordinates was furious, they could only reluctantly stop, not daring to advance. Yang Lin glanced at these rash young men, a sneer of disdain curling the corner of his mouth as he mockingly addressed Old Gui Rong. Look at the young subordinates you have now, all still wet behind the ears, impulsive and brainless, essentially useless. Old Rong, you've truly wasted your life. The more you mix in this world, the further you regress. Old Gui Rong's face shifted between green and white, trembling with anger, yet he could not utter a single word. Seeing this, Tony feared that both sides would completely tear their faces apart, reaching an irretrievable point. He hurriedly stepped forward, earnestly persuading Old Gui Rong. Boss, please agree to let us cross over. I really want to advance. I'm doing this for my brothers to have a good life. In our gang, I'm just managing a shabby mahjong parlor, earning a meager amount each month. My brothers following me have been living on scraps, barely affording cigarettes. As their older brother, I truly feel ashamed and guilty towards them. Ahua also quickly stepped forward to echo, his eyes slightly red, his tone filled with years of grievance and helplessness. Boss, I've followed you since I was a teenager, fighting countless battles for you and the gang, never once harboring a second thought. But in the end, I'm almost 30 and I can't even pull out 1,000 or 2 in cash, so I'm truly scared of being poor. I want my brothers to have food to eat, money to earn, and a future. I beg you, please help us. Old Gui Rong gazed at the two brothers who had followed him for over a decade, risking their lives, hearing their heartfelt words, and the last bit of his resolve completely crumbled. He clenched his fists, knuckles turning white, and after a long silence he finally sighed heavily, his tone dejected as he relented. Sigh. Fine. All right, I agree to let those two go with you. But I want 300,000 for the transfer fee, paid in full. From now on, those two, along with all their subordinates, will belong to you by Qilin and will have no further ties with my loyal and righteous hall. Hearing this, Yang Lin chuckled lightly, his tone candid. How you really are asking for a lot. According to the current transfer market in the martial world, offering you 200,000 would already be considered generous. He paused, his expression serious, his tone firm. However, I have great confidence in Tony and Ahua as well as in their subordinates. I will cover the 300,000. Old Gui Rong's eyes lit up, immediately extending his hand, his tone urgent. Bring it. Once the money is in hand, you can take them away, no regrets. Without further ado, Yang Lin lightly snapped his fingers, the crisp sound resonating clearly in the quiet hall. Snap. Adong immediately understood, stepping forward, pulling out a thick stack of neatly bundled cash from his suit pocket, estimated to be at least 400,000. Before everyone, he accurately counted out 300,000 and casually tossed it onto the wooden table between the two, the cash landing with a heavy thud. 300,000 in cash perfectly arranged before them, not a cent less. Yang Lin stood up, adjusted his suit jacket, his expression calm and voice steady. All done, the money and goods are clear. We're leaving. After saying this, he turned to leave, not casting a single glance at old Gui Rong. Li Fue Dong, Tony, and Ahua followed closely behind, their strides synchronized, their presence steady as they walked out of Fei GT House. From start to finish, they were composed, their aura fully charged. Old Gui Rong sat in the chair, gazing at the table full of cash, then at Yang Lin's tall figure, leaving ultimately slumping in resignation, his face filled with desolation. The last bit of spirit in the loyal and righteous hall had completely vanished. The black Mercedes-Benz came to a steady stop at the steps of the Chilean Entertainment Club, and Adong quickly got out of the car, opening the backseat door. Yang Lin stepped out dressed in a sleek black casual suit, his white hair neatly styled. His presence exuded a calm, yet imposing aura that made passers-by unconsciously soften their steps and avoid direct eye contact. He turned to Li Fu, who had followed him out, and quietly instructed, Xiao Fu, head to Saigon first. Ensure the personnel check-in and security arrangements are in place without any mistakes. Li Fu stood upright, his expression respectful and composed, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, Brother Lin, I'll guarantee everything is arranged properly. Then I'll return to the Saigon warehouse first, and once I've selected the people, I'll bring them over directly. Yang Lin nodded slightly, not offering any further instructions. Li Fu was always reliable and meticulous, so he didn't need to worry too much. After finishing his instructions, Yang Lin turned to Adong and said, Adong, there's nothing urgent here, you may head back. Adong was taken aback at first, but since the boss had spoken, he would follow suit. Then I'll head back first. If there's anything, just call me anytime, I'll be at your service. Go ahead. Yang Lin waved his hand dismissively. Adong quickly turned to Li Fu, who had already resumed his seat behind the wheel, smiling as he said, Xiao Fu, I need to trouble you to give me a ride back. Get in, we're all brothers here, no need to be polite, Li Fu replied cheerfully. Adong bent down and got into the car, the door closing slowly. Li Fu started the engine, steering the car smoothly away from the entrance of the Chilean Entertainment Club, quickly merging into the flow of traffic and disappearing around the corner. The entrance instantly fell silent as Yang Lin turned around, his gaze sweeping over Tony A. Hua and the group of brothers behind them, all standing tall, their expressions respectful, their eyes filled with anticipation and reverence. He smiled faintly, his tone friendly without a hint of a boss's arrogance. Let's go everyone, let's head into the entertainment club and relax a bit. There's everything you need inside, no need to hold back. I'll arrange the subsequent work and territories for you later. From now on, we are one family, we'll earn money together and fight together. Tony immediately stepped forward, his expression respectful and his tone enthusiastic. We'll follow your arrangements, Brother Lin. Our brothers have no objections, just point the way and we'll go. Let's go in. The group entered the entertainment club, where Xiang and Hima were supervising the maintenance staff checking the machines. Upon seeing Yang Lin, they quickly approached, slightly bowing in respect. Brother Lin. Yang Lin nodded slightly and casually instructed, please arrange for these brothers to each receive a basket of game tokens. Let them play whatever they want, and all expenses for food and drinks will be charged to the company. Let everyone enjoy themselves, no need to be polite. Understood, rest assured, Brother Lin. Xiang immediately responded, turning to Hima behind him and instructing, Hima, you handle this. Take the brothers to the front desk to collect their tokens. Make sure it's all arranged properly. Hima patted his chest, responding confidently with a loud voice, no problem. Leave it to me. Brothers, follow me, and you'll have plenty. Seeing this, Tony immediately turned to Afeng, sternly reminding, Afeng, keep an eye on our brothers. In Brother Lin's territory, we must follow the rules. No troublemaking, do you understand? Afeng's expression was serious. Though he spoke little, he was extremely reliable, immediately nodding in response. Got it, big brother. With me watching, there will definitely be no trouble. On the other side, Ahua also patted the shoulder of the nearby Wu Ying, seriously instructing, Wu Ying, you two keep your mouth and temper in check, don't be impulsive, and definitely don't cause trouble for Brother Lin. This is our first time appearing in Brother Lin's territory, we must be well behaved. Wu Ying immediately straightened his back, his face full of cleverness as he confidently assured, Brother Hua, don't worry. I'll handle it. I guarantee to remain calm and won't cause any trouble. Yang Lin watched as the two made their arrangements, then turned to Tony and Ahua, speaking calmly. You two come to the office with me. I have important matters to discuss with both of you. Tony and Ahua exchanged glances, seeing a hint of tension and anticipation in each other's eyes, and immediately replied in unison, Oh, okay, Brother Lin. The two hurriedly followed Yang Lin's steps, heading towards the inner side of the entertainment club to the independent office with the strictest security. Meanwhile, Hima had already led Tony Hua and their group of brothers to the service desk of the game hall. On the large countertop, dozens of wicker baskets were neatly arranged, each filled with heavy game tokens, their weight substantial. Hima waved his hand, grandly calling out cheerfully, "Come on, brothers, each take a basket and pick your favorite racing, fighting, basketball, arcade games. Play as you wish. Brother Lin is footing the bill, so don't be polite. Enjoy yourselves." "Oh, whoa. Thank you, Brother Lin." The brothers, unable to contain their excitement, quickly dispersed in groups, cheering as they rushed toward their favorite gaming machines. The already bustling game hall became even livelier, but everyone was quite sensible, maintaining order. Within just a few minutes, the noisy crowd dispersed, leaving only Hima, A Feng, and Wu Ying in place. A Feng stood still, looking around the entire entertainment club. The overall decor was luxurious and grand, the lights dazzling, and the floors spotless, with various entertainment facilities readily available. The people coming and going were dressed elegantly, a stark contrast to the shabby mahjong halls and narrow underground gambling dens they had frequented before, a world apart. He couldn't help but softly exclaim, his voice filled with amazement, "This is really impressive. It's my first time entering such a high-end venue in my life." Wu Ying was even more astonished, his eyes wide, chattering excitedly, "Of course. Compared to those shabby places we used to stay in, this is on a completely different level. What we used to do was just muddle through. Now, following Brother Lin, we're genuinely out here, making a name for ourselves. This atmosphere, this prestige is incredible. Of course, just look at who Brother Lin is. Among the 5 overlords of Mong Kok, he's the only one who rose up from a second-rate gang starting from scratch and fought his way to success in Mong Kok. How could he be an ordinary person? He's tough, smart, generous, and loyal to his brothers. In all of Hong Kong and Kowloon, there are hardly any characters who can match Brother Lin." Wu Ying's eyes lit up as he leaned in closer, asking eagerly in a low voice, "If we follow Brother Lin from now on, won't we be able to walk tall in Mong Kok? No longer having to look at others' faces and live with our tails between our legs?" The hippo laughed and patted his shoulder, speaking candidly, "While we don't go looking for trouble, we at Hong Lun never instigate conflict. However, one thing is certain. As long as you don't violate the rules set by Lin Gu, you should stay within your bounds. If you get bullied by members of other groups outside, Lin Gu will definitely bring his brothers to help you reclaim your honor. You won't suffer any injustice. Of course, this is premised on the fact that you are in the right, not the one provoking trouble." The fly immediately nodded, looking understanding as he said, "Of course, we brothers understand the rules and would never take the initiative to stir up trouble. We are very sensible. In the past, without a backing, we could only endure, but now that we have Lin Gu supporting us, we must adhere to the rules and not bring shame to our leader. You are quite impressive. It's rare to find someone with your level of awareness. Most people, after following a powerful leader, become reckless and end up tragically on the streets. We won't be like that. We are quite obedient." The fly, being the most clever, understood that the hippo could speak well in the entertainment club, indicating he was certainly an important figure. So he put on a warm smile and took the initiative to establish a connection. "What should I call this big brother? I am Wu Ying, following Brother Hua. This is a Feng who is with Brother Tony. From now on, we are all brothers, and I hope Brother will take care of us and guide." The hippo grinned broadly, his character being generous and hearty, and he found Wu Ying's words very agreeable, immediately thumping his chest in response. "My name is Hippo, and I follow Brother He Zaichio. I am responsible for the security and miscellaneous affairs of the Qilin Entertainment Club. From now on, we are all brothers. It's only natural for us to look out for and support one another." Wu Ying quickly smiled and cupped his hands. "Then we will trouble Brother Hippo to take care of us from now on. We just arrived and are unfamiliar with many rules and ways. We will need your guidance." No worries, there's no need for such politeness." The hippo waved his hand and replied cheerfully, "If there's anything you don't understand or are unclear about, feel free to ask me. As long as I know, I will share everything, leaving nothing hidden." After saying that, he turned to look at the silent and sturdy A Feng beside him, jokingly saying, "Brother A Feng seems a bit shy. He doesn't talk much and is quite quiet, a solid person." A Feng smiled slightly, looking somewhat shy, his tone honest. "I'm not very articulate and don't know how to speak. Well, please forgive me, Brother Hippo." "Oh, it's fine, there's nothing to forgive." The hippo laughed heartily, waving his hand in jest. "We just aren't familiar enough yet. After spending some time together, you'll naturally talk more. When we are out here, the most important things are loyalty, brotherhood, and strength. Being inarticulate doesn't matter at all." Wu Ying immediately chimed in, smiling as he introduced, "Brother Hippo, you shouldn't underestimate A Feng. He may seem quiet, but he's exceptionally capable, the strongest here aside from Brother Hua. If we get bullied outside, just call him. A look at his build and muscles. He's a professional enforcer who can take on 3 without breaking a sweat, very reliable." The hippo looked A Feng up and down, admiring his sturdy and muscular physique, nodding repeatedly with admiration. "That's for sure. Look at this build, it's almost twice as wide as mine. He looks like a tough character who can fight and bear burdens. From now on, we have a strong ally among our brothers." Wu Ying's eyes sparkled as he eagerly proposed, "Then let's form a solid triangle among us 3. If anyone dares to provoke us in the future, they'll come up with the ideas, you provide the manpower, and finally let a phone lead the charge to show off his muscles, letting them know our strength. Sounds good, sounds good. This is a great idea. The hippo clapped his hands in agreement, full of enthusiasm. Let's not just stand here, let's go over there and race cars to see who has the better skills. The loser will buy the winner a Coke. Let's go, let's go. I'm not afraid of a challenge. Wu-Wing immediately got excited, pulling a phone along as he shouted, come on, phone. Play with us. Don't just stand there. A phone saw the enthusiasm of the two and couldn't decline, gently nodding with a calm tone. Oh, okay. The three chatted and laughed as they walked toward the racing machines, quickly blending into the lively atmosphere. The sense of unfamiliarity swept away as they became good friends. Meanwhile, in the innermost soundproof, independent office of the entertainment club, Yang Lin lounged in a wide leather boss chair, his posture relaxed, but his aura still steady and commanding. He casually pulled a cigarette from the box on the table, and Xiang beside him stepped forward with respectful and practiced movements, taking out a lighter and expertly lighting his cigarette. Yang Lin took a deep drag, slowly exhaling smoke rings. Amidst the swirling smoke, he raised his eyes to look at Tony and Ahua, who stood before the desk looking somewhat restrained and nervous, and directly asked, what are your thoughts on following me in the future? If you have anything you want to do or strive for, feel free to speak up. There's no need to be reserved. Tony and Ahua exchanged glances, both still a bit dazed, not quite understanding, and asked in confusion, Thoughts? What thoughts? Lin Gui. We don't quite understand what you mean. Seeing this, Yang Lin chuckled softly, needing to be even more straightforward and clear his tone steady. In this line of work, there are essentially two paths. One is to manage the territory and secure the areas steadily. The other is to handle collections, run businesses, and build connections. Which path do you two wish to take? Or if you have any other plans, feel free to say so. Ahua quickly regained his senses, bowing respectfully and sincerely, saying, this, we will follow Lin Gu's arrangements. Whatever Lin Gu wants us to do, we will do. Whatever tasks there are, we will undertake them with no complaints, and we won't be picky. Tony also quickly nodded in agreement, his attitude extremely respectful. Yang Lin slightly nodded, very pleased with their perceptive attitude. He was clear about the backgrounds and strengths of the two and had already made arrangements in his mind, slowly speaking with certainty. Well, I am aware of your strengths and backgrounds. Tony, you are sharp-minded and eloquent. Ahua, you are skilled and calm, striking hard when necessary. You two complement each other perfectly. He paused briefly before directly laying out his plans, his tone calm, yet it made both of them's hearts race. How about this? There is a bar called Happy World on Miaozhong Road that the owner is eager to sell. The location is good with a large flow of customers. You two will take over the operation of this bar. In the future, Tony will be responsible for the bar's internal operations, accounting, management, and customer relations. Ahua will be responsible for the bar's security, overseeing the area and valet parking. You two will share 20 of the monthly revenue as your bonus, and how much you earn depends on your own capabilities. Tony and Ahua froze on the spot, their faces etched with shock and disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment. They had assumed that having just switched allegiances, they would start at the bottom, as bouncers or enforcers, slowly earning seniority and proving their loyalty. They never imagined Yang Lin would be so extraordinarily generous, granting them full managerial authority over an entire bar mere days after their arrival, and offering them a 20% share of its profits. This was a universe apart from their former existence, eking out a meager, unstable living, running a shabby mahjong parlor where meals were irregular and fortune scarce. This, Brother Lin, you truly mean it. You're entrusting us, just the two of us, with the complete management of an entire bar. Yes. Yang Lin gave a calm, measured nod, his expression utterly serious, devoid of jest. The current owner is Brother Xia, a seasoned operator with solid reputation, long established in Temple Street. Go there directly and negotiate the transfer with him in person. I've set your upper limit at $500,000. As long as you stay within that figure, you may negotiate the price freely. Once agreed upon, bring him to me. I'll handle the payment and sign the contract. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Lin, for this incredible opportunity. Tony's voice trembled with emotion. He bowed deeply, his tone reverent and solemn, pledging with fervent conviction. We will execute this task flawlessly and manage the bar with utmost diligence, generating substantial profits, never betraying your profound trust. Go now, negotiate wisely, act earnestly. Yang Lin waved dismissively, his tone placid and unadorned, offering no further elaboration. Then, we won't disturb you further, Brother Lin. We'll attend to this immediately. Ahua also bowed deeply in gratitude, then quickly ushered a still-dazed Tony out of the office, hurrying away as though fearing Yang Lin might rescind the offer. Only once they were well clear of the office area, ensured no one else was nearby. Did Tony seize Ahua's arm, lowering his voice, his face flushed with exhilaration and incredulity. Ahua, Brother Lin is unbelievably generous, truly honorable. He handed us an entire bar to run, just like that, and even granted us profit shares. This is 100-fold, 1,000-fold better than our old life. At last our years of endurance have borne fruit. Ahua too could not suppress his elation. He nodded firmly, his voice resolute. We must therefore act with unwavering dedication. Execute this flawlessly, operate the bar with excellence, maximize earnings, and above all honor Brother Lin's trust, and never bring him shame. This is our chance. Grasp it tightly. Absolutely. Tony declared confidently, thumping his chest. Though I lack your martial prowess when it comes to managing venues, cultivating clientele, handling accounts, or negotiating with people, I far surpass you in experience. Leave the operations to me. I guarantee flawless execution. All right. I know your tongue is sharp and your mind quick. Ahua chuckled, cutting him off, then urged, no more exulting here. Let's gather the brothers and get moving. This is our first assignment for Brother Lin. We mustn't dawdle or risk appearing sluggish and unreliable. Exactly. Time is of the essence. Tony snapped back to focus and nodded. But acquiring a venue, just negotiating a transfer contract. Do we really need so many men? Too many people draw attention and complicate matters. Let's take only Ah Feng and Wu Ying. 4 of us are more than sufficient. We'll wrap up negotiations swiftly and return without delay. Ahua considered it, found the reasoning sound, and assented, agreed. 4 of us will do. Instantly, they turned and hurried back into the arcade, soon locating Ah Feng and Wu Ying absorbed in a racing game. Seeing them approach, Ah Feng paused mid-game and rose respectfully, boss. Wu Ying likewise hit pause and stepped forward, his expression bright and alert. Brother Hua? Brother Tony. Ahua cut straight to the point. Stop playing. You're coming with us on an errand. Wu Ying's eyes lit up, instantly brimming with curiosity. Brother Hua, where are we going? Did Brother Lin assign us a major task? Are we going to settle scores or seize territory? Yes, there is a task, but not one involving violence. Ahua confirmed, his voice carrying a subtle undercurrent of excitement. We're heading to Temple Street to acquire a venue. From now on, that venue will be our livelihood. Really? Wu Ying burst into animated enthusiasm, leaning in eagerly. What kind of venue? Is it profit? Will there be ample opportunity for gain? Can we finally wear Rolex watches and drive Mercedes-Benzes? Tony reached over and clapped Wu Ying's shoulder, half teasing. Wu Ying, must you chatter incessantly? Learn from Ah Feng, speak less, act more. Calm, dependable, the very model of a loyal subordinate, the very bearing of one destined for greatness. Day in and day out you prattle on, asking questions without end. Wu Ying brushed his hand away, indignant. Brother Tony, that's hardly fair. Gathering intelligence beforehand ensures we act more effectively and commit ourselves more wholeheartedly. I'm doing this precisely to deliver outstanding results. Enough. Spare us the rhetoric. Ahua shook his head, wryly interrupting them both. Let's go, Tony. No more delays. To Temple Street, post haste. The sooner we finalize terms, the sooner we report back to Brother Lin. Our first assignment must be executed cleanly and impeccably. Right, let's move. Tony nodded, then turned to the group and asked, by the way, who among you knows the exact location of the Happy World bar on Temple Street? Which alley is it in? Wu Ying shot his hand high, beaming with pride. Happy World. I know it well. It's in the Night Market alley midway down Temple Street. Just a 15-minute walk from here. I know the route like the back of my hand. Tony looked genuinely surprised, smiling. Impressive. You're remarkably familiar with Temple Street's establishments. Your intelligence network is truly extensive. Wu Ying grinned sheepishly. See, that's the advantage of talking, listening, and asking widely. Chatting with brothers across the city, swapping stories and rumors. That's how I learn the lay of the land, the hidden truths behind every territory. Listen more, ask more, and knowledge flows naturally. Ahua rolled his eyes, playfully chuckling. Fine. 2 compliments and you're already strutting about. Enough talk. Lead the way and don't lose your bearings. Yes, sir. Follow me. I guarantee no detours. Wu Ying puffed out his chest and strode ahead, leading with infectious confidence. Ahua, Tony, and Ah Feng fell into step behind him, the 4 of them moving purposefully out of Qilan Entertainment City, bound for Temple Street. Walking through the bustling market, they entered the narrow and crowded alleys of the Temple Street. The night market had not yet opened, but the stalls on both sides of the street were already filled, a mix of people coming and going. This area is the most chaotic in the entire Hong Kong, and Kowloon teeming with a strong underworld atmosphere, filled with small venues, bars, and gang headquarters, and is rife with conflicts. After a few minutes, Wu Ying stopped at the entrance of a bar that was not large, but was prominently located, pointing at the neon sign that read Happy World before turning back and saying, "Here it is." The bar's roller shutter was half drawn, and the main door was tightly locked, looking somewhat old. Tony stepped forward, pulled the door handle, and confirmed it was securely locked. At that moment, a man dressed in a flashy orange floral shirt with short hair and a streetwise demeanor approached the bar entrance, holding a key, clearly intending to unlock the door. Tony immediately stepped forward and blocked his path, speaking directly. He asked, "Hey, brother, wait a moment. I want to ask you something. Do you know the owner of this Happy World bar? Do you know where he is? We need to talk to him about something. I am the owner of this bar. Do you have business with me?" "You are a Sia. That's great. It saves us the trouble of searching every—" Tony's eyes brightened, and he spoke straightforwardly. "It's like this. Our boss has taken a liking to your bar and wants to buy. Name your price. As long as it's reasonable, we can finalize it today." Xia was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized a knowing look spread across his face as he smiled and said, "Oh, your boss is a Jianzhu, right? I happen to come here today to discuss the transfer as well. Since you are here, come in, let's sit down and talk slowly." As he spoke, Xia took out the key and unlocked the bar's main door leading the way inside. Tony A. Hua A. Feng and Wu Ying followed closely behind. The interior of the bar was not small, equipped with a stage, a bar counter, and booths. However, due to the lack of business, only a few small lights were on, making it appear dim and somewhat desolate. The interior of the bar was not small, equipped with a stage, a bar counter, and booths. However, due to the lack of business, only a few small lights were on, making it appear dim. Our boss is not a Jianzhu at all. Our boss is by Qilin of Hong Lin Go. Get your facts straight before you. Xia was taken aback, his steps halted, and the expression on his face instantly changed from indifference to shock, turning around abruptly, with widened eyes filled with disbelief. Huh, not a Jianzhu, but by Qilin. How does he know I want to sell the bar? I only mentioned this to a Jianzhu and I didn't make it public. Ahua's expression remained calm as he stepped forward, replying in a cold tone, "How Linga knows, I am not sure. We are just here to handle business. In any case, you are indeed looking to transfer this bar, right? Since that's the case, let's discuss the price directly, and if it's suitable, we can sign the contract." At that moment, the bar's main door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Two figures swaggered in. The man in front wore a black vest with a black suit on top, his muscular build and fierce expression exuding arrogance with a malicious glare, followed by a lackey. It was none other than the notorious bully of the Temple Street area, a Jianzhu from the Shenghe gang. He had overheard Tony and the others discussing the bar sale with Xia at the door, and seeing the lucrative deal slipping away, he was furious. He kicked the door open and stormed in, angrily cursing with an extremely arrogant tone, "What the hell are you talking about? Who the hell are you guys? Dare to come here and steal my business? Are you tired of living?" Wu Ying, known for his bad temper, couldn't stand someone being arrogant with him. He stepped forward, pointing at a Jianzhu, and retorted fiercely, "Who the hell do you think you are? Shouting and spewing nonsense here. This bar can be sold to whoever the owner wants. It's a fair trade. What business of yours is it? Stop slandering us here." A Jianzhu's face turned dark, his eyes glaring fiercely at Wu Ying. He harshly shouted, "I've had my eyes on this bar for a long time. Today I'm here to pay and sign the contract. This bar is already mine. You all get the hell out of here now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You mother." Wu Ying was furious and was about to charge forward to fight. "Hey, don't be impulsive, let me handle this." Tony quickly reached out to stop Wu Ying, shaking his head to signal him to calm down. He stepped forward, standing in front of everyone, taking over the conversation. "Since you haven't paid or signed a contract yet, this bar is still not yours. It's a free market. The one who offers more gets it. We naturally have the right to purchase. It's a matter of mutual consent. So, on what grounds do you think you can drive us away?" A Jianzhu's face darkened upon being confronted. He immediately erupted in fury, shouting fiercely, "What rights do you have? I'll say it one last time, get the hell out now. If you don't leave, I'll call someone right now to throw you four out and strip you naked at the Temple Street entrance." Tony initially planned to speak reasonably and discuss the business calmly, but after hearing a Jianzhu's arrogant and unreasonable words, his expression turned cold, his eyes sharp as he retorted, "Oh, you speak so arrogantly. Which path are you from? Let me hear your name." A Jianzhu raised his chin, looking full of himself, arrogantly declaring his name. "I am a Jianzhu, the top of Shenghe. This area of the Temple Street is my territory. Those who know what's good for them should obediently scram." "Oh, so it's Shenghe." Tony pretended to suddenly realize, then his expression darkened as he cursed, his verbal charm at its peak. "So what? Is Shenghe something to be proud of? FCKU. A Jianzhu was taken aback, not expecting the other party to dare to curse him publicly. His face immediately turned a deep shade of red, furiously shouting, "What did you say? Say it again if you dare. FCKU. FCKU. Tony held his ground, staring at him, repeating the curse word by word. "I cursed you. What are you going to do about it? If you have the guts, try to hit me." "Damn." Xia, seeing this, turned pale with fear, worried that the two would start fighting in his bar and destroy the place. He quickly stepped forward, blocking between them, anxiously trying to mediate. Hey, big brothers. Let's talk it out. Don't fight. Are you here to do business or to cause trouble? Don't fight in my store." The porcupine glared fiercely at Tony, gritting his teeth as he said, "Fine, I won't argue with you for now. They'll deal with..." After saying that, he suddenly turned around and shouted at Xia. "Xia? This venue was originally promised to me, so you can't sell it to anyone else today. Right now, hand over the money and sign the transfer contract. I must acquire this bar today." Xia's expression hesitated, but he did not refuse, only asking, "How much are you offering?" "All right, I can sell it to you. Do you have the money?" The porcupine waved his hand, and his henchman immediately stepped forward, handing over a paper bag filled with neatly arranged cash. The porcupine slammed the bag on the bar, his tone arrogant. "Here is 300,000 in cash. Not a cent less. Now sign the contract. The money is yours, and the bar is mine." Xia saw that there was only 300,000, and his face changed instantly. He shook his head repeatedly, saying dissatisfiedly, "Come on, brother porcupine. My bar has a great location, decoration, and clientele. Oh, it's worth at least 500,000. You're only offering me 300,000. That's too low. I'm losing a lot. Stop whining. The porcupine had figured out that he was in a tight spot for money and was eager to make a deal, so he pressed the price down. Seeing that Asye dared to complain, he directly scolded him harshly, his face full of arrogance. In this area of Temple Street, I say how much it's worth, that's how much it's worth. I'm offering 300,000 for your shabby bar to give you face. Tony stood to the side watching everything unfold and scoffed, filled with mockery, as he said, dude, if you don't have the money, don't come out here trying to buy a venue making a fool of yourself. To press the price down like this and still dare to show your face. Hey, if you don't have the money, don't try to act like you can buy the place, it's embarrassing. Pressing the price down this much, do you even have the nerve to be out here? He turned to Asye, his tone straightforward, directly raising the offer. Asye, right. Well, offer 400,000. All cash, we can finalize it right now. That's 100,000 more than his offer. You choose whom to sell to. The porcupine was completely furious. This person before him dared to provoke him time and again, publicly undermining him and trying to take his venue. Did he really think the porcupine was easy to bully? Unable to endure it any longer, he stepped forward aggressively and forcefully shoved Tony in the chest with immense strength, acting extremely rude. Are you looking for trouble on purpose? How dare you try to snatch things from me? Are you tired of living? Tony was caught off guard, pushed back, repeatedly stumbling and nearly falling to the ground. Seeing this, Ah Feng noticed his boss was being pushed around. His eyes turned cold and a fierce aura erupted from him as he stepped forward to intervene, but Tony gestured for him to hold back. Tony steadied himself, adjusted his disheveled collar, and instead of getting angry, a wicked smirk crept onto his lips as he looked at the porcupine, teasingly saying, Hey, just talk it out, don't get physical. In this world there are rules to follow, understand? What's wrong with me touching you? The porcupine, with a face full of arrogance and menace, said viciously, let me tell you, once you walk out of this door today, I'm going to find someone to cut you. Be smart and get lost right now. Otherwise I'll call my men right now and you won't be able to leave this bar today. Are you trying to scare me? Tony's expression turned completely cold, his eyes sharp with no hint of fear as he turned to Ah Feng behind him and said in a deep voice, Ah Feng, call and whistle, get all the brothers over here. Let's see who can keep whom from leaving today. Got it, boss. Ah Feng immediately replied, taking out his phone to call for backup. Whistle, huh? Calling. The porcupine sneered, full of disdain, and turned to his henchman shouting, Ma Mao. You call too. Call all our brothers over. I want to see in this area of Temple Street whose men are more numerous and whose fists. Understood, boss. Ma Mao immediately replied, also pulling out his phone to make a call. The porcupine turned back to Asye and shouted angrily, his tone fierce. Damn it. Asye, I'll ask you one last time. Have you made up your mind? Who is this bar going to be sold to? Just give me a clear answer. Asye's face hesitated, struggling for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth, looking at the porcupine, his tone firm as he said, I'm sorry, brother porcupine, I urgently need the money and can't wait or waste time. Between 400,000 and 300,000, I'll definitely choose the higher offer. I'm selling this bar to them. Huh? Did you hear that? Tony laughed heartily, looking at the porcupine with a smug expression filled with mockery. The porcupine was utterly enraged, his face twisted with fury, shaking with anger as he pointed at Asye, roaring threateningly. Asye, are you daring to play with me? Do you believe I will burn your bar down today? Then chop you up and throw you into the sea to feed the fish. I'll make you completely disappear from Temple Street. Don't be afraid. Tony stepped forward, blocking Asye, his expression calm and his tone assured. This bar is now under our control. I'll protect you. With my men from Hung Lok here, no one can touch you. The porcupine, unable to endure any longer, lost all reason. He let out a roar, clenched his fists, and with all his strength he swung a powerful punch at Tony's face, aiming to knock him down. You think you can protect? I'll kill you. Ugh. A muffled grunt sounded. The porcupine's fist did not hit Tony's face. At the moment the porcupine swung his fist, the usually silent Ah Hua moved suddenly, quick as lightning, stepping forward with one hand to precisely grasp the porcupine's wrist, twisting it forcefully. Crack! A faint sound of bone cracking echoed as the porcupine's face turned pale with pain, letting out a cry. Ah Hua applied steady pressure, pinning the porcupine down hard on the solid bar, rendering him unable to move. Following that, Ah Hua pulled out a folding knife he carried, snapping it open with a whoosh, the cold sharp blade pressed tightly against the porcupine's carotid artery, the chilling touch against his skin. Ah Hua's eyes were cold, his aura menacing, his tone fierce and chilling with no hint of jest. You better not move around, stay calm. Otherwise this knife might accidentally slip into your neck, and if the artery bursts, even a deity couldn't save you. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Kid, let's talk properly. Don't touch my boss. One of the porcupine's henchmen, Ma Mao, turned pale upon seeing this and shouted loudly, wanting to rush forward to save him. But as soon as he moved, he was blocked tightly by Ah Feng and Wu Ying, unable to advance even an inch. Ah Feng stood to the side, his figure as sturdy as a pine, exuding a chilling aura. The pair of ordinarily dull eyes now glinted with a coldness devoid of warmth, fixated intensely on Ma Mao. His hand had quietly rested on the short stick at his waist. Should Ma Mao dare to take a step forward or show any sign of movement, he would not hesitate to strike. He would subdue the person with thunderous force, denying any opportunity for the opponent to harm his elder brother. The porcupine, firmly pressed against the hard marble bar with a sharp knife against its throat, had become as stiff as a board, losing all the arrogance and contempt it had just moments ago. The cold blade pressed against his neck, the suffocating sense of death firmly enveloping him. It made his scalp tingle, and cold sweat instantly soaked the back of his shirt, his voice trembling uncontrollably, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Having spent considerable time in the underworld, he understood the importance of timing, fully aware that any defiance at this moment would prompt this ruthless man before him to drive the knife into his throat without hesitation. "Don't come any closer. Stop right there." The porcupine exerted all his strength, sharply admonishing Ma Mao, who wanted to rush in to help, his voice filled with uncontainable fear. Fearing that his subordinates might act impulsively and provoke the other party, he understood better than anyone that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Now was not the time to seek fleeting heroism. In the next moment, the porcupine completely lowered his stance, directly admitting defeat, his voice shaking uncontrollably as he repeatedly pleaded with Ahua. "Brothers, let's talk things over peacefully. Please don't resort to violence. It was my oversight, and I admit my mistake. I want fight for this bar. Just let me go, and I will leave immediately." Tony stood aside, watching the porcupine's desperate and pitiful demeanor, a faint smile of indifference curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke with a commanding composure. "Very good. Those who know how to assess the situation are wise. It seems you understand the rules." Ahua let him go. Upon hearing this, Ahua relaxed his grip, mercilessly pushing the porcupine away. The porcupine, already weak, stumbled back several steps from the force of the push, crashing heavily into the wall behind him before barely stabilizing himself. He clutched his swollen and nearly dislocated wrist, grimacing in pain, his face pale and green, his eyes filled with dread and resentment, yet he no longer dared to act arrogantly or utter a provocative word. He was acutely aware that he had only brought Ma Mao with him today. With such disparity in numbers, if a fight broke out, he wouldn't just be at a loss for revenge, but might truly end up dead in this bar. Admitting defeat is not scary. Death is what terrifies. He retreated behind Ma Mao, finally regaining a sense of security. His gaze then fixed intently on Tony, and Ahua, his expression twisted in fury as he gritted his teeth viciously, giving a thumbs up to the group, his tone filled with resentment as he declared, "You all have guts. You are indeed ruthless. I will remember this debt today. The mountains may change, but the waters flow on, and one day we will settle this." After saying this, he dared not linger for another second, clutching his injured wrist and awkwardly beckoning to Ma Mao. Without daring to look back, he hurriedly fled from the Happy World bar, his panicked retreat utterly devoid of the previous display of arrogance. Tony watched as the porcupine fled in disgrace, scoffing disdainfully, clearly not taking his threat serious. Had this been before in a place like Temple Street where the strong and weak mingled, it would have been him kneeling on the ground, desperately begging for mercy. But times had changed. He had now allied with Hung Lok and became a subordinate of the White Qilin in Mong Kok. In this territory, Yang Lin's name was as solid as stone. Not to mention a small-time leader like the porcupine, whose reputation was high, but whose strength was lacking. Even the higher-ups of Shang, he would have to give his boss some respect, so he had no reason to fear a mere porcupine. It was only when the figures of the porcupine and his companion disappeared completely from the doorway that the tense atmosphere in the bar gradually dissipated. Tony turned around, looking at Xie, who still seemed shaken and pale, a soft smile appearing on his face as he spoke. "Don't just stand there. Take a moment to collect yourself and quickly organize all the transfer contracts, property certificates, and business licenses for the bar. We need to go meet our boss Lin Gu at the Qilin Entertainment City." Xie, still dazed from the earlier intense confrontation, looked at Tony with a bewildered expression, instinctively. "Huh? Aren't we supposed to pay and sign the contract now? Why do we have to specifically meet your boss?" Tony, seeing him hesitate and still daring to question, immediately frowned in annoyance, his tone turning grave, laced with urgency and warning. "Just follow along quietly. No need for so much nonsense. If we waste time and make Lin Gu unhappy, we can withdraw from this bar at any time. You better think carefully about your options." Upon hearing this, Xie's heart tightened, and he did not dare to ask another question, hurriedly nodding and agreeing. He turned and rushed behind the bar to search for the contracts and various certificates, swiftly packing everything, fearful that a moment's delay would cause him to miss this business deal. Before long, Tony Ahua, along with Xie Feng and Wu Ying, made their way through the bustling streets of Temple Street, returning to Qilin Entertainment City. Upon entering the lobby, they saw Xiang leading his subordinates in inspecting the venue and maintaining order. Tony quickly approached him, smiling as he greeted. "Brother Xiang, are you busy?" Xiang paused, looking at the group, his gaze resting on Xie, his expression suddenly serious as he asked, "Did you bring him? Is the bar deal finalized?" "Yes, all settled without any issues," Tony replied, nodding. "Then follow me. Lin Gu is waiting in the office." Without further adu, Xiang turned and led the five towards the innermost private office. Arriving at the office door, Xiang stopped, gently knocking, and respectfully reported through the door. "Lin Gu, Tony, and the others are back. Everything has been taken care of." Soon Yang Lin's calm and steady voice came from inside the office. "Come in." Xiang opened the door, gesturing for the group to enter while he stayed outside guarding the entrance. Tony was the first to step into the office, immediately spotting Yang Lin sitting comfortably behind the large desk, relaxed in his boss chair, exuding an air of contentment. Tony hurriedly stepped forward, his tone respectful, yet tinged with a hint of seeking praise, and said, "Lin Gu, I am glad not to have failed you. We have successfully taken over the Happy World bar on Yao Street." Behind him, Xia was seeing Yang Lin for the first time, feeling both nervous and awed. He cautiously stepped out from behind the crowd, bowing slightly and respectfully greeting, "Hello, Lin Gu." Yang Lin glanced up, his gaze warm as it swept across the few people present, revealing a faint smile. He pointed to the chair opposite him and said to Xia, "You can sit here." "Xia, no need to be so formal, just sit down." He then turned his attention to Tony and Ahua, saying, "You all don't need to stand there, go rest on the sofa over there for a bit." Tony and the others replied, "Yes. Thank you, Lin Gu." Xia quickly complied, cautiously sitting on the chair, leaning slightly forward, not daring to be the least bit presumptuous. His mind raced as he thought of ways to please the renowned by Kirin of the Jianghu. Before Yang Lin could speak, Xia proactively leaned forward, a polite smile on his face, his tone full of flattery. "Lin Gu, I have been mingling on Yao Street for so many years and have long admired your name. I never expected to meet the real person today. What a stroke of luck." Yang Lin chuckled lightly, responding, "Haha, you really know how to talk." "Lin Gu, these are all heartfelt words, not a single insincere one." Xia hastily waved his hand, speaking sincerely, "Brothers in the Jianghu say you are powerful and handsome, a rare young hero in Mong Kok. Seeing you today, I realized they were too conservative in their praise. Your demeanor is unmatched by others." Yang Lin raised his hand slightly to stop Xia's endless compliments, directly getting to the point. All right, we can talk about these pleasantries later. Let's first settle the important matters." "Sure thing, Lin Gu." Xia immediately restrained his expression, not daring to say more. He proactively handed over the neatly organized contract and documents with both hands, saying respectfully, "Lin Gu, this is the transfer contract for the bar, and all the necessary materials are below. After you review it, if there are no issues, I can sign and fingerprint immediately, no delays." Let me take a good look." Yang Lin took the contract and materials, placing them on the table, carefully reading, and after confirming all terms were clear, the procedures complete, and there were no tricks or loopholes, he slowly placed the contract down and looked up at Xia. "No problems. The terms are quite reasonable. Just sign your name, and I will give you 400,000 in cash right away." "Thank you, Lin Gu." Xia exclaimed in joy, quickly picking up a pen and solemnly signing his name at the bottom of the contract, then pressing his bright red fingerprint. He then handed the signed contract back to Yang Lin, his tone filled with gratitude. "All right, Lin Gu, from now on the Happy World bar completely belongs to you." Yang Lin nodded slightly, standing up and walking to the built-in safe beside the desk. He entered the password to open it and took out a neatly stacked wad of cash, tossing it onto the table in front of Xia. "Here, this is 400,000 in cash. Count it and confirm." No need, Lin Gu, you are a person of integrity. Oh, I absolutely trust your character, so there's no need to count it." Xia hurriedly stood up, repeatedly waving his hands, not daring to count the cash in front of Yang Lin, fearing it would imply he did not trust him. Seeing his tact, Yang Lin's lips curled slightly, his tone carrying a hint of approval. "You are quite good, sensible, and straightforward." After receiving Yang Lin's praise, Xia appeared both flattered and surprised, rubbing his hands together, hesitating for a moment, looking as if he wanted to say something, but held back. Yang Lin could see through his thoughts at a glance and smiled as he said, "What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it and no need to hesitate." Xia bit his lip, finally mustering the courage to look up at Yang Lin, speaking earnestly, "Lin Gu, can I follow you? Please take me in." Yang Lin looked at him, having already guessed his intentions. Xia had been running a bar on Yao Street for several years, but he lacked support. Usually he faced oppression from the gangs, and even ordinary traffic police could easily bully him. He lived a very constrained life. Moreover, he was loyal. To help his brother, Miao, raise money to pay off debts, he was willing to sell the bar he had run for many years, which was quite rare. What puzzled Yang Lin, however, was that after running the bar for so many years, Xia had no savings of even 80,000, and he had to rely on his subordinates for crowdfunding, which was indeed quite dire. Yet Yang Lin did not remember every detail of the movie clearly. He suspected that Xia's lack of funds might be related to the large group of subordinates he supported. In the show, he seemed quite generous, likely spending on his subordinates feasting and entertainment. Lost in these thoughts, Yang Lin's face remained calm as he asked lightly, "You want to follow me? What's your reason? I want to hear the truth." Xia did not hide anything and spoke frankly, "Lin Gu, it's like this. I originally intended to sell this bar to Shenghe, but he deliberately pressed the price down and would only offer 300,000, which is really bullying. It just so happens that you are interested in acquiring it and are offering an additional 100,000. In business, it's only natural for the highest bidder to win. Of course, I would sell it to you. That's only common sense. However, doing this has thoroughly offended Arrow Pig. He is narrow-minded and ruthless, and he will definitely not let it go easily." He continued, "He will surely seek revenge on me afterward. Alone, I cannot withstand Sheng's pressure. So I genuinely want to find a backing you. I hope you can protect me." As long as you are willing to take me in, I am willing to do any work. Yang Lin smiled lightly upon hearing this. You are quite candid and haven't tried to play any tricks with me. Lin Gu, who are you? Trying to play tricks in front of you is like showing off my skills in front of an expert. It would only annoy you. It's better to say things directly and be honest. Asia quickly said. Your awareness is good. This kind of honesty is indeed precious in the Jianghu. Yang Lin nodded slightly, quite satisfied with his attitude. Seeing this, Asia immediately seized the opportunity, patting his chest in assurance. Lin Gu, rest assured, I have been running a shop on Miao Street for so long I am familiar with the local customs, and I am quite skilled at managing bars. Moreover, I still have quite a few customers and connections. If you take me in, you will definitely not lose out. I will do my best to work hard and earn money for you. After listening, Yang Lin did not hesitate much. He pointed to Tony and Ahua beside him and said to Asia, since that's the case, you will work with them from now on. The happy world is something you have managed all along. You understand the situation of the venue, the clientele, and the ins and outs of the temple street better than anyone else. With your assistance, they will be able to adapt quickly and stabilize the place. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Brother Lin. I appreciate the opportunity. Asia exclaimed with joy, eagerly bowing to Yang Lin to express his gratitude, so excited that he could hardly speak. Having mixed in the temple street for so many years without a capable backing, he had been bullied every day, even being scolded by the traffic police, which was truly humiliating. Now that he could connect with the Hong Lu by Qilin, it meant he would finally be able to establish a firm foothold in the temple street for the rest of his life, no longer needing to watch others' faces or live in fear. Yang Lin turned to look at Tony and Ahua again, and instructed solemnly, since the contract is signed and all procedures are complete, you can arrange for the bar to start its trial operations tonight. Let Asia share his experience with you, then apply what you've learned and show me some results. Tony immediately stood up, patting his chest confidently, assuring Brother Lin, just you watch, we will handle this without a hitch and manage the bar perfectly, ensuring you earn a fortune. Thank you, Brother Tony and Brother Hua. From now on, I will work under you too. I hope for your guidance and support. Asia quickly turned to Tony and Ahua, speaking respectfully. No need to be so polite, we're all brothers. Tony waved his hand with a smile, looking at Asia with a hearty tone. Rest assured, you don't have to worry about the porcupine while I'm here. Even if I can't handle it, Ahua is here, and if Ahua can't, we still have Brother Lin backing us. Ahua maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke to Asia. Tony has already said what needs to be said. Just focus on doing a good job and managing the bar. That's what matters most. Thank you, brothers. I will definitely work hard. Asia nodded repeatedly, filled with gratitude. He was well aware that he had this opportunity today solely because of Yang Lin's words. Moving forward, he could only repay this kindness by working diligently. At that moment, a phone rang suddenly within the office, the crisp ringtone breaking the atmosphere inside. Yang Lin picked up the phone, glanced at the caller ID, and then pressed the answer button, speaking calmly. Hello. On the other end, Ah Gang's respectful voice immediately came through. Brother Lin, Tony and the others are with Bao Jiao. They've just come out of the bar and are currently active in their respective territories. I understand. Yang Lin's expression turned slightly serious as he replied. Have Jianjun bring people to keep an eye on them, monitoring Tony and the three brothers around the clock. If they show any signs of moving against Bao Jiao, call me immediately without taking any rash actions. Understood, Brother Lin. I will notify Jianjun to handle it right away and ensure they keep a close watch on them. Ah Gang replied, and then hung up the phone. Yang Lin set down the phone and looked at Tony Ahua and Asia, speaking in a flat tone. You can discuss how to manage the bar and arrange staffing among yourselves. Communicate more, and if you encounter any unsolvable issues, come find me anytime. I have other matters to attend to, so you may leave now. Yes, Brother Lin. The five replied in unison, not daring to disturb him further. They all stood up, slightly bowed to Yang Lin, and then exited the office in an orderly manner, gently closing the door behind them. The office once again fell silent. Yang Lin leaned back in the spacious leather executive chair, gently tapping his fingers on the smooth desktop, his gaze deep as he began to contemplate the upcoming overall layout. He currently had just over 5 million in cash left. This amount seemed substantial, but when it came to expanding his territory and consolidating power in Mong Kok, it was merely a drop in the bucket. To seize all of Mong Kok and establish a firm foothold, he needed money for manpower, venues, arrangements, and expenses. Everything required capital. This level of income barely managed daily operations and could not support his expansion plans. Although he had not spent a dime during his previous imprisonment, covering legal fees, compensating victims' families, and managing affairs in Stanley were all funded by Piao Ge. However, his own financial situation was not very robust. In his early years, opening entertainment venues, managing bars, and starting a financial company were all funded through borrowed money, and it wasn't until mid-last year that he paid off all his debts. Considering the timeline, he had only had about a year, maybe a little more, of having surplus savings. Accumulating over 6 million was purely due to not needing to spend money while in Stanley, living frugally and saving. Now that he was safely released from prison and returning to the world, he was determined to accomplish what he had not completed 3 years ago, to swallow up Mong Kok and hold it entirely in his hands. This also meant that he would have to spend a significant amount of money moving forward. Even with a few million in savings, it would not last long under such expenses, and he felt increasingly cash-strapped. What a headache. Yang Lin rubbed his brow, his face filled with helplessness. He had never been cut out for business or operations. If he personally stepped in to manage money, he might end up losing all his savings. After considering it thoroughly among his subordinates, only Ah Ting had a sharp mind, commercial insight, and operational acumen. Someone who could take charge. It seemed imperative to cultivate Ah Ting as soon as possible, granting him sufficient power and space to help stabilize the finances. Having made up his mind, Yang Lin secretly nodded. Once he dealt with the trouble posed by Duan Kuan, he would assign Ah Ting greater responsibilities, allowing him to be fully in charge of the business under his name. Just then a cautious knock sounded from outside the office door, accompanied by a lowered voice. Brother Lin. Yang Lin pulled his scattered thoughts back and replied in a deep voice, "What is it?" Hima gently pushed the door open a crack, half of his body leaning and standing at the threshold with a respectful yet serious expression, reporting. "Brother Lin, there's someone named He Shui in the game hall on the first floor causing a ruckus. It's quite a commotion and the guests are afraid to play." Yang Lin raised an eyebrow, asking in a calm tone, "He Shui? Whose people are they?" Hima shook his head, looking confused. "I don't know. I've never seen them before, nor have I heard the name." Yang Lin asked again, "What about Xiang?" Hima quickly responded, "Brother Xiang has already gone down and is negotiating with them." Yang Lin curled his lips into a cold smile, his tone laced with disdain. "Who dares to cause trouble in my venue? Let's go take a look." With that, Yang Lin stood up, pushed his chair back, and strode out of the office. Hima quickly followed, closely trailing behind him. Yang Lin made his way to the corridor on the second floor, not rushing to go downstairs, but instead leaning against the metal railing, his cold gaze observing the activity in the first floor hall. Below in the game hall, two groups of people stood facing each other in the aisle between the two gaming areas, clearly divided, the atmosphere tense and ready to explode. On one side were the little brothers accompanying Ah Xiang, each with unfriendly expressions, coldly staring at the opposition. Behind them were two young girls with tear-streaked faces, still dressed in school uniforms. They were quite pretty, but Yang Lin felt that these two looked very familiar. He just couldn't recall which movie they were from. At the other side stood a slightly plump man with slicked back hair, dressed in a black trench coat, flanked by more than a dozen henchmen, all wearing arrogant expressions and looking defiant. A large circle of guests had gathered around, standing at a safe distance, too afraid to approach, whispering and pointing at the scene, causing chaos in the entire arcade. Yang Lin looked at the face of the man downstairs, and with that appearance and reputation, he instantly recalled something. This man was a character from the movie The Brothers, a member of the He gang from the Southern District, the second in command, known as He Shui, a notorious figure in the Southern District known for his ruthless ways. He felt puzzled. He Shui was a resident of the Southern District, usually staying clear of the Mong Kok area. So why was he causing trouble at the Kirin Entertainment City, owned by Hung Lok? Not wanting to think too much about it, Yang Lin took out a cigarette box from his pocket and put one in his mouth. Seeing this, Hima immediately turned and ran back to the office, quickly fetching an ashtray, standing respectfully behind Yang Lin, ready to serve without saying a word. The sound of confrontation from the arcade below was clearly transmitted up, and the tension in the air grew thicker. Xiang's expression darkened as he stared at He Shui opposite him. Suppressing the anger within, he coldly asked, "Brother, it's all fun and games, but why are you bothering that girl?" He Shui, with his hands in the pockets of his trench coat, appeared nonchalant, his tone casual and lewd. "Hey, I just think she's beautiful. Can't I try to flirt with her?" "Is this how you flirt? Smacking her on the backside and having your subordinates bind her? What are you trying to do? Are you planning to perform an action scene in front of so many people if I don't intervene?" He Shui, known for his violent temper, felt his laziness vanish at Xiang's public questioning, and his anger surged, cursing out loud. "Damn it! What business is it of yours? Mind your own business. This establishment is under my watch. Those two girls came here to have fun, and I have the duty to protect their safety. We do not welcome troublemakers, especially scum like you. Take your people and get out immediately." He Shui smirked, revealing a shameless grin, and said, "Leave. Sure. Just hand those two girls over to me." Xiang's anger was completely ignited, his brows furrowed, pointing towards the entrance of the entertainment city. He shouted, "Damn it. Can't you understand human language? I told you to get out now." He Shui's gaze sharpened suddenly. No longer hiding his true intentions, he declared his reputation to intimidate. "Do you know who I am to speak to me like that?" Xiang showed no fear, his eyes filled with disdain. He coldly retorted, "Who do you think you are?" He Shui puffed up his chest and raised his chin high, exuding arrogance as he loudly proclaimed his name. He Shui, have you heard of me? We are the biggest in the Southern District." Xiang snorted dismissively, his voice booming, echoing throughout the arcade, every word dripping with sarcasm, leaving no room for politeness. "So what? This is Mong Kok. If you don't know whose territory this is, just get out and find out, or you may not even know how you die." He Shui laughed upon hearing this, his face filled with audacity, his tone deliberately provocative. "I know it's Hong less White Qilin. I know that, which is why I came here to have some fun after attending a wedding. I just didn't expect you to be so rude. Honestly, I'm very disappointed." Xiang was infuriated by his shameless demeanor, coldly snapping back, You're disappointed. Where's your— He Shui waved his hand impatiently, dismissing Xiang as making a fuss over nothing. It was just a girl. Was it necessary to escalate it like this? Are you in this for the thrill? Xiang's expression turned serious, his eyes cold and steady as he declared, mixing it up is about making money, not about bullying and oppressing others. I don't care how you operate in the Southern District. Once you're on our turf, you must abide by our rules. He Shui spat disdainfully, his face filled with scorn as he mocked. A short mule is just a short mule pretending to be some great sage. Xiang was too lazy to waste another word with him, his gaze icy as he urged again. Are you done? If you are, then— If it weren't for not wanting to see blood in the venue, he would have already taken down this bastard. He Shu's expression darkened at his words, his gaze sweeping over Xiang as he raised his voice, clearly indicating he wanted to see the main person. You don't have the right to talk to me. Call out for Bai Qilin. Xiang's eyes sharpened, sternly scolding, refusing to yield. Are you out of your mind from drinking at the wedding? Since Lin Gu entrusted this place to me, I won't let a lowlife like you disturb him. I'm saying this for the last time, get out. Otherwise you won't be able to leave. Until I see Bai Qilin, I will not leave no matter what you say. He Shui laughed coldly, his tone increasingly arrogant, issuing a threat. If you've got the guts, try to make a move on me, and see if he can eliminate you. Xiang was thoroughly enraged, gritting his teeth as he growled, damn it. Great. Then you won't be leaving. He Shu's eyes were fierce, taking a step forward, provocatively challenging, come on. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the venue surged to a boiling point, tense and ready to explode. The henchmen behind He Shui all stepped forward, hands moving towards their concealed weapons, glaring fiercely at Xiang's side. On the second floor railing, Yang Lin watched the scene unfold with a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth, secretly thinking that today's drama was becoming increasingly spectacular. He was all too familiar with the two individuals who had entered. It was indeed Shi Ding and Jiu Hui from the movie Goodbye Gangster. He had known Shi Ding since their time in Stanley Prison. However, Shi Ding had been released before him. Yang Lin had always felt speechless about Shi Ding. In the underworld where one walks a blade's edge, there is no turning back. Yet he insisted on emulating Jiu Wenlong, hoping to wash his hands of crime and turn over a new leaf to run a renovation business. But how could the grievances of the underworld be so easily severed? In the end, it led to his sister's humiliation and his own return to prison, almost as if it were a joke. In Yang Lin's view, once one has chosen this path, one must see it through to the end. The notion of turning over a new leaf is utterly futile. Your enemies will never let you go just because you decide to quit. Oh, what they want is your demise. Shi Ding gently patted his two younger sisters on the back, soothing them softly, his eyes filled with compassion as he asked in a deep voice, what happened? Why are you crying? Today was the weekend and school was out. His two sisters had come to play at Qilin Entertainment City. Shi Ding knew well that this was Yang Lin's territory, where he operated with strict principles and maintained tight control over his domain. He absolutely would not allow his subordinates to bully the weak, and the safety of the place was among the highest in all of Mong Kok, which reassured him to agree to their visit. He himself was renovating a nearby restaurant with Jiu Hui and came to pick up his sisters after finishing work. Little did he expect that upon entering, he would witness two groups of people at daggers drawn, with his two sisters crying like rain-soaked pear blossoms. The younger sister huddled in Shi Ding's arms, trembling as she pointed at He Shui across the way, crying out, he wants to QJ us. What? Shi Ding's expression darkened instantly, his aura freezing as a storm of rage surged in his eyes, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Jiu Hui, known for his fiery temper, could not tolerate such a situation. He stepped forward and pointed at He Shui, roaring in anger, you fat little bastard, do you want to die? You think you can mess with us? Before He Shui could respond, one of his lackeys jumped out, sizing up Jiu Hui. Seeing him in a dusty construction outfit splattered with white paint, he mocked, what are you yelling for? Look at your outfit, you beggar should just stick to begging, don't try to act like a big shot. Jiu Hui was instantly enraged, clenching his fists and ready to charge, you son of a. Seeing this, Xiang quickly stepped forward, patted Jiu Hui's shoulder, and with an apologetic expression, said sincerely, sorry brother, it's our management's negligence for not keeping an eye on things. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. I appreciate that you're taking responsibility. If it were in another place, my sisters might have already encountered trouble. Shi Ding slowly released his two sisters and turned to indicate that Jiu Hui should protect them. He then walked step by step toward Xiang and He Shui standing firm. He turned to Xiang, forcing a smile onto his face, speaking earnestly, I should thank you. If it were in another venue, my sisters could have already been in trouble. After saying this, he slowly turned his head, the smile on his face vanishing without a trace, his gaze turning cold and piercing like a blade tempered in ice, locking onto He Shui with unmasked killing intent. This debt, I will settle myself with him. Xiang saw the rage emanating from him and nodded in agreement, responding in a deep voice, all right. Shi Ding once again nodded toward Xiang, then looked at He Shui, a smile breaking across his face, yet his eyes were chillingly intimidating as he slowly asked, what do I call you? He Shui cast a disdainful glance at him and replied casually, He Shui. Shi Ding's tone remained steady, yet his eyes were cold as ice, each word dripping with a chilling aura. So it's brother He Shui, You don't even spare children. How can you claim to be a big brother? He Shui felt a chill run down his spine under Shi Ding's gaze, but being a figure of authority, he couldn't show weakness and retorted coldly, "What's with that look? You want to kill me? Do you have the ability?" Shi Ding's lips curled slightly as he replied calmly, yet the pressure he emanated was palpable. "Whether I have the ability, you'll find out if you try." He Shui had intended to mock him further, but upon meeting Shi Ding's predatory gaze, an inexplicable chill crept up his spine, leaving him feeling somewhat apprehensive. He thought of his original intention for coming here and felt it unnecessary to create trouble with a renovation worker. He quickly shifted the topic, adopting a joking demeanor. "I was just playing with them. I heard that Bai Qilin particularly hates this kind of thing, so I just borrowed your sister for a bit to lure him out. Who would have thought I caused such a ruckus and he still hasn't shown up? I'm really disappointed. The famed Bai Qilin turns out to be a coward, ha." His lackeys behind, He Shui joined in a raucous laugh, their laughter sharp and laced with mockery. "Ha!" However, before their laughter could die down, a sudden change occurred. The last shred of patience on Xiang's face vanished completely. He could tolerate insults to himself, but never to his boss. His eyes narrowed, and in a flash he snatched the half-finished cola bottle from a nearby lackey, turning back to smash it viciously against He Shui, delivering a soul-shattering blow. Bang! A sharp, piercing sound erupted. The glass cola bottle shattered instantly, and the cola mixed with blood trickled down He Shu's head. This sudden turn of events left everyone on He Shu's side stunned, standing there in shock. "Boss!" The lackeys quickly reacted, rushing to support the dizzy and staggering He Shui, shouting in panic. Xiang would not let this go easily, his face twisted with rage as he barked orders at his lackeys. "Damn it. Anyone who dares insult Lin Gu, let no one escape. Kill them. Beat them up." The lackeys, who had been waiting for this moment, were already filled with pent-up frustration. The moment they received the command, they charged forward like a pack of wolves, fists flying, their momentum fierce. He Shu's lackeys were caught off guard, and as they were also trying to protect the injured He Shui, they found it hard to fend off the attacks, retreating in disarray as they shouted, "Protect the boss." Xiang's gaze was icy as he roared, "Leave. Who can leave? Close the door, no one gets to leave." As his words fell, a lackey rushed toward the entrance of the entertainment city, locking the steel door behind them, completely cutting off He Shu's group's escape. A chaotic brawl erupted. A fierce melee was about to erupt downstairs. Seeing this, Shi did not dare to let his two younger sisters remain in the chaos, promptly signaling to Jiu Hui, with both of them protecting their older and younger sisters on either side, swiftly retreating to the side. Upon reaching the staircase on the second floor, several tall security personnel in black uniforms immediately stepped forward to guard the entrance, firmly blocking the stairway. This is the rule of the Qilin Entertainment City. The second floor is a crucial office area where no unauthorized personnel are allowed to enter. Even amidst the chaos downstairs, the security still held their posts with strict discipline. Having completely distanced themselves from the center of the fight, the tense atmosphere finally eased a bit. The younger sister, recovering from her fright, peeked over Jiu Hu's shoulder to look at the chaos, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she watched He Shui and his gang being surrounded and beaten. "Brother Xianggu is so impressive. That bottle shattering was just too cool." Shi Ding glanced at his younger sister helplessly, his tense expression relaxing slightly as he teased her with a hint of resignation. "What? You were just crying your heart out, and now you're so focused on how cool he is." The younger sister lifted her little face, speaking with righteous indignation. "What do you mean? I was genuinely scared earlier. Now that the bad guys are being beaten like dogs, if I still cry, that would be too embarrassing." Watching his sister's innocent and pure demeanor, Shi Ding's heart softened, but he soon became serious and solemnly warned her. "You little girl, remember there are no good people in this world. In the future, don't choose a short mule as your husband, or I'll break his legs immediately." The younger sister immediately retorted defiantly, "But you're also out here mixing with the crowd. Why discriminate against others? Does being out here mean there can't be good people, eh?" Shi Ding's eyes were complex. Having seen too much darkness and danger in the world, his tone was resolute. "It's precisely because I'm also out here that I understand the rules of this trade the best. No one on the streets is clean. Oh, everyone is bad, just to different extents. That's too absolute, don't you think?" The younger sister murmured softly, clearly disapproving. The older sister beside her quickly grabbed her and gently advised her. "Younger sister, listen to your brother, don't speak recklessly." The younger sister pouted but obediently nodded. "All right, I won't say anything then." Jiu Hui also chimed in, his tone gentle as he reasoned with the two little girls. "Younger sister, your brother is not wrong. We people who mix in this world always have one foot in the law and one foot in the grave. Sometimes it seems glorious and powerful, but those who are most flamboyant on the streets often meet the quickest and most tragic ends." The younger sister nodded obediently on the surface, but her brows still displayed a hint of defiance as she elongated her tone. "All right, I get it already." Shi Ding looked at his younger sister, his tone softening. "Wait until you grow a bit older and have seen more things, you will naturally understand. In any case, your brother will never harm you." "We know." The two sisters replied in unison. Just as they were chatting, Hema quickly walked over from the second floor corridor, his demeanor polite as he addressed Shi Ding and the others. Sir, our Lin Gu requests to speak with you upstairs. Shishiding was taken aback at the words, and then revealed a smile. Oh, Lin is also here. Indeed, Lin Gu has been upstairs. Hima bowed and gestured for them to follow. Please, this way. Lead the way. Shishiding along with Zhou Hui and the two younger sisters followed Hima upstairs, directly arriving at the railing where Yang Lin was located. Lin. Yang Lin leaned against the railing, a cigarette held between his fingers. Upon hearing the voice, he turned his head, revealing a long-lost familiar smile with none of the usual aloofness of a gang leader. Yo, Ding, have a cigarette first. He casually pulled out a cigarette box and offered one to Shishiding, then turned to Zhou Hui, smiling as he handed him one. We want one too. Zhou Hui quickly accepted the cigarette with both hands, somewhat flattered. Thank you, Lin Gu. I didn't expect you to remember me. I've known Ding for 3 years in Chizhou, sharing a bunk bed, so of course I need to understand his network of connections, Yang Lin said casually. Shishiding rolled his eyes at him, teasing him in a familiar tone. You brat, if you want to investigate me, just do it. Don't dress it up so nicely as understanding connections. Shame on you. Don't mind me, it's just a habit. Yang Lin laughed as he picked up a lighter. Here, let me light your cigarette. Consider it an apology. Shishiding directly snatched the lighter from his hand, lowered his head to light his cigarette, and casually tucked the lighter into his pocket without lifting his head. Get lost, I can light it myself. Yang Lin was momentarily stunned, caught between laughter and tears. Hey, my lighter. What lighter? I didn't see anything. Shishiding feigned ignorance seriously. Yang Lin shook his head helplessly. Shame on you. You're still such a rogue. After their playful exchange, Shishiding dropped the joking demeanor, looking at the mess downstairs with a tone tinged with reproach. Hey, didn't you say you could handle things well usually? I brought my 2 younger sisters to your place for fun, and they still got bullied. You didn't boast about it back in Chizhou, did you? Mentioning this, Yang Lin also felt a bit embarrassed and sincerely apologized. It was an accident, purely an accident. I'm really sorry for scaring your 2 younger sisters. How about this? I'll treat you all tonight, and we can go out for a meal, plus I'll give each of your younger sisters a new phone as an apology for their fright. Instantly, the younger sister's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Of course you can choose the style and color yourself. Yang Lin smiled warmly. Having known Shishiding for many years, their bond from sharing a bunk bed in Chizhou for 3 years was so familiar that Shishiding naturally wouldn't be polite with him, casually saying, You know how to be considerate, huh? You really don't hold back at all, Yang Lin joked. If I were to be polite with you, wouldn't I be at a loss? Shishiding exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone casual. Having shared a bunk bed for 3 years in Chizhou, I know exactly what kind of person you are. Then I should thank Ding Gu for covering for me back then, Yang Lin teased with a smile. Get lost. Shishiding couldn't help but laugh and curse. When you first came in, you swept through the entire dorm with 27 people covering for others from start to finish. When did it become my turn to cover for you? Wasn't it thanks to you explaining the rules and tricks of Chizhou to me in advance? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to handle those ruffians so quickly. Yang Lin smiled gently. Shishiding waved his hand, looking down at the fight that was nearing its end. All right, it seems the fight downstairs is almost over. You should handle your business now. Yang Lin, upon hearing this, turned to look at the obedient older and younger sisters beside him, his tone exceptionally gentle, completely devoid of the harshness typical of a gang leader. Ladies, that group just now bullied you. How would you like to deal with them? Whether it's to give them a beating or to resolve it directly, I'll follow your lead. The eldest sister, with a gentle and introverted personality, had never witnessed such a scene in the martial world. For a moment, she was at a loss for words, staring blankly. The younger sister, lively and bold, fearless, and with her chin held high, pointed at the fallen He Shui downstairs. I want to teach that ugly fat bad guy a lesson. The eldest sister hurriedly grabbed her sister, quietly advised, Don't cause trouble, little sister. That person seems to have an extraordinary identity. If we hurt him, it will bring us huge trouble. Yang Lin chuckled lightly, his tone exuding dominance. What are you afraid of? Worst case, we deal with him right away. In Mong Kok, as long as I'm here, no one dares to Shishiding's expression tightened hastily, reminding him, Hey, don't act recklessly. He Shui is the second in command of He Shi Tang. If we take him out directly, He won't let it go. Can you handle the consequences? Yang Lin's gaze was steady, his tone firm, and his aura fully unleashed. This is Mong Kok, not the South District. If He's people come here, they must behave like dragons or lie like tigers. I will shape him into whatever I want him to be. Since he dared to step into my territory and create trouble bullying my people, he must be prepared for the consequences that come with it. The younger sister's eyes sparkled, and she immediately said to Shishiding, Bro, you're too timid. Look at Brother Lin, so handsome and imposing. Shishiding shot a helpless glare at his sister. Adults are talking, children should keep quiet and stand aside. Yang Lin patted Shishiding, then raised his hand to ruffle the younger sister's hair, smiling protectively. Why are you being fierce with her? The little sister is right. The younger sister immediately puffed out her chest, proudly stating, I'm already 16, not a kid anymore. Even if you are 18 or 20, you will always be a child in my eyes. Shishiding said irritably. Don't keep instilling her with such pessimistic thoughts. Yang Lin replied with a smile. She is still a student, she needs to be a bit fierce, or she will easily get bullied at school. Shishiding frowned. You are thinking too darkly about schools. Yang Lin, looking speechless, said earnestly, "Have you been in prison so long that your mind has dulled? You are also in this world, you should understand. Many students in a lot of schools now have gangs backing them. Those without support and soft personalities are like soft persimmons, easily squished and used as ATMs." Saying this, he gently ruffled the heads of the two girls, his tone affectionate. "Two lively and adorable girls like you should not get bullied at school. If you don't feel heartbroken, I certainly do." Shi Ding was left speechless, only able to nod helplessly. "Well, I suppose you have a point." Yang Lin chuckled, whispering sarcastically, "Drop them." Just then the fight downstairs had completely ended. Xiang led his men to subdue all of He Shu's subordinates and looked up at Yang Lin on the second floor railing, shouting loudly, "Brother Lin, we have captured everyone, and He Shui is also subdued. How do we handle it next?" Yang Lin's eyes turned cold, and he ordered calmly, "Tie them all up and call Zhanmi from He to bring money to redeem them." "How much is the ransom?" Xiang respectfully asked. "Standard subordinates are 100,000 each, and He Shui is 500,000. Yang Lin spoke clearly, his tone icy. "Additionally, they must compensate for the damages to the gaming machines and venue. Tell Zhanmi to pay within a time limit, or otherwise we will drown them in cement and sink them into the sea." "Understood, Brother Lin." Xiang responded, immediately turning to order the watching subordinates. "Take everyone to the back warehouse, tie them up securely, keep them under strict guard, and no one is allowed to make contact." The subordinates echoed in unison, "Yes." After handling the personnel, Xiang turned to the still shaken guests inside, sincerely reassuring them, "Dear guests, it was just a small misunderstanding that disturbed your entertainment. We sincerely apologize. Now that the trouble has been completely resolved, the venue is back to normal, and you can enjoy yourselves without worry." The guests inside, seeing this, all felt relieved, and the previously chaotic atmosphere completely dissipated. On the second floor, Yang Lin retracted his gaze and smiled at Shi Ding and the others. "All right, with everything settled, let's go. He'll treat you all to a meal." Shi Ding joked, "Don't regret it, I'm going to eat you poor today." "Whatever." Yang Lin laughed freely. "You can order anything from the large restaurants in Mong Kok. Go all out. If you really can eat me poor, I'll consider it bad luck." With that, he turned to call out to Jiu Hui and the two sisters. "Let's go, Ah Hui, eldest sister, younger sister." Meanwhile, the hippo hurriedly stepped forward. "Brother Lin, should we bring a few brothers along for protection?" Yang Lin waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "It's just a few steps to the nearby restaurant, there's no need to make a fuss." "All right, then Brother Lin, watch your safety on the way. Call me at any time if anything happens." The hippo respectfully replied. Yang Lin suddenly remembered something, turning to the two little girls. "By the way, I almost forgot about the gift to apologize. Eldest sister, younger sister, what kind of phone do you want?" The younger sister immediately jumped in with excitement. "I want a Motorola ultra-thin flip phone in pink." The eldest sister softly said, "I want the same model in yellow." "No problem." Yang Lin nodded in agreement, turning to instruct the hippo. Hippo immediately sent someone to buy two new Motorola flip phones, one pink and one yellow, and deliver them directly to the Dai restaurant. "Don't worry, Brother Lin, I'll arrange it right away and deliver it as fast as possible." The hippo promised seriously. "Thank you, Brother Lin." The two sisters thanked in unison, their smiles radiant. Yang Lin gently spoke. "No need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you for your understanding. It was my venue's security that was lacking, causing you to be frightened. This is what I should do, so just accept it with ease." The younger sister looked at Yang Lin with admiration. "Brother Lin, you are so handsome. Even more than the big shots in the movies." Shi Ding shook his head helplessly and commented, "If you keep spoiling them like this, you will eventually spoil the two girls." Yang Lin unbothered laughed in rebuttal. "Girls are meant to be spoiled. Oh, what's wrong with spoiling them a bit?" "Ah Hui, you agree, right?" Jiu Hui immediately chimed in. "That's right. I think Brother Lin is absolutely correct." Shi Ding rolled his eyes, unable to stop himself from commenting. "You two are definitely going to be daughter slaves in the future." Yang Lin raised an eyebrow with a smile. "I'm happy about it. What do you care?" Meanwhile, in the South District, in a luxuriously decorated office, Zhanmi, the operative of He Shi Tang, sat in the boss chair, leisurely drinking tea while reading the newspaper. His personal bodyguard Wu Bao briskly walked in with a phone, bowing respectfully to report, "Brother Zhan, someone is calling for you." Zhanmi answered the phone, his tone neutral. "Hello, who is this?" On the other end, Axiang's calm and steady, "Hong Luzeng Xiang." Zhanmi raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing the name, mentioned his tone, laced with confusion. "Hong Lu, what do you want with me? He Shui is now in our hands. If you don't want him to end up dead in Mong Kok, you'll need to prepare an 80,000 ransom to exchange for him." Zhanmi's expression shifted, but he maintained his composure and replied calmly, "Brother, money isn't the issue. However, everything has its cause and effect. You need to let me know what exactly happened. That is only natural." Xiang spoke straightforwardly. "We at Hong Lun never act as recklessly and tyrannically as He Shui does." "Go ahead, I'm listening," Zhanmi said in a deep voice. Xiang recounted the entire incident where He Shui barged into the Qilan Entertainment City, publicly harassed underage girls, caused trouble, and humiliated Yang Lin without missing a detail. After finishing, he coldly countered with a question. "This is how the matter stands. You tell me, should your alliance bear this cost? After hearing the full story, Jean-Mi's face darkened completely. He was already clear on the right and wrong with no room for defense, and spoke frankly. Yes, we should pay. From start to finish, it was my subordinate Heishui acting recklessly and asking for trouble. I'll have 80,000 in cash ready immediately. Where should we meet? Xiang responded calmly. Bring the money to the Chilean Entertainment City in Mong Kok. Once the money is received, you can take your person away. All right. After hanging up, Jean-Mi sat in his leather office chair holding a cigarette between his fingers. His expression was frighteningly dark, and the atmosphere around him was oppressive to the extreme. By the time he finished a cigarette, he could no longer suppress the fury within him and slammed his hand down on the table. Bang! The heavy table emitted a muffled sound, causing the teacup on it to tremble slightly. Wu Bao could only listen obediently as he gritted his teeth and cursed. Heishui is out of his mind. Is the territory in the South District too small for him to stay in? To actually run to the territory of the White Qilin to cause trouble, he really is asking for death. Wu Bao felt helpless. He actually wanted to go out. But at this moment, someone needed to go and calm the boss down. Since it was just the two of them in the room, it had to be him. After mentally framing his words, he stepped forward and softly advised. Jean-Mi Heishui has always been this way. Impulsive and reckless, never thinking before acting. He does whatever comes to mind without anyone stopping him. He paused and analyzed carefully. I suspect he probably got drunk at the banquet today and was overwhelmed by... There must have been someone praising Hong Lu and the White Qilin for their might and prestige, and Heishui, being competitive by nature, couldn't stand being overshadowed by others. Feeling disgruntled, he impulsively went to Mong Kok to provoke and create trouble. Jean-Mi frowned tightly. After hearing these words, his expression grew increasingly grim as he nodded slowly. After your analysis, it does seem quite possible. This fool got overly excited from a few words and lost his mind, not realizing his own limitations. Heishui is just single-minded, quick to anger, and impulsive. On ordinary days only you can keep him in check and manage his temperament. Once he leaves the South District, no one can rein him in, and he would become utterly arrogant. Just like Guan Yu in his prime. Without Lu Bu around, he sees everyone as beneath him. This stupid idiot. Jean-Mi exhaled a heavy breath, feeling both frustrated and helpless. There are so many big shots and gang leaders on the streets, who isn't difficult to deal with. Yet he chose to provoke one of the 5 tyrants of Mong Kok, the White Qilin. He really doesn't know how to write the word for death. Wu Bao hesitated for a moment before cautiously speaking up. So are we still going to ransom him? 80,000 is no small sum. Heishui brought this upon himself, but if we don't ransom him, others will say you don't care for your little brothers. After venting his anger, Jean-Mi gradually calmed down, looking at Wu Bao with a tone that carried a hint of resignation. Of course we have to ransom him. Although Heishui has a bad temper, is impulsive and reckless, he has been loyal to me for many years without a trace of betrayal. There aren't many loyal brothers under me. I can't just give up on him like this. Wu Bao saw him cool off and took the opportunity to flatter. You're still as considerate as ever, Jean-Mi. Upon receiving such praise from him, Jean-Mi's mood improved significantly, and he immediately issued instructions. You go find Zhang Hua to withdraw 80,000 in cash, and then let Qin Hui bring a team with you to Mong Kok. First ensure that the person is safely ransomed back. Once that bastard Heishui returns, I will settle the score with him. Understood, Jean-Mi. I will arrange it right away. Wu Bao bowed and accepted the order, not daring to delay. He quickly left the office to prepare the cash and gather manpower before heading to the Chilean Entertainment City in Mong Kok to ransom the person. On the other side, at the Mong Kok Deity Restaurant. In the luxurious private room, the lights were bright and the lavish spread had already been eaten halfway. The younger girls were huddled together, absorbed in playing with 2 brand new Motorola ultra-thin flip phones. One was a soft pink for girls, the other a bright yellow, both new models with excellent quality. The 2 little girls were beaming with joy, occasionally whispering and laughing, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiao Hui sat beside them, quietly accompanying the 2 girls, occasionally exchanging a few words. Outside the private room, on the open-air balcony, the evening breeze was cool, dispersing some of the lingering alcohol. Yang Lin and Shi Ding leaned against the railing side by side, each smoking a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke in a relaxed atmosphere. Yang Lin broke the silence, first casually asking, are you really planning to fully wash your hands of this and focus on the renovation business? No longer getting involved with the gang? Shi Ding slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone firm. Yes, I've seen through the killings and scheming in the underworld. I want to do legitimate business, earn some clean money, and properly support my 2 younger sisters through school. Let them study hard, go to university, and become useful people in the future. His gaze softened, filled with expectations for his family. Even if they can't find decent jobs after graduation, this renovation business I have in hand will be enough to support them for life. Looking at the brother who was so determined to seek a peaceful life, Yang Lin nodded gently, then became serious, and spoke seriously. Ding, as your brother, let me say something. Don't think I'm being long-winded. I recently received reliable news that there are great internal issues within Hongsheng. Yoni is fiercely vying for the position of leader with grand ambitions. Yang Lin understood the internal situation of Hongsheng better than anyone else, and knew everyone's character and hidden cards. Yoni, as the most prominent big shot in Hong Kong, commanded nearly 1,000 men wielding immense power. He was also known for being cunning and ruthless with a suspicious nature. The most dangerous aspect was that deep down, he harbored a profound sense of inferiority, harboring an almost pathological fear and apprehension towards Shi Ding. Even though Shi Ding had already declared his intention to retire from the underworld and not interfere in gang disputes, Yoni's apprehension had never dissipated. In the original movie trajectory, it was this inexplicable fear that drove him to take extreme measures against Shi Ding. He even broke the unwritten rule of the martial world that prohibits harming one's family, targeting Shi Ding's two younger sisters and committing heinous acts that ignited public wrath, ultimately driving Shi Ding to madness. In the end, although he perished at Shi Ding's hands, the harm inflicted upon his elder and younger sisters was irreversible. Yang Lin saw this conclusion clearly. Through their interactions today, he found himself quite fond of these two lovely young girls, the affection of an elder for their juniors, and thus he would never allow history to repeat itself. Hearing this, Shi Ding's expression remained calm, as if he had not taken it to heart, and he replied lightly, "He can fight for his own position. What does it have to do with me? I am about to withdraw from the martial world, and I won't compete with him for anything." "But just because you won't compete doesn't mean others won't have their eyes on you," Yang Lin said in a serious tone. "Among the elders of Hong Kong, Uncle Bao values your abilities and prestige the most. He has already expressed his intention to invite you back and support you as the new leader of Hong Kong." Shi Ding was slightly taken aback, his expression one of surprise. "Is there such a thing? I had no inkling of this." "The information is absolutely reliable." Yang Lin's tone was certain. Shi Ding fell silent for a moment, then shook his head resolutely. "I will not. If Uncle Bao really comes to find me, I will make it clear to him in person and completely extinguish everyone's hopes." Yang Lin looked at his overly naive thoughts and helplessly reminded him, "You may think this way, but Yoni won't think so. I will also personally go to find Yoni and clarify things with him." Shi Ding still insisted on his own ideas. "What if he doesn't believe it?" Yang Lin countered. Shi Ding furrowed his brows and pondered. "Then I can do nothing. My mind is made up and all words have been said. The rest has nothing to do with me." "Ding, you are too naive." Yang Lin's expression grew serious, his tone extremely grave. "I must tell you the truth. Yoni is now completely deranged. To secure his position, he will eliminate all threats and is capable of anything. There is no telling that he might set his sights on your elder and younger sisters. You must be prepared ahead of time." Shi Ding's expression finally changed, a flicker of disbelief passing through his eyes. "No way. The most basic rule of the martial world is to avoid harming family. No matter how ruthless he is, he wouldn't dare touch my sisters, would he? He dares." Yang Lin's tone showed no hesitation, every word resolute. "In the face of power and status, the so-called martial world rules are worthless. The human heart is treacherous. To eradicate the roots of trouble and prevent future issues, if it were me, I would do the same when necessary." Shi Ding's expression darkened completely, a chill rising in his heart as he asked solemnly, "Then what do you think I should do now, eh?" Yang Lin turned to him, his gaze sharp, and spoke frankly, "Return to take over the Hong Kong leadership and personally suppress Yoni. Of course, the best solution is to eliminate him directly once and for all, completely extinguishing all potential hazards." Shi Ding hesitated instantly, a look of uncertainty on his face. I barely escaped and don't want to step back into that quagmire. Brother, one must learn to be flexible in life and work." Yang Lin patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Don't wait until he acts to harm your family, leaving you with lifelong regrets before thinking about revenge. At that time it will be too late and revenge will be meaningless. True protection means nipping all potential." Shi Ding remained silent for a long time, his eyes filled with struggle, and he slowly replied, "I will think about it carefully." "Yes, you must consider it thoroughly and not act on impulse." Yang Lin stopped urging him, having made the pros and cons clear. The choice was in his own hands. Shi Ding looked toward the direction of the private room and said, "It's getting late. I will take them home first." "All right, be careful on the way." Yang Lin nodded in response. The two turned and walked back to the private room. Shi Ding looked at his three younger siblings still engrossed in their phones and said, "Stop playing on your phones, tidy up a bit. We are going home." Oh. The elder and younger sisters quickly put away their new phones, obediently responding, "Let's go, Jiahui." "All right, Dingo." Jiahui immediately stood up and followed the others. Arriving at the entrance of the restaurant, Jiahui politely bid farewell to Yang Lin. "Lingo, we are leaving now. Feel free to come out for drinks anytime." Yang Lin waved with a smile. The younger sister leaned her head out, her face filled with smiles. "Lingo, we are leaving. Thank you for the new phones." "Goodbye, Lingo." The elder sister said goodbye tenderly. Yang Lin smiled warmly, speaking indulgently, "In the future, on weekends or holidays, feel free to come to Kowloon Entertainment City to play. Oh, I've made arrangements with Asyong. When you two come, all entertainment activities will be free." "Really? That's great. Thank you, Lingo, you are really super handsome." The younger sister cheered with delight. "Thank you, Lingo, for taking such good care of us." The elder sister politely expressed her thanks. Sure Ding looked at his two sisters' carefree closeness, shaking his head helplessly as he teased. You really spoil them, you're about to spoil them to the heavens. Yang Lin smiled openly. They are my own sisters, they should be spoiled. What lovely little girls. Get lost. Sure Ding shook his head helplessly, signaling for the others to leave. The elder and younger sisters waved goodbye once more. Bye Lin Gu. Be careful on the way. Yang Lin watched as they walked away until their figures disappeared around the corner before turning back to Qilin Entertainment City. Hey Qiu. Send someone to protect the two of them. On the way, he called He Zaiqiu, asking him to send someone to protect the elder and younger sisters. Although it seemed that Sure Ding had taken his words to heart, he was ultimately alone. He had to work to earn money, and the elder and younger sisters had to go to school, making it impossible to look after them. If he managed to deal with Yoni, Yang Lin would naturally withdraw the protection, but if he still followed the movie's plot and went to negotiate with Yoni, then the people he sent would be waiting to take action. As soon as he stepped into the entrance of the entertainment city, he noticed that the first-floor lobby was much livelier than usual, with a large group of people gathered in the reception area, their imposing aura starkly contrasting with the playful guests inside. Yang Lin's gaze swept across, instantly recognizing the figures. Leading them was Wu Bao, the personal bodyguard of Zhan Mi, accompanied by Chun Hui, a capable aide from He Shitang. Behind them stood 8 black-clad henchmen, each standing tall and stiff, adhering strictly to their positions without glancing around or making noise, demonstrating excellent discipline. A Xiang who was conversing with the other party quickly approached Yang Lin after noticing him enter, reporting. Lin Gu, this is Wu Bao from He here to deliver the ransom. Wu Bao stepped forward, slightly politely greeting. Hello Lin Gu. I come on behalf of Zhan Mi to redeem the person. Yang Lin nodded in response, his expression calm, and then instructed a Xiang in a composed manner. Count the ransom. If everything is in order, hand the person over to them. Understood Lin Gu. A Xiang responded promptly. Yang Lin reiterated. Remember those 2 young girls today. In the future when they come to play, everything will be free. Pay more attention to them, don't let those little punks disturb them. A Xiang replied. Understood, I will notify them. Alright, I'll go upstairs to rest for a while, call me if needed. After saying this, Yang Lin yawned and headed toward the stairs. Rest assured Lin Gu, I'll remember. A Xiang replied earnestly. As Yang Lin ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor, disappearing at the end of the corridor, Ah Xiang turned to look at Wu Bao with a neutral expression and got straight to the point. Where's the money? Wu Bao wasted no time gesturing to his underlings behind him, who brought forth a heavy bag of cash, stating decisively. Here 800,000, not a penny less. Haima immediately stepped forward to take the black money bag, quickly counting the cash in front of everyone before turning to Ah Xiang to whisper. Brother Xiang, the amount is correct, no issues. Follow me. Ah Xiang waved his hand, leading Haima, Wu Bao, and Chun Hui as they turned to walk toward the back of the entertainment city. In the basement of the entertainment city, rarely visited, it serves as a training and resting area for the underlings. It is also a secret place for handling private disputes and detaining troublemakers, soundproofed and highly private. The deeper they went, the clearer the chaotic shouts became. Even before reaching the deepest holding room, they could hear the frantic roars of He Shui, coming from behind the heavy iron door, filled with anger and intensity. Let me out. If you have the guts, face me one-on-one. What kind of ability is it to rely on numbers? A bunch of useless fools, only capable of bullying in groups. Is there anyone outside? Has everyone died? Hurry up and let me out. Ah Xiang approached the iron door, looking at the 2 underlings guarding outside, and asked in a deep voice. How long has he been causing a ruckus? One underling replied, Brother Xiang, he woke up more than 10 minutes ago and has been shouting non-stop. His mouth hasn't stopped, making the basement unbearable. The other underling, looking impatient, added, it's simply too noisy. If it weren't for the lack of orders, I would really want to go in and give him a good beating to make him shut up. Ah Xiang, upon hearing this, flashed a hint of a smile and said lightly, thank you for your hard work. Haima, give each of the 2 brothers 1,000 as compensation for their mental distress. Understood. Haima immediately pulled out 2,000 Hong Kong dollars from his wallet and handed them to the 2 underlings, saying, here you go. The 2 underlings instantly brightened up, thanking him eagerly. Thank you, Brother Xiang. Open the door. Ah Xiang, all right. The underling quickly took out a key, unlocked the heavy iron door, and pushed it open. Inside, it resembled a makeshift prison with rows of iron bars separating 4 or 5 small rooms, with He Shui and a group of underlings in the first room. As the iron door opened, He Shui, with his disheveled hair and a bruise on his forehead, rushed to the iron bars, raising his foot to kick the bars violently, making a loud clang. He glared at the people outside, still arrogant and yelling furiously, damn. Finally willing to come. Hurry up and let me out, let's settle this one-on-one. Seeing this, Haima immediately retorted coldly, I'll challenge your mother. Have you seen your situation? Still here whining and not knowing when to quit. At this moment, Wu Bao stepped forward and shouted, He Shui. Hearing the familiar voice, He Shui paused, looked up to see who it was, and was taken aback. Wu Bao? What are you doing here? Don't make a fuss. Wu Bao said helplessly, Brother Zhan Mi personally instructed me to bring the money to secure your release. Come back with me quickly, Brother Zhan Mi wants to see you. He Shui's face showed a hint of discomfort, but he still stubbornly held on to his pride, retorting, it's just a small matter, does it require bothering Brother Zhan Mi? It's just a minor conflict. I can handle it myself, no need for anyone to bail me out. Stop being stubborn and let's go. Wu Bao was too lazy to argue with him. Upon hearing this, He Shui immediately shouted, arrogantly, open the door. Didn't you hear my brother? My boss is looking for me. If I'm delayed, can you handle it? Axiang's expression remained unchanged as he calmly uttered 2 words, open it. The underling immediately opened the iron bar door. He Shui, limping out with more than a dozen beaten-up underlings, each with bruised faces and disheveled clothes, had completely lost the imposing demeanor from earlier in the day. Even after such a downfall, He Shui remained unrepentant, turning to glare viciously at Ashiang and Haima, threatening, you all wait. This debt won't be settled today. We will find you to settle the score. Ashiang, looking indifferent, replied coolly, do as you wish. If you're not afraid of death, come find me in Mong Kok. Damn it. He Shui spat angrily, his face filled with resentment. Ashiang couldn't be bothered to argue and casually made a provocative gesture. Damn it. The group did not linger any longer, and Wu Bao led the beaten He Shui and his gang out of the Qilin Entertainment City. Once they had completely left, Haima whispered a curse. Damn, He Shui is really arrogant. He got beaten up like a pig's head and still dares to talk back. It doesn't matter, Ashiang said coldly. This reckless fool will eventually face consequences. There's no need to rush. Let's go and get to work. The two left the basement, Ashiang looking at the venue while Haima took the money upstairs to hand it over to Yonglin. Meanwhile, just after 7 in the evening at the Happy World Bar on Miaozhong Road, the venue was packed with guests filling every corner. Explosive dance music surrounded the room, lights flashing, and the atmosphere was intensely lively, even more so than usual due to the discounts today. At the bar, Tony and Ahua sat side by side, watching the booming business inside with smiles in their eyes. Tony swayed gently to the rhythmic music, excitement on his face, cheering softly. Wow, yay. This business is amazing. We are going to make a fortune. Ahua, holding a glass, took a sip of beer and gazed at the packed crowd, sighing. It's stable now. Tony beamed with pride, patting his chest and grinning, of course. I'll use my brain to run the business and attract customers while you handle security and maintain order. Together we make the best team. He raised his hand to clink glasses with Ahua, filled with enthusiasm, saying, from now on we brothers will share the good times and make money together, sticking close to Lin Gu, firmly establishing ourselves in Temple Street. Cheers. Ahua raised his glass. Cheers. The two drank heartily, their brotherly bond sincere and harmonious. At this moment, they were unaware of the conflicts and rifts depicted in the original movie. Now, following Yang Lin together, the plot where they turned against each other in the original film had completely been rendered obsolete on this new trajectory. In the future, the two would fulfill their respective roles and cooperate, managing their territory together, supporting each other, and their friendship would only deepen. Ahua set down his glass, looking at the lively venue, and wondered aloud, speaking of which, Xie used to manage this bar quite impressively, with a stable clientele and good reputation. Why did he suddenly decide to sell it? It really makes no sense. Regarding Ahua's question, Tony waved his hand nonchalantly. When he comes back, we can just ask him directly to Ahua nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping back to the lively dance floor. After a brief silence, Tony seemed to suddenly remember something important, turning to Ahua and casually asking, Hey, I heard that Wu Ying is getting married next month. That's right, the date has already been set. Ahua replied, a hint of nostalgia unconsciously rising in his eyes. Thinking of Wu Ying, Ahua felt a surge of emotion. Wu Ying had followed him through the underworld for many years, loyal and devoted, never uttering a single complaint. However, the kid was born with a wild temperament and a bad temper, easily getting into trouble and causing chaos. What was most frustrating was that a few years ago, both of them were in dire straits, lacking power and influence in the gang, without a stable territory, their income fluctuating, living in poverty. At that time, they were truly impoverished. Not to mention saving money, they couldn't even scrape together a few $1,000s in an emergency. Recalling the past, Ahua's tone was somber. We were doing so poorly before, truly impoverished, I couldn't even come up with a few $1,000s. He was worse off struggling to cough up even a few $100s. Tony felt a pang in his heart, and he heavily patted Ahua's shoulder, his tone sincere and firm. Things are different now. As long as we stand firm with Lin Gu, money will definitely follow. By next month, when the dividends come in, you can easily pocket tens of thousands, enough to give him a grand wedding. If the bride side has high demands and your budget falls short, I can lend you money at any time, no interest. Ahua felt a warmth in his heart, genuine gratitude filling his eyes as he earnestly thanked. Thanks, brother. After so many years, Wu Ying was his only little brother, and they had supported each other through tough times. Their friendship over the years surpassed everything. Now that they had finally made it and had a strong backing, he naturally didn't want to see Wu Ying wed in a shabby manner. It would not only be shameful for them, but also bring embarrassment to Lin Gu. Tony laughed heartily, appearing carefree and unconcerned. We joined the gang together when we were teenagers and have fought our way through for over a decade. Now we're almost 30. Our bond is not shallow, so discussing such pleasantries feels distant. The two exchanged smiles, with the past hardships and struggles dissipating in the current stable and prosperous situation. While the two were chatting nostalgically, Xie entered the bar with two figures, quickly making his way through the bustling crowd towards the bar counter. Tony go hua go. Asia approached with a smile, then stepped aside to reveal the two young men behind him, introducing them seriously. Let me introduce my good brothers to you. This is Miao. The one next to him is my most trusted subordinate, Alun. Tony and Ahua both looked up simultaneously, carefully sizing up the two before them. Miao was tall and slender, standing upright with handsome and clean features exuding a refreshing and pure aura. At first glance, he bore a striking resemblance to Chun Haonan from the movie Street of the Temple, with a bright and impressive demeanor that left a deep impression. Miao was the core character of the film Street of the Temple. He was upright and kind-hearted, valuing loyalty and righteousness. After being released from prison, he intended to live a humble life, working a regular job influenced by his girl. However, a while ago, while working at his girlfriend's insurance company, he took over a policy, and when the client had an accident, he was supposed to compensate the full amount as per the contract. But due to the machinations of his girlfriend's father and suitors, the company turned cold and refused to pay the insurance. Faced with the company's indifference and the client's hard-earned money being at stake, coupled with the temptation of $3 million from his girlfriend's father to leave her, it severely impacted Miao's pride and confidence. Unwilling to let an ordinary client suffer a loss and not wanting to abandon his girlfriend, he ultimately decided to shoulder the hefty compensation of $400,000. $400,000 was truly a staggering amount that could crush an ordinary person in the Hong Kong city of the 80s and 90s. Asia's Happy World Bar, operated for many years, was his only means of survival and source of income on Temple Street. Yet to help his good brother Miao repay the debt and get through the tough times, he unhesitatingly transferred ownership of the bar, which he relied on for survival. In a murky world where human hearts are often cold, most brothers on the road prioritize profit and abandon each other in times of hardship. It is rare to find someone like Asia who sacrifices himself for his brother, giving everything to help a friend. Miao always appreciated this kindness, often feeling that he must have accumulated great fortune in his previous life to have such a life-and-death brother. Standing next to Miao, Alun was still young, his face youthful, yet full of vitality, looking particularly likable with his chubby cheeks. His eyes sparkled with energy, exuding the unique vigor and determination of youth. He had grown up alongside Asia, pure-hearted and loyal, deeply respecting and admiring him. He was diligent and hardworking, never slacking off, and when faced with challenges, he was courageous and tenacious, making him Asia's most trusted and capable aide. After the introductions, Alun immediately stepped forward, standing tall, with utmost respect, slightly bowing as he greeted, "Hello, Tony Go. Hua Go." Tony looked at the vibrant and clean-eyed young subordinate before him and felt particularly pleased, gently patting his shoulder and smiling encouragingly. "You seem like a good kid, diligent and hardworking. If you follow us closely, you won't miss out on the benefits in the future." Alun's gaze grew more resolute, nodding vigorously with a firm tone. "I will definitely work hard. I will do whatever my brothers tell me to do." Miao stepped forward half a step, his attitude humble and sincere, and spoke earnestly to the two. "Brothers, I am Miao. Thank you for helping to drive away the porcupine." Tony waved his hand dismissively, appearing casual and unfazed, replying lightly, "Our goals are pretty similar. We both want to buy this bar. It's just that his attitude was a bit arrogant and the price was a bit low." Miao remained deeply grateful, sincerely saying, "Regardless, I owe it all to you. My troubles are resolved on my end." But it was a pity for Asia, who had to give up the bar. Next to him, Asia immediately patted Miao's shoulder, smiling generously, showing no signs of regret or complaint. "Don't say that we are brothers. Isn't it great now? I even got the chance to follow Lin go through this, and I can rest easy under a big tree now." In times of hardship, true feelings are revealed. The two brothers exchanged glances, sincerity reflected in their eyes. "Thank you, good brother. Good brother." Just a few simple words conveyed years of life-and-death friendship. Ahua looked at the sincere expressions of the two and felt a sense of goodwill, taking the initiative to invite, "Miao, where are you from?" Miao slightly inclined his body, politely declining, "Sorry, brother Hua, I work at an insurance company and currently have no plans to join a club." Ahua was not displeased at all. Instead, he nodded with a smile, displaying great understanding. "That's quite all right. Everyone has their own aspirations. There are opportunities for advancement in every profession, and living a stable life is not necessarily a bad thing." "You're right, brother Hua, such insight. I am increasingly impressed by you guys." Asia exclaimed sincerely. Tony jokingly interjected, "Stop flattering me, go have fun with your brothers." "Then you two brothers, we won't disturb you, we're off to have some fun." Asia led Miao and Alun to turn and blend into the bustling crowd, entering the dance floor to relax and enjoy themselves. Watching the three depart, Tony couldn't help but sigh. "Young people," Ahua retorted on the spot. "Come on, whether Asia is great or not is still up in the air, yet you're already lamenting." Tony, with a look of obvious certainty, smiled and defended, "We hold a high status. Remember that time we encountered that big shot from Hongxing? He even referred to his subordinates as kids. That person is a genuine big brother unlike us." Tony raised his glass, ambition and confidence gleaming in his eyes. It will happen sooner or later. Just as the two quietly joked and envisioned their future, a commotion suddenly erupted at the bar entrance. Tony scanned the crowd and instantly recognized the person, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he called out, "Yo, oh Arrow Pig, what brings you here for a visit?" Arrow Pig entered the bar with his entourage, casually dismissing the lively guests with a disdainful glance, his tone dripping with unabashed sarcasm. "I heard you guys opened for business, so I brought my brothers to support you to prevent your business from being too bleak." Tony remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow in rebuttal, his tone filled with confidence. "Just take a look at the packed scene inside. It's bustling. We're making a fortune tonight. Do we still need your support?" Arrow Pig's expression slightly darkened as he scrutinized Tony, and Ahua's eyes filled with both curiosity and contempt, speaking in a low voice. "You two seem to have struck it rich recently. 40,000 just like that, quite a sum." Tony chuckled derisively, responding with unyielding composure. "What's the matter? Did you think we were poor before? As if we were that familiar." Arrow Pig replied with a smug demeanor, casually stating, "That's not the case. After going back, I had someone check up on you. I didn't expect you to actually be from the Loyalty Hall. That little ragtag group doesn't even have a few decent venues. Your foundations are pitifully thin. Oh, where did you get the money? Did you rob a bank?" Tony's expression turned cold, his tone indifferent as he retorted, "Who told you I'm still with the Loyalty Hall?" Arrow Pig instantly became interested, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Oh, have you switched affiliations? Where to now?" Tony shot back with a casual curse, his attitude both arrogant and nonchalant. "Mind your own business. Why are you asking so much?" As soon as he spoke, a man dressed in white with a fierce appearance and a gloomy demeanor stepped forward with a serious expression, coldly reprimanding, "Kid, watch your mouth." This person was none other than the traffic cop Huang Guang, who had helped Arrow Pig in the movie and constantly targeted him. Meow. Relying on his public office status, he was typically arrogant and looked down upon street thugs. Tony was unfazed by the challenge on his own turf. He was even more confident, immediately shooting back. "Who the hell are you? Yelling so loudly, don't you realize where you are?" Huang Guang, with a proud expression, coldly declared his identity. "I'm a Guang, a cop." Tony, unafraid, was fully aware that his bar operated legally, without any involvement in illicit activities, clean, and with all proper licenses. Even if a minor officer like him came, or even the chief of police, they wouldn't find a single flaw. He promptly raised an eyebrow and retorted, "A cop? So what? Did I break the law?" Huang Guang was left speechless by the retort, forcibly searching for an excuse to argue. "I'm not saying you broke the law. I'm saying your attitude is problematic." In that moment of confrontation, a Luan who was enjoying himself on the dance floor keenly noticed the conflict at the bar. The young man was full of youthful vigor, with a natural instinct to protect his master and brother, his impulsive and straightforward nature, just like in the movie, always rushing to the front at the first sign of trouble. He immediately broke away from the crowd beside him and rushed over, glaring at Huang Guang as he shouted angrily, "How dare you talk to Brother Tony like that? You think you're tough?" Huang Guang's face darkened with anger, wanting to argue back, but Arrow Pig, who was more cunning, immediately reached out to stop him. He had come today with the intention of probing and stirring trouble, not wanting to completely break relations right off the bat. Arrow Pig suppressed Huang Guang's fury, looked at Tony, and feigned generosity as he questioned, "Hey, Tony, I brought my brothers here to have fun. Oh, what's with this attitude? Aren't we welcome?" Tony's expression instantly softened, revealing a shrewd and calculating smile as he teased, "Welcome? Why wouldn't you be? You guys come over to give me money. Oh, I'd love for you to come every day. To show my apology, your first drink is on me. As for the others, they can take care of themselves." Though his words seemed like a concession, they were actually laced with hidden jabs and sarcasm. Arrow Pig couldn't miss the underlying meaning, and his expression darkened further with a cold snort. "No need, I still have money for that. Brothers, let's go dance." Behind him, his group of subordinates immediately cheered, "Roar." Watching Arrow Pig and his group swagger toward the dance floor, a Luan frowned and quietly reminded, "Brother Tony, they don't come with good intentions." Tony wore a cold smile, his gaze indifferent. "It's fine, just keep an eye on them. If they behave themselves and don't cause trouble, they can play however they want. As long as they dare to stir trouble, they won't be able to leave today." "Got it," Aluan replied, immediately returning to the dance floor, keeping a close watch on Arrow Pig and his group at all times. Tony stared at Arrow Pig's retreating figure, smiling softly at Ahua beside him. Just looking at that fur coat, you can tell he's feeling discontent, harboring a belly full of rage. Just wait, it won't be long before he definitely stirs up trouble. The bar was awash in dazzling neon lights with pulsating dance music that reverberated through the air. Men and women in the dance floor swayed freely to the rhythm, while the mingled scents of alcohol and smoke filled the entire joyous world bar. In a secluded corner of the bar, Tony and Ahua leaned against the bar, each holding a chilled beer. Though they appeared to casually observe the lively scene, their eyes were intently fixed on the boisterous group led by the porcupine on the dance floor. Ahua lowered his voice and leaned closer to Tony's ear, asking quietly, "Why didn't you just reveal Lin Ji's He still thinks we are just small fries from the loyalty hall, without any backing or influence, which is why he dares to act so arrogantly. If we mention Lin Guest's name, he wouldn't even have the guts to be so brazen. This kid is used to being arrogant. If he hears Lin Guest's name, he would probably wet himself on the spot. That would be, let him revel in his arrogance and let him run wild. The bigger the mess he creates, the better. When he can't handle the consequences, we'll take him down. This is what they called having a justifiable reason in ancient times. Ahua's mind quickly turned, instantly grasping Tony's cunning plan, and he broke into a sly grin. You are so wicked. Tony's eyes suddenly lit up, his innermost ambition laid bare as he lowered his voice. The more chaos he creates, the stronger our excuse will be. We can then swallow all the territory he controls at once. Oh ho ho. Even worse, but I like it. The two exchanged knowing glances, raising their glasses for a light clink. The crisp sound drowned in the loud music. Their eyes concealed the ruthlessness and cunning of the underworld, intentionally lowering their heads and leaning closer together, whispering with malicious glee. Understanding each other's intentions, they planned to deliberately keep Yang Lin's name under wraps, allowing the porcupine to provoke trouble and run amok. Once he had created an uncontrollable mess, they would reveal their backing and pull him out by the roots, swallowing his entire territory in the Temple Street. The unfolding of events was entirely in line with Tony's expectations. The porcupine was petty, vengeful, and concerned about his reputation. He had long been used to bullying others in Temple Street, never having to worry about being bullied himself. Initially, he had set his sights on the Joyful World bar, intending to strong-arm it at a low price, but was thwarted by Tony and Ahua, watching helplessly as the venue slipped from his grasp, leaving him with a pent-up frustration. Now, hearing that the bar had reopened and was thriving, he could hardly swallow the indignation. He deliberately gathered a group of his underlings and swaggered in, ostensibly to show support, but in reality, he aimed to stir up trouble and assert his dominance, hoping to reclaim the venue by relying on sheer numbers and save face in front of all the forces in Temple Street. Time flew by, and it was now 10 o'clock at night. Most guests in the venue were intoxicated, their emotions heightened, and the dance music grew ever wilder and noisier. Fueled by drink and emboldened by his followers, the porcupine felt invincible, especially with the traffic cop, Huang Guang, backing him up. And now was the perfect time for trouble, as the cops had just finished their shifts and the gangsters ruled the streets. He signaled to Huang Guang, who nodded in agreement, and then discreetly extended his right leg, tripping a half-drunk man who was passing by with a drink. In the dim light of the bar, and with the haze of drunkenness, the man did not see it coming and stumbled, spilling his drink all over the porcupine's face. Seizing the opportunity, the porcupine began to make trouble. After a few heated exchanges, he got into a fierce conflict with the innocent customer. The sudden uproar drowned out the deafening dance music. The previously lively and peaceful dance floor was thrown into chaos, with onlookers hurriedly retreating, the crowd jostling in confusion, shouting and arguing, erupting all around. Afeng, responsible for maintaining order in the bar, quickly saw the commotion on the dance floor. Without hesitation, he pushed through the crowd and rushed in, sternly shouting, "What's going on?" Trying to cause trouble. Following closely behind, Asya also squeezed into the crowd, immediately spotting the porcupine leading the troublemakers. His expression darkened and he angrily reprimanded, "Porcupine, do you know who's backing this bar now? How dare you act wild here?" The porcupine showed no sign of contrition. Instead, he shifted the blame, putting on an indignant facade, and shouted, "What's wrong? He splashed me first, and I only retaliated. You didn't even ask before coming to question me. Oh, I see you guys just don't like me and are trying to pin the blame on me." On the outskirts of the crowd, the hot-headed Aluan had been closely watching the porcupine and Huang Guang's every move. He stepped forward and pointed at Huang Guang, who was pretending to be calm, angrily exposing, "You're full of it. I've been watching you guys the whole time. It was that cop who tripped him and he fell because of it. Is that not causing trouble?" The porcupine shot a sideways glance at Aluan, his face full of disdain, completely denying any intentional provocation. "You say it is, so it is." Asya's expression turned cold, his tone firm as he pressed, "So you're denying it then?" Huang Guang, relying on his public service identity, feigned innocence and distanced himself, saying, "In any case, I didn't do anything. Don't wrongfully accuse me." Amid the chaos, Wu Ying arrived on the scene, casually pushing into the crowd, raising an eyebrow at the standoff, and speaking loudly, "Let me see what's going on. Who's making a fuss in our territory?" The porcupine turned to face Wu Ying, dismissively looking down on him, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Wu Ying, you're just a small fry, yet you dare to come out here pretending to be a big shot." Wu Ying, unable to stand being belittled, immediately retorted with pride, "Small fry? You should ask around on Shanghai Street. Who doesn't know my name, Wu Ying?" The porcupine scoffed, his tone laced with mockery. "Oh, your name is so infamous that everyone knows it, of course." Wu Ying, uninterested in banter, leaned closer to Asya, asking quietly, "Who is he?" Asya replied in a low voice, "He's the porcupine from Xinghe, a local troublemaker around Temple Street." Wu Ying nodded in understanding, looking the porcupine up and down and sneering, "Oh, so you're just a little punk." This statement was like pouring gasoline on a fire, instantly enraging the porcupine, who glared back, shouting, "What do you mean I'm a little punk? What are you then? You're just a piece of dog shit." Wu Ying's expression darkened. No longer willing to engage in a war of words, he replied solemnly, I don't want to waste my breath on you. My little brother just said it was that guy in the white shirt who tripped him, so it's clear you're the one causing trouble. The porcupine was left speechless, resorting to bravado as he shouted, What the hell? Who do you think you are? Why don't you send the big guy out to face me instead of sending out a little one? Call Tony over. Wu Ying, already confrontational, shot back without hesitation. You think you can just talk to me like that, and then expect Tony to come over? Get lost. Being ridiculed by the fly in front of everyone with his underlings watching, the arrow pig's face lost all composure, and his anger surged to his head. Without a word, he grabbed a glass wine bottle from the nearby table and swung it violently towards the fly's head. With a loud bang, the bottle shattered, sending glass shards flying. The fly let out a muffled groan, blood appearing on his forehead as he stumbled back 2 steps. Seeing the other party take action, Feng and the brothers immediately exploded with rage, rushing forward to shove and confront the arrow pig's group, causing the scene to spiral out of control. What the hell are you doing? The arrow pig, holding a broken bottle, glared fiercely at everyone, commanding, Don't move. Do you want to die? Asia's face dark with anger, shouted, Arrow pig, do you dare to make a move? Do you not want to leave? I said, let Tony come out. Ahua, who had been planning to observe a little longer, couldn't contain his fury when he saw the fly's head get smashed, and he could no longer sit still. He stepped forward, pointing at the arrow pig and shouting angrily, Arrow pig, you really have guts. How dare you cause trouble here? Ahua, your little brother's mouth is too cheap. Let me teach him a lesson. Ahua's eyes turned cold, his tone sharp. I will teach my little brother myself. Now that you've touched him, don't think you can leave. The arrow pig turned to Huang Guang beside him, deliberately putting on a wronged expression, sneering. Is he threatening? He laughed, feeling invincible, bolstered by the presence of the police officer, Huang Guang, beside him. He retorted arrogantly, You're threatening me in front of the cops. If you have the guts, try to take me out now. Ahua, infuriated by his arrogant attitude, gritted his teeth and retorted, Do you think I dare not? The arrow pig, with a smug expression, slowly reminded, You better send someone outside to check before you talk to me. Ahua's gaze sharpened, and he immediately signaled to Alan beside him. Alan complied, immediately turning and rushing out of the bar. Moments later, he returned, gasping for breath with a serious expression, reporting, Brother Hua, there are a lot of people across the street. He had just stepped outside and glanced over. There were dark figures standing across the street, at least 100 people from a rough estimate, clearly a backup arranged by the arrow pig, waiting for chaos inside before rushing in to cause trouble. The situation instantly became perilous. Tony stepped forward at the right moment, gently pressing down the furious Ahua, leaning closer to his ear and whispering, Leave this to me, you go call Lin Ge. Okay. Ahua suppressed his anger, nodded heavily, retreated to the side, and immediately dialed Yang Lin's number. Tony raised his eyes to the arrow pig, his tone laced with amusement. Arrow pig, you came prepared. The arrow pig, full of confidence, replied, So what? I've got you in my grasp. Tony remained calm and composed, not necessarily. The call connected quickly, and Ahua spoke. Hello? Lin Gusheng, an arrow pig, brought a lot of people to cause trouble. On the other end of the line, Yang Lin's tone was steady, as if he had anticipated it, saying, I understand. I will notify Ainyo to bring people over to help you. Thank you, Lin Ge. Ahua breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Yang Lin would have reservations and asked them to endure. Fortunately, this new boss was very reliable, much more decisive than the previous one. However, when Yang Lin spoke again, his voice had cooled several degrees, commanding in an undeniable tone. Since he dares to cause trouble, then deal with him. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, Ahua's heart tightened, looking at the arrow pig, as if he were gazing at a dead man, his tone grave and resolute. Understood, I will ensure the task is completed. Yang Lin replied indifferently, hanging up the call. Ahua put away his phone, quickly walked back to Tony's side, and whispered, Lin Ge has sent people over, hold him off. Set up the stage, I'll have a proper talk with him. Tony nodded in agreement, immediately turning to signal the staff inside, commanding in a deep voice, Turn off the music, and politely ask the guests present to leave first. Planning to set the stage and delay time while dealing with the arrow pig. The arrow pig showed no fear, defiantly shouting, Bring it on, I'm not afraid of you. Tony scrutinized him slowly, saying, You brought so many people here, it can't just be to settle a score, right? The arrow pig did not hide his intentions, directly stating his true purpose. Of course not, I want you to sell the bar to me for 200,000. I brought the contract, let's sign it right away. Tony was immediately amused, his face full of sarcasm. 200,000. You must be out of your mind. The two of them stood in the center of the bar, holding their ground, bantering and dragging things out. Tony deliberately sidetracked, intentionally stalling for time, while the arrow pig, eager to take the bar, found himself in a helpless situation. As time ticked by, they had been at a stalemate for half an hour. The arrow pig, having lost all patience, finally snapped, pointing at Tony and shouting angrily, Hey, you've been talking so much, isn't your mouth tired? It's been half an hour and you're still rambling. Tony remained calm. What are you in such a hurry for? Can't we negotiate? Just wait a bit. Just then, Ahua rushed to Tony's side, lowering his voice to speak. The people are here. Tony's eyes flashed with excitement, quickly whispering back, "Then what are we waiting for? Take action against him." Ahua thought for a moment and quickly advised, "Don't fight inside the bar. If you break things, we'll have to renovate everything, which will take a lot of time." After considering it, Tony nodded in agreement. "All right, then scare him off first." The two of them huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, their expressions secretive. The arrow pig, seeing them whispering together and hearing nothing, became increasingly agitated, suddenly slamming the table and shouting angrily, "What are you guys talking about? Something you can't let others hear, or are you doing something shady?" Tony's gaze locked onto him, each word deliberate and weighed with significance. "My new boss is Hung." As those 5 words echoed, it was like thunder striking in his ears. The arrow pig froze, his legs suddenly weak, leaning awkwardly as he slid down the sofa with a dull thud. His subordinates rushed forward to support him, asking with concern, "Big brother, what happened to you?" The arrow pig hurriedly pushed them away, forcing himself to compose his mind, and awkwardly attempted to maintain his dignity, pretending to be calm as he replied, "It's nothing, this sofa is too slippery." Though he said this, turmoil had already risen within him. The name of Kirin resonated throughout the entire Mong Kok area, known for his ruthless tactics and immense power. Not to mention a small leader like him, even the big bosses would show deference upon encountering him. The arrow pig feigned calmness and questioned Tony defiantly. "Tony, are you kidding me?" Kirin would notice. Tony's expression remained indifferent, his tone carrying an oppressive weight. "Believe it or not, if you're brave enough, try to disrupt my place." The arrow pig immediately lost his earlier bravado, hurriedly leaning towards Huang Guang, lowering his voice in a panic. "What should we do?" Huang Guang also suppressed his arrogance, lowering his voice to analyze calmly. "Better to believe it exists than not. Anyway, there's no rush, so let's leave first and investigate clearly." The arrow pig nodded in agreement, maintaining a serious expression. "Yes, that's what I was thinking." Then he composed himself and waved at Tony, speaking in a low voice. "I can't be bothered to waste words with you. We're leaving." Tony was eager to comply, but he wouldn't let them leave so easily, teasing deliberately, "We're just leaving." "No way. Such a timid attitude. Don't forget to settle the bill and compensate me for my earlier losses." The arrow pig was seething with suppressed anger, but dared not erupt, only letting out a cold snort. "Mph. Settle the bill. We'll go to another place to play." Unsure if Tony was serious, he could only endure the humiliation, obediently paying up and leading his group out of the Happy World bar. Watching the arrow pig and his gang leave in a disheveled manner, Tony smugly teased Ahua, "See, I told you, just mentioning Brother Lin's name makes the sofa slippery." At this moment, Ahua had already finished coordinating with Anyo outside, casting a sharp glance at the door before preparing to intercept and deal with the arrow pig. "I'm heading out to handle something first." Tony immediately turned to instruct, "I'll phone take the brothers to assist, and Wu Ying, you're injured, stay and rest." Wu Ying, with blood still seeping from his forehead, was filled with rage, gritting his teeth and shaking his head, filled with hostility. "No, he smashed my head. I can't let this go. I want to deal with him." Tony understood the anger he was holding back, but didn't forcefully stop him, advising, "All right, Wu Ying, if you want revenge, keep a close eye on that bastard." Ahua turned to leave, reminding, "Let's go, Asia and Kowloon, keep an eye on the place." Asia responded seriously, "Understood, with me around, you can rest easy." As soon as he finished speaking, Ahua led off phone Wu Ying and over a dozen brothers, rushing out of the bar towards the direction the arrow pig had left. Outside the bar across the street, Ma Mao was ordered to gather over 100 little brothers, all eager and ready, hiding weapons, waiting for the arrow pig's command to storm into the bar and create chaos. But after waiting for a long time without receiving the order to act, they instead saw the arrow pig with his subordinates walking out of the bar with faces filled with grievance and anger. Ma Mao quickly stepped forward, looking puzzled as he asked, "Big brother, why did you come out?" The arrow pig was both angry and fearful, burning with rage, but feeling helpless. The name of Kirin was simply too great. He couldn't provoke him, so he could only suppress his anger and quietly say, "Tony said this place belongs to Kirin. If I don't come out, what else can I do?" Ma Mao looked incredulous. "No way." The arrow pig's expression darkened as he spoke harshly. "Can't we just investigate? There's no rush today. If I find out he dares to lie to me, I'll cut off his eggs." Ma Mao asked again, "So what should we do now?" The arrow pig waved his hand helplessly. "Let them disperse. We're going to eat late-night snacks." "Oh, disperse, disperse." Ma Mao immediately turned around and waved his hand, signaling the 100 or so little brothers to disperse. Just as the arrow pig's men were letting their guard down, preparing to leave, suddenly 5 or 6 black vans sped in from a distance, coming to a swift stop by the roadside. The doors swung open, and more than 60 strong men rushed out, all wearing white gloves, holding weapons, exuding a fierce aura. They were the group led by Anyo. Anyo jumped down from the lead vehicle, his eyes fierce, raising his hand and commanding sharply, "Cut them down. Kill." The deafening battle cries erupted suddenly as Hong Lek's subordinates charged like tigers down the mountain, armed and rushing straight at the unprepared group of arrow pig's little brothers. At the same time, from the quiet alleys on both sides of the street, 2 groups of men burst forth, all similarly donning white gloves each side, having 40 to 50 men instantly blocking all escape routes. Meanwhile, Ahua, Feng, and Wu Ying led more than a dozen brothers from the bar rushing out through the front door. The pedestrians who were originally enjoying late-night snacks and strolling upon hearing the thunderous battle cries were instantly terrified, screaming and fleeing in all directions. In just a few seconds, the entire street was empty, leaving only the two groups of men confronting and fighting as the cold wind swept through the litter on the ground, adding to the atmosphere of bloodshed. Surrounded on three sides with no escape route left, the more than 100 little brothers brought by the arrow pig were mostly just idle ruffians who followed along for appearances and had never experienced a real fight. They were already disheveled and ready to leave for late-night snacks with their weapons all put away. Suddenly attacked, very few had time to grab their weapons, and their formation was in complete disarray. In contrast, the men from Hong Lu were all wearing white gloves and carrying uniform steel rods and knives, their formation orderly and filled with murderous intent. They were all elite fighters who had fought countless intense battles under Yang Lin, striking fiercely and decisively, each attack aimed at injuring and suppressing with no hesitation whatsoever. Bang bang, clang. The crisp sounds of weapons clashing, the dull thuds of bones colliding, and the cries of anguish intertwined, instantly echoing through the streets of Miaojia. Onyo led over 60 main forces of Hong Lu charging in from the side, without holding back. Anyone among the arrow pig's subordinates who dared to resist was struck down with a rod, and those attempting to flee were immediately surrounded and hacked down. The two ambush teams that burst forth from the alleyways on either side firmly sealed off the escape routes, forming an ironclad encirclement. 40 to 50 men per team, with clear divisions of labor, some blocking the road, some pursuing, and some suppressing, forcing all the fleeing ruffians back to the center of the street, leaving no one any chance to escape. In a frontal position, Ahua led the charge, his face filled with rage. Having just witnessed his little brother Wu Ying being struck down by a beer bottle, the anger that had been building inside him erupted, his gaze cold and piercing as he fixed his eyes on the center of the crowd where the arrow pig stood. Wu Ying followed closely behind, blood still oozing from the wound on his forehead, trailing down his cheek and staining half of his neck. At this moment he felt no pain, his eyes were bloodshot as he clenched a steel pipe, tightly exuding a fierce and aggressive aura, locking onto the arrow pig that had struck him and charging forward at full speed. "You were quite arrogant just now," Wu Ying roared, casting aside all reservations as he dove into the chaotic crowd, targeting the little brothers by the arrow pig's side. The steel pipe swung with a fierce wind, each blow carrying heavy force, instantly taking down two thugs who dared to block his path. A Feng, along with his brothers from the bar, followed, closely working in perfect coordination to hold the front line, steadily pressing forward and forcing the arrow pig's men to retreat step by step. In the midst of the brawl, Ma Mao exerted all his strength, fiercely protecting the arrow pig, with several loyal subordinates using his body to block the incoming blades and clubs from all directions. He was the most trusted subordinate of the arrow pig, having been with him for many years, and he had only managed to secure his position through loyalty. Even now, knowing that the situation was dire and defeat was inevitable, he refused to abandon the arrow pig, gritting his teeth and holding on. "Hold your ground. Everyone hold your ground. Protect the boss," Ma Mao shouted, raising his hand to block a slashing knife, but his arm was instantly cut, deep blood soaking through his sleeve as excruciating pain engulfed his mind. Yet he dared not retreat an inch. However, the disparity in numbers, morale, and battle power could not be compensated for by mere brute force. In less than 10 minutes, the hundreds brought by the arrow pig were already in disarray. A large number of thugs were knocked to the ground, wailing, rolling, covering their heads to escape, or kneeling and begging. Those who were lucky enough to remain uninjured were already scared out of their wits, no longer daring to resist. They discarded their weapons and armor, only focused on fleeing, but found themselves surrounded by Hong L's men with no way to escape. The traffic officer Huang Guang, who had originally come to support the arrow pig, had lost all remnants of his previous arrogance as a public servant. He had thought that he was simply there to maintain order and uphold his image, relying on his identity as a police officer, believing no one would dare to touch him. But he never expected that the opposing side was actually Hong L's by Chilin's men, who were bold enough to directly surround and attack the arrow pig in the streets. Watching the scene of flashing blades and fierce fighting around him, hearing the continuous screams, Huang Guang's legs turned to jelly and his body went cold. He was just a petty traffic officer, vain and fond of bullying others, and had never witnessed such a true life-and-death struggle in the underworld. Without a weapon and with no allies nearby, watching the thugs continue to fall, his heart raced with fear. He shrank into the corner of the crowd, trying to lower his body, not daring to make a sound or look up, wanting to become invisible, terrified of being swept up in the chaos or being targeted by Hong L's men. The arrow pig was tightly surrounded by 3 or 4 loyal subordinates who were now completely terrified. Just a moment ago, he had been arrogant and confident in the bar, convinced that he had Tony and Ahua in his grasp, boasting of plans to take over the Happy World bar and teach them a lesson. Now he found himself surrounded on 3 sides, trapped in a dire situation. The intimidation of the words by Chilin had completely come to fruition. He finally realized that he had kicked a metal plate today, provoking someone far beyond his reach. Let alone taking over the scene and establishing his prestige. Whether he could leave the temple street alive today was uncertain. Damn it. The arrow pig bit his teeth and cursed, filled with regret and panic. He had thought of every possible scenario, but never considered that two former minor figures from the loyal and righteous society would have the backing of Hong Lu and top-notch big shots like Bai Qian. Enduring the intense pain in his arm, Ma Mao turned back and shouted urgently, "Boss, we can't waste any more time. If we keep dragging this out, we will all die here. They'll hold them off. You hurry and run." As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Mao no longer hesitated, leading the few remaining loyal subordinates and charging forward against the blades and clubs, forcibly opening a gap. Charge. Block them. Clear the way for the boss. A few little brothers with a resolve to die desperately obstructed the attack from Hong, less men using their bodies to shield against the onslaught, enduring blows and strikes, fiercely entangling the enemy, hoping to buy the arrow pig a chance to escape. The arrow pig, watching his subordinates risk their lives to hold the line, felt a flash of panic in his eyes, but dared not hesitate. He knew all too well that staying behind meant certain death. Taking advantage of the chaotic opening, the arrow pig bent down using the cover of the street-side shops, and with all his might, he sprinted towards the back alleys of the temple street. He did not dare to look back or slow down. A single thought consumed his mind. Run. Quickly leave this place. Don't let him escape. In the crowd, Ahua caught a glimpse of the fleeing figure and shouted sharply. Wu Ying's bloodshot eyes instantly locked onto the target, roaring, "That bastard wants to run. Today I must take him down." Without waiting for the words to settle, Wu Ying disregarded his injuries, shaking off the thugs entangled beside him, picking up the steel pipe, and crazily pursuing the arrow pig into the alley. Seeing this, Ahua immediately instructed the little brothers beside him. "You all follow Wu Ying, protect him, and don't let him act impulsively." "Understood, Brother Hua." Dozens of Hong-less little brothers immediately responded and quickly followed in pursuit. On the front line, with the arrow pig no longer the backbone, the remaining Sheng He men completely collapsed. All the thugs abandoned resistance, covering their heads and crouching on the ground, no longer daring to struggle. Ainyo stood in the center of the street with a short knife, exuding a murderous aura, his cold gaze sweeping across the fallen thugs, his voice hard and authoritative. "Everyone listen. Tonight's incident was initiated by your boss, the arrow pig, and he brought this upon himself. From now on, the territory of Sheng He on Temple Street will be under the control of Hong Lu. Anyone who disagrees, feel free to step forward." The fallen thugs trembled in fear, no one daring to raise their head or voice an objection. Those who survive in the underworld are the most aware of the situation. Who is strong and who is weak is clear at a glance. Sheng He's arrow pig had dominated Temple Street for many years, but today, after this battle, he was utterly defeated, losing his territory and his men, his former might, completely gone. In contrast, Hong Lu was strong and ruthless, and they would not suffer from changing allegiances. Seeing that no one dared to refute, Ainyo turned to Ahua, who was walking over, and slightly nodded to pass on the authority of the scene. Ahua stepped into the center of the street, his gaze coldly sweeping over Huang Guang, who was cowering in the corner and shivering, his tone icy as he spoke. "Officer." Huang Guang's body stiffened, and he forced himself to look up, trying to maintain a facade of composure as he attempted to assert his authority. "I am a public servant, and you are gathering to fight and wield weapons in public, which is a violation of the law. I can file charges against you directly." Ahua strode forward, 2 steady steps, crunching over scattered debris, and gazed down coldly at Huang Guang. Pale-faced, rigid with fear, his gaze sharp as a blade, his voice thick with mockery and oppressive authority. "When you backed up arrow pig and provoked us just now, why didn't you invoke the law? When he deliberately caused trouble, assaulted others, and brought thugs to intimidate us, where were you then? Now that we fought back in self-defense, suddenly you're quoting rules and citing statutes." Each sentence struck like a precise, unerring blow. Huang Guang, already guilt-ridden and unnerved, was left speechless, frozen on the spot, hands trembling, face alternating between ashen gray and livid crimson. His dignity as a public official had utterly collapsed. Just as tension hung thick in the air, Tony strolled languidly out of the bar's shadow, hands casually tucked into. His eyes swept over the gangsters crouched on the street, shivering uncontrollably, terrified beyond reason, and a lazy, sardonic smile curled at the corner of his lips. He approached Huang Guang, slowly locking eyes with him in calm, unwavering focus, and spoke in a low, even tone. "Officer Huang, hypocrisy doesn't suit you. You wield your badge to shield Triad thugs and instigate chaos, indulging and shielding them. If your superiors find out, do you truly believe you'll keep your post?" Those words struck like a hammer directly to Huang Guang's heart. He knew better than anyone that tonight's conduct, blatant favoritism, clandestine interference in Triad affairs, enabling arrow pig's bullying, had crossed every ethical line for a civil servant. If exposed to the police hierarchy, the consequences would be dire: at best immediate dismissal and loss of his lifelong security, at worst charges of shielding organized crime, imprisonment, and the utter ruin of his entire career. Tony had long seen through Huang Guang's craven nature, his obsession with self-preservation and advancement. and now spoke with deliberate, unshakable composure, pressing every vulnerable point. What happened tonight can vanish, as if it never occurred. No exposure. No accountability. But remember this, everything you saw, everything you heard. Keep it sealed tight. Cross us, and every old debt and new grievance will be settled. In full. Huang Guang was utterly broken, the last vestige of his pride dissolved into dust. Bowing deeply, he submitted with abject humility, nodding fervently. I understand. I fully grasp it. From now on, I'm on your side. I won't breathe a word, and I'll even shift all blame squarely onto Arrow Pig. A man who'd spent his life navigating the underworld knew instinctively when to yield. He recognized instantly that this group answered to Bai Qilan, the paramount leader of Hung Lok, and was far beyond the reach of a mere traffic officer. Got it. Tony uttered those two words, coolly satisfied that his intimidation had achieved its purpose. With no further words wasted, he raised a hand and flicked it dismissively, like brushing away roadside refuse, and said flatly, Leave. Huang Guang fled as if granted divine reprieve. No hesitation, no backward glance. Hurrying from the street, in utter disarray, stripped of every trace of police authority. Once Huang Guang was gone, every gaze snapped in unison toward the narrow shadow-draped alley where Arrow Pig had vanished. A night breeze whispered through the passage, silence reigned, broken only by faint sporadic footsteps echoing from afar. Moments later, hurried footsteps drew near. Wu Ying returned, gripping a blood-smeared steel pipe, chest heaving, sweat drenching his brow. Blood still seeped faintly from the wound on his forehead, fury smoldered in his eyes, raw and unspent, mingled with bitter resentment. Two Hung Lok underlings stepped forward behind him and reported. Brother Hua, Brother Tony. Arrow Pig knows these alleys like the back of his hand. He doubled back through several loops and escaped. We lost him. Wu Ying clenched the pipe until his knuckles whitened, voice choked with frustration. So close. I almost took him. That cowardly turtle ran faster than a hare. Tony stepped forward and placed a steadying hand on his shoulder, voice calm and reassuring. It's all right. He's rooted in Temple Street for decades. But his territory is ours now, his men scattered. Even if he escaped, he'll never lift his head again here. He's finished, washed up, powerless. Ahua stepped forward, two gaze resolute, affirming firmly, exactly. Tonight's battle has severed his foundation. From this day forward, there is no more Shengha Arrow Pig in Temple Street. As the final syllable faded, a composed, unhurried male voice echoed from the street's entrance. Well done. At the sound, everyone turned, only to see Yang Lin approaching, dressed in civilian clothes, his bearing serene, yet commanding. Beside him walked Li Fu and 5 elite enforcers from the north. The night deepened his silhouette, tall, unyielding, radiating the quiet, unmistakable aura of a top-tier Triad patriarch. Instantly, every man snapped upright and bowed deeply. Tony, Ahua, Anyo, Ah Feng, and Wu Ying chorused in unison, Brother Lin. The Hung Lok rank and file followed with thunderous, spirited reverence, Brother Lin. Yang Lin paused at the center of the street, surveying the wreckage strewn across the pavement, and asked calmly, how? Anyo stepped forward respectfully and delivered a concise, methodical account of the entire confrontation, then added regarding the current situation. Brother Lin, Arrow Pig's men have been completely dispersed. The gravely injured have been carried off for treatment, the lightly wounded sent to seek care privately. All mouths are sealed. No loose ends remain. Yang Lin gave a slight nod and immediately issued follow-up orders. All brothers have worked hard. Have the street thoroughly cleaned. Leave no obvious signs of violence. Avoid drawing scrutiny from the anti-black squad, or our businesses will suffer. Understood. Ah Feng responded instantly and led a team away, clearing debris, hosing down bloodstains, erasing every trace of the clash with swift efficiency. Yang Lin's gaze swept across the assembled men as he continued, voice low and firm. Also Anyo, you'll assign trusted brothers to take over Arrow Pig's operations tonight. Inventory every territory, every stall. Reassign them all to our branch. As for the lower-tier thugs who once followed Arrow Pig, those of solid character, courageous, and battle-tested who wish to serve us loyally, welcome them in. But those with corrupt intentions, rotten habits, or ambitions to stir trouble, expel them from Mong Kok permanently. No return permitted. Understood. Anyo accepted the command with solemn gravity. Bonuses and medical expenses must be paid in full. Never let loyalty go unrewarded. Yang Lin added this final note, embodying the principle of fair reward and strict discipline essential to commanding allegiance. Yes. All answered in unison. Then Yang Lin turned to Tony and Ahua, entrusting them with quiet confidence. From now on, you two will oversee and manage this territory. Tony and Ahua's eyes gleamed with fierce resolve. They bowed deeply and replied, voices firm and unwavering. Thank you, Brother Lin. We will not fail your trust. Now that you've claimed Arrow Pig's turf, finishing him becomes your responsibility. Don't let him slip away again, as Yang Lin's quiet admonition carried layered meaning. Ahua's gaze hardened, and he vowed, voice low and ironclad, rest assured, Brother Lin. Wu Ying and I will eliminate him. Carry on. With that, Yang Lin offered a brief tacit nod, turned and departed with his men, leaving the newly acquired Temple Street domain entirely in the hands of the two. The senior members dispersed at once, each assuming their designated roles, executing cleanup, consolidation, and restructuring with seamless precision. Order swiftly returned to the street. In the deep of night, the Temple Street had completely shed its earlier aura of violence. The streets were brightly lit, and the evening breeze swept across the ground, carrying away the lingering scent of blood. Ahua stood by the roadside, methodically directing his underlings to clean up the scene. The gang members of Hung Lok had clear roles, some sweeping up scattered wooden sticks and broken glass. Others were scrubbing the mottled bloodstains from the ground with buckets of water, their movements swift and practiced, all done quietly and quickly, leaving no trace for the patrolling officers. Seeing the situation completely settled in just a few minutes, Ahua couldn't help but feel a sense of incredulity. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. A tough battle, and we swallowed the entire turf of Arrow Pig in one go. Tony stood by the street, hands in his pockets, gazing at the brilliantly lit and bustling Temple Street district. The territory once controlled by Arrow Pig had completely changed hands tonight. A hidden smile of ambition flickered in his eyes as he spoke with a calm and assured tone filled with the thrill of emerging victorious. This is the benefit of being backed by Lin Go. In the past, we were holed up in the Zhongyi Hall, powerless and without support, constantly bullied and having to swallow our grievances in silence. Now with Lin Ji's backing, we have powerful allies and strength to stand on. A mere Arrow Pig is nothing to. Today is just the beginning. In the future, we will take over more territories in the Temple Street, Mong Kok, and even the entire Yaomati. We will follow Lin Gu to solidify our foothold and truly become the influential figures who call the shots. After he finished speaking, he raised his gaze, looking beyond the alleys towards the prosperous and lively core area of Yaomati, his tone growing even more resolute, filled with ambition. Beside him, Wu Ying wiped the blood from his forehead with a rough hand, causing the wound to sting slightly, but he paid. The adrenaline from the earlier street fight had not yet faded, and the youthful aggression surged in his eyes as he spoke passionately. Brother Tony is right. From now on, I will work hard, follow both brothers, and Lin Gu secure territories and make big money. Whoever dares to challenge us, I will take them on. Tony looked at this fearless determination, feeling extremely. With a smile, he gently patted Wu Ying's shoulder, his voice warm and filled with brotherly affection. Take good care of your injuries. You were brave tonight, you deserve credit for that. Next month, we will throw a grand wedding for your brother, ensuring he faces no grievances. This statement acted like a bomb, instantly sweeping away all of Wu Ying's aggression and fatigue. He immediately broke into a broad smile, a look of innocent joy replacing the earlier fierceness of battle, his eyes now filled with hope and excitement for the future. At that moment, Xia along with Miao and Luan quickly emerged from the Happy World bar. The three had stayed inside to patiently calm the remaining customers, settle bills, and handle all subsequent affairs. They also guarded the bar's entrance to prevent disruptions until everything inside was completely cleaned up and safe before hastily joining their companions by the street. Luan, the youngest and most innocent, was still filled with youthful zeal. Looking at the newly transformed Temple Street, he couldn't hide his excitement as he chimed in. Brothers, today felt so satisfying. That Arrow Pig has been arrogant for so long, bullying my boss for ages, but today we finally gave him a good thrashing. Xia wholeheartedly agreed, letting out a long sigh of relief, his face filled with the joy of vindication as he sincerely remarked, working with Lin Gu truly gives us confidence. In the past, we wouldn't dare to confront an established figure like Arrow Pig Hedon. We were constantly suppressed by him, living in fear and caution. Now we can finally stand tall and proud. It feels so damn good. The cool night breeze gently blew, sweeping away the last traces of blood from the street. The group stood shoulder to shoulder on the street, gazing at the Temple Street territory that had wholly fallen under their control, their hearts filled with a sense of security and certainty, along with infinite expectations for the future. Tonight's confrontation at the bar and the street fight had completely rewritten the power dynamics of this small section of the street. For years, Sheng and Arrow Pig had entrenched themselves in the Temple Street, painstakingly building up their manpower, territory, and connections, only to see it all collapse and change hands in a matter of hours. This hard-fought battle at the Happy World bar had allowed Tony Ahua and their crew to firmly establish their footing in the Temple Street. After this battle, their names would surely resonate throughout the entire block, and no one would dare to provoke them lightly. Meanwhile, in a dark, damp, and secluded alley behind the Temple Street, the defeated Arrow Pig leaned against a cold, mottled wall, gasping heavily. Sweat soaked through his clothes, and as the evening breeze blew, a chilling sensation penetrated his skin, leaving him weak and numb. The terror and panic in his eyes were inescapable, and his mind replayed the deadly scene of being surrounded and attacked from all sides. From several blocks away, the noise and shouting from the streets gradually subsided. Arrow Pig knew clearly that he had lost completely, and it was a clean and thorough defeat. The territory he had painstakingly built over the years had changed hands overnight. The brothers who had supported him, some were dead, some were injured, and others had scattered. The reputation he had earned from years of hard work in the Temple Street was utterly shattered. All of his industries and connections which had supported his dominance had fallen into the hands of Hung Lok. From now on there would be no place for him, Arrow Pig, in the Temple Street. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, with a deep-seated hatred surging within. His eyes brimmed with raging anger intertwined with endless fear, unwillingness, and a profound sense of help. It was only at this moment that he fully realized that rushing into battle without understanding his opponent's background was the most foolish move he had ever made. The road of the martial world is fraught with danger. One misstep leads to more mistakes, and there is never a chance for a redo nor any regrets to be had. Yet even in despair, Arrow Pig did not completely lose hope. He knew deep down that he had not lost everything. His twin brother Shi Pai had been entrenched in the Tsim Sha Sui underworld for many years with deep connections and a vast network. He controlled multiple street stalls and venues with many underlings, making him a solidified and established figure in Tsim Sha Sui. His foundation and power were far beyond what Arrow Pig could compare to now. With this thought, a glimmer of ruthless determination ignited in the depths of his nearly hopeless heart. Tonight's defeat in the Temple Street was only a temporary retreat. He could go to Tsim Sha Sui to seek refuge with his brother, Shi Pai, bide his time in silence, and gradually build up his strength. When the time was right, he would surely regroup and return, striking back at the Temple Street. He would wash away the shame of this defeat and reclaim everything that belonged to him. Standing at the dark, cold alley's end, he suddenly turned his head, glaring fiercely at the brightly lit, completely changed Temple Street. His eyes filled with deep-seated obsession and vengeful hatred as he silently vowed to remember this night's grudge. Moments later, he clenched his jaw, suppressing all his panic and distress, and swiftly exited the dark alley. Just then, an empty taxi passed by. He immediately raised his hand to stop it, opened the door, and sat inside, quietly stating the address for Tsim Sha Sui. The taxi's engine roared to life, and the wheels spun rapidly, speeding towards Tsim Sha Sui under the quiet of the night. The turmoil in the Temple Street had finally come to an end, and the area returned to stability and liveliness. But no one knew that a revenge crisis lurking in the shadows and gathering momentum had already been quietly. Time quietly flowed by, and it was 11:30 at night. The streets of Kowloon City were shrouded in deep darkness, with most shops closed for the night, except for Kowloon Ice House, which still shone brightly. The warm yellow light spilled through the glass windows onto the street, casting a hint of warmth in the chilly late night, making it one of the few late-night havens on this street. Yang Lin had long since withdrawn from the battlefield at Temple Street. As a core big shot of Hong Lu and a local power holder, he did not need to personally oversee such territorial disputes or trivial matters. His capable brothers were efficiently managing their respective duties, ensuring that all subsequent matters were handled thoroughly, leaving no hidden risks. Moreover, with Duan Kuan and Tony's forces lying low, Tsim Sha Sui was calm and tranquil, which meant there was no need for him to remain on high alert. With nothing to do tonight, he planned to take his brothers out for a late-night meal to relax a bit before heading back to rest. Two sleek black cars parked steadily by the roadside in front of Kowloon Ice House, their engines off and locks secured. Yang Lin entered the ice house with Li Fu and 5 elite bodyguards, a total of 7 people. The air conditioning inside was just right, playing soft old songs with only a few customers present, creating a quiet and leisurely atmosphere. Ah Kong, who was guarding the counter, immediately recognized Yang Lin, and a warm, familiar smile broke out on his face as he approached to greet him. "All in, you're back so late." Yang Lin casually tugged at his collar, his tone relaxed and indifferent, carrying a hint of the typical nonchalance of someone who roams in the underworld. "Well, in this line of work, there's no such thing as early." Ah Kong nodded with a smile, clearly understanding that's true. Those who are out here tend to sleep during the day and be active. Yang Lin's gaze swept across the store, and he slightly raised his hand to greet Jiao Wenlong, who was tidying up tables and managing the counter along. Jiao Wenlong looked up at the call with a hearty smile. "Ah Lin, what would you like?" 6 orders of pork chop rice and 6 cups of soybean milk." Yang Lin ordered simply and straightforwardly. "All right, you guys sit for a moment." Jiao Wenlong readily accepted and turned to head to the kitchen. "MHM." Yang Lin lightly replied, leading everyone to a vacant table at the bottom of the stairs. His gaze casually swept through the store's environment, where he noticed quite a few familiar faces. The 4 high school students who had been passing time here during the day were now sitting in a corner, laughing and joking, their youthful vitality blending with the late-night ambience of the ice house. In addition, he spotted 2 unexpected figures. Jiao Wenlong's son Pan Xiaolong was sitting obediently in the middle of the ice house. His homeroom teacher Meng Meng patiently sat beside him, attentively guiding him as he reviewed his lessons, her brow gentle and focused. Seeing this familiar scene, a flash of understanding crossed Yang Lin's mind. With the classic scene set and the characters all present, it seemed that tonight would inevitably witness a stir akin to a 4 nations grand conference. At this moment, the 4 students in the corner also noticed Yang Lin taking a seat, and they quickly stopped their playful banter, smiling as they greeted him. "Brother Lin." Yang Lin looked at the 4 energetic kids who spent every night in the ice house. A faint smile crept up on his lips as he joked casually, "Have you guys grown up here? I see you all whenever I come." The ponytail girl blinked her eyes, displaying a helpless yet genuine expression and replied softly, "We're still students, we don't have money to go to bars, so we can only hang out here." Ah Kong, wiping the counter beside them, chimed in with a hint of nostalgia. These kids are doing well, being obedient and just enjoying themselves. Some of their peers have already started to mix in society and dabble in drugs. Hearing this, Yang Lin's expression became slightly serious, adding a note of gravity as he sternly reminded the 4 teenagers, "I'm telling you, no drugs, understand? If I find out, I'll break your legs." After years of navigating the underworld, he had developed a deep hatred for drugs, knowing too well how many futures were ruined and families shattered because of them. While he could tolerate the playfulness of the kids, he would never condone them falling into bad habits. The short-haired girl quickly waved her hands, her expression earnest and fearful. "We wouldn't dare. We love to have fun, but we absolutely won't touch that stuff." "That's more like it." Yang Lin nodded slightly, his expression softening as he casually asked, "By the way, which school?" "Yuqiang Middle School," the ponytail girl blurted out. Upon hearing the name of the school, Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback as 2 familiar names flashed through his mind. The 2 precious younger sisters of Shi Ding, Zhuang Yimei and Zhuang Xiaomei, just happened to attend that school. He then turned to the 4 of them, casually probing, "Yuqiang Middle School, do you know Zhuang Yimei and Zhuang Xiaomei?" "I've heard of them," the girl replied after thinking for a moment. "They are quite famous." Yang Lin was somewhat surprised and raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "Are they really that famous to be referred to as just having heard of them?" The ponytail girl chuckled and began to share enthusiastically, "Zhuang Yimei is dating our school hunk, and Zhuang Xiaomei has been seen quite close to our school's bully lately. The school bully and the hunk have both been wrapped around their fingers. It's hard not to notice." Yang Lin found it both amusing and exasperating, lightly nodding. "That's indeed impressive." The ponytail girl's curiosity was piqued, and she eagerly probed, "Brother Lin, how do you know them? Are they your relatives?" "They are the younger sisters of a good friend of mine," Yang Lin explained casually. As soon as he finished, the ponytail girl's expression shifted to one of realization mixed with concern, and she quietly warned, "Oh, that could be troublesome. The school bully by Xian's girlfriend Chi Chi is a well-known big sister at school, with quite a domineering personality, and they both are under the influence of Yoni. I estimate she will soon cause trouble for Zhuang Xiaomei." Yang Lin's eyes glimmered slightly as he nonchalantly asked, "So what's your status at school?" "We're about even with them. Neither side can suppress the other, but everyone keeps to themselves, and there's rarely any interaction," the ponytail girl replied honestly. Having grasped the situation, Yang Lin smoothly opened the conversation, his tone calm. "Are you interested in helping me?" The 4 students' eyes brightened with enthusiasm, and the ponytail girl immediately responded, "Of course, Brother Lin, just say the word, we can help with anything." Observing their pure enthusiasm, Yang Lin slowly instructed, "Keep an eye on them at school for me. If Chi Chi really does cause trouble for Zhuang Xiaomei, you guys should try to persuade her and stabilize the situation, preventing things from escalating and becoming uncontrollable. If Brother Lin asks, we will definitely make it happen." The ponytail girl nodded repeatedly, eagerly agreeing. The girl beside her quickly turned to her boyfriend and urged, "We'll handle Chi Chi, you take care of Baixian." The boyfriend's eyes were resolute, his tone filled with youthful bravado. "No problem, I've been eyeing that guy for a while now. I won't let you help for free. Here's $2,000 for you to spend." Watching the earnest faces of the youths, Yang Lin spoke calmly. He had always been a man of clear rewards and punishments who disliked owing favors. He slid 2,000 yuan in cash across the table. The 4 students' eyes widened in astonishment. The short-haired girl exclaimed, "So much?" The ponytailed girl hurriedly waved her hand in refusal, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "We cannot accept this. We were only doing a small favor." Yang Lin's tone was resolute and would not allow refusal. "Take it. I do not tolerate people working for nothing." The students stammered, "Ah, this." The ponytailed girl was momentarily at a loss. Beside her, A Kong stepped in with a smile to smooth things over. "Take it, Brother Lin insists. Out here, favors and money should be squared." The 4 glanced at one another, abandoned their refusals, and hurriedly accepted the cash, offering thanks in unison. "Oh, thank you, Brother Lin." At that moment, Zhou Wenlong emerged from the kitchen with 2 assistants carrying 6 steaming plates of pork chop rice and 6 cups of iced soy milk, setting them steadily on the table. "Brother Lin, your meals have arrived." Yang Lin and Li Fu nodded slightly. "Thank you." "Enjoy." Zhou Wenlong answered with a smile and returned to the chores behind the counter. Everyone reached for their utensils and was about to bow their heads to eat when the glass door of the ice house was abruptly pushed open from outside. For young people, 2 men and 2 women strode in, laughing, dressed flamboyantly and ostentatiously. They looked every inch the nightclub crowd, restless and brash in their manner. Their gazes immediately fixed on Meng Meng in the center. The leader, a lanky, yellow-haired man, sauntered forward and called out in a sneering voice to the focused tutor, "Hey, Meng." The yellow-haired girl following him chimed in approvingly, smiling, "See, I told you Meng would be here." Meng Meng was pulled from her train of thought and lifted her eyes to them, her tone cool and detached. "What do you want?" the yellow-haired girl bluntly asked. "Weren't we supposed to go to the club?" Meng Meng shook her head firmly. "I'm not going." "You go if you want." The yellow-haired man looked baffled and mocked. "You ditched the club to tutor kids. When did you get so soft-hearted? Come on, you skipped the club and end up doing this. When did you start caring so much?" Tired of wasting words on these frivolous companions, Meng Meng rose and quietly took Pan Zhaolong's hand, whispering to him as she moved away from the trouble. Zhaolong, let's go sit over there. Their attempt to relocate only served to rile the two men across the room. The long-haired man's expression soured, his voice sour. Damn, they are ignoring us. A wicked smile flickered in the yellow-haired man's eyes as he leaned in and hissed, spice up her drink a little, you shall be tagging along with us soon enough. The yellow-haired girl hesitated and whispered in objection, don't do that, we're friends. The yellow-haired man waved her concerns away with careless arrogance. Relax, you already ate so much, nothing will happen. With that, he produced a pill and tossed it into the drink on the table. Feigning contrition, he picked the cup up and hurried over to the new table where Meng Meng and Pan Zhaolong sat. Meng, my bad, I spoke rudely earlier. Let this drink be my apology. Meng Meng, simple-minded but wary, sensed their ill intent and declined coolly. No need for flattery, put it down. Pan Zhaolong, young and curious, reached instinctively for the colorful drink before anyone could stop him. The yellow-haired man panicked, knowing what was in the cup. He snatched the drink away and in a sudden motion slapped Pan Zhaolong across the face. The sharp smack rang out in the quiet ice house. The blow was not heavy enough to cause injury, but it resounded all the same. For the small Pan Zhaolong, the unexpected slap and the stranger's ferocity were far more terrifying than any bodily pain. After striking the child, the yellow-haired man showed no remorse. Instead, he brazenly accused the boy, shouting, "Hey kid, what are you doing? Your hands are filthy." Meng Meng's face hardened. She stepped forward and placed herself protectively before the startled Pan Zhaolong, glaring at the man with fierce anger. "What do you think you're doing? Hitting a child? Are you even human?" The yellow-haired man, humiliated and enraged, grew more brutal and raised his hand as if to continue the assault. At the moment his arm went up, a solid, composed figure surged forward and clamped down on his wrist. It was Jiao Wenlong, who had just come out from the kitchen and counter. The yellow-haired man, seized and unable to move, glared up in startled fury and demanded arrogantly, "Who the hell are you?" Jiao Wenlong, a reformed man resolved to live an ordinary life, kept his temper in check and pointed to the child in Meng Meng's arms, explaining with restrained patience, "He is my son." Jiao Wenlong had hoped that declaring his relationship would give the man pause and cause him to back down. But the yellow-haired man, used to lawless dominance, had no qualms. He thrashed with force, broke free of Jiao Wenlong's hold, and prepared to strike again. Jiao Wenlong finally lost patience. He reversed his grip, caught the man's arm with precision, and subdued him in a controlled lock. The long-haired man cursed and rushed in to help, lifting a foot and aiming a kick at Jiao Wenlong. Jiao Wenlong's years in the underworld had left him with skill and reflex. He slipped aside, seized the assailant's ankle, and with a single motion brought both troublemakers under control. He had no wish to brawl in his own shop or damage property, nor to subject the child to needless brutality. With forceful strides, he pushed the two rioters toward the icehouse door. The two thugs cursed and struggled, but could not break free. Behind the counter, a Kong hurried forward and shouted to the man at the door, "Quick, open the door." The four students watched with satisfaction and could not help cheering aloud. "Yes, good job." The other shop hands likewise voiced approval. "Well done, Brother Long." Paying no heed to the men's curses, Jiao Wenlong hauled them out of the icehouse and slammed them onto the pavement outside. He stood in the doorway, voice cold and hard, as he warned them, "This time I will let you go." A Kong added quickly, "Don't come back to cause trouble again." Having sent them off, Jiao Wenlong hurried back inside and immediately checked on his son, his face full of concern. "Zhaolong, are you alright? Does your face hurt?" Pan Zhaolong shook his small head. He was obedient and sensible and replied quietly, "It does not hurt." Just as everyone hoped the commotion was over and no one was harmed, Meng Meng's expression grew serious. She suddenly spoke, her voice heavy with worry. "Brother Long, there is something I must tell you." Jiao Wenlong's heart tightened, and he looked up at once. "What is it?" "Zhaolong just took a sip of that drink," Meng Meng said in a low voice. Akong, who was unaware, smiled confused. "What's wrong? This drink is really good." Meng Meng took a deep breath and threw out a shocking piece of news that made everyone's expression change instantly. "Those two guys just put ecstasy in the drink." "What?" Jiao Wenlong and Akang's faces suddenly changed, their pupils constricting as chills ran down their spines. The girl with yellow hair standing nearby looked guilty and quietly said, confirming Meng Meng's words, "It's okay, I sometimes take 2 pills." Meng Meng shot her an exasperated glance and lowered her voice to scold, "You should say less." Just then a deafening dance track suddenly blasted from outside. Boom boom da, a boom 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 da. The loud, chaotic music penetrated the night, directly reaching inside the ice room. Everyone in the store instinctively turned to look at Pan Zhaolong. The previously obedient and quiet little boy now had a dazed expression, his head uncontrollably swaying to the rhythm of the music outside, shaking erratically like a marionette, clearly a reaction to the drug. Jiao Wenlong panicked, his voice trembling. "Zhaolong." At that moment, a staff member who had just gone out to check the situation rushed in, looking flustered and shouting urgently, "Brother Long, it's bad. Those two guys brought a lot of people to block the door. There are at least dozens of them outside." The atmosphere in the store instantly dropped to freezing point, a tense feeling of pressure enveloping everyone. Akong decisively said in a low voice, "Let's go out the back door." With the situation urgent, the child's drug effects were kicking in, and with a large group of thugs blocking the entrance, a direct confrontation would be disastrous. Zhao Wenlong, anxious and ignoring his anger, turned to Meng Meng and earnestly requested, "Please take Zhao Long to the hospital first. The sooner the better." "Okay." Without hesitation, Meng Meng nodded, grabbing the disoriented Pan Zhao Long and quickly heading towards the back door with her two friends for emergency treatment. After confirming that the few of them had safely evacuated through the back door, Zhao Wenlong's expression turned cold as he turned to rush towards the front door, intending to confront them alone. "Alone? Wait a moment." Akong quickly stepped forward and blocked him with a hand. He understood Zhao Wenlong's temperament and his current situation all too well. Zhao Wenlong had already decided to wash his hands of the matter, wanting nothing more than to run his shop in peace and support his family while raising his son. If he were to engage in conflict again, it was highly likely he would fall back into the turbulent world of gang disputes, losing everything he had worked for. Moreover, there was a true top boss sitting inside the ice room at that moment. Moreover, this area near the building was originally Yang Lin's territory. Akong no longer hesitated and turned to look at Yang Lin, who was quietly sitting at the table observing the situation with indifference, and spoke with a hint of urgency. "Alan." Yang Lin remained calm, while eating his demeanor steady as he took in all the changes occurring around him, clearly having everything under control. He casually raised his gaze, glancing over the bodyguards beside him, and instructed the most composed one, "Yi," in a low voice, "And go check outside." "Yes." Bodyguard Yi responded without expression, moving steadily, and walked out of the ice room alone. Outside the ice room, a cacophony of voices erupted, filled with shouts and curses, as dozens of thugs armed with clubs and riding motorcycles surrounded the entrance, their arrogance palpable. "Come out. Those inside, hurry up and come out. You dare to hit our brothers. You're asking for trouble." Ae stepped out the door slowly, his expression calm, showing no fear. At the front of the crowd, a man wearing sunglasses with curly hair and a fierce expression was one of the two earlier thugs. He looked disdainfully at the lone Ae who had stepped out and coldly asked, "Are you the one who hit my little brother?" Ae remained calm and corrected him in a nonchalant tone, "No." The man in sunglasses turned furious at this response, waving his hand to scold E. "If it wasn't you, then why are you here? Get lost." After saying that, he ignored E and leaned his neck back, shouting wildly towards the ice room. "The one who just fought, come out right now." Ae raised his hand, gently pressing down on the man's wildly pointing arrogant hand, his tone steady and calm, carrying an invisible pressure. Hey, where are you from? Do you know who's in charge around here?" PK, a notorious thug, shouted furiously, showing no regard for rules. "I don't care who's in charge here, get lost, or I'll kill you." A yellow-haired man rushed forward, emboldened by his brother's support, threatening Ae fiercely. "Kid, my brother is the famous PK. If you dare to meddle, I can kill you." Despite being surrounded and threatened by dozens, he remained unfazed, his expression unchanged as he calmly issued an ultimatum, "I'll give you a chance, leave now, and I'll pretend nothing happened." PK was thoroughly enraged, glaring at E and grinding his teeth as he asked, "Who do you think you are?" Ai's gaze was steady, speaking slowly, but with weight that could command the room. "Hung Lo." The simple 3 words fell. The moment Hung Lo's name was uttered, the entire street fell into a dead silence. PK, who had just been arrogant and domineering, seemed to be choked by an invisible hand on his throat. The fierceness and arrogance on his face froze instantly, his pupils constricting as a chill swept through him. No one on the streets of Mong Kok was unaware of Hung Lo's reputation, nor of Bai Qilin's name. He was the most formidable boss in the area today, known for his ruthless methods. Anyone who had offended him had. PK's legs weakened slightly, his pride shattered in an instant. He had previously relied on having some men and a bit of fame in the neighborhood to act lawlessly. Now he felt as insignificant as an ant before true top-tier forces. He swallowed hard, suppressing his panic, forcing a flattering and obsequious smile onto his face, lowering his stance as he cautiously said, "This brother." But before he could finish his apology, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps erupted from the alleys and dark corners on both sides of the street. Tap, tap, tap. Over 100 footsteps pounded the pavement in unison, the sound booming and breaking the street's silence. A dark mass of strong men charged out from the left and right streets, all dressed in black short sleeves and tight pants, their bodies robust, eyes fierce, and their steps rapid and synchronized. Clearly seasoned fighters from the streets, there were over 100 of them, instantly blocking the entire road. At the front of the crowd, 4 figures sprinted forward at full speed, shouting loudly and powerfully. With long hair swaying, he strode forward, a fierce expression on his face, his gaze fixed intently on the group of PK Chong in front of the door, and shouted, "I am the long-haired dragon." Following closely, a large and imposing eagle dashed out, flanked by 2 other brothers of the Julong, San Ing, standing shoulder to shoulder with an overwhelming presence, and shouted, "Who dares to touch our dragon brother?" The leader of the San Ing, the large eagle, glared with wide eyes at the dazed PK Chong and sternly asked, "What are you to dare touch our dragon brother?" The 100-strong team came to a halt in unison, perfectly synchronized. In that moment, PK Chong was utterly He stood in the middle of the road, blocked from all sides with no way to advance or retreat, staring at the densely packed, bloodthirsty 100-man team before him, listening to the deafening roars, completely bewildered. His face was as pale as paper, his lips trembling uncontrollably, as if his hands and feet had frozen stiff. This. He stammered, unable to utter a single coherent sentence for a long time. He never imagined that simply coming to deal with a worker from the ice room would lead him to encounter the infamous Joan. What made his scalp tingle even more was that he had already seen through the glass door the young man with white hair, undoubtedly the White Qilin himself. Today he was simply blind, kicking through iron plates, and provoking two formidable figures he could never hope to contend with. Inside the ice room, Yang Lin, holding a cup of soy milk, watched the expected developments outside with great interest. Since the long-haired ones had arrived, it was no longer something he needed to worry about. He slowly raised his eyes, looking at the slightly agitated Zhou Long beside him, and smiled, saying, "Along, since it's your person, you can only go out and resolve this yourself." Zhou Long took a deep breath, suppressing the emotions surging within him, his gaze steady and solemn as he nodded in response, saying, "I will handle it." As he spoke, he walked directly toward the door of the ice room. The more than 100 muscular men outside saw Zhou Long emerge, their eyes instantly ablaze, with fervor roaring in unison, their momentum shaking the heavens. "Dragon Brother! Dragon Brother!" The shouts rose and fell, echoing through the dark streets, filled with respect and longing. The might of the Julong overlord laid bare in this moment. A.E., who had been standing alone confronting the crowd, saw the situation become clear, and the storm no longer required his intervention, and directly retracted his expression and turned away. After giving a slight nod to Zhou Long, he turned and walked back into the ice room, taking his seat again to continue eating quietly. In the middle of the road, surrounded by 100 people, PK Chong was now utterly stripped of the arrogance he had earlier. He knew he was completely finished today. Pretending to be tough would only lead to a miserable end. So he hurriedly took a few steps forward, bending his waist completely, with a face full of ingratiation, his attitude submissive to the extreme, continuously apologizing to Zhou Long, who was walking over, saying, "Dragon Brother, I'm sorry. I was blind and foolish. I will make these two idiots kneel and apologize to Dragon Brother right now. Please have mercy and spare us once." Zhou Long stood at the front of the crowd, his expression cold, with no trace of fluctuation in his eyes, neither enraged nor fierce, only the indifference and majesty born of experiencing the world. He looked at the terrified PK Chong before him, his tone cold and firm, devoid of any emotion, saying, "Don't let me see you around here again." A simple sentence served as the final verdict. PK Chong felt as if he had been granted a pardon, his entire body relaxing as he hurriedly nodded, waving his hands in agreement, saying, "Yes, yes, yes. I will leave immediately. I will never dare come again. Go, go, go." He quickly attempted to lead his group of younger brothers to flee in a disheveled manner. But just as he turned, the long-haired figures and Sanning stepped forward to block him, their faces filled with anger as they sternly shouted, "You shall not leave." Behind them, more than 100 younger brothers echoed in unison, "Exactly. You shall not leave." The long-haired four had fought alongside Zhou Long for many years and held deep admiration and respect for him. Tonight, these people had come to provoke and physically assault Dragon Brother's son, and even dared to besiege the ice room, offending their former boss. Such a disgrace could not simply be brushed over with an apology. Everyone's eyes were burning with anger, staring at PK Chong and his men, clearly unwilling to let them leave easily. The atmosphere on site tightened once again, with the murderous intent surging anew. Zhou Long raised his hand lightly, his voice steady and powerful, carrying an imperious authority as he commanded, "Let them go." These 4 simple words instantly quelled all restlessness in the crowd. The long-haired group and San Ing were unwilling, but could only respect Zhou Long's decision, clenching their fists, tightly suppressing their inner fury, and reluctantly stepped aside to clear the way. PK Chong dared not linger for even a moment longer, hurriedly signaling his younger brothers to get in the car, slamming the gas pedal, and escaping the street in disarray, fearing that one more second would lead to them being beaten into a pulp by the long-haired group. As the troublemakers left one after another, the scene returned to calm. Seizing the opportunity, Longhair stepped forward, looking at the long-absent yet still imposing Zhou Long, his eyes filled with eagerness and anticipation, and sincerely said, "Fortunately, I left someone here. As soon as I received the news, I rushed over. Dragon Brother, the brothers have always been waiting for you, and we still want to follow you." The Jiolong San Ing did not back down, either, quickly stepping forward with earnest expressions echoing in unison, "Yes, Dragon Brother. The brothers have been quietly lying low these years, just waiting for you to return. Lead us to conquer the world." The younger brothers all looked up, their eyes ablaze with fervor, filled with the desire to follow, quietly waiting for Zhou Long to nod. Everyone thought that after this incident, Zhou Long would surely be moved and re-emerge in the world. However, Zhou Long's resolve was already firm, having grown indifferent to bloodshed and determined to retreat, never wavering even slightly. He looked at these old brothers who had fought alongside him through thick and thin, his eyes carrying a hint of helplessness and regret, resolutely rejecting what to follow. "What I have decided will never change. You all go back. This sentence completely crushed everyone's hopes. Long Hair stood there stunned, watching the resolute and unwavering Jiuwen Long, the eagerness in his eyes fading little by little, leaving only deep disappointment. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, only nodding heavily, silently turning away, leading his younger brothers to leave. The Jiulong Sanning also wore disappointed expressions, their hearts filled with hope, now completely dashed, and could only softly bid farewell. Then we will take our leave, dragon brother. After saying this, they led their group away in an orderly and silent manner, the street instantly returning to its emptiness, leaving only the wind passing through without a trace. At the entrance of the ice room, Kong hurriedly walked out, looking at the solitary and calm Jiuwen Long, and quickly approached with concern, asking, "Are you okay, Along?" Jiuwen Long gently shook his head, suppressing all distractions within, saying, "I'm fine. I'm going to the hospital to check on Zhao Long. I'll leave this to you. Go ahead, I'll keep an eye on the store, don't worry." Kong nodded seriously in response. Jiuwen Long said no more, turned, and quickly left, heading straight for the hospital. Inside the Jiulong ice room, after a sudden commotion, the establishment had already returned to a tranquil and peaceful state. Jiuwen Long hurried to the hospital to check on his son, leaving only Kong at the counter, while several staff members tidied up the tables and cleaned the floor, managing the disorder left by the earlier conflict. The entire farce came and went quickly for the ice room, which had been rooted in the market for years and was accustomed to the trivialities of the martial world. It was merely a fleeting interlude in the dead of night. Yang Lin and his group had finished their late-night snack with their plates neatly arranged. One by one they rose, brushing off their clothes, preparing to settle the bill and leave. However, he was always someone who saw tasks through to the end. Since he had made a promise during the day to cover the expenses of 4 students, he would never treat it lightly. He stepped up to the counter, looking at Kong, who was busy noting accounts, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke. "Brother Kong, add up their bills and see how much it comes to." Kong raised his eyes at the mention, following Yang Lin's gaze to the 4 students at the nearby table, still leisurely sipping their drinks. He then glanced down at his accounting book, quickly calculating before reporting the total, $432 altogether. Yang Lin wasn't worried about any miscalculations, as they were old acquaintances and there was a basic level of trust. Moreover, these young friends had been sitting here all day and had spent less than $300, which was indeed quite frugal. He took out his wallet from his suit pocket, counted out the exact amount in cash, and gently placed it on the counter, pushing it over. "Here." Kong smiled as he accepted the money, knowing that Yang Lin was preparing to head home to sleep, and waved his hand amicably. "Take care, Lin." He then turned to the 4 young men and women who were still lingering, urging them, "You should head back too. We're closing early tonight." After the earlier disturbance, the atmosphere in the shop was chaotic, and it was indeed not suitable for customers to linger. The 4 students immediately downed the remaining drinks on the table. Then with swift actions they packed their personal belongings, stood up to bid farewell. "Goodbye, Brother Kong. Goodbye, brother." Yang Lin looked at the 4 youthful and innocent young people, smiling and nodding as he gently reminded them, "Goodbye. Don't forget what I told you. Keep an eye on things at school." The factional disputes and conflicts among classmates may seem like minor squabbles, but once they involve external gang influences, they can easily escalate into violent incidents. If Zhuang Xiaomei were to commit an act of violence like in the movies, it would undoubtedly complicate matters. For Shi Shiding, who had just been released from prison, this would be extremely detrimental. The tragedies depicted in films and the prejudices against him were still replaying in his mind. As a friend, since Yang Lin could resolve the issue, he would help. However, he truly wanted assistance himself. The 4 students nodded vigorously in unison, their voices clear and resolute. "Okay." After responding simply, the 4 smiled, waved goodbye, and pushed open the glass doors, chatting and laughing as they walked into the night, their figures quickly blending into the streetlights and the dark. The shop settled into complete silence. Yang Lin turned to look at Li Fu beside him and the group of silent bodyguards accompanying them. His expression relaxed as he casually called out, "Let's go back to sleep." Everyone in the group had come from the battlefield, leading simple lives and acting decisively. Upon hearing this, they nodded in agreement and followed Yang Lin out of the ice room. Meanwhile, in Tsim Sha Sui at the Kunwang bar, inside the dance floor, the atmosphere was electrifying with loud songs and dancing, and the heavy metal music was deafening, with countless men and women indulging in the chaos of lights and sounds, extravagantly spending the night. However, inside the private office on the inner side of the bar, there was a stark contrast of dead silence. Top-notch soundproof panels blocked out all noise. The dimly lit room had a cool tone, lacking any unnecessary decorations, only a heavy sense of oppression. On a soft black leather sofa, Bao Lu sat alone, his expression frighteningly dark. His brows were tightly knitted, his chest heaving, and his eyes swirling with uncontainable frustration and anger. The resentment that had built up from the previous night was piling up within him, almost to the point of bursting. The Tony brothers had not only injured him and several of his underlings on his turf, but had also publicly humiliated and provoked him, crushing his face. In this line of work, especially for someone who had made a name for himself, reputation was fundamental and territory was livelihood. Since following Duan Kuan in the Underworld, Bao Lu had always had smooth sailing. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Even the most terrifying D-drug dealer, the eight-faced Buddha from Thailand, had never been taken lightly. They had even stolen over 100 million in goods from him. A small gang of 100 or 200 people actually dared to ride on his head. This was truly courting death. With his heart filled with grievances with no outlet, he lowered his voice and complained bitterly to Duan Kuan, who sat in the main position. Boss, I really can't swallow this anger. You know I've been with you for so long. When have I ever been beaten like this? That Tony guy stirred up trouble in our bar and even beat our people. If we don't fight back, won't everyone laugh at us? At that point, anyone would dare to come to us and bark. The room was filled with swirling smoke, wisps of white smoke slowly dissipating. Duan Kuan, dressed in a simple black casual outfit, sat lazily, yet casually exuding an aura of cold dominance. He held a cigarette that had burned down to the filter between his fingers, his gaze deep and shadowy, hiding unfathomable calculations, his emotions unreadable. He listened quietly to Bao Liu's grievances, his expression unchanged, without interrupting or interjecting. Only after Bao Liu had finished pouring out his frustrations did he slowly raise his eyes and speak. Don't worry, you are with me. Them hitting you is like disrespecting me. Pausing, he looked solemnly at the furious Bao Liu, his tone cold and piercing as he directly granted permission. So whatever you want to do, just go do it. This sentence was tantamount to tacitly approving all actions, allowing him to seek revenge. Bao Liu's eyes instantly burst with a fierce cold light. The accumulated grievances swept away, and he gritted his teeth and asked, should I grab a weapon now and smash their place? Duan Kuan took a deep drag on his cigarette, thin lips exhaling a ring of white smoke, the mist obscuring his sinister brows and eyes as he coldly reminded, do it cleanly, don't let the cops trace it back to us. If we leave any evidence, I can get very angry. He could allow his subordinates to retaliate for revenge, but he absolutely would not permit leaving hidden dangers. If the police caught any evidence that affected his subsequent business, the losses would be far from trivial. Don't worry, boss. Absolutely no problem. After receiving the boss' approval, Bao Liu's hostility surged, his spirit uplifted, sitting up straight, his gaze fiercely resolute, earnestly accepting the command. Go. Duan Kuan raised a hand slightly, his tone edged with a sullen, sickly calm as he waved faintly. Yes. Bao Liu bobbed his head heavily, said no more, and strode out of the office. The moment the door closed, the last trace of restraint on his face vanished. It was replaced by a murderous ferocity. Tonight he vowed he would sweep the Yunnan gang clean and wash away every humiliation. The corridor outside the office was carpeted, thickly muting sound, so footsteps fell silent. Dim wall lamps cast their glow along the long passage, lending the place a stifling, somber atmosphere. Huang Mao had been waiting there for some time, postured, deferential, head bowed, the very picture of a loyal underling. He was Fei Quan's mole. No one in Duan Kuan's circle had suspected that this boy who had shadowed Bao Liu for years, attending to him, running errands, always zealous, had been bought by Fei Quan. Money is a strange thing, even the most faithful have a price. Seeing Bao Liu stride out with a face like thunder, Huang Mao hurried forward and, lowering his voice with feigned concern, asked in a whisper, Boss Joe, what did the boss say? Bao Liu's anger flared, his mind fixed on vengeance. Trusting this most loyal of lieutenants, he let his guard down and issued a curt command. Go and bring out the gear. Get every man assembled at once. Tonight we move as one and sweep the Yunnan gang from their turf. When he finished speaking, a more savage light burned in his eyes. In public, he announced a heavy bounty to rally morale. Whoever takes out the Tuoni three brothers, he'll give them 200,000. 200,000 in the port city of the 80s and 90s was a fortune enough to drive countless low-level thugs to desperation. A usual settlement fee might be that sum. Now killing someone would earn 20-fold, and only men like these FD would treat money so casually. The effect was immediate. At the proclamation of the reward, the men waiting in the corridor erupted in excitement. Greed lit every eye as they clamored their assent. Boss Gio, his formidable brother Kuan, is incredible. Good, good. Huang Mao joined the chorus, his face alight with feigned passion, then turned and barked a stern order to the awaiting men. Didn't you hear Boss Gio's command? What are you standing there for? Call people now. Tell every brother to assemble. Oh. The men dared not delay. They scattered at once, pulling out phones and desperately calling comrades spread across various joints to come and muster. In a matter of moments, the corridor thrummed with voices and hurried steps. An undercurrent of tension made the approach of battle palpably near. After the outward show was done, Huang Mao bowed again, and with a posture of deference whispered a question. Boss Dio, should we head to the storeroom to fetch the gear first? Bao Liu's gaze was ruthless and decisive. Without a second thought, he answered, move. He and Huang Mao led the way, followed closely by 4 or 5 inner men as they hurried toward the bar's secret underground storeroom. The Kunwang bar's underground storeroom was Duan Kun's private weapons cache. Hidden beneath the cellar far from any public area, its access corridors twisted, and its iron door was thick and heavy. Inside, it was fortified with layers of soundproofing and anti-theft measures. Ordinary underlings and staff had no right to approach, let alone enter. Only Duan Kun's most trusted confidants were allowed inside. It served solely to hoard arms and cash. Guards rotated around the clock, Secrecy and security were paramount. They descended the dim stairwell and reached the storeroom door. The two burly guards with AKs at the gate stepped aside at the sight of Baodia's party, offering passage without a word. Baodio punched in the code, and after the lock clicked open, he shoved the iron door with force. A harsh metallic screech split the hush of the subterranean space, shattering the stillness. The storeroom was dimly lit by a handful of weak, incandescent bulbs overhead, casting patchy shadows and a deep sense of depth. The vast room was dry and empty, the air thick with the tang of metal. Rows of multi-tiered steel racks stood orderly against the walls. On the lower shelves, standardized boxes of ammunition were stacked neatly sealed and labeled for easy identification. Above the walls and the upper racks were hung with firearms. The cold metal bodies reflected the meager light with a deadly gleam. AK assault rifles, compact submachine guns, pump-action shotguns, Desert Eagles, Glocks, Haitian pistols, all were present. In a corner cabinet lay a heavy M249 machine gun, silent and imposing. An entire warehouse of hot weapons, their destructive power terrifyingly beyond the knives and clubs of a street brawl, spoke to the depth and ruthlessness of Duan Kun's force. To brandish such arms meant this was no mere intimidation. To do so signaled total unrelenting. The men who had followed and held their breath at the sight of the arsenal, a chill ran through them, tempered by feverish excitement and a sharpened appetite for blood. Move quickly. Fill those 2 bags. Baodia's eyes swept over the heaps of weaponry. His voice was cold and decisive, no hint of hesitation. Everyone fell into their roles with practiced efficiency, hauling out heavy waterproof sacks and rapidly loading them with guns, ammunition, and magazines. In the dim storeroom, the crisp clink of metal parts rose and fell in rapid succession. Intense, but not chaotic, sealed off by thick walls so that no sound reached the street above to alarm passers-by or patrolling officers. Huang Mao mingled with the crowd, pretending to concentrate on sorting weaponry. His hands never stopped, and he shouted prompts loudly to stoke everyone's fervor. Hurry up. Move your hands faster. Tonight Boss Gio leads personally. We must make the Tuoni 3 brothers know that Brother Kun's turf is not for trampling. His voice was rousing, his face aflame with the image of battle. He played the part of the devoted fighter perfectly. The nearby men were swept by the same bloodlust, working briskly while roaring and egging each other on. Take them. I've hated the Tuoni brothers for a long time. I'm taking that 200,000 reward. Kill those Tuoni bastards. The raucous din filled the underground storeroom. Everyone raged with battle fervor, intoxicated by the prospect of revenge, prestige, and sudden wealth, unaware and unguarded against the secret betrayal underfoot. While everyone else had their heads down, eyes fixed on the gear, Huang Mao's gaze flickered. Shielded by bodies, he slipped into the darkest corner by a column, the blind spot of the storeroom cameras. He bent his head and fingers flew to the old flip phone in his pocket. With a single press, he sent the message. The phone screen revealed a pre-written text: operation begins. Target Tuoni 3 brothers. Departing now. In that brief sentence, he exposed the night's objective and its timing. The moment the message sent, a quick, subtle coldness flashed across Huang Mao's eyes, then vanished. He withdrew his hand, restored the fevered expression to his face, and hurried back into the group, continuing to feign strenuous effort while blending seamlessly with the others. At that moment, Baodio, burning with murderous intent and certain of victory, knew nothing. He believed himself master of an armed elite force poised to crush the Yunnan gang and redeem their honor. He did not know that the entirety of his plan and every deployment had already been leaked by the mole in the shadows. What appeared to be an assertive assault had quietly become a march into a trap observed in full. Beneath the dark of Jiansha Zue, a lethal intent lay hidden, and a conflagration that could reshape the balance of power in the neighborhood was ready to erupt. In just a few minutes, all weapons were accounted for and loaded onto the vehicles. 2 black, enclosed vans quietly parked at the alley entrance of the Kuan Wang bar, their cargo holds stacked with dozens of solid steel pipes and sharpened machetes glinting coldly in the shadows. In the innermost section, 2 tightly sealed bags of firearms were securely fastened, completely wrapped in heavy black cloth, seemed perfectly concealed. From the outside, the 2 vans appeared unremarkable, indistinguishable from ordinary cargo vehicles, completely hiding the deadly weapons within, maintaining utmost discretion. With all weapons in place, the underlings received their assembly orders and rushed to the alley to gather. In the deep and closed-off bar alley, shadows of people filled the space. Over 100 strong men stood in neat formation, all dressed in dark, simple attire devoid of flashy decorations, blending discreetly into the night shadows. Some held cigarettes between their fingers, sparks flickering as silence enveloped them. Some gently moved their wrists and turned their necks, stretching their limbs, their eyes cold from years of combat. Others stood with their hands at their sides, breath restrained, appearing relaxed, yet their bodies were tense, ready to strike at any moment. This group of over 100 was the elite core, carefully honed and cultivated by Duan Kuan over many years. They had long been entrenched in Sim Sha Sui and Yao Mati's gray market, responsible for fighting, seizing territory, eliminating rivals, and settling grievances, their practical experience immense. Ruthless in action, strong in execution, and disciplined, they were the sharpest, most trusted blade in Duan Kuan. Bao Jiu stepped out of the bar's back door, the evening breeze brushing his face. He glanced over the prepared and aggressive 100-man team. Before him, the pent-up resentment, frustration, and killing intent in his chest ignited in that moment. Yesterday in the bar, the Tony brothers, relying on their fighting prowess, injured her and his underlings publicly and insulted them, trampling his dignity underfoot. In the underworld, wealth comes second, face is the foundation. If it weren't for the police arriving, he would have drawn his gun and taken out those bastards right then. Now that the boss Duan Kuan had given him power and allowed him to command the elite, he no longer had to swallow his anger. Tonight he would reclaim his territory in the most direct, ruthless, and thorough manner, flattening the streets occupied by the Vietnamese gang. He wanted all the gangs in Yau Ma Ti to understand the consequences of offending Bao Jiu and encroaching on his territory. He stepped forward, standing firm, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he raised his voice to address them. His voice was not sharp, yet it was incredibly penetrating, firmly suppressing all the minor sounds in the alley, reaching the ears of every underling brothers. The Tony brothers have been arrogant, relying on their skills. Not only did they beat us, but they also smashed our territory, truly believing that there was no one left on our side. The boss just personally nodded. Tonight we will wipe out the Vietnamese gang's territory. I have said before, whoever can take down any one of the Tony brothers, I will reward them with 200,000 cash, without a penny less. Other brothers who contribute shouldn't feel discouraged. Once the job is done, each will receive 5,000. The allure of heavy rewards, the bloodlust of revenge, and the promise of fair compensation ignited the ferocity within everyone. The long-suppressed resentment erupted completely. Over 100 underlings lifted their heads, their eyes fierce and excited, roaring in unison, their voices echoing through the vast, deep alley. Let's go. Clear out the Vietnamese gang. As the unified roar subsided, Bao Jiu raised his hand slightly to signal. In the next second, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone ceased their noise and stood at attention, exhibiting their discipline vividly, revealing the solid training of this elite team. Bao Jiu's gaze was sharp as he continued to remind them, emphasizing the bottom line repeatedly conveyed by Duan Kuan. Remember, be quick and clean in your actions. This time we only target the Vietnamese gang members. Do not touch ordinary civilians and do not encroach on the territories of other gangs. After finishing, we retreat and do not give the police any chance to catch us. In the streets of Hong Kong, fighting for territory and engaging in violent clashes have never been frightening. The most deadly threat is leaving evidence and provoking the police's rigorous investigation. Duan Kuan has been able to stand firm in Tsim Sha Tsui for many years by being high profile and making money, while low-key and doing work, never giving the police a chance to eradicate him. Understood. Over 100 voices responded in unison, crisp and decisive. Get in the vehicles. Let's go. With Bao Jiu's command, everyone sprang into action, their roles clearly defined and orderly. Most of the underlings boarded the vans, the remaining ones dispersed, taking several inconspicuous minibuses. Rows of headlights lit up sequentially, the blinding beams cutting through the pitch-black night. The entire convoy silently departed from the back of Kuan Wong Bar, deliberately avoiding main roads where police patrols were present, traveling discreetly through obscure side streets of the city. They sped towards the Tsim East Fengshang Road area where the Vietnamese gang had long occupied. Inside the first minibus, Huang Mao sat by the window, his posture relaxed, seemingly meditating, with closed eyes, appearing to wait for battle and action, but in reality his mind was highly tense with calculations and anxiety hidden in his gaze. He understood that the intelligence he had just sent had reached Fei Quan, and now it must have been delivered right to the ears of the ultimate boss by Kirin. He had been lurking for days, biding his time for tonight's chaos. Bao Jiu believed he held the upper hand, fully armed and determined to succeed, leading his elite team to crush the opposition, unaware that he was merely a pawn, a piece destined for death on someone else's chessboard. Tonight, all his actions and deployments were laid bare in Hong Lek's sight. He only needed to sit here calmly, waiting for the situation to evolve, watching as by Kirin's net ensnared both Bao Jiu and Duan Kuan. 10 minutes ago, in a well-established tea restaurant facing Kuan Wong Bar, the sparse customers created a quiet atmosphere. Fei Quan, Jose, and Tuonio sat by the window, closely observing every move of the bar through a layer of transparent glass. Seeing the large gathering of underlings across the street, along with the 2 heavy cargo vans and several minibuses parked outside, the 3 instantly sensed something was amiss, their hearts tightening instinctively. There was no need to think much. Tonight was definitely not a simple brawl or regular territory smashing, but a large-scale violent confrontation meticulously planned by Duan Kuan's faction. Just as the 3 were focused on observing and secretly on guard, Fei Quan's phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. He quickly pulled it out and lit up the screen, a flash of surprise and certainty crossing his eyes upon seeing the intelligence message from Huang Mao. The intelligence was simple and straightforward, detailing Bao Jiu's action target and departure time, all clear. He did not delay for a moment, knowing that opportunities in war are fleeting. He immediately flipped through his contacts and dialed Yang Lin's number, reporting in a steady tone, Lin Go Bao Jiu has begun to act. Lin Go Bao Jiu has begun to act. On the other end of the phone, Yang Lin's voice was calm and collected, showing no surprise, only a hint of annoyance at being disturbed from his sleep so soon. Fei Quan kept a close eye on the situation outside and asked in a deep voice, "What should we do now?" Yang Lin shook his head to clear his thoughts and began to implement the plan he had already rehearsed in his mind, coolly issuing commands. "I will have a Chiao and a gang prepare for action, and I will also notify Jian Jun at the military base. You handle the Quan Wang bar, I will send Jian Gua to assist you." Fei Quan replied confidently. "All right." The brothers are waiting at the nearby mahjong parlor, fully staffed and ready to move at any moment. "Look at the time, we will start the operation in an hour." Yang Lin announced the precise combat time, steady and meticulous, leaving no room for error. "Understood." Fei Quan hung up the phone, the tension in his heart finally easing as he turned to Jose and the others who were anxiously waiting for news. Seeing this, Jose's eyes were filled with urgency as he hurriedly asked, "What did Lin Gu say?" "Notify the brothers to act in an hour," Fei Quan instructed in a deep voice. Over the past few days, he had arranged dozens of his subordinates in the surrounding mahjong parlors, all on standby. He did not let them scatter wandering around to gather information. This was Fei Quan's careful consideration, believing it to be the most secure arrangement. Firstly, the lower-level thugs were disorganized and mixed with many being opportunistic and spineless. If they dispersed to gather information, it would be easy for them to slack off, leak secrets, and expose the overall operational goals, alarming the enemy and ruining the entire plan. Secondly, these lower-level subordinates were good at fighting and charging into battle. However, their temperament was restless and their thinking shallow, making them unsuitable for detailed intelligence gathering. If they were sent out to scout for clues, aside from stirring up trouble and exposing their whereabouts, they would be unable to uncover any useful information. Rather than risking a scattered layout, it was better to concentrate everyone in ambush, which could keep things secretive while also allowing for prompt support in case of unexpected situations, thus stabilizing their backup. Upon hearing the orders, Jose's face lit up with excitement, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Great, we're finally going to make a significant move. Having been held back for so long, he had been itching to take action. Fei Quan remained calm, methodically breaking down the task and giving clear roles to the two. Brother Chiao and Brother Gang are bringing people over. They have enough manpower to take care of all of Duan Kun's establishments outside. Our core task is to draw all the attention of the guards and remaining subordinates inside Quan Wang Bar, creating an opportunity for Jian Gua to capture Duan Kun. Then we will use this to command the others and force our way in, completely taking over their underground vault. He emphasized the most critical and dangerous point. We must control the vault immediately, and we cannot afford to be slow lest Duan Kun's remaining personnel bring out heavy weapons and suppress us. If we get gunned down by heavy firearms, it won't be fun at all. Hearing this, the ostrich's expression turned serious, revealing his concern. This won't be easy. The bar's remaining subordinates are elite, and the vault is surely guarded with heavy firepower. Fei Quan spoke calmly, providing reassurance. Of course we can't do it alone. Yu Jianguo will come to assist us. He specializes in assaults and controlling the scene, so we can count on him. The ostrich immediately breathed a sigh of relief, nodding repeatedly. That's good, that's good. After a brief 20-minute wait in the tea restaurant, three sturdy figures accompanied by a few subordinates quickly pushed the door open. It was Haizi Chiao Yang Gang and Wang Zhengwo. The three walked in steadily, their presence commanding, immediately locking onto Fei Quan and the others by the window. Fei Quan, Haizi Chiao spoke first. Brother Chiao, Brother Gang Zhengwo. Fei Quan and the others immediately stood up to respond. Haizi Chiao acted decisively. Without wasting time, upon entering, he raised his hand to signal his subordinates to clear the area, asking all the scattered patrons to leave, securing the entrances of the tea restaurant to prevent eavesdroppers. Once the place was completely cleared, leaving only their own people, he pulled out a chair and sat down, getting straight to the point, accurately conveying Yang Lin's comprehensive deployment. Lin Gu has instructed that I and a gang will lead the main force to clear all of Duan Kun's affiliated venues and peripheral strongholds. Fei Quan, you three will lead the main attack on Quan Wang Bar, drawing the attention of all the guards inside the bar. He turned his sharp gaze to Wang Zhengwo, who was expressionless beside him, issuing orders. During this time, Jiangua, you must rush into the office at the first opportunity to control Duan Kun and force him to open the vault. The guards inside the vault are all equipped with firearms, and there might even be heavy weapons stationed. Are you confident that you can quickly take control and suppress the scene? Haizi Chiao knew exactly that Quan Wang Bar had a secret weapons vault, all thanks to the complete intelligence leaked by the undercover Huang Mao. With this internal and external cooperation, it allowed their side to grasp the opponent's cards throughout, holding absolute intelligence advantage. Wang Zhengwo sat up straight, his eyes confident and fierce as he said, "They are just street thugs, having never undergone any formal military training. Their mindset is unstable and their tactics are disorganized. Even if they have submachine guns, they pose no lethal threat. Unless they directly aim a rocket launcher at me, I have no idea how I would lose." This confidence was born from countless hard-fought battles. That's good. Haizi Chiao was completely reassured. Yang Gang beside him drew out a well-maintained Glock handgun wrapped in layers of oil paper from his waist and handed it to Fei Quan, seriously reminding him, "Fei Quan, this is what Lin Gu specifically asked me to bring you. The bar is dangerous and complex. The opponents have many people and firearms. If necessary, don't hesitate, just shoot to protect yourself. Jose looked at the brand new handgun, his eyes instantly shining with envy. He approached with a flattering smile. Gang, good, only get one. I can shoot too. Yang Gang shot him a glance, bluntly stating, what are you thinking? A knife is enough. Jose's spirit deflated as Fei Quan softly called out to stop him. Now was not the time for jokes. Jose immediately wilted, obediently lowering his head. Oh, Hai Ziqiu looked at Fei Quan, who held the gun with a spirited expression, and confirmed, can you use it? Yes. Fei Quan nodded lightly. Handling this thing was not difficult. It was just about loading and firing. Nothing too complicated. Receiving an affirmative answer, Hai Ziqiu raised his hand to check his Rolex watch, scanning the crowd, and saying in a deep voice, synchronize watches, we will start the operation in 30 minutes. In the tea restaurant, everyone instantly focused, entering a state of readiness before battle. A conspiracy against Duan Kun's forces officially entered the countdown. At the same time, in the streets surrounding Tsim Sui's Fengshang Road, the brothers of Hong Lu, who rushed in from Sai Kung, had already dispersed according to the plan, hiding in the corners of various alleys, stairwells, and dark corners of street shops. The whole street appeared normal, but in reality it had long been encircled and set with traps. Deep in a dark and quiet alley, Wang Jianjun waited quietly with two elite brothers standing tall and exuding a restrained aura. A subordinate responsible for scouting quickly returned, bowing slightly to report, Captain, all the brothers are in position, each ambush point has been arranged, and there are no oversights. Wang Jianjun gazed toward the street entrance of Fengshang Road, his tone cold and steady. Stay in position, keep your composure, and wait until the explosion happens. We will act to net them afterward. Understood. The subordinate responded and retreated to the shadows, continuing to lie in wait. Jiandong Fengshang Road. This old street is crisscrossed and densely packed, serving as the core stronghold of the Vietnamese gang that has rooted here for years. Over the years, the entire block has been firmly controlled by them, with rules and standards for protection fees dictated solely by the Tony brothers. On ordinary days, one can see the Vietnamese gang members wandering around the neighborhood, gathering in groups, smoking at the alley entrances, and chatting idly in front of shops, each with a fierce demeanor and arrogant attitude. All street food stalls, snack shops, convenience stores, and small entertainment venues are required to pay protection fees monthly, and any delay results in smashed shops, blocked doors, and harassment. Local merchants dare not voice their anger. Having been suppressed by these little bullies for years, they have long since become accustomed to enduring and retreating. After nightfall, Fengshang Road still maintains its lively atmosphere day after day. The street food stalls are ablaze with fire, sizzling with hot oil as diners sit at tables engaging in games and drinking, laughing noisily. The small bars along the street are lit with dim, alluring lights, and the pulsating music drifts out into the night air. The chess rooms are brightly lit, filled with smoke, and people are constantly playing cards throughout the night. Even the tea restaurants by the street are frequented by various gang members coming and going nonstop. From a distance, the entire street is a scene of bustling nightlife and lively crowds resembling a prosperous. Among the ordinary diners, street vendors, and night wanderers, no one notices the lethal danger that has quietly enveloped the entire area. Moreover, no one knows that a large-scale gang conflict is already imminent. At the main intersection of Fengshang Road, under the dark night, the convoy led by Bao Jiu steadily pulls over. 5 vans and 2 trucks are parked neatly by the roadside. Their unremarkable appearance blends seamlessly with the other vehicles, raising no suspicion. Yet within the vehicles lie 100 elite members, and a trunk full of deadly weapons concealing the power to crush the entire block. After parking the car, the subordinate in the driver's seat quickly turned to look at Bao Jiu, who was resting with his eyes closed in the passenger seat, respectfully reporting. Jiu-Gu, the street ahead, is the core territory of the Vietnamese gang. The entire Fengshang Road block is under their control. Bao Jiu slowly raised his eyes, coldly surveying the street scene through the car window. What came into view were old, dilapidated residential buildings with yellowing, peeling walls and crowded, messy storefronts with stalls occupying the roads. Overall, it appeared run down and desolate, lacking any apparent wealth or status, hardly qualifying as a prime territory. He immediately curled his lips into a sneer, laughing disdainfully, filled with contempt that surged from the depths of his heart. Damn. Isn't this the poorest place in Jiandong? I thought they were so arrogant and influential here. Turns out they are just a bunch of little punks huddling in a broken street. At this moment, all his fears completely dissipated, leaving only utter disdain. In Bao Jiu's eyes, the Tony brothers, who had previously made him suffer and lose men, were not formidable characters at all. They were merely a group of low-level thugs bullying the weak and fearing the strong in their shabby territory. His prior losses were simply due to his own negligence and the enemy's underhanded tactics, despicable and shameless. Tonight, armed to the teeth with 100 men, crushing these little punks would be effortless. With contempt firmly rooted, the thrill of revenge and the confidence of overwhelming power filled his chest. He then turned to look at Huang Mao, who was sitting in the van, appearing lost in thought and silent, and called out loudly, "Huang Mao, Huang Mao snapped back to attention, quickly gathering his thoughts, straightening his posture, and adopting a submissive and humble attitude perfectly mimicking the appearance of a loyal subordinate. Jiogo. Bao Jiao gazed at the still lively street and solemnly asked, cutting straight to the point, which venues belong to the Tony brothers. Huang Mao clearly laid out the information he was already familiar with, accurately detailing every stronghold. A bar, a sauna, a counterfeit factory, and a casino, the other small shops nearby, are just paying protection fees to avoid trouble, not their businesses. Bao Jiao responded nonchalantly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he raised his hand with authority, his tone harsh and resolute, filled with the exhilaration of about to thoroughly crush his opponents. Go take the brothers and sweep these 4 places clean. If they dare to fight back with guns without forcing a confrontation, have someone immediately grab an AK from the car and shoot them. He didn't take the Vietnamese gang seriously, but to prevent them from resorting to firearms in desperation, he still understood. Huang Mao solemnly accepted the order. At that moment, a fleeting glance of coldness and indifference passed through his eyes unnoticed. This is the situation he wanted. Now that Bao Jiao has come here with his men, it basically announces to the outside world that Duan Nguyen and the Vietnamese gang are at war. Now he has completely fallen into the trap set by Hung Lok. Without any hesitation, Huang Mao pushed the door open and got out of the car, his steps brisk and decisive as he rushed to the row of parked vehicles behind, shouting loudly at the cargo compartment. Everyone get out, grab your weapons, and get to work. As his voice fell, the doors of the vans and trucks opened one after another. A dense crowd of men in black began to pour out, their heavy footsteps overlapping instantly, filling the entire intersection, the formerly open street, now completely occupied by a menacing presence. Everyone had cold expressions and fierce gazes, remaining silent. Huang Mao quickly walked to the back of a heavy truck, pulling away the tightly covered black cloth. The moment the black cloth was lifted, a chilling metallic gleam surged forth. Piles of steel pipes and machetes were neatly stacked with razor-sharp blades glimmering coldly under the night lights. He bent down and pulled out the longest and heaviest machete, gripping the handle tightly. The cold, hard touch intensified his murderous intent. Turning around with the machete, he looked at his fellow subordinate Xiao Ma, who was also armed and ready, and quickly gave clear instructions. I will take half the men to sweep the left side's bar and sauna. Xiao Ma, you take the remaining half to clear the right side, making sure to capture the casino and counterfeit factory. Be quick and sharp, all right? No problem. Xiao Ma tightly gripped his machete, fierce light gleaming in his eyes, a fierce expression on his face as he nodded heavily, and then raised his hand, shouting sternly to the dozens of subordinates behind him. Follow me. In an instant, the 100-man team split into 2. Each group, armed with sticks and knives, moved swiftly and aggressively, charging towards the core venues on both sides of Fengshang Road. The originally lively night market suddenly fell into an eerily stagnant atmosphere. Diners and street vendors sensed something was off, stopping their actions to look around. As they saw the groups of men in black charging down the street, an inexplicable sense of panic arose within them, instinctively causing them to retreat to the sides. The night enveloped Jiandong Fengshang Road. As the bustling night market had yet to fade away, a cold wind of slaughter had already descended. A young man with yellow hair dressed in black wielded a glimmering mountain-splitting knife. He leaned forward, charging ahead with dozens of elite subordinates, heading straight for the bar on the street, where the Vietnamese gang was entrenched and the crowd was the largest. At this moment, the bar's main entrance was wide open, colorful neon lights pouring out from the doorway with the cacophony of dance music and the clamor of voices inside, creating a scene of revelry. 4 or 5 Vietnamese gang members tasked with parking cars were lounging lazily, leaning against the doorframe and pillars, smoking with their hands in their pockets, idly chatting without a hint of vigilance. They had occupied Fengshang Road for many years, having grown accustomed to their dominance. All the businesses, stalls, and entertainment venues on the street had to pay them protection fees, and surrounding small groups dared not provoke the Tony brothers. For a long time only, they had the audacity to crash into others' territories and bully outsiders. No one dared to tread on Fengshang Road to stir up trouble. Years of complacency had completely relaxed and numbed these lower-level subordinates who had even lost the basic instinct to keep watch. As the evening breeze swept through the night market, a few of them were puffing clouds of smoke, half-heartedly discussing trivial matters within the gang. Parking attendant number 1 exhaled a smoke ring and casually said, I heard the boss took on a big deal. Seems like he's going to make a fortune. Parking attendant number 2 shrugged dismissively and waved his hand. Whether he takes it or not is none of our business. We don't get a share. Parking attendant number 3 chuckled and said, it sounds impressive, being associated with a big boss who wouldn't be intimidated. Parking attendant number 2 scoffed, come on. We're just parking attendants. Oh, what prestige do we have? It's more practical to have more business and make some money. This godforsaken place is making us poor. Parking attendant number 4 nodded in agreement. I've been thinking about whether we should change locations. There's too little profit here, and there's no future in staying on this broken street. Parking attendant number 2 responded, you have that thought too. I thought it was just me. Parking attendant number 1 quickly chimed in, so everyone thinks the same. I can't take it anymore, for real. Exactly. Damn it. Parking attendant number 5 was about to agree when his gaze unintentionally swept toward the street entrance and his words abruptly stopped. In the next moment, his pupils constricted and the casual smile on his face froze instantly. A large group of muscular men in black quickly approached, numbering in the dozens, each wielding knives and clubs, their steps swift, exuding a chilling, murderous aura like dark clouds descending upon the city, heading straight for the bar entrance. The fierce, murderous energy that assaulted them was something ordinary street thugs could not possess. The cigarette in number 5's mouth fell to the ground in shock, his body stiffening, limbs icy as the color drained from his face. The other, foreseeing his horrified expression, instinctively turned around. Upon catching sight of the formidable, bloodthirsty crowd, they felt their scalps tingle and their souls tremble simultaneously, exclaiming in shock, "My God! Close the door!" Panic-stricken, the 5 completely lost their composure, disregarding any further thoughts as they turned and raced into the bar, eager to pull down the heavy rolling shutter and seal the entrance, hoping to temporarily delay the oncoming assault and hold the door until reinforcements arrived. But the young man with yellow hair didn't give them a moment to breathe or set up a defense. Holding his mountain-splitting knife, he stepped forward with fierce determination, his eyes filled with malice, and shouted loudly, "Close the door? Who do you think you are? Smash it!" With a single command, the dozens of subordinates behind him erupted into a frenzy. These were elite fighters accustomed to combat, showing no mercy. At his command, they immediately brandished their knives and clubs, roaring as they charged at the bar's entrance, their momentum fierce and unstoppable. The 5 parking attendants were pushed to their limits and could only grit their teeth and turn back. They pressed their hands against the glass doorframe, using all their strength to hold it shut, hoarsely shouting in resistance. "Don't let them in. Hold on, reinforcements will come soon." They still clung to a shred of hope, believing that if they could hold on for a few minutes, their brothers stationed at other venues would arrive to rescue them. Seeing this, the young man with yellow hair smirked, coldly stepping closer, his aura completely overpowering. "You still want to wait for reinforcements? Dream on. Do you think you can block us? Brothers, charge in. Kill." The thunderous battle cry suddenly erupted, instantly drowning out the bar's explosive dance music and the clamor of diners on the street, shaking the entire alley. Dozens of people surged forward, knives and clubs swinging, striking violently against the glass door and sidewalls in a torrential downpour. The dense, piercing sound of shattering glass exploded as the transparent glass instantly became covered with spiderweb cracks, followed by the entire pane shattering, glass shards flying everywhere, hitting the ground with a clattering sound. The solid wooden doorframe was smashed and deformed, teetering on the brink of collapse. The entire bar's main entrance was rendered utterly useless. The splintering glass cut through skin and tore at clothing, forcing the 5 parking attendants to retreat under the barrage of debris, sustaining numerous small injuries that pierced their hearts. They knew they could not withstand this wave of overwhelming assault. To remain would only lead to being cut down. They could only turn and scramble into the bar, rolling and crawling while shouting for help. Parking attendant number 1 shouted in terror, "Get out here. Someone's smashing our place." The desperate cry pierced through the chaotic music, and the previously boisterous atmosphere in the bar fell into silence. The energetic dance music abruptly stopped, and the guests who had been drinking and dancing inside panicked, screaming and scattering, the sounds of chairs clashing and glasses shattering echoing throughout. The once luxurious and lively bar turned into utter chaos in an instant. The Vietnamese gang's small leader, hearing the commotion, immediately rushed out with over a dozen subordinates, knives in hand, his face dark and grim as he asked, "What happened?" Parking attendant number 1 rushed up to him, pointing at the throng of black-clad figures pouring in, his voice trembling. "Big brother, a lot of people outside are attacking us." The small leader's gaze sharpened, his face filled with malice. "Damn. Who's so bold?" "It's them." The attendant pointed directly at the group, led by the young man with yellow hair, entering the bar. The small leader quickly scanned the dense crowd, knowing that a direct confrontation would lead to heavy losses. Suppressing the rage within him, he calmly arranged for the aftermath. He turned to a nearby subordinate and quietly instructed, "Please escort the guests out the back door. First, evacuate the ordinary guests to avoid innocent bystanders getting caught in the crossfire, which is the most basic rule of street gang warfare." After arranging everything, he led over a dozen subordinates armed with knives and clubs to block the way, looking at the fierce yellow-haired man, suppressing his anger and attempting to negotiate, his tone laced with caution. "Brothers, is there a misunderstanding? My boss is Tonya, let's talk this out." The young man with yellow hair didn't bother to waste a word with them, his pent-up bloodlust erupting as he shouted angrily, "To hell with talking. Kill them. Damn. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Brothers, follow me." The small leader of the Vietnamese gang was thoroughly enraged and no longer willing to retreat, swinging his knife and shouting, charging forward with his subordinates. The two sides crashed into each other in an instant, knives flashing and fists flying as the small bar's dance floor transformed into a battleground. The yellow-haired fighter's knife technique was fierce and swift, growing more ferocious with each battle. He swung his blade to parry and counterattack, shouting out his moves with full momentum. "Eat my horizontal sweep that conquers 1,000 armies." And take this, strike the forceful chop of Mount Hua, and one more, the sword technique that cleaves the heavens. His moves were grand and continuous, with a sharp wind from his blade howling through the air. The opposing small leader was also agile, seasoned from years of street fighting. He dodged the yellow-haired fighter's fierce attacks with nimble sidesteps, dismantling the strikes while mocking him with a sneer. What a ridiculous name. Are you filming a martial arts movie? None of your business. I can shout whatever I want to, just watch. The yellow-haired fighter was unfazed by the mockery, his gaze turning fierce as he feigned a strike with his blade. Taking advantage of the moment when his opponent raised his hand to block and shifted his weight, he suddenly unleashed a swift and cunning kick that landed precisely between the small leader's legs. Bang! A powerful kick struck a vital point. The small leader froze in place, all his strength instantly drained, and excruciating pain engulfed his entire body. He could no longer hold on, clutching his groin with both hands, his face turning pale. His legs went weak, and with a heavy thud he collapsed to the ground, trembling in pain, drenched in cold sweat. He struggled to lift his head, incredulously looking at the yellow-haired fighter. You don't follow the martial arts code. The yellow-haired fighter's gaze was cold and ruthless, stepping forward and delivering a hard kick to the small leader's face. A dull thud sounded as the small leader's head jerked to the side, his eyes rolling back as he was knocked unconscious, completely losing the ability to resist. What era is this? Trying to talk to me about martial ethics? Screw you. The yellow-haired fighter spat a thick gob at him and then surveyed the entire scene. In just a few minutes of chaotic fighting, over 10 small brothers from the Vietnamese gang were all knocked to the ground, either curled up shielding their heads or lying injured, howling in despair, completely losing their combat effectiveness. The yellow-haired fighter raised his arm and barked an order: smash this bar. Leave nothing behind. The group of small brothers behind him, invigorated, shouted in unison. Roar! The crowd scattered, smashing tables, chairs, the bar counter, speakers, neon signs, and liquor racks with wild abandon. The sounds of shattering bottles, splintering wood, and bending metal echoed continuously. In a short moment, the lively bar was left in ruins, a total mess. In less than half an hour, the yellow-haired fighter had led his team to sweep through the bar and the sauna, while on the other side, Xiao Ma successfully took over the gambling den and the counterfeit factory. Both teams moved swiftly, having completely defeated the small brothers guarding the Vietnamese gang. Many injured thugs were dragged out from the stores, collapsing on the roadside, howling in agony, the scene a complete one-sided massacre. Baojiu lazily leaned against the front of a black van, hands in his pockets, looking up in delight at the chaotic fighting scene unfolding ahead, his face filled with pride and arrogance. A young small brother approached him, gazing in awe at the one-sided battle, whispering, "Jiu are the Vietnamese gang this week." Smack! A crisp, loud slap suddenly rang out. Baojiu turned and slapped the small brother hard across the face, his eyes filled with irritation and ferocity, scolding him. "What the hell? Why are you getting so close? Are you blocking my view of the show, or what?" The small brother's head tilted from the slap, his cheek burning. He quickly lowered his head, covering his face, and nervously apologized. "I'm sorry, Jiu." Baojiu irritably pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, putting it in his mouth, but fumbled around for a long time without finding a lighter. Seeing the small brother standing there lacking awareness, his anger surged further. He raised his hand and slapped, "Light my cigarette." Oh. The small brother, frightened, quickly snapped to attention and hurriedly pulled out a lighter, trembling as he lit Baojiu's cigarette. The smoke ignited, swirling in white clouds. Baojiu took a deep puff and slowly exhaled smoke rings, squinting at the intense scene of the beating ahead, his tone lazy and arrogant. "The fighting is really heated." Not long after the yellow-haired fighter finished tidying up the aftermath, counted the gains in the bar, and returned briskly from the depths of the alley, holding 2 bulging black canvas bags. He approached Baojiu and bent slightly to report, "Jiu, all 4 venues have been smashed to bits. It went really smoothly, and we also stole a lot of money." Baojiu glanced at the bags, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes as he frowned, and asked, "Tony didn't come out, did he?" The yellow-haired fighter scratched his head and replied honestly, "I didn't see him, he hasn't shown up at all." Just as the two were speaking, a small brother on lookout suddenly rushed forward, his expression tense as he warned, "Jiu, their main force is coming." Baojiu immediately looked up, following the direction pointed out by the small brother, to gaze across the street. Under the night sky, a large group was swiftly approaching, dark and menacing, exuding a murderous aura. He immediately instructed the yellow-haired fighter in a deep voice, "Put the money in the car, leave a few people to watch the weapons. If anything feels off, take them out and shoot." "Understood." The yellow-haired fighter immediately replied. "The rest follow me forward." Baojiu waved his hand, leading most of the crew to advance, preparing to confront them head-on. The yellow-haired fighter quickly selected 4 steady small brothers, handed the bags of money to them, and quietly instructed, "You 4 stay to guard the car. If the other side dares to pull out guns, you shoot them without hesitation." The approaching group across the street was the most elite direct subordinates of Tony's 3 brothers, led by his trusted General Shui Go. Shui Go sported a neat crew cut, wearing a black sleeveless vest that revealed his dark muscular arms. His jeans were adorned with numerous iron chain accessories jingling as he walked, exuding a fierce and aggressive aura. Upon receiving the news, he gathered 50 or 60 small brothers and rushed over in a hurry filled with rage. But when he reached the street corner and saw the situation before him, his heart sank. The entire Fengshan Road was in shambles, with all 4 of their core venues destroyed, debris scattered everywhere, and their injured brothers lying along the street, basically rendered incapable of fighting. On the opposite side, the Kuan faction had over 100 members, neatly arranged, high morale, and well-equipped, outnumbering Shui Go's side by more than double. Outnumbered and at a tremendous disadvantage, a wave of fear and apprehension surged within Shui Go. Yet he had no choice. If he retreated in fear now, allowing their venues to be taken and his brothers to be beaten, when Boss Tony returned, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment, losing any place in the gang. Caught in this dilemma, Shui Go could only grit his teeth and lead his men forward, stopping 10 meters in front of Bao Jiu, glaring fiercely as he shouted, "Bao Jiu, how dare you smash our venues?" Bao Jiu stood upright, his black attire rippling faintly in the night breeze along the street, as he lifted his eyelids and lazily swept his gaze across the 50 or 60 members of the Vietnamese gang assembled on the opposite side. Before him, the group appeared tense-faced and wide-eyed, their formation haphazard and disjointed, so disorganized that even the most rudimentary battle array eluded them. It was plain to see they had been hastily assembled, demoralized and shaken. The more Bao Jiu observed, the more absurd it seemed. His contempt welled up uncontrollably, and he let out a derisive snort, his expression dripping with arrogant disdain. "Is this really all you've got? Where's Tony?" "Hiding." Shui Go clenched his molars so tightly his chest heaved violently. Though clearly outmatched, he still bristled with stubborn defiance. "Our boss is away on urgent business. You dare provoke us while he's gone? What kind of strength is that?" "Damn fool." Bao Jiu's face twisted with scathing mockery, his arrogance peaking as he stepped forward, one deliberate stride that slammed an oppressive weight onto the entire opposing line. "I suspect your boss knew I was coming and fled long before I arrived. He left behind trash like you. Do you truly believe you can stand in my way? Huh?" Shui Go knew full well that engaging now would mean catastrophic casualties and total collapse. Swallowing his surging fury, he lowered his stance, seeking reconciliation to defuse the crisis. "It's just a minor dispute. Must it escalate this far?" Hearing this, Bao Jiu raised a hand and removed his sunglasses, revealing several faint half-healed scars across his cheeks. They were wounds inflicted last night during the violent clash with Tony and his 2 brothers. An open public humiliation, the most shameful defeat he'd suffered in years of underworld dominance. A surge of murderous fury flared in his eyes as he locked his glare onto Shui Go and barked, voice laced with venom, "A minor dispute. Look at these scars. Whose hand made them?" "Tony did. In all my years on the streets, I've only ever struck others. No one has ever dared strike me. This insult, I will not endure it." These scars were no mere flesh wounds. They shattered his dignity and shattered his aura of invincibility. Shui Go, gritting his teeth, retreated, yet again desperate only to drive this omen of calamity away and preserve what remained of his Triad's manpower. "Fine, now you've taken your revenge. Your men wrecked our premises, beat our people, and seized our money." Bao Jiu shook his head slowly, a vicious, triumphant smirk curling his lips as his tone turned mocking and ruthless. "No, no, no. Not nearly enough." Each concession only emboldened his adversary further. Shui Go's patience snapped. Rage erupted from within, his eyes blazing crimson as he roared, "Fuck you. Don't mistake tolerance for weakness." Bao Jiu didn't yield an inch. Meeting the challenge, he'd in his entire being radiating savage menace, poised for immediate violence. "So what if I have no shame?" Those 2 terse exchanges ignited the fuse. War was now inevitable. On the 10-meter stretch of pavement between them, 2 factions stood locked in lethal confrontation. Blades drawn, gazes locked, air thick and motionless, heavy with suffocating bloodlust. Every eye, every ounce of attention was riveted upon the 2 opposing lines in the center of the street. No one noticed the deep shadows at the alley's rear flank. From that obscurity, 11 figures advanced with silent precision. Athletic, disciplined, moving, without sound, vanishing seamlessly into the darkness, unseen by all. It was Wang Jianjun leading 10 elite operatives, codenamed 11 through 20, from Saigon. Yang Lin commanded a total of 54 men in Saigon, assigning each a simple numeric designation for clarity. Those currently serving as Yang Lin's personal security detail, numbers 1 through 5, stood ever at his side. Meanwhile, Wang Jianjun's unit, 11 through 20, specialized in covert infiltration, rearguard operations, and ambushes, the sharpest blade in the dark. Wang Jianjun's sharp gaze fixed instantly on 2 black cargo trucks parked roadside and on the 4-guard station nearby. According to intelligence relayed earlier by Fei Quan, the weapons Bao Jiu had brought were stowed inside those vehicles. Cutting off that arms supply would strip Bao Jiu's 100-strong force of its greatest advantage, making the rest of the operation far simpler. Without a word, Wang Jianjun raised his hand and signaled swiftly silently. Operatives 11, 12, 13, and 4 immediately understood, fanning out in a tactical arc, lowering their centers of gravity and gliding forward along the periphery of shadow toward the trucks. The 4 guards assigned to watch the arms were utterly absorbed in the standoff unfolding down the street, their full attention riveted on the imminent clash. Tense, electrified, they waited eagerly for their leader's command, to charge, to slash, to crush the remnants of the Vietnamese gang once and for all. They never imagined this seemingly routine Triad skirmish concealed a third lethal force, or that death had already crept silently to their backs. Utterly unguarded, their vigilance completely dissolved. In the next instant, 4 black shapes surged forward, blindingly fast. Precise chokeholds, hands clamping over mouths, elbows driving hard into necks. The entire sequence executed flawlessly, fluidly, without hesitation or wasted motion. No screams, no cries for help, no extraneous noise. In under a second, all 4 guards collapsed. Eyes rolled back, muscles slack, consciousness extinguished, silenced without a trace. Operative 11 vaulted onto the truck bed and scanned the stacked cargo, immediately spotting 4 tightly sealed black duffel bags tucked in the corner. He unzipped the 2 heaviest bags. Inside lay matte black AK rifles, submachine guns, Blackstar pistols, and neatly arranged fully loaded magazines, the cold steel gleaming ominously beneath the moonlight. He casually unzipped the other 2 smaller parcels, and his eyes lit up. Stacked high were crisp, newly minted Hong Kong dollar bills, 2 full bags of cash looted by Bao Jiu during tonight's raid. After confirming the haul, he zipped the bag shut, hoisted 2 in each hand, leapt lightly down from the truck, and strode back to Wang Jianjun, reporting in a low, precise whisper, "Captain, weapons secured plus 2 bags of cash." Wang Jianjun's gaze remained icy, his voice decisive and devoid of sentiment. "Drag these 4 unconscious men aside, then pour 2 barrels of gasoline over both trucks. Burn them to ash. Sever their retreat completely." "Yes, sir." The team split instantly, for operatives hauled the unconscious guards into the alley's deepest recess. 2 fetched gasoline and drenched both vehicles. The remaining 4 pried open the fuel tanks. The operation unfolded with flawless discipline, silent, swift, seamless, leaving the frontline confrontation entirely undisturbed. Minutes later, boom! A towering inferno erupted skyward. Blazing flames engulfed both trucks in seconds, fire tongues lashing wildly, staining the night sky crimson. Scorching heat waves blasted outward, searing the entire street mouth, while deafening detonations echoed like thunderclaps, shaking eardrums to their core. The sudden conflagration and thunderous blast froze both gangs mid-confrontation. Every thug, locked in furious stares, coiled to strike, jolted rigid, instinctively whipping their heads around. Bao Jiu's pupils suddenly contracted as he stared intently at the truck laden with arms and filled with stolen money, now completely engulfed in flames, with roaring fire and thick smoke billowing into the sky. At this moment his mind went blank and all his confidence and arrogance crumbled in an instant. In a fit of rage he couldn't help but curse furiously. Damn it! Boom! Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the fuel tank of the car, completely ignited, erupted in a series of violent explosions. The deafening roars resounded one after another, with searing shards flying in all directions, sparks flying wildly, and the flames spreading uncontrollably. The van parked nearby was also ignited in an instant, plunging into the raging inferno. The entire Fengshang Road intersection was ablaze with fire and thick smoke, the road illuminated a vivid red by the flames, creating a terrifying scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. Beside him, Huang Mao's eyes darted around instantly, seizing the rare opportunity to provoke trouble. He turned sharply, fixating on the astonished Shui Go across from him, and shouted loudly to incite chaos. "Jiu Go, it's them. They blew up our truck." Bao Jiu, already consumed by rage and having lost all his cards, was completely ignited by these words, unleashing all his ferocity. He turned abruptly, his eyes bloodshot and fierce veins bulging with rage as he looked at Shui Go as if he were seeing his father's murderer. With a savage wave of his arm, he hoarsely commanded, shouting furiously, "Ganlin Yang, cut them down. Leave none alive." With the command for battle issued, the previously poised elite 100-man group of Baixing rushed out like madmen. A sea of dark figures charged forward, filled with extreme animosity, toward the mere 50 or 60 remaining soldiers of Shui Go. The final chaotic battle on Fengshang Road erupted entirely, with blades flashing and shouts shaking the heavens. At the same time, in a tea restaurant on Guangdong Road in Tsimsha-Sui, time was precisely ticking down to the total assault set by Yang Lin. He Ziqiu glanced at his watch, his expression stern as he spoke in a low voice. "Time's up, let's go." Fei Quan, who had been on standby, immediately turned to Jose beside him and instructed, "Call the brothers, it's time to work." "Oh." Jose quickly pulled out his phone, dialing the number of the team leader, his tone fierce and commanding as he urged, "Hey, stop playing mahjong and come out to work." After hanging up, the group quickly stepped out of the tea restaurant. The evening breeze on the street was sharp, and a murderous atmosphere shrouded the entire block, laden with the sense of impending warfare. Before departing, He Ziqiu once again confirmed the battle deployment, giving final instructions to Fei Quan, Jose, and the ostrich, clearly outlining their roles. Jian Guo and his team have already infiltrated in advance, understanding all the defense's personnel placements and internal structures of Kowloon Bar. Later, he'll lead A Gang to sweep the front, forcefully attacking all the guards on the perimeter to draw all fire. Once the fight starts on my side, you immediately lead the brothers to aggressively attack Kowloon Bar, leaving them no chance to react. Fei Quan nodded gravely. I understand, Xiao. All right, I'm off. You all act according to the situation. He Ziqiu finished speaking in a deep voice, refraining from further words and turning to head straight for the front battlefield. Rest assured, there will be no problem. Fei Quan watched He Ziqiu's departing figure, replying solemnly. Looking up on the other side of the street, Yang Gang had already arrived with a large number of followers. A dense crowd of black-clad strongmen filled the entire street, with no less than 200 people, each secretly concealing weapons, their expressions cold and fierce, poised for action. These were all the forces of Hong Lu lying in wait around Sim Sha Sui, fully gathered to overturn Duan Kun's foundation in Sim Sha Sui in one fell swoop. He Ziqiu took the solid wooden baseball bat handed to him by Yang Gang, feeling its weight in his hands, radiating a murderous aura. The two exchanged a glance, needing no words. Their tacit understanding was at its peak. Go! With a low command, the 200-strong team acted simultaneously, advancing along the street towards the valet parking stand and street food stalls under Duan Kun's name, smashing them directly. Tables and chairs were overturned, signs, shattered glass, shattered. The cacophony of destruction resonated through the entire street in an instant. Duan Kun had occupied Sim Sha Sui for many years, and his reaction speed was extremely fast. News of the peripheral spots being attacked reached the headquarters in just a few dozen seconds. The little brothers stationed in various spots quickly gathered to respond, and in a short moment, over 100 thugs armed with weapons burst out from various establishments, all assembling to counterattack. The two factions collided instantly on the main street. A great fire ignited, voices clamored, and the battle roared, turning the entire roadway into a chaotic battlefield. Jose gazed at the tightly packed crowd engaged in fierce combat ahead, his expression tense, turning to Fei Quan to speak softly. Quan go. Fei Quan's gaze was cold as he looked at his subordinates, now all in position and ready. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and gave a fierce wave. Go! With the command issued, he led the charge with a multitude of followers, breaking away from the frontline battle, heading straight for the core target, Kowloon Bar. Kowloon Bar's private office. The enclosed room had excellent soundproofing, and the sounds of battle from the street below had yet to penetrate the walls. Duan Kun sat alone in the main seat, holding a cigarette between his fingers, his expression lazy and sinister, maintaining the demeanor of a boss in control of the situation. A small head of a loyal subordinate rushed in, looking flustered and unstable, hurriedly bowing to report. Boss, there's fighting outside. Duan Kun froze for a moment upon hearing this, and a flash of incredulous suspicion crossed his eyes. He had sent Bao Jiao and 100 elite troops fully armed to sweep the Vietnamese gang's territory, and in less than an hour someone dared to take advantage of the chaos to come and smash his Duan Kun's territory. His brows furrowed tightly, his face instantly turning cold as he sternly spoke. Who the hell is so bold as to smash my territory? The small head lowered, not daring to look up, hurriedly replying. The leaders are He Ziqiu and Yang Gang. He Ziqiu, Yang Gang. Aren't they from Mong Kok? Duan Kun's pupils constricted slightly, instantly realizing the identities of the two, his heart sinking. These two were the most capable right-hand men of Bai Qilin, the leader of Hong Lu in Mong Kok. Since Yang Lin was imprisoned for reasons earlier, the territory of Hong Lu in Mong Kok had been entirely managed and overseen by these two. He instantly connected all the dots, his heart swelling with both anger and trepidation. Bai Qilin had just come out not long ago, and he couldn't wait to start his layout, even directly reaching into his deep-rooted Sim Sha Sui, brazenly smashing his territory and challenging his domain. The Mong Kok territory wasn't even fully stabilized yet, and they dared to cross borders to Sim Sha Sui to plunder from him. Does he really think Duan Kun is a soft persimmon to be squeezed? Duan Kun's face darkened to the extreme, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he gritted his teeth, silently pondering. You Bai Qilin, the moment you come out, you go against me. The grudge of today, I will remember it, and tomorrow I will definitely send someone to take you out, you scum. The small head, seeing the boss silent, was so scared that he dared not breathe, whispering. I don't know. I don't know why they suddenly attacked. Don't know. Won't you investigate? Duan Kun suddenly stood up, striding heavily as he tightly gripped the small head's shoulders, applying immense force, his fingertips nearly embedding into the flesh, his tone dark and menacing, exuding an overwhelming pressure. First deal with what's happening outside, then find out what Bai Qilin is up to. Dare to touch my territory, I will make him pay the price. I understand. The little leader's shoulder was gripped tightly by Duan Kun, causing intense pain, as if his bones were about to be crushed, the sharp ache spreading along his shoulder. He gritted his teeth, enduring the piercing pain, forcing a stiff, forced smile on his face, nodding repeatedly, without daring to show any sign of defiance. He slightly retreated, timidly turned around, and reached out towards the metallic doorknob of the office. Bang! The heavy wooden office door was suddenly pushed open violently from the outside, the force tremendous, as the door slammed against the wall, producing a dull thud. The bar manager, disheveled and drenched in sweat, had lost all color in his face, his eyes filled with utter terror. He stumbled into the room, breathless and trembling, nearly shouting in panic, reporting, "Boss, they broke in. They've already charged into the dance floor." Duan Kun's pupils dilated sharply, his face instantly drained of color as a storm of panic surged in his heart. Having managed Guangdong Dao for many years, he believed that the outer perimeter was secure and that there were enough men. In his predictions, the Black Gang and Yang Gang could only stir up trouble in the outer streets, and with the elite younger brothers inside holding their ground, it would be no problem to hold out for a while, giving him enough time to regroup and counterattack. He never dreamed that the opposing forces would be so ferocious. In just a few minutes, they had breached all outer defenses and stormed into the bar, crushing their way into the dance floor. This was no simple matter of creating a ruckus. It was a full-scale annihilation, a total uprooting. Anger and fear surged in Duan Kun's heart. He felt panic rising, yet he forced himself to suppress it, maintaining the composure of a gang leader. He suddenly raised his hand and forcefully pushed the flustered bar manager aside. The manager staggered back 2 steps, nearly falling to the ground. Duan Kun's eyes turned dark and fierce, his face filled with rage as he turned to the trembling little leader and shouted fiercely, "Damn it! Come with me to grab some weapons. We must kill these bastards." With the cold weapon melee unable to stop the enemy's assault, their only chance of turning the tide lay in the heavy firepower stored in the basement. As long as they obtained the firearms and suppressed their firepower, they could instantly reverse the situation and leave everyone who charged in trapped inside. With that, he no longer hesitated, turning to head outside the office, preparing to rush to the basement to retrieve heavy weapons for a complete counterattack. But just as he took 2 steps, the acute sense of danger, honed from years of living on the edge, suddenly blared a frantic warning in his heart. Several killing intents locked onto him. Without any hesitation, purely a reflex of life and death, Duan Kun's body sank, and he quickly crouched down, pressing himself against the ground. In the next moment, bang, 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 bang. The dense, sharp, and piercing gunfire suddenly erupted within the cramped office. After a moment of silence, 3 tall and cold figures entered the office, guns in hand. Wang Jiangwo led the way, standing tall, exuding a commanding presence, holding a Glock steadily in one hand, its muzzle pointed down, yet radiating deadly intent. A Lu and a Chi flanked him on either side, one keeping watch at the door, while the other monitored the dead angles inside, their coordinated movements showcasing the posture of seasoned elites. In a brief round of rapid fire, all 6 individuals in the office, aside from Duan Kun, fell to the ground. Some were hit and wounded, clutching their injuries and rolling in agony, while others had lost their lives entirely. In the large office, aside from Duan Kun, who was crouched on the floor in shock, there was not a single person standing. Duan Kun was able to establish himself as a powerful figure in the chaotic and skilled arena of Tsim Sha Sui, not through brute force, but by being perceptive and adaptable to circumstances. Looking at the 3 gun muzzles pointed directly at him, feeling the imminent threat of death, all his rage, arrogance, and fierceness were instantly crushed and dissipated. He didn't dare to entertain even a single thought of resistance. He quickly raised both hands high, adopting a submissive posture, his face reflecting only panic and cowardice, his body trembling slightly as he stammered and pleaded, Brothers, let's talk this out. Tell me how much you want, and he'll pay you." Wang Jiangwo, holding the Glock, aimed it steadily at Duan Kun's forehead, slightly raising the muzzle, his tone icy and devoid of warmth. "Come here." Just 2 simple words, carrying an undeniable pressure. Oh. Duan Kun's body stiffened, his limbs numb, not daring to defy in the slightest. He quickly pushed himself up from the ground and obediently stepped forward, not daring to make any sudden movements. Just as he was half a step away from Wang Jiangwo, completely unprepared, crack! 2 sharp, piercing sounds of bones snapping suddenly echoed. Wang Jiangwo moved with lightning speed, decisively and without hesitation. With one hand, he accurately seized both of Duan Kun's wrists and forcefully twisted them back. The force was brutal and fierce, leaving no opportunity for the other to struggle. After 2 sharp cracks, Duan Kun's arms were dislocated, rendering him utterly incapacitated. The excruciating pain engulfed him instantly, a piercing sensation shooting straight to his. Duan Kun let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsing violently, cold sweat instantly covering his forehead, his clothes drenched with a cold sweat. He felt completely drained of strength and utterly limp. Had it not been for Wang Jiangwo holding his wrist, he would have collapsed to the ground. Wang Jiangwo leaned slightly closer, whispering into his ear with a cold, sinister voice, laced with a hint of mocking cruelty. "Take me to the basement, don't play tricks, or you will die a horrible death." Duan Kun, consumed by pain, was completely subdued, his hands causing him so much suffering that he couldn't muster the strength to be defiant, trembling as he repeatedly pleaded, "No, I absolutely won't. Walk in front. Wang Jingwo pressed the gun against Duan Kun's back, coldly commanding him to lead the way. Duan Kun's arms hung weakly, his bones dislocated and deformed, each movement pulling at the tearing pain. He could only hunch over, looking extremely pathetic, obediently walking ahead to lead the way towards the basement passage. Just as they exited the office corridor, suddenly 7 or 8 younger brothers armed with knives and sticks charged in from the end of the corridor. They were the last remaining support personnel inside, having rushed over to assist their boss upon hearing the commotion from gunfire in the office, each wielding steel pipes and knives, aggressively shouting as they charged in, intent on risking their lives to save Duan Kun. But in the face of absolute firepower, all the assaults with cold weapons were merely futile sacrifices. Wang Jingwo didn't even lift his eyelids, his face devoid of any expression, as he raised his hand and fired several shots ahead. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots exploded, the bullets accurately striking the walls and ground near the group, sparks flying and debris scattering, the sound reverberating in the corridor, its intimidation factor at its peak. Those 7 or 8 underlings who usually only engaged in street brawls and knife fights had never encountered a scene of real gunfire. The sudden gunfire and the splattering sparks instantly frightened them out of their wits, their fighting spirit and bravado crumbling completely. Pale-faced, they let out a scream, not daring to take another step forward, turning around and fleeing frantically, rolling and scrambling away, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. There were no further obstructions along the way, and they proceeded without hindrance. Wang Jingwo held the trembling and pale Duan Kun, successfully arriving at the entrance of the underground armory of the Kunwang bar. Before him stood a heavy steel blast-proof door, solid and robust, specifically designed for stockpiling arms and concealing ill-gotten gains. The door was equipped with a sophisticated combination lock. Without the correct password, even brute force or violent cutting would not allow for a breach in a short time. Wang Jingwo raised his hand and struck Duan Kun's face with a fierce slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed harshly in the silent corridor. Password. He coldly pressed for an answer. The sting of his burning cheek, coupled with the excruciating pain from his dislocated arms, extinguished any hope of luck in Duan Kun's heart. Trembling, he quickly reported the password. The password is 269,601. Beep. Wang Jingwo entered it, and a clear unlocking sound from the electronic lock rang out. The heavy steel door slowly opened inward, revealing the dark and deep underground armory. Wang Jingwo and the others instinctively lowered their bodies, quickly hiding behind Duan Kun, using him as the most reliable human shield while signaling him to step inside slowly. With the cold barrel of a gun pressed against his back and the threat of death looming, Duan Kun had no choice but to stiffly step into the underground armory. Inside the armory were 4 elite subordinates, carefully selected by Duan Kun, each seasoned veterans accustomed to guarding the vault and living on the edge. Hearing the noise at the door, they instinctively turned to greet, thinking it was their boss coming in. Boss. The words had just begun when they were abruptly cut off. Bang, bang, bang. 4 rapid and precise gunshots suddenly erupted within the armory. Wang Jingwo, Aliu, and Aki immediately peeked out and fired, each shot accurately targeting their victims. The subordinates guarding the armory had no time to react, let alone raise their guns or dodge, and they all fell to the ground, struck down, silenced completely. After quickly scanning the corners and dark spots of the armory to confirm there were no ambushes or survivors, Wang Jingwo turned to Aliu and instructed in a low voice. Go send someone from Fei Chuan to come and move the goods. Yes. Aliu immediately complied, turning to exit the armory to notify Fei Chuan to bring people in to sweep the goods. Wang Jingwo took out his phone and dialed Yang Lin, directly, speaking in a calm and steady tone, accurately reporting the situation. Lin, good, Duan Kun has been dealt with. On the other end of the line, Yang Lin's voice was calm and steady, exuding absolute confidence as he calmly strategized and controlled the situation. Take him to Saigon. I will meet him tomorrow. Okay. Wang Jingwo readily agreed and hung up the phone. Not long after, Fei Chuan entered the underground armory, quickly accompanied by Jose the Ostrich and several capable subordinates. At this time, all the remaining personnel in the bar had been fully controlled, and the chaos inside was completely quelled, with Hong Less men taking over the Kunwang bar. Fei Chuan looked at the scattered firearms and ammunition in the venue and spoke to Wang Jingwo. Wang Jingwo nodded slightly, pointing to the neatly arranged firearms and magazines along the wall, and succinctly instructed. Pack everything up and move it out. The vehicles have already been arranged outside for support. Hurry, the cops should be coming soon. Understood. Fei Chuan immediately turned to the Ostrich and instructed, quick, bring bags to pack them up. Okay. The Ostrich did not dare to delay, quickly nodded in agreement, and rushed out of the armory to fetch storage bags. Jose stood aside, his eyes glued to the wall, full of arms ranging from handguns and submachine guns to assault, especially the massive firepower of the central big pineapple, which left him starstruck, unable to help but, wow. Brother Quan, so many weapons, this is incredible. That bastard Duan Kun has hidden some serious cards. Fei Chuan lightly patted him, sounding both resigned and steady. Stop talking and get to work. There will be plenty of time for you to enjoy later. Hurry up. Jose immediately composed himself, suppressing his amazement, took the thick bag hurriedly brought by the ostrich, and proactively began to quickly gather the arms and ammunition, urging his subordinates as he worked. Oh, hurry up. Bring the bags over to pack them up, move quickly. Everyone worked efficiently and methodically to clear all the military supplies from the armory. Taking advantage of the lull while everyone was busy, Wang Jiangwo used one hand to grip Duan Kun's neck, dragging him to the embedded safe in the corner of the armory. The safe was heavy and intricate, the core vault where Duan Kun had stored years of ill-gotten gains, dirty money, and liquid assets. Wang Jiangwo spoke coldly. Open the safe. Duan Kun hung his two limp arms, his face as pale as paper drenched in cold sweat, and pleaded with a choked voice, Boss, my arms are dislocated and broken. I can't exert any strength. I can't open it. Wang Jiangwo glanced at his weak, drooping, and dislocated arms. His expression remained indifferent, surprisingly nodding in agreement. In the next moment, he raised his hand swiftly and accurately, gripping Duan Kun's dislocated shoulder and elbow joints, applying slight force. After 2 soft pops, he forcibly reset his dislocated hands. At the moment of realignment, the intense pain eased slightly, yet it remained sore and numb. Wang Jiangwo remarked indifferently, There now, it's fine. Duan Kun reluctantly moved his arm. Although the joint was reset, the pain was still unbearable, but he could at least move it with difficulty. Watching as the arms piled high before him were being moved away, he fully realized the situation, still clinging to a last thread of hope. He was unaware of the earlier phone call between Wang Jiangwo and Yang Lin, and naively believed that if he handed over all his money and assets, they would simply take the money and let him go. He hurriedly spoke, his tone extremely humble. There is over 10 million cash in here, all yours, not a cent left for me. Can I be let go now? Wang Jiangwo looked at his self-satisfied and hopeful expression. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold arc as he slowly replied, Whether you are let go or not is not for me to decide. Come with me, I will take you to a fun place. Tomorrow when I meet Lin Gu, we'll see how he handles you. Oh. Duan Kun's face instantly turned completely pale, the last shred of hope shattered. He panicked and collapsed. Wang Jiangwo turned to Lu, who was standing by, and instructed, Bring some rope, tie him up tight, and throw him in the car. Yes. Duan Kun's legs went weak, utterly panicked, pleading with a choked voice, Big brother. Lin Gu won't kill me, will he? You see how cooperative I am. I've handed over everything. Please help me, plead for mercy. I'm willing to submit and make amends. Wang Jiangwo's expression was indifferent, his tone devoid of any waves. We'll find out tomorrow. Seeing that begging was futile, Duan Kun completely dropped his pretense of being a big shot, and with a heavy thud he knelt on the ground, clutching Wang Jiangwo's thigh, crying and wailing, Brother, I have an 80-year-old mother at home to support. I truly realize my mistakes. Please let me go. I beg you to let me go. Stop shouting. It's so annoying. Wang Jiangwo furrowed his brows tightly, his face filled with impatience, disturbed by Duan Kun's relentless wailing. He raised his hand quickly, his tone cold and decisive, stuff his mouth. Lu and Chi promptly stepped forward, skillfully taking a sturdy jute rope from the side and securing Duan Kun's arms behind his back. Several knots tightened, quickly, firmly locking his wrists and legs, binding him tightly, with no room for struggle. To completely silence his cries, the two quickly grabbed the old clothes of the fallen guards on the ground covered in dust and rolled them into a tight ball, stuffing it into Duan Kun's mouth, instantly sealing off all sound. Duan Kun emitted muffled sounds from his throat, his eyes wide with despair and helplessness, tears uncontrollably swirling in his eyes, unable to emit even a hint of a plea for mercy. As time passed, Fei Chuan and his gang finally completed the last inventory of supplies. All the firearms, submachine guns, handguns, and magazines from the underground armory, along with bags of heavy cash and several gold bars, were all packed in a thick, durable black bags, neatly stacked with nothing left behind. Fei Chuan quickly stepped forward and reported to Wang Jiangwo steadily, Jiangwo, everything is packed up. Wang Jiangwo scanned the bulging bags scattered across the floor, confirming that all the loot had been collected without any oversight, and then spoke in a deep, decisive tone, Let's move. Go ask Xiu Gu and Gang Gu about the next arrangements. Oh, got it. Let's go. Brothers, retreat. Fei Chuan immediately responded, waving his hand to signal all the younger brothers present to prepare for evacuation. The crowd, well-trained, did not dawdle, each shouldering the bags of supplies next to them, forming an orderly line as they moved towards the exit of the underground warehouse. In the center of the line, Duan Kun, tightly bound, was being half-dragged and half-supported by Lu and Chi. At this moment, he had lost all semblance of the former boss of Tsimsha Sui. His entire body was bound by jute ropes, his flesh painfully constricted, his mouth stuffed with fabric, unable to make a sound. His high-end clothing was stained with dirt and blood, crumpled and soaked in cold sweat, his face pale as paper, and his once sharp and cunning eyes were now hollow and dull, completely drained of strength. In less than half an hour, he had fallen from being the powerful boss owning the entire street of Tsimsha Sui, feared by all, to a prisoner without any power to resist. This extreme drop from the heights to the mud completely shattered all the pride and confidence he had built over years of navigating the underworld. Although his arms had been returned to their proper position by Wang Jiangwo, the excruciating pain from the dislocation still surged through his nerves, every movement pulling at the agonizing ache. A single phrase kept swirling in his mind. Let's see how Lin Good deals with you. The name Bai Qilan Yang Lin might not be particularly renowned in the eyes of the top gangs in Hong Kong, but in the regions of Yau Ma Ti and Wan Chai it was a name that no one was unaware of or unafraid of. Since his debut, he had been decisive in killing, repaying enmities, and striking ruthlessly, never showing mercy to enemies, and never leaving room for retaliation. A chill crept into Duan Kun's heart, a coldness shooting from his feet to the top of his head. He curled up, filled with confusion and regret. He simply could not understand why, despite having always kept a low profile, while guarding Tsim Sha Sui, even when there were conflicts they were minor skirmishes, yet Bai Qilan had to target him, launching a full-scale attack to uproot him and destroy all the foundations he had built over the years. With endless confusion and fear enveloping him, the interior of the Kowloon Wang bar had long since lost its former splendor. The once vibrant den of debauchery filled with singing and dancing every night was now a ruin, lifeless. Inside the hall, tables and chairs were overturned everywhere, shattered glass cups, scattered bottles, and broken decorative items mixed together, creating a scene of utter disarray. The ceiling's neon lights hung broken, flickering intermittently, with fragmented shadows casting mottled light across the devastated hall. The floor was littered with traces of fights and trampling, with sporadic dark red blood stains solidified in the cracks of the tiles, glaringly conspicuous. The air was thick with a mix of gunpowder, sour alcohol, dust, and a faint scent of blood, creating a heavy, suffocating atmosphere. The remaining dozen or so small brothers from Hixing had already been completely controlled by the Hong Lu gang. Everyone was huddled in the corner of the hall, trembling, their heads buried in their knees, lacking even the courage to look up. A few injured younger brothers curled up on the ground, covering their wounds and groaning softly, completely stripped of their former arrogance and swagger on the streets. The Hong Lu gang members stood in pairs around, wielding machetes, their postures upright, expressions fierce, maintaining silent vigilance, their gazes sharp and disciplined. This organized and composed elite presence formed a stark contrast to the loose, violent, and disheveled Hixing thugs. A group of them swiftly crossed the ruined hall and pushed open the heavy front door of the bar. The cold late-night breeze rushed in, instantly dispersing the oppressive gunpowder lingering in the room all night, causing everyone's clothing to flutter. Outside on Guangdong Road, the large-scale melee that had been ongoing all night had finally come to an end. He Zaiqiu and Yang Gang, leading over 200 elite members of the Hong Lu gang, had thoroughly defeated all the defensive personnel that Duan Kun had stationed on the outskirts, thanks to their overwhelming numbers, fierce tactics, and seamless cooperation. The entire street was a scene of devastation, littered with discarded steel pipes, broken signboards, and overturned street vendor carts, the ground densely marked with traces of the struggle. A few unfortunate, heavily injured Hixing younger brothers collapsed on the roadside, covering their bleeding wounds and wailing in pain, utterly exhausted, no longer possessing any strength to resist. The members of Hong Lu were scattered in groups along the street, some leaning against streetlights to smoke and recuperate, others helping teammates tend to their flesh wounds, and some keeping watch over the captured enemies. The situation completely tipped in favor of Hong Lu. The dim light from the yellow street lamps fell on the battered street, erasing the once dominant presence of Hixing and Duan Kun from the scene. Wang Jiangwo's gaze swept across the scene, immediately locking onto He Zaiqiu, who was directing from the roadside. He quickened his steps and approached to report, "Xiu, we have captured Duan Kun alive." Hearing this, He Zaiqiu exerted slight pressure with his fingertips, extinguishing the burnt-out cigarette in his hand, casually tossing the butt onto the road, and then stepping down hard to crush it. A cold light flickered in his eyes, a playful yet fierce smile appeared on his face as he calmly said, "Bring him over." "Oh," Wang Jiangwo responded, turning to signal a Lu and a Qi to drag Duan Kun forward. He Zaiqiu took a loudspeaker from a subordinate's hands, shook it casually, and stepped in front of the disheveled Duan Kun. He reached out and tore away the filthy cloth that was stuffed in Duan Kun's mouth, then pressed the mouth of the loudspeaker firmly against Duan Kun's lips, his tone mocking and domineering. "Hey, raise a loudspeaker for you to notify your subordinates to give up resisting and announce that this place now belongs to Hong Lu." Duan Kun was in a state of shock, his mind blank, staring at the loudspeaker before him, instinctively muttering, "Huh." Smack. A crisp, resounding slap struck Duan Kun's face with force, causing his head to jerk violently to one side, and his cheek instantly turned red and swollen. He Zaiqiu's expression hardened, and he shouted angrily, "What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and speak." The stinging pain immediately snapped Duan Kun back to reality, fear completely overshadowing his dignity. He nodded hastily, not daring to hesitate, and hoarsely shouted into the loudspeaker, Oh, I am your boss, Duan Kun. From now on, this place belongs to Hong Lu, and nobody should resist." The sound of the loudspeaker pierced through the entire street, clearly reaching the ears of every remaining Hixing subordinate. Those who had still clung to a glimmer of hope and offered sporadic resistance instantly gave up all struggle and surrendered. Hei Zichio nodded in satisfaction and sneered, "That's right. Now you're behaving." He turned to Yang Gang beside him and said in a deep voice, "A gang take the brothers to take over the territory. All stalls, venues, and street points must be fully controlled. Anyone who dares to resist will be dealt with harshly." "Understood, follow me." Yang Gang responded, raising his hand and quickly dispersing a large group of people to take over all territory and businesses along the entire Guangdong Road, street shops, and underground stalls. Hei Zichio turned back to Wang Jiangwo, his expression relaxing as he spoke cheerfully. "You take Fei Quan to clean up the mess here. The follow-up and territory takeover will be handled by me and a gang." "Okay, Chio, go." Wang Jiangwo replied, then turned to Fei Quan and said, "Fei Quan." "Understood." Fei Quan nodded significantly, quickly grasping the meaning, and raised his hand to signal the waiting subordinates by the street. Everyone quickly gathered in formation, preparing to evacuate. Several pitch-black business vans had already parked at the side of the street, their windows completely covered and sealed, engines turned off, silently stationed. These were the support vehicles arranged by the team in advance, discreet and hidden specifically for transporting goods and people. The waiting drivers saw the team come out, immediately got out of the car, and tacitly took the heavy bags of goods from everyone, quickly and orderly loading them into the car's trunk and securing them. "Put him in the middle car with a dedicated guard, not leaving an inch, and absolutely no mistakes can happen." Wang Jiangwo coldly and seriously instructed, pointing at the bound Duan Cohen. "Received." Alu and Achi immediately took their orders, one on each side, supporting the limp and swaying Duan Cohen. Their movements were swift and steady as they directly stuffed him into the back seat of the middle business van, sitting on either side, keeping a close watch to prevent any possibility of escape, self-harm, or cries for help. With everything settled, Fei Quan leaned in and asked, "Jianguo, where are we going?" Wang Jiangwo nodded slightly, looking into the distance at the night, and confidently commanded, "Let's go to Saikong." With the command given, everyone quickly boarded the vehicles. Several business vans started in succession, the deep rumble of the engines particularly heavy in the night, without unnecessary noise, discreetly merging into the city's traffic as they quickly left Guangdong Road, speeding towards Saikong. The sealed car windows isolated the outside evening breeze and sounds. In the back compartment of the vehicle, Duan Cohen lay alone in the center of the seat, his body cold and limbs stiff, his eyes hollow and devoid of life. He stared blankly at the rapidly retreating street scenes, the familiar shop streets, and the territory he had once guarded every night. Memories of past glories replayed in his mind. Everyone on the entire street acting according to his face, his subordinates surrounding him, merchants and vendors clamoring to offer him tribute, the venue making a fortune every day, arms and wealth flowing endlessly, making him the true emperor of Guangdong Road. But looking at his current self, he had nothing, reduced to a prisoner, his lifelong career destroyed in an instant. The extreme contrast and despair enveloped him tightly. He knew that the moment they reached Saikong and he saw Yang Lin, it would mark the complete end of his life in the underworld and the resolution of all grudges. At the same time, on Fengshang Road, the battlefield was just as brutal and noisy. Baojiu, leading 100 Hixing men, was blinded by rage, madly crushing and charging at the remaining dozens of Vietnamese gang remnants under Shui Go. On the street, knives flashed wildly and shouts shook the heavens. The Vietnamese gang was already outnumbered, suffering continuous casualties and a collapse of morale, being relentlessly suppressed by a numerically superior opponent, retreating step by step with heavy losses, completely forced to endure the beating. The ground was littered with injured and moaning individuals from both sides, blood staining the entire street, and the chaotic battle raged from one end of the street to the other for a long time. Baojiu stood behind the crowd, watching as his side's numbers overwhelmed, and his momentum grew stronger, pride swelling within him, completely unaware that he had already fallen into a deep trap. He believed that with his stronghold secured, his foundation solid, and the backup support from Duan Cohen and a steady stream of reinforcements behind him, he felt confident and unafraid. But he did not know at all that his boss Duan Cohen had already been captured, the bar headquarters had completely fallen, and all backup plans, trump cards, and arms had been taken down. From the moment the street battle erupted, he and his 100 elite subordinates had already become isolated and helpless lone soldiers. At that moment, as Shui Go and his men fought desperately, everyone on the brink of collapse, facing imminent annihilation. From deep within the street corner, a sudden intense roar of car engines erupted. Boom. A number of cars sped in, their headlights dazzlingly bright, piercing through the dark night and sweeping fiercely across the chaotic battlefield. Following the headlights was a voice filled with overwhelming killing intent, shaking the streets with a furious roar. "I'll fuck you up, Baojiu." This familiar and fierce voice instantly penetrated all the shouts and screams, ringing clearly in everyone's ears. Baojiu's body trembled, and he abruptly looked towards the street corner, his pupils suddenly contracting, his face changing drastically. It was Tony, the true leader of the Vietnamese gang who had disappeared all night to meet with Ashan for goods. Tony had returned. And he was not alone. Under the night, several vehicles came to a screeching halt, and all the car doors opened in an instant. Tony stepped out in the center, his expression cold as water, eyes filled with boiling, killing intent, surrounded by a palpable aura of menace. On either side of him stood a Jia and a Hu, the three of them emanating a chilling presence, their murderous aura overwhelming. Following closely was Tony's most trusted and capable warrior, Huasheng. Huasheng steadied the vehicle and slowly stood upright. His cold gaze swept over Fengshang Road, where the ground was littered with the fallen and wailing brothers from the Vietnamese gang, blood pooling across the pavement, broken sticks and shattered knives scattered everywhere. The chaos of a night of slaughter was shocking. This man, who usually obeyed orders and rarely displayed emotions, now had a complex expression swirling in his eyes. After all, he was an undercover officer, and he had never experienced such brutal combat before. Following closely behind, the remaining doors of the black car swung open. A dozen figures landed in an orderly manner, lining up behind the Tony brothers. These were the elite members of the Vietnamese gang who accompanied Tony Jia and a Hu for a deal, loyal subordinates that Tony had painstakingly cultivated over several years. They had long been involved in gray trades, skilled in bloody battles, each seasoned from countless fights, their combat techniques fierce and adept, working together seamlessly, making them the most capable and reliable core strength of the Vietnamese gang. The remnants of the Shui Go gang, who had stayed on site all night, had already been overwhelmed, their numbers decimated and morale shattered, on the brink of total annihilation. Everyone wanted to flee, but it was too late. They were already fighting with the mindset of certain death, their hearts filled. However, when they saw the Tony brothers return with their intact elite team, the eyes of the remaining gang members instantly reignited with hope. Their crumbling morale surged back, and the tension in the air finally eased. In contrast, the situation for the Baudi gang had completely reversed. They had fought through the night from a brawl to open conflict in the streets, and after more than half an hour of continuous fighting, their stamina was almost exhausted, their bodies aching and fatigued, their formation in disarray. Originally relying on their numerical advantage to suppress their opponents, they were suddenly met with the fierce return of the Tony brothers and their re-energized elite, their fierce aura overwhelming the scene. The gangsters felt an instant panic, their limbs stiffening, the previously high fighting spirit plummeted, and everyone instinctively began to retreat. "Damn it, Tony, cut him down," Baudi shouted from behind the crowd, seeing his rival return with his team, a mix of shock and anger flooding his heart. He knew well the ruthlessness of the Tony brothers, but now he was in too deep to back out, forcing himself to shout orders, urging his men to counterattack. Tony's face was cold and stern, his eyes filled with intense killing intent as he looked at the fallen brothers around him, too weary to waste a word. He turned sharply to Huasheng and commanded, "Run them over." "Understood," Huasheng replied expressionlessly, swiftly turning back to the driver's seat. In the next moment, the car's engine roared violently, its deep growl shattering the stillness of the night. The tires spun rapidly, screeching against the ground, a cloud of smoke rising. The front of the car abruptly swerved towards the dense, disorganized crowd of the Baudi gang, charging forward without hesitation. The steel body of the car carried immense momentum, ruthlessly crushing everything in its path. At the same time, Tony Jia and Hu brandished their gleaming broadswords, charging forward with their elite team in swift unison. This fully energized elite force, with high morale and a thirst for blood, coordinated perfectly in both offense and defense, powerfully invading the chaotic battlefield with overwhelming force. The once crumbling situation of the Vietnamese gang was completely reversed at this moment. Tony surged forward, his blades sweeping horizontally, targeting the vital points of his enemies. Anyone who came close fell to the ground wailing. Jia moved swiftly, picking off isolated gang members with quick and ruthless strikes, leaving no room for mercy. Who used brute force, charging heat-in, each slash powerful and unstoppable. The three brothers led their teams, seamlessly coordinating with their elite squad, tearing apart the disordered formation of the Baudi gang in an instant. Huasheng drove through the crowd, the intimidating presence of the steel beast forcing the Baudi gang members into a panic, scattering in all directions. The once crowded and stable formation was completely thrown into chaos, failing to organize any effective resistance. In just a few seconds, the situation had been completely overturned. The once dominant Baudi side was being beaten back, falling in droves, the cries of despair echoing everywhere, utterly collapsing. On one side were the exhausted and demoralized remnants, while on the other were the fully revived and bloodthirsty elites. The disparity in strength was clear, the crushing momentum evident. Baudi stood behind, watching helplessly as his once proud 100-man team crumbled in an instant, all his arrogance evaporating, leaving only profound fear. He knew too well the ruthless methods of the Tony brothers. Once completely ensnared, there would be no escape tonight, not a single chance of survival. Panic and fear consumed him, leaving no room for pride or strategy. All he could think about was escape. Xiaoma bowed, his face turned pale, his voice trembling in a panic as he shouted, "You guys protect me. Withdraw quickly." Through the alley, Huang Mao and Xiaoma, having witnessed the complete defeat, understood the dire situation. Staying any longer would mean certain death, and they did not hesitate. The two quickly selected 4 loyal subordinates, forming a weak protective circle around Baudi. Taking advantage of the chaos of the melee, they forced their way through the broken encirclement, shielding the disoriented Baudi as they made a hasty retreat. The sounds of battle screams and clashing weapons echoed behind them as Tony led the charge in pursuit. The group dared not look back or pause, using their last ounce of strength to dash into the alley, sprinting through the dark night. Huang Mao, who usually prided himself on knowing every street in Simsha Sui, took the lead. Filled with confidence, he believed he could lead everyone to shake off their pursuers and escape safely. At this moment, Baudi was overwhelmed by fear, feeling lost, and could only blindly follow Huang Mao's lead, doing whatever he said, rushing along with the others in a frantic escape. They twisted and turned through the intricate old streets and alleys, running for over 10 minutes, completely distancing themselves from the main battlefield. Just when they thought they had successfully escaped, the group suddenly stopped, coming to a halt at the end of the alley. In the next moment, except for Huang Mao, Baudi, Xiao Ma, and the 4 loyal subordinates felt a sudden chill, a wave of despair enveloping them. There was no escape route in sight. This is a closed dead end sealed off by towering concrete walls on 3 sides. The walls are smooth and flat, devoid of any protrusions or footholds, rendering any attempt to climb over impossible. The narrow space at the end of the alley is confining and small, with the only way in and out being the entrance through which they arrived, resembling a natural deadened prison. The night is pitch black and the shadows at the end of the alley are thick, creating an eerie silence. In the darkest corner of the dead end, 11 tall figures, their breaths restrained, have been standing silently, lying in wait for some time. It is Wang Jianjun, who is completing the arms interception mission along with elite members of the Saigon team, from number 11 to 20. The 11 remain completely silent, their breaths suppressed, like hunters lying in wait in the darkness, having calculated everything and firmly blocking the only entrance to the dead end, quietly waiting for their prey to walk into their trap. In the dead silence of the alley, the atmosphere is stiflingly tense. Bao Jiu's pupils suddenly constrict, his face turning as pale as paper, trembling uncontrollably, staring in disbelief at the high wall ahead, then glancing at Wang Jianjun and others who have suddenly appeared to block their escape. He abruptly turns his head to look at the calm Huang Mao beside him, his voice trembling with despair. What kind of road have you led us down, Huang Mao? At this point, there is no longer a need for pretense. The last traces of fear and panic on Huang Mao's face completely fade away, replaced by a cold smirk. He defiantly retorts in front of everyone, his tone extremely arrogant. What the hell? Who are you calling Huang Mao? Bao Jiu, both shocked and furious, points at Huang Mao, trembling with rage, stammering, "You dare hit me? You. Bang." The crisp sound of a slap suddenly explodes in the silent alley. Huang Mao swiftly slaps Bao Jiu hard across the face, the forceful blow sending the already panicked Bao Jiu's head spinning, his cheek instantly swelling and burning with pain. This sudden slap leaves all the nearby lackeys dazed, everyone frozen in place, completely caught off guard. Huang Mao's gaze is sharp, and he coldly mocks, "What are you going to do about it? What do you mean, you?" Bao Jiu covers his stinging cheek, filled with both anger and fear, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You dare hit me?" Huang Mao sneers, his tone both arrogant and icy. "So what if I hit you? If you're unconvinced, just hold it in." At that moment, the loyal Xiao Ma can no longer stand by. He pushes Huang Mao away with great force, his face filled with anger, fixing a fierce gaze on him, speaking in a hurried and agitated tone. "What the hell are you doing?" Unlike Huang Mao, who has long since turned traitor, Xiao Ma has remained loyal to Bao Jiu throughout and cannot comprehend Huang Mao's betrayal. Huang Mao's eyes narrow, coldly reprimanding, "Xiao Ma, shut up." Xiao Ma, completely enraged, glares fiercely at Huang Mao and angrily curses, "You bastard. You betrayed the boss." Huang Mao no longer hides his intentions, slowly stepping back until he reaches Wang Jianjun's group, wearing a face full of indifference and disdain, leisurely stating, "What does betrayal even mean? Mixing in this world is simply about choosing a good tree to roost on." Look at him in a good mood, he throws his subordinates some spare change, but when he's in a bad mood, he either beats or scolds them. His temperament is utterly unpredictable, a psychological freak. Who would want to spend their lives serving someone like him? Bao Jiu, both angry and scared, musters the last of his courage, gritting his teeth and threatening Huang Mao. "Aren't you afraid that Brother Kuan will use family law to clean house?" Upon hearing this, Huang Mao suddenly throws his head back and laughs loudly, his laughter filled with mockery and derision echoing in the silent alley. "Ha ha ha. Family law." He stops laughing, his eyes coldly fixed on the pale-faced Bao Jiu, each word piercing. "Let me tell you the truth. While you fools were busy fighting and killing on the streets against the Vietnam gang, your stronghold has long been completely breached. Duan Kuan is struggling to save himself, his life hanging by a thread, and you still fantasize about regrouping when you return. Dream on." Bao Jiu's mind is suddenly overwhelmed, instinctively asking, what? Was it Tony who did it? Huang Mao, with a face full of disdain, shakes his head lightly. If Tony had that strength, would he still be stuck in this deadened place for so long? "You're dreaming." Bao Jiu's heart sinks to the bottom, cold sweat soaking his body, trembling as he presses for the core issue. "Who is it? Who exactly is it that made you do this?" Huang Mao steps aside slightly voluntarily, giving way to a figure in the shadows respectfully stating, "I think you should ask Jungo about this." The heavy shadows at the end of the alley begin to slowly disperse, and Wang Jianjun steps forward, his posture tall, and his aura imposing, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as he coldly stares at the disheveled Bao Jiao and his group, his tone calm, yet filled with absolute control. Bao Jiao Lin Gu sends his regards. Bao Jiao is drenched in cold sweat, his mind racing, trying to recall the names of all the notorious figures in Simsha Sui and Yao Mati, but he has never heard of this name, looking utterly bewildered. Brother, who is Lin Gu? Wang Jianjun speaks slowly, each word carrying a thunderous weight, as he gradually utters 5 words: Hong Lu by Qilan. Oh, this. Bao Jiao's pupils constrict sharply, instantly shocked and panic-stricken, repeatedly waving his hands in denial. "I have no grievances with Lin Gu, and I've had no conflicts recently. Brothers, what is this all about?" Originally, there wasn't any. Wang Jianjun speaks in a dispassionate tone, without the slightest ripple, bluntly revealing the truth. "But sorry, Lin Gu has taken a liking to your territory in Guangdong Road. In this underworld, the weak are crushed by the strong, that's all." Bao Jiao, both angry and furious, panic-stricken and unwilling, grits his teeth and angrily retorts, "Don't you people have any sense of brotherhood? You just barge in and take over the territory. Are you not ashamed?" Huang Mao steps forward, mocking and retorting, each word piercing through reality. "In this underworld, who still has any shame? When you previously brought a group to confront Tony smashing his place and injuring others, did you talk about brotherhood or shame then? Shut up, traitor. You have no right to speak here." Xiao Ma glares wide-eyed, staring fiercely at Huang Mao, angrily reprimanding. Huang Mao, with a face full of contempt, scoffs in rebuttal, "Come on, what do you know? This is called being wise to the times. Following a useless boss to death is what makes you a true idiot. Learn from me. I'll kill you." Xiao Ma, completely enraged, grips a knife tightly and is about to charge at Huang Mao for a life-or-death struggle. Xiao Ma. In this critical moment, Bao Jiao quickly reaches out to firmly block his furious subordinate. He has now fully recognized the situation. Acting impulsively will only lead to their deaths. He takes a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger and unwillingness within him, looking at the expressionless and coldly authoritative Wang Jianjun, and solemnly asks, "What exactly do you want?" Wang Jianjun does not directly answer his question, but slowly raises his hand, drawing out a sleek black pistol from his waist. This gun is the spoils they recovered from the arms truck they intercepted earlier from Bao Jiao. He is wearing tactical gloves throughout, his fingertips touching the gun, without leaving a single fingerprint, meticulously guarded, leaving no room for future hazards. Wang Jianjun raised his hand slightly and handed the Blackstar handgun to Huang Mao, who stood waiting nearby. His gaze swept coldly over the 6 trembling men huddled at the alley's entrance, Bao Jiao and his crew, as his voice dropped icy and deliberate, delivering the final execution order. "Now's your chance to prove your loyalty. Here, eliminate them." Huang Mao's eyes instantly flared with greedy, feverish anticipation. To him, this was the ultimate test, the final trial to pledge allegiance to Hong Lu and board the mighty vessel of Bai Qilan. Success meant a complete rebirth, severing ties with his old master, securing a firm foothold in Yao Tsimong. He hurriedly accepted the weapon with both hands, movements smooth and practiced, then briskly racked the slide. Click! The sharp metallic sound of chambering echoed with startling clarity through the suffocating silence of the narrow, enclosed alley. The muzzle steadied unwavering on the panicked figures ahead. A sycophantic smile spread across Huang Mao's face as he turned, bowed deeply toward Wang Jianjun, and yet his voice brimmed with unrestrained cruelty. "Just watch, Brother Jun. I'll clean up every trace." Bao Jiao's pupils contracted violently, his blood turned to ice, his face bleaching of all color, leaving only raw terror and seething fury. He locked his gaze onto the traitor who had once been his own subordinate, gritting his teeth and roaring in furious condemnation. "Huang Mao, think carefully. What you're doing is unforgivable betrayal. Desecration of master-disciple bonds, condemned by all Jianghu law." By now, Huang Mao had shed all pretense, his mask fully torn away. A grotesque, manic laugh twisted his features as he mocked openly and without restraint. "Idiot. Not a soul in sight. Not a single hair. Once you're gone, no witness remains. What in hell do you?" Bao Jiao trembled violently, chest heaving with a churning storm of rage and despair. His throat constricted. No further words could force their way out. Xiao Ma and the 4 loyal underlings beside him stood frozen, faces ashen, bodies rigid. Their cleavers trembled faintly in white-knuckled grips, fully aware that annihilation was inevitable, yet utterly powerless to resist. An abyssal despair clamped down upon all 6 men in that narrow alley. Then, in the next instant, bang, 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 a rapid, brutal staccato barrage of gunfire erupted. The confined space amplified the detonations into deafening thunderclaps, reverberating violently along the entire length of the alley. Huang Mao fired with chilling precision. No hesitation, no deviation, each round striking its intended vital target. Bao Jiao's body convulsed violently as crimson blossoms erupted across his chest, agony flooding Disbelief flooded his eyes as he stared unblinking at Huang Mao, the man who had betrayed him without remorse. Blood thick and coppery gurgled from his throat, his breath frayed, and dissolved, his voice collapsing into ragged, fragmented gasps. Huang Mao, you bastard, you. Within seconds the gunfire ceased. Bao Jiao, the fearsome enforcer who had dominated Guangdong Road for years under Duan Kun, alongside his steadfast Lieutenant Xiao Ma, and 4 trusted lieutenants lay motionless on the ground, each struck dead. Warm blood seeped slowly between the cracks of the brick pavement, soaking into dust and grime. Silence swallowed the alley whole. Absolute lifeless, absolute stillness. Huang Mao holstered the handgun. The cruel edge vanished from his expression, replaced by obsequious deference. He strode swiftly to Wang Jianjun's side, bowed low, head bowed, voice dripping with exaggerated reverence. Brother Jun, it's done. Good work. Wang Jianjun nodded faintly, his expression unreadable. Neither approval nor acknowledgement flickered in his eyes, only glacial indifference. From the very beginning, he had never trusted such a treacherous opportunist, never intended to admit him in a Hung Lok. This had always been nothing more than a meticulously orchestrated death trap, a proxy killing. Precisely at the moment Huang Mao lowered his guard entirely, his heart swelling with triumph, convinced he'd secured his new patron and future. Wang Jianjun blurred forward like a phantom. In one fluid motion, the short blade at his waist flashed free. The blade's frost-laced edge sliced through the ink-black night, blindingly fast. Huang Mao didn't even blink, didn't react, couldn't utter a plea. A single flawless strike pierced directly through his heart. Agony detonated through his body. His pupils dilated impossibly wide, his fingers clawed desperately at Wang Jianjun's sleeve as violent spasms racked his frame. His face etched with shock, bitter resentment, and utter disbelief. His throat bobbed weakly, producing only a thin, broken whisper. Wang Jianjun leaned in, lips nearly brushing Huang Mao's ear. His voice was glacial, devoid of mercy, utterly final. A backstabbing, profit-obsessed wretch like you. Bai Qilan would never accept you. Rest in peace. With those words, he gently closed Huang Mao's unseeing eyes with one hand, then casually discarded the still warm corpse into the alley's shadowed corner. Clean, efficient, without hesitation or regret. Once all were dead, Wang Jianjun knelt calmly and began methodically staging the scene to fabricate evidence of a violent gang feud. He placed the blood-smeared short blade into Bao Jiao's lifeless palm, carefully adjusting the fingers to suggest a final desperate struggle, evidence of mutual combat. The alley lay deep within an abandoned sector of the old district, secluded, rarely traversed, and completely devoid of surveillance. He knew well how Hong Kong police handled Triad cases: swift closure, perfunctory reports, no deep investigation. They would never pore over forensic details, nor expend resources tracing fingerprints or analyzing minutes. Rather than leave room for speculation or worse, complications, he chose instead to preemptively construct an irrefutable narrative: internal power struggle, betrayal, mutual slaughter. He gave the authorities a ready-made, flawless conclusion, requiring no further review, eliminating all future entanglements. Within moments the scene was perfected, every inconsistency erased, every anomaly concealed. It now appeared precisely as it should: a bloody internecine massacre born of greed and fractured loyalty. After verifying there were no oversights, Wang Jianjun rose, brushed faint dust from his sleeve, and resumed his calm, unruffled composure, as if what he had just executed and orchestrated were nothing more than a trivial routine affair. He turned to the 10 elite West Kowloon operatives standing silently behind him, disciplined, motionless, awaiting command, and spoke, voice low and steady. Let's go, back to Saikong. 11 heads inclined in unison, not a word spoken. Their steps were light, synchronized, vanishing seamlessly into the dense, velvety shadows of midnight, silent, invisible, gone. The narrow alley sank once more into profound, chilling silence. A late-night breeze slipped through, stirring the faint metallic tang of blood in the air. At dawn the next day, golden light pierced the layered skyline of Hong Kong, spilling across the streets. In less than a single night, news of the 2 explosive, city-shaking gunfights in Tsim Sha Tsui had spread like wildfire across Kowloon and Hong Kong Island, shaking the entire Jianghu to its foundations. Street-level thugs, neighborhood bosses, and wandering Jianghu figures alike all debated this midnight upheaval, one that had irrevocably shattered the balance of power along Guangdong Road and Fengshan Road. From Dai Pai dongs to mahjong dens, from street-side snack stalls to shadowed corners where gangs gathered, small clusters of men huddled together, speaking in hushed, urgent tones. Inside a bustling morning tea restaurant, smoke curled lazily through the air and voices buzzed with animated chatter. Round tables filled with early-rising Jianghu idlers sipping tea and trading rumors. A young underling who had just started navigating the underworld looked at him with admiration and quickly leaned in to speak. Wow, how do you have such well-connected news? The cigarette-smoking thug immediately puffed out his chest, raised his hands to adjust his sleeves, and wore a smug expression. No joke. I've been hanging around Tsim Sha Tsui for over a decade, known as the street's information guru. There's no rumor or fresh event in the underworld that I don't know about. Upon hearing this, several people around rolled their eyes in unison, raised their middle fingers at him, and mockingly laughed the room, filled with snickers and jeers. TCH. A blabbermouth if anything. After a night of fierce battles the dust settled. The Hixing society, which had dominated Canton Road and Simsha Sui for years under Duan Kun's leadership, was utterly shattered and disbanded. Duan Kun's most formidable henchmen had been brutally killed in a deadened alley in East Simsha Sui, along with his loyal subordinates, who perished alongside him. This long-established stronghold in Simsha Sui was completely erased, vanishing from the landscape of the Hong Kong underworld. Saigon Private Training Warehouse. The spacious hall of the warehouse was wide and empty, the lights bright and cold, creating a solemn and orderly atmosphere. In the main seat of the hall, Yang Lin sat calmly on a black leather sofa, his posture relaxed and at ease, emanating a steady and composed aura that commanded respect without anger. Li Fuayi and the others, several bodyguards, stood neatly on either side behind him, their postures erect and expressions respectful, quietly awaiting orders. In the center of the hall, Yang Gang, Wang Jianjun, Wang Zhengwo Fei, Quan Jose Ostrich, Alu, and others 55 in total stood straight, with steady breaths, their eyes reflecting the fierceness and composure that came from the hard-fought battle the night before. Only He Zaiqiu was absent. After the great battle, he had been assigned to guard the core area of Canton Road, stationed at Duan Kun's former headquarters. He was to vigilantly prevent other surrounding gangs from taking advantage of the situation, seizing territory and resources, ensuring the hard-won results from the previous night were securely held. Inside the hall, silence reigned as everyone waited for the report. Yang Gang stepped forward, clearly and comprehensively detailing the specifics of the entire battle last night, including the outcomes, casualties, and gains. From the bar offensive capturing Duan Kun alive, to confiscating the arms and illicit funds, and finally, to the annihilation of all enemies on Fengshang Road, every detail and every gain was meticulously outlined. Yang Lin sat in the main seat, his expression calm and indifferent throughout, but a hint of satisfaction gradually crossed his gaze as he absorbed the report. The profits from this night were exceptional, a bountiful harvest. The loss for Hong Lu was minimal, almost negligible, in what could be described as a cost-free victory. Not only had they completely taken over prime territory along half of the main street of Canton Road, including storefronts and bar industries, they also seized over 16 million in cash along with several large packages of fully stocked and varied weaponry. In terms of territory, finances, and armed strength, everything surged. Yang Lin had already planned in his mind, organizing the distribution of rewards clearly. Of the 16 million in cash, he directly set aside 10 million for himself to facilitate networking, smooth channels, befriend influential figures, and expand the overall development landscape, laying the groundwork for his long-term growth. The remaining 600,000 would be left entirely for Yang Gang to manage, distributing rewards according to merits to all the brothers who had fought hard the night before, soothing their spirits and boosting morale. Once all the battle details, outcomes, and follow-up arrangements were reported, Yang Gang bowed to conclude, "That's about." Yang Lin nodded slightly, responding with satisfaction, then lifted his gaze to scan the room, slowly issuing new deployment orders. He'll personally head to Wanchai to meet with Brother Piao to discuss matters. Jianjun and Zhengwo Yu too will lead the team to support Canton Road, working with the Chiu to maintain order and suppress any unrest. We must prevent any small gangs or rogue elements from taking advantage of the chaos to cause trouble or stir up. The rest of you brothers, just perform your duties and stand by for normal rest. As he finished speaking, Fei Quan immediately stepped forward, eyes bright with anticipation, and asked, "Brother Lin, what about us? Can we also have a venue to check out?" Yang Lin smiled faintly, his tone calm and steady. "After I finalize the discussion with the boss Pan, it's not too late to arrange something. There's no need to rush into it right now." "Okay." Fei Quan nodded in agreement, no longer asking further, fully convinced. Yang Lin's gaze shifted slightly, speaking with a relaxed tone. "Before that, let's go check on that kid Duan Kun." Wang Zhengwo immediately replied. "He's locked up in a separate cell behind, being watched closely and can't escape. Let's go see if our boss Duan is satisfied with his accommodations." Yang Lin slowly rose, leading a group of core trusted brothers through the warehouse hall, past the living quarters, toward the separate cell area at the back. Deep within the facility, the holding cell was fortified with iron bars and intricate locks, completely enclosed and airtight, specifically designed for detaining important prisoners. At this moment, Duan Kun had long lost any semblance of the grand demeanor he once held as a big shot in Simsha Sui. His hair was disheveled, his face smeared with dirt and blood, his clothes tattered and filthy, stained with dust and blood, his hands still injured, his complexion pale and haggard, making him look utterly miserable, akin to a beggar on the street. The moment he saw Yang Lin walking towards him, it was as if he had spotted the last straw of hope, and an intense desire and excitement erupted in his eyes. He suddenly lunged at the cold iron bars, heavily kneeling on the ground, gripping the bars tightly with both hands, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, and cried out in anguish, "Brother Lin! Brother Lin, please spare me. I'll give you anything you want." Yang Lin looked at his pitiful state, so humble and begging that he nearly chuckled. Once a tyrant who commanded respect and fear in Tsim Sha Sui, now reduced to a prisoner begging for mercy, the stark contrast was indeed lamentable. However, with his brothers standing behind him as the leading boss, he had to maintain his composure and authority. Suppressing the amusement bubbling within, he spoke in a teasing tone. "Oh, you'll give me anything." Duan Kowloon, as if grasping at his last chance, nodded vigorously, his voice desperate and humble. "Yes, yes. If you are willing to spare my life, I can give you all my assets." Yang Lin raised an eyebrow, his tone light and airy, each word striking to the core. "But I've already seized all your belongings. What else do you have to give me?" With those words, Duan Kun's last glimmer of hope was shattered. He stiffened, his face turning pale, his mind racing, suddenly recalling his final hidden card, and urgently spoke, his tone filled with the last vestige of hope. I still have a batch of goods, a massive stock that could easily be worth billions if sold." Yang Lin's eyes glimmered slightly, his tone calm and unperturbed, casually asking, "You mean the batch from the eight-faced Buddha?" Duan Kowloon shuddered all over, his face filled with shock and disbelief. You know about that." Yang Lin understood in his heart. In his past life, he had watched this Hong Kong film countless times, familiar with the risky schemes of Duan Kowloon and the secrets surrounding the robbery of a large quantity of contraband from the eight-faced Buddha. However, he maintained an expressionless demeanor, calm and indifferent, his tone flat and devoid of any emotion. "If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act. I must say your audacity is truly outrageous. A mere boss from Hixing in Tsim Sha Sui dares to touch and rob the goods of the eight-faced Buddha." Inside the iron bars, Duan Kowloon, in a pitiful state, gritted his teeth. Even as he became a prisoner stripped of all his wealth and power, the pride of an old-school gang leader within him refused to be extinguished. He was unwilling to bow his head in defeat, stubbornly arguing with a hint of reluctant defiance. "Even if the eight-faced Buddha is formidable, he's just a bit influential in the Thai kingdom. This is Hong Kong City, my territory. With hundreds of men under me and ample firearms, what do I have to fear?" Seeing his blind arrogance, his inability to see the reality of the situation, and his desperate attempt to save face, Yang Lin couldn't help but feel a twinge of mockery. He rolled his eyes slightly, his tone blunt and laced with unabashed sarcasm, piercing through the other's self-deception. "If you were truly as powerful and confident as you claim, it would be me kneeling here begging for mercy. But in reality, it is you who is begging for mercy." This statement shattered all of Duan Kun's illusions and false pride. He was instantly at a loss for words, his throat choking, rendered speechless. The last vestige of defiance on his face completely faded, and he realized the harsh truth of his downfall and utter ruin. He no longer dared to maintain even a hint of a big shot's attitude, quickly suppressing all arrogance, adopting an excessively flattering and submissive demeanor, repeatedly bowing and praising, lowering himself to the utmost air. "Lin Gu, you are truly one of the most prominent figures in our circle. Your skills are impressive. You can take on dozens, dodging bullets with ease. How could I dare to compare myself to you? Without you needing to lift a finger, your brothers could easily reduce me to this state." Yang Lin looked down indifferently at Duan Kowloon, who was on his knees pandering and begging, his expression neutral, his tone unruffled. "You're not completely foolish, you have some self-awareness." Seeing the atmosphere slightly thaw, Duan Kowloon seemed to grasp at the only lifeline in this desperate situation, a glimmer of hope for survival igniting within him. He immediately seized the moment, speaking rapidly and earnestly, striving with all his might to prove his worth and secure a chance for survival. "Lin Gu, really now is the time for you to expand your influence and urgently need money. I can definitely help you make a fortune. If you just turn around and sell that batch of goods, there would be hundreds of millions in pure profit, all yours." Yang Lin's expression suddenly darkened, his eyes resolute, his tone calm, yet underscored by an unyielding principle. "You should know I never engage in such business. That is my principle, and there will be no exceptions. In the underground circles of Hong Kong, everyone knows that the flower trade is highly profitable. However, it is precisely because of this that the profits come from blood-soaked black money, and getting involved will lead to chaos. Those in this line of work live under constant threats of assassination, internal strife, and imprisonment, making short-lived money and cultivating deadly enmities, severing connections, destroying foundations. A lifetime of unrest with no prospects for long-term development. What Yang Lin sought was never a fleeting profit, but a clean, stable, and long-lasting foundation for his organization. He would never sacrifice himself to dive into the fire pit targeted by the police for the sake of these profits, destroying the legacy he had worked so hard to establish. Duan Kowloon, fearing that Yang Lin might refuse him outright and cut off his last chance at survival, hurriedly increased his pace, repeatedly backtracking to salvage the situation, desperately seeking an opportunity. No, you won't need to make an appearance or touch anything. I will bear all the risks and handle everything myself. Oh, I will sell it all myself. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. You absolutely won't be implicated. Together we will have money and men, and we will dominate the entire Hong Kong city." Yang Lin's eyes flickered with a fleeting light, and he already had a clear decision in mind. First, he would never touch such taboo business. Secondly, this batch of goods worth hundreds of millions is undoubtedly a burden. The eight-faced Buddha is known for his vengeful nature and ruthless means. If a large shipment of theirs is robbed, they will pursue relentlessly across the sea, seeking vengeance and recovery at any cost. Countless gray forces and underground lords in Hong Kong are watching the whereabouts of this batch of goods. Whoever controls the goods could become a prime target. But now everyone knows that Duan Kowloon is in my hands. Even if he has no desire for that shipment, others will not. Moreover, the eight-faced Buddha will eventually come looking, so whether he likes it or not, he must get his hands on this batch of goods. Whether he returns it to him or uses it to bolster his own influence, there will still be room for maneuver. After pondering for a moment, Yang Lin pretended to relax his expression and slowly spoke. I can consider it. Where's that batch of goods hidden? Upon hearing these words, Duan Kun's heart, which had been held in suspense, suddenly settled, immense joy flooding his heart, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He dared not conceal anything, quickly replying, It's hidden in an abandoned factory in Lantian. Yang Lin's gaze sharpened, and he commanded in a low voice. Write the detailed address down. Okay. I will write it down immediately. In this moment of survival from despair, Duan Kowloon dared not hesitate, nodding vigorously. After receiving the paper and pen, he bent down on the cold, damp ground, carefully writing down the precise address of the abandoned factory by the weak light of the warehouse, afraid to miss a single character and thus lose his chance. After finishing, he cautiously held the paper, extending it outside the iron bars, his eyes fixed on Yang Lin, filled with anxiety and hope. Yang Lin took the paper carefully and said indifferently, Considering your cooperation, I can temporarily refrain from killing you. Duan Kowloon instantly felt tears welling up, repeatedly bowing his head in gratitude towards the iron bars, his attitude utterly submissive. Thank you, Lin Go. Thank you, Lin Go. Hey, don't be too happy too soon. While I won't kill you, I won't let you go either. Yang Lin spoke calmly, extinguishing all his unrealistic hopes in advance. Duan Kowloon hurriedly raised his head, his tone cautious and excessively flattering. Hi, so how can I be released? We'll see how you perform. For now, you'll just have to stay here. After speaking, Yang Lin casually glanced back and turned to leave the prison area. Behind him, Duan Kowloon repeatedly nodded vigorously, affirming with determination, desperately pledging his loyalty. I understand. I will definitely show you my value, Lin Go. I will not let you down. Stepping out of the cage and back into the cavernous warehouse hall, Fei Quan, who trailed behind, wore a visible worry and lowered his voice to ask, Brother Lin, keeping him, won't that be like nurturing a tiger that will one day turn on us? After all, Duan Kowloon has rooted himself in Jianshazui for years. His old men connections and base remain intact. Yang Lin clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze deep and composed. He slowly laid out the pros and cons with clear logic. He still has uses. We cannot kill him for the time being. Fei Quan looked puzzled, brow slightly furrowed as he pressed. He is now a lone commander with nothing. What value could he possibly have? The key is that he stole Ba Mian Fa's shipment, Yang Lin said calmly, cutting to the heart of the matter. Ba Mian Fo is narrow-minded and vindictive, utterly ruthless in his methods. That cargo was the lifeblood of his operation, but once it was taken, he would not let it go. Moreover, Duan Kowloon killed his son during the raid, so he will without doubt spare nothing and cross the sea to take his revenge on Duan Kowloon. If I kill Duan Kowloon, now Ba Mian Fo, unable to find the true culprit, will have no outlet for his fury and will inevitably lash out at Hung Lok, turning to settle the score with me. Then I would have no one to answer to, no way to set things right, and for no reason gain a mortal enemy spanning the two territories of Tai and Gang, a cost far outweighing any benefit. In that instant, Fei Quan saw the logic, and everything clicked into place. I see. Is Ba Mian Fo that formidable? Even you, Brother Lin, are wary. Yang Lin shook his head faintly, his tone composed and transparent. It's not fear, it's the principle that fewer troubles are better than more. Ba Mian Fo and I have no enmity if our waters do not cross. There is no need to summon a top-tier enemy over a Duan Kowloon who is bound to die. Keeping Duan Kowloon is like leaving a buffer. All grievances and entanglements can be resolved at their source, and it should not fall to Hung Lok to step forward and shoulder the burden. That makes sense. Fei Quan relaxed completely and nodded repeatedly. Yang Lin lifted his eyes to survey the assembled brothers waiting around, and in a low voice issued the latest orders. Everyone stick to your posts and do what needs doing. Fei Quan, Jose, Tu, Wanyao, Li Fu, and numbers 1 through 5, you will come with me to the Wanzai headquarters. Yang Gang, Wang Jianjun, and Wang Jingwo bowed together and responded yes. Fei Quan, Jose, and Tu Wanyao immediately echoed and fell in behind. All right, Brother Lin. The men quickly divided tasks. Yang Gang and his two companions immediately led a team to Guangdong Dao to assist Haizai Chiu in guarding the newly seized turf. They would guard against scattered groups and street forces, exploiting the moment to stake claim, seize territory, or siphon off profits, and thus firmly hold all the hard-won gains from the night's fierce struggle. The 3 cars carrying Yang Lin set off for Wanzai. The atmosphere inside was relaxed. Suddenly, Fei Quan spoke in a familiar, easy tone. Brother Lin, my mother was just speaking of you the other day. She insists you must come to our home for dinner in a couple of days. Yang Lin's features softened, and he offered a faint smile. All right, we'll go together then. It's been a long time since I saw Aunt Sue. I should pay her a visit and keep her company for a while. Fei Quan beamed with delight and quickly confirmed it's settled. 2 nights from now, we'll all come to my house for dinner. Yang Lin casually agreed. The vehicles drove steadily into the heart of Wanzai and came to a stop beneath the Hung Lok headquarters. The Hung Lok headquarters sat in Wanzai's old quarter, its security strict. The brothers posted below stood taut and sharpied. When they saw Yang Lin and his party disembark, they straightened at once, adopted respectful postures, and bowed in greeting. Brother Lin. Yang Lin raised a slight hand in response, his tone easy. Hey. They climbed the steps together, and upon reaching the meeting room door, the sentry likewise bowed. Brother Lin. Yang Lin acknowledged with a faint nod, then turned to the men behind him to assign tasks. Li Fu Yu and the others wait outside. Fei Quan, Jose, Tuan Yao, the 3 of you come in with me. Li Fu and the 6 men answered in unison yes. The 3 followed closely. Very well, Brother Lin. They pushed open the meeting room door. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy and taut. Undercurrents churned. The signs of a fierce dispute lingered, and the air still carried its tension. 7 or 8 core Hung Lok members were present. At the head sat the leader Piao Gug. Seated below were Shen Shisheng, Shi Xiesheng, and Sunny. Hu Deqiang and his wife sat on a folding bench against the wall. Faces varied. Some were silent and sullen, others openly displeased, and the room fell into an especially awkward silence. Piao Gu was the first to notice Yang Lin's entrance and broke the silence. Lin, come sit. Shi rose at once, his face a mixture of grievance and defiance, eager to make his case. Lin, you're just in time. Judge this for me. It is true I beat Hu Deqiang, but he cheated at my establishment first and robbed people. By the code of our world, when someone cheats, I break a hand. It is reasonable, is it not? No sooner had he finished than Shen Shisheng across the table retorted sternly, invoking the group's rules. Shi, don't confuse the issue. Hu Deqiang is one of my men, a brother of Hung Lok. Even if he was wrong, you could have simply called me. I would have enforced our discipline and given you a satisfactory reply. Yet you took private vengeance into your own hands. Do you have any regard for Hung Lok's rules? Shen Shisheng, don't be unreasonable. Shi snapped back, eyes flashing, and the scene threatened to erupt again. Seeing this, Yang Lin spoke at an opportune moment, his voice steady, as he cut off their confrontation. What is happening? We are brothers. There is no need for angry disputes. He took a seat at the long table and nodded slightly toward Piao Gu at the head. Piao Gu raised a hand to quiet them and spoke lightly. They are all our brothers. Infighting only harms the society's harmony. Sit down and speak. Shi remained unconvinced, insisting on his right, and looked to Yang Lin. Lin, say something fair. Shen Shisheng also looked to Yang Lin, his tone earnest. Lin, do you think I have a point? When a brother errs, it should be handled by the society collectively. Private punishment is inappropriate. Yang Lin's gaze slowly swept over them, impartial and balanced. He began. Neither of you is entirely wrong nor entirely right. Shi guarded the place and enforced rules. He was right not to allow people to cause trouble and cheat others. Shen Shisheng protected his men and upheld the society's code, insisting on unified handling. That too is correct. But infighting among brothers and endless disputes that disrupt the society's order, that is the real fault. As for how to handle this in the end, we will follow Piao Gu's decision. His words, fair and fitting, took both sides into account and immediately steadied the tense scene. No one could refute them. Shi listened and nodded calmly. Fine, well, follow Piao Gu. Shen Shisheng likewise yielded. All right. Piao Gu, please preside and render justice. Brother Piao nodded slightly, his aura steady, and began to methodically address the cases one by one. All right. Let's tackle them one by one. I will first give Shi an explanation. Hu Deqiang, come here. Hu Deqiang, who was called out, turned pale, feeling anxious, and timidly lowered his head as he quickly stepped forward, responding in a low voice. Brother Piao. Before he could finish speaking, Brother Piao immediately stood up and struck his force-precise, landing 3 heavy punches on Hu Deqiang's abdomen. The intense pain surged through Hu Deqiang's body, causing him to bend over in agony, clutching his stomach and crying out in a shrill voice. After the 3 punches, Brother Piao questioned in a deep voice, each word grave. To cheat in front of your own brothers, to seek petty gains, and disrupt harmony among the sect, you deserve to be punished. I am punishing you now. Do you acknowledge it? Hu Deqiang was drenched in cold sweat, his abdomen twisting in pain, not daring to resist, and quickly lowered his head to admit his mistake. I admit. Brother Piao is right. It was my fault. Brother Piao turned to Shi. Shi, are you satisfied with this outcome? Shi's resentment faded, significantly hesitating for a moment before nodding in response. Satisfied. Good. Brother Piao then shifted his focus towards Shi. Now let's address your issue. The club rules state that brothers cannot resort to violence or impose punishment without notifying the responsible elder. You acted on your own and harmed someone. Do you acknowledge these charges? Shi calmly lowered his head. I acknowledge it. Good. Brother Piao commanded in a deep voice. I fine you to pay Hu Deqiang 54,000 for medical fees, and you will also receive 3 punches. This matter will be settled. Do you have any objections? None. Shi replied plainly without any complaint. You come over too. Brother Piao gestured. Sure stepped forward. Oh, 3 punches delivered with the same steady force struck Sure hard, meting out a measured punishment. Sure couldn't help but cry out in pain. Oh, hey. After the beating, Brother Piao's expression was serious as he surveyed the two, asking in a deep tone, now that grievances are cleared and accounts are settled, do you have anything else to say? Gentleman Shung bowed first. Nothing more, thank you, Brother Piao, for upholding justice. Sure also lowered his head in response, no. Nothing. Brother Piao spoke in a deep tone with a note of admonition. Brothers should support and help each other, standing together against external threats. What kind of decorum is there in bickering and tearing each other down every day? If you dare to fight privately again, I will not be lenient. I understand, Brother Piao. I understand too. The two admitted their mistakes in unison. You two can leave first. Yes. Then Lin, I will take my leave. Gentleman Shung nodded in farewell. Good. Yang Lin replied. Lin, I will leave too. Sure said. Take care of your injuries. Yang Lin casually reminded. Once the two left with Hu Deqiang, only the core confidants remained in the meeting room, and the atmosphere relaxed completely. Brother Piao looked at Yang Lin, his serious expression fading as a genuine smile appeared. Lin, I heard about the incident in Sim Sha Sui last night. You turned the situation around overnight, completely uprooting Duan Kun's influence. Well done. Yang Lin, with a humble demeanor, slightly cupped his hands. It's all thanks to Brother Piao for overseeing the main hall, coordinating the situation, and leading effectively. I merely acted in accordance with the circumstances. Brother Piao waved his hand, jokingly saying, all right, stop flattering me. You came specially to the main hall today, just to have me contact Elder Pan to discuss the territory handover, right? Yang Lin no longer exchanged pleasantries, and spoke directly. That's correct. Duan Kun's territory in Guangdong Dao is now entirely under my control. I would like to trouble Brother Piao to give Elder Pan a call, asking him to send someone over for the handover as soon as possible and to settle the old debts, with Fei Quan clearing everything at once. A trivial matter. Brother Piao turned to Sunny beside him. Sunny, please give the boss a call and put it on speaker. Yes. Sunny complied immediately. While the call was being prepared, Brother Piao looked at Fei Quan beside him. Fei Quan immediately stood straight, his posture respectful. Brother Piao, you are young and impulsive, often acting recklessly and causing trouble. Brother Piao's gaze softened, giving advice like an elder. From now on, be more restrained, steady yourself, and learn to plan and act decisively from all in. Don't just rely on youthful passion to rush into trouble. Fei Quan sincerely responded, believing in Yang Lin. I will, Brother Piao. Brother Lin has always been my role model since I was young. I will definitely learn to do things and be a person by following him closely, and I will absolutely not act recklessly anymore. Brother Piao nodded, looking pleased. After going through so much, you have indeed matured significantly. At that moment, Sunny reported. Boss, the call has connected and is on speakerphone. Brother Piao picked up his phone, his tone relaxed and friendly. Hello, boss, have you eaten yet? On the other end of the line, Elder Pan's lazy voice, tinged with the arrogance of the upper class, responded, just had some bird's nest soup, and am in the middle of flossing my teeth. What brings you here today? Brother Piao laughed heartily, getting straight to the point. Regarding Sim Sha Sui, Lin has sorted it out. Elder Pan's tone was filled with disbelief, clearly surprised. Sorted it out? So soon? It's done? That quickly? With Lin's intervention, even this speed is considered slow. Brother Piao praised with a smile. Come on, stop bragging. Elder Pan was clearly skeptical. Brother Piao chuckled. Hey, I'm not exaggerating. This is too magical, you know. Elder Pan continued to express his astonishment. That's Sim Sha Sui, where powerhouses are numerous and the waters are deep. Brother Piao spoke calmly. Just a little bit of effort, it's a trivial matter. Just tell Lin directly. He pushed the phone to Yang Lin. Yang Lin took the call, his tone steady and precise. Elder Pan. Elder Pan's tone carried admiration and surprise. You really are capable. In just a few days, you actually managed to take down Sim Sha Sui, a place no one could handle. Yang Lin responded confidently and calmly. There were indeed some resistances along the way, consuming some effort, but fortunately, it wasn't significant. The entire territory is now completely under control and stabilized. The agreement I made with you has now been fulfilled, right? Well, Elder Pan's tone softened slightly as he said steadily. Once my people arrive for a smooth handover and the territory is firmly established, we can consider everything settled at that point. Yang Lin nodded in agreement, fully understanding. No problem, so arrange for your people to come as soon as possible. I will inform all my subordinates to fully cooperate with your actions. Good, just like that, I will gather my people now. Once the conversation concluded, Brother Piao stood up with a smile. The important matters have been agreed upon. Let's go out and have a couple of drinks to celebrate. Sure, Yang Lin readily agreed. Piao Ge casually called out to Fei Quan and the other two. You three should join in as well, make some noise and share in the joy. Fei Quan, Jose, and the ostrich immediately expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Piao Ge. Oh, no need to be polite. Piao Ge turned to Sunny and instructed, call the Uguchi restaurant and book 2 tables for a feast. All right, boss. Piao Ge smiled and stepped out, saying, let's go, it's been a while since we properly gathered together. Yang Lin chuckled in response. Then I'll have to toast Piao Ge a few more times later. Sure, I'm waiting. At the same time at Yuqiang Middle School. During the afternoon break, the campus was bustling and noisy, but the secluded terrace on the third floor of the teaching building was eerily quiet. This was a dead corner of the school with no one passing through. Usually it was a territory where school delinquents gathered to cause trouble and confront each other, hiding many incidents of bullying among students. The afternoon sun slanted through the gaps between the buildings, and the atmosphere on the terrace was tense and oppressive, filled with hostility. Chi-Chi, a notorious school bully, brought along 3 female subordinates and forcefully dragged Zhuang Xiaomei to this secluded spot. With her wrist tightly gripped, causing pain, Zhuang Xiaomei struggled against the bindings of the others and frowned coldly, asking, "What do you want with me here?" Chi-Chi crossed her arms, exuding arrogance, her eyes filled with strong possessiveness and hostility as she stared fixedly at Zhuang Xiaomei, bluntly questioning, "Zhuang Xiaomei, I heard you've been getting close to Baixian recently." Zhuang Xiaomei, with her stubborn personality, refused to back down and retorted loudly, "So what if I have? He's my boyfriend." Chi-Chi's tone became sharp and domineering as she warned, "You better stay away from him, do you understand?" Zhuang Xiaomei remained unyielding, coldly rebutting, "You're not his wife. Who he chooses to be with is none of it." This hard-hitting retort instantly enraged Chi-Chi. Her face changed drastically, her anger surging as she shouted, "What did you say? You foul bitch. Do you know whose territory you're standing on?" Zhuang Xiaomei stood firm, refusing to give an inch. "What? Is this school yours?" Smack! A crisp, loud slap suddenly echoed through the air. The force was heavy, striking Zhuang Xiaomei's cheek fiercely, instantly reddening her face and sending her head snapping to the side. Chi-Chi glared fiercely, angrily berating, "How dare you be so arrogant? Are you tired of living?" Zhuang Xiaomei bit her lip tightly, her eyes slightly reddening, yet she stubbornly held back all her tears. She lifted her head defiantly, staring directly at the arrogant Chi-Chi, silent but filled with unyielding spirit. Seeing she still refused to back down or admit her fault, Chi-Chi's fury escalated, and she swung her hand again, delivering another slap. Smack! "Speak up." After receiving 2 slaps to the face, the stinging pain spread across her cheeks, yet Zhuang Xiaomei's expression remained cold as she glared at Chi-Chi, her tone icy and defiant. "I don't want to waste words with a bitch." Damn! Chi-Chi was thoroughly provoked, her eyes turning vicious as she threatened, "This is your last warning. Keep your distance from Baixian. If not, I'll sell you to my boss Yuni to work as a prostitute. You'll never be able to lift your head for the rest of your life." Just as the atmosphere on the terrace reached a breaking point and the conflict was about to escalate, a casual, mocking sound of footsteps came from the entrance. Baixian arrived with 5 schoolmates, hands in pockets, standing there with a face full of amusement, and slowly spoke, "What are you all doing?" Seeing Baixian, Chi-Chi immediately retracted her hostility, adopting a pitiful and sulky demeanor as she pointed at Zhuang Xiaomei, saying, "Baixian, you came at the right time. You tell me, do you want her or me?" Baixian stepped forward, naturally wrapping his arms around Chi-Chi, his movements intimate, his eyes filled with a malicious, playful smile. "Darling, what are you saying?" "Of course I want you." Zhuang Xiaomei initially felt a glimmer of hope upon seeing Baixian arrive, thinking he came specifically to help her and clarify their relationship. But upon hearing this cold and heartless remark, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice pit, the color draining from her face, her body turning cold and stiff. She stared incredulously at the hypocritical and heartless youth, her voice trembling slightly as she questioned, "Baixian, what did you say?" Baixian, holding Chi-Chi, looked at Zhuang Xiaomei, who was in shock and deeply hurt, laughing even more maliciously and not hiding his despicable intentions of playing with emotions. "What's wrong? I just thought you looked pure and beautiful, so I was just playing with you. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Baixian, you bastard." All her genuine feelings and expectations were trampled and toyed with. Zhuang Xiaomei could no longer hold it in, her eyes reddening as she charged at Baixian to tear him apart. But Chi-Chi's 3 sisters were already on guard, immediately pinning her arms tightly, keeping her firmly in place, unable to move. Chi-Chi's eyes were filled with malice as she ordered harshly, her tone extreme, "Dare to move my man in front of me. Scratch her face. Let's see how she can flirt around after this." One of the girls immediately pulled out a small knife. She carried its cold tip glinting with fragmented light as it slowly approached Zhuang Xiaomei's cheek. Zhuang Xiaomei struggled fiercely. "Let me go." Chi-Chi sneered, her tone filled with malice. "Don't move around, or the knife won't have eyes. If it cuts you somewhere else, it won't be good." At the moment when the cold knife tip was about to touch her skin, "Stop!" A sharp and angry female voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the terrace. Zhuang Yimei rushed in with her boyfriend Shuai Tang, quickly blocking Zhuang Xiaomei, her gaze piercing as she glared at Chi-Chi and her entourage, sternly reprimanding, "Chi-Chi, how dare you hit my sister? Do you know who my brother is?" Chi-Chi showed no fear, instead mocking with a sarcastic smile, completely disregarding the other party's backing. "What a joke. Just a recently released convict with nothing to his name. My boss Yuni has long stated that he'll deal with him sooner or later. You think you can scare me with him? Are you out of your mind? Get lost." Shuai Tang stepped forward, firmly protecting the 2 sisters behind him, his attitude upright and strong. "You all better not go too far, bullying fellow students just because you have the numbers. Bai Xian immediately stepped forward to retort, looking arrogant and dismissive. What does it have to do with you, Shuai Tang? Shuai Tang stated firmly, his tone resolute. Damei is my girlfriend, and I won't allow you to bully them. You idiot, who do you think you are? Bai Xian looked on with disdain, mocking. If you have a book, study it well. If you have no ability, don't pretend to be a big shot. Shuai Tang was forced back by the overwhelming numbers, having no choice but to warn, you all better let us go immediately, or I will call the police. Call the police. Ha ha ha. Bai Xian and his group burst into loud laughter filled with mockery and derision. Bai Xian laughed heartily, utterly arrogant. He actually said he would call the police. If I were afraid of the cops, would I dare to stir up trouble in the school? Save it. You're useless. You're just a waste.